Chapter 1. Dreams? Ancient Chronicles. A gentle breeze caressed the land. The vegetation swayed rhythmically beneath a boundless azure sky, illuminated by the brilliant sun. Suddenly, a pair of clear, large eyes opened wide, sparkling like stars across the expansive meadow. Silvery strands of hair cascaded elegantly onto the lush green carpet, seemingly isolating this corner of the world into a private sanctuary. A boy, still groggy from slumber, sat up and surveyed his surroundings. The soft wind brushed against his face, invigorating his spirit, while the soothing rustle of leaves filled the air. As he turned to listen, he spotted, not far from a majestic tree, a silver-haired woman gazing intently at the towering giant before her. The young lad stumbled to his feet, intent on approaching her, but before he could draw closer, he felt an invisible force restraining him. Curiously, he glanced back to see a silver-haired girl tugging at his sleeve, shaking her head. "Silver, do not disturb your sister, let her enjoy her solitude." The boy stood frozen, captivated by the charming figure who was gently pulling him away. The breeze tousled her hair, carrying with it a delicate fragrance that enveloped him. Sunlight filtered through the tips of her hair, casting a halo-like glow around her illuminated from behind. Her graceful form appeared exceptionally enchanting. In the distance, a flourishing cherry blossom tree swayed gently in the wind, its petals cascading and dancing freely in the air. A few of these petals drifted past them, swirling around the girl as if enchanted, creating a breathtaking tableau amidst the natural beauty surrounding them. Inspired by the sight, the girl instinctively began to dance, moving gracefully with the wind and the fluttering blossoms. Her delicate feet barely touched the verdant grass, and as she moved, the tips of the grass sprang back up, while the shimmering dew scattered in vibrant arcs through the air. Under the blazing sun, the boy watched entranced, his steps halting involuntarily. The girl continued to twirl joyfully, her youthful form illuminated by the sunlight. Captivatingly beautiful, even the falling petals seemed reluctant to part, trailing behind her, in a harmonious dance upon the tranquil earth. After a time, sensing something unusual, she turned and called out to him. "We should be going, Silver." Indeed, there was an inexplicable intensity in his gaze, though devoid of danger. It made her feel somewhat uneasy. "Oh," the boy replied, following her toward a small cottage nestled at the base of a hill, surrounded by scattered homes that adorned this fertile land. Nearby, a crystal-clear lake mirrored the azure sky, creating a scene of utter delight and tranquility. "You are so beautiful. Your hair is stunning," he blurted out unexpectedly, causing her to pause momentarily. Her heart raced involuntarily, but after taking a deep breath, she turned to him with a playful smile, lightly tapping his forehead. "You little rascal, at such a young age you already know how to charm the ladies. Quite the little charmer." With her cheeks slightly flushed, she walked toward the cottage, while the boy rubbed his forehead where she had tapped him, retorting, "Humph. I give you a compliment and you hit me. I won't play with you anymore." The boy, consumed by the need to vent his inner discontent, momentarily forgot the joyous times he once shared with her. Pouting, he began to walk away in the opposite direction, but suddenly, an inexplicable pain surged through his head, leaving him bewildered. He clutched his head and began to roll on the ground. "Why? What is happening?" Panic gripped him, and she rushed over, embracing him tightly. "Ian, are you all right? Don't scare me, Ian." When he regained consciousness, she remained by his side. Not far away, the silver-haired woman stood with her back turned, fiddling with a box, accompanied by two maidens. "You're awake. How do you feel? Does your head still hurt?" she inquired with concern, while tending to her medicine box. The boy merely nodded vacantly. "Is that so? That's good." She prepared to leave, her words tinged with a sense of solitude and indifference. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned to the girl beside him and said, "You needn't worry about fertilizing the divine tree. For now, I will handle it. Just take good care of Ian." With a thoughtful expression, she departed. "Sister E," the boy awkwardly began. "Why is she so distant?" Her eyes were filled with loneliness and fear. Why? And if she called her sister, then why was this little one asking so many questions? After a moment of silence, she smiled gently at him. "Sister seems to have something on her mind lately. Let's not disturb her. By the way, it's almost time for the morning assembly. We should go." She took his hand and led him outside. "Why must we go? That's adult business. Let's just go play." The boy grumbled, yet his body involuntarily followed the girl out of the room. They arrived at the same open space as before, but now it was crowded with people gathered in front of a commanding figure standing atop a platform. She stood beside him, and the boy was pulled into the throng. After the man delivered an impassioned speech, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. "How warm," the boy thought to himself. "Ian, pay attention." "Now," she reproached him with an intense gaze. He felt confused. Why should children concern themselves with adult matters? He longed to retort, but when he glanced at her exquisite beauty, his heart raced uncontrollably, until finally, his head began to thrum. She swiftly embraced his fainting form, the sudden turn of events leaving those around them bewildered. The woman approached, her expression one of confusion. "What happened? What is wrong with Ian?" she asked, looking at the girl, who could only shake her head. Soon, the boy was lifted into a nearby room, while several individuals hurried to assist. I could see this moment. The girl stood at a distance, gazing at the forlorn figure of her playmate. As he gradually disappeared from view, her hands were clasped tightly against her chest, and a glimmer of crystalline tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, Ian. I cannot prevent my sister. That dream will inevitably come to pass. I truly have no means to alter it. Forgive me. I do not wish to let you down," she lamented. A wave of bittersweet sorrow surged within her heart, for no one understood her feelings at that moment or the reason behind her tears. She allowed the tears to dance in her eyes, staining her pure, starry gaze, washing away the bloodied shadows of despair. The relentless wheel of history continued its course, advancing along its destined path, traversing through millennia, granting them a fleeting pause, a moment of respite, and bestowing upon the world a brief interlude of tranquility and peace. A sharp pang shot through his mind, awakening the boy from his drowsy slumber. As he surveyed the modest confines of his surroundings, he noticed a table, taller than him by half a head, standing in the center of the room. Confused, he turned his gaze towards the window, where the brilliant night sky twinkled back at him with its myriad stars. Night raid. Again with that dream. "My head aches," the boy grumbled, impatiently tapping his forehead as he descended from his bed. Tonight was a notably quiet evening. The shops had yet to close, and a few recently returned Jonan finally had a moment to unwind. "Hey, over here," someone called from afar, as adults leisurely strolled along the brightly lit streets, hand in hand with their children. The entire village of Konoha was enveloped in a comforting and serene atmosphere. That moment, a silver-haired woman emerged from the Hokage Rock's office, having just completed a task assigned to her by the fourth Hokage. Although she was not originally from Konoha, she could never remain indifferent to its troubles. This time, she had been entrusted by Minato Namikaze to investigate the situation in the Valley of the End. Her thoughts drifted to her Suntoba-born nephew, and adorable faces filled her mind. He was the child of Minato and her beloved sister, Kushina Uzumaki, a child destined to bear the weight of the ninja world. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Oh no, that little one hasn't had dinner yet. With a swift motion, she dashed toward home, leaving behind a ripple of compressed air. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at her kitchen, where the little boy had rushed to the balcony upon hearing her approach. "Sister," he exclaimed excitedly. All right. I'll get you something to eat right away, Ian. Be a good boy and sit inside. Okay?" Before he could voice his complaints, she gently coaxed the silver-haired child, who mirrored her beauty, into the dining room. Cheerfully, she began preparing dinner, while he contentedly hummed a little tune. Outside, beneath the stillness of the inky night, an ominous presence loomed closer. Despite the nightmares that had plagued the little boy since earlier, the sight of her face and the sound of her voice made everything else inconsequential. As long as she was there, it felt like home. In the kitchen, she busily prepared dinner, a routine she had maintained over the past few months. Unbeknownst to her, a small creature had quietly entered her life. In a modest-sized room, the siblings cheerfully worked together to create their evening meal. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the tranquil atmosphere. The art of spirit communication echoed a murmur beneath the expansive night sky as a colossal fox materialized in the center of the village. Initially, the villagers assumed the sound was part of a celebratory event, but as the reality of the situation dawned upon them, panic ensued. They fled in haste. Quickly escape. It is the Nine Tails. In an instant, the crowd scattered, the cacophony of noise and cries mingling with the ominous shadow that descended, a violent roar engulfing everything in a haze of dust and smoke. She dashed out of the house and leapt onto the rooftop, scanning the horizon. "But I asked that," she exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the distant giant, the Nine Tails, a creature sealed within her sister's womb, now wreaking havoc in the Hidden Leaf village. Could something have happened to my sister and Minato? Her heart sank momentarily, but she quickly dismissed the thought. With a serious expression, she instructed the little one inside, "Stay here and do not leave this room, no matter what happens. Understand? Your sister will return shortly." She smiled gently, ruffling the child's hair before dashing towards the heart of the village, leaving him alone and bewildered. Nearby, ninjas worked to evacuate the villagers while engaging in battle, and he watched her disappear from his sight. Everyone gather here, she called out upon arriving at the battlefield, and the villagers immediately flocked to her, exclaiming, "It's Miss E. We are saved." The nearby ninjas nodded in acknowledgement, and she vanished into the night sky with a throng of villagers, who were defenseless against the chaos, arriving together at the emergency shelter. After a series of challenges, most non-combatants had been safely relocated to the rear. With the bright flames ahead, she sensed trouble and dashed towards the Nine Tails, invoking the sound wave barrier. A circle of white smoke erupted beneath her feet due to the air pressure. In a swift leap, she soared above the Nine Tails, which was now nearing the village's center. Just as she worried for the village, a lithe figure appeared with a swift motion from the direction of the Hokage rock. The Nine Tails turned to fire a moderately sized tailed beast bomb. Oh no! In her haste, she became flustered, yet upon noticing the figure standing atop, her composure returned. The tailed beast bomb swept towards the village, but slowly, the rocky wall opened like a gaping maw, devouring it entirely beneath the veil of an invisible ceiling chain, followed by a tremendous explosion echoing from the distant valley. Has the attack of the Nine Tails been diverted? The third Hokage stood atop the rooftop, reflecting on the situation. Although he was an old man, it was he who had previously wielded the golden staff to expel the Nine Tails from the village, thus preventing devastation to the heart of the community. That I swiftly arrived beside the golden-haired man. "Sister, how is she?" I asked urgently. He merely offered a wry smile, assuring me that both mother and child were momentarily safe. Let us first address the immediate threat. Upon hearing this, a pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Temporarily safe? Indeed, the host of the tailed beast had her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at the Nine Tails, the anguish within her swelling. Taking a deep breath, I vanished from sight. "Wait, Minato called after me, but there was no time for idle chatter. The Nine Tails rampaged as if possessed, sweeping through the village, and entire buildings crumbled like mere foam beneath its colossal form. Soaring above the beast's head, my slender fingers danced in the night sky, weaving threads of hope. Ice released 1,000-year ice prison. Instantly, a multitude of towering ice pillars emerged, gradually encasing the Nine Tails. Beneath me, a voice shouted, "Hey Kakashi, over here. Our task is to evacuate non-combatants." A boy clad in a tight outfit bellowed, while another, a hesitant white-haired youth donning a mask, observed the battle between the Nine Tails and others. "Shouldn't you hurry to safety?" I admonished from the air, before swiftly descending onto the rooftop of a nearby building. "Miss I, this fellow." The other ninjas began to confer on how to confront the immense creature upon seeing me. Unexpectedly, my response urged them to flee, to not linger here. This perplexed and angered them, yet I provided no time for contemplation. Another tailed beast bomb was launched toward my vicinity. Senjutsu multiple ice pillars. In an instant, a series of towering ice walls emerged in the path of the Nine Tails attack, barely altering its trajectory. A tailed beast bomb soared past, under the watchful gaze of my silver pupils, ascending into the abyss of the night sky. The Nine Tails glared at me, its furious breath surging within, its crimson eyes glaring like a vengeful specter in my delicate form. That I remained composed, observing the rage-filled blood-red eyes of my adversary, calmly awaiting the next wave of assault. However, a figure rapidly descended, suppressing that vicious aura, and then they vanished into the night. Did Minato redirect the Nine Tails? I mused inwardly. Just then a gust of wind swept through, snapping me back to reality as a massive tailed beast bomb whizzed past me, my home lying just behind. The Nine Tails in a frenzy. "Een!" I screamed with all my heart, followed by a thunderous crash. "Are you all right, Een?" I comforted the little one in my arms. The boy, sharing my hair color, smiled brightly and nodded, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. I could see this moment. They found themselves in a grassy area outside the village. Behind her, the colossal Nine Tails was firmly ensnared by Kushina's netherworld lock. "Stay here," she instructed, and then quickly rose to charge towards the massive beast. Crystal wall. 64 directions, binding formation. Instantly, the Nine Tails was encased in a sphere of crimson ice, its red pupils glaring menacingly through the crystalline prison. The dark sphere in her hand rapidly coalesced as the girl recklessly launched herself at the Nine Tails with the chaos spiral sphere. Her delicate fingers propelled the inky black chakra sphere swiftly towards the ferocious presence. However, just as she was about to make contact with the Nine Tails, the ice suddenly shattered, sending crystalline shards spiraling through the air. She was violently flung away by the beast's tail, blood mingling with the shattered ice, sparkling beneath the night sky. Kushina, She called weakly from her position on the ground, but outside the barrier, the third Hokage and the Umbu were powerless to intervene, while Minato stood by, preparing for something. Sister, you are bleeding. Are you all right? The little one approached her, his voice choked with concern. She swayed slightly as she leaned closer to him. Silver, it's fine. I'm here. Don't cry. Everything will be all right. You are a man, and men do not cry, she instructed gently. You must promise me, Silver, that no matter what challenges you face, you shall not weep. Do you understand? Without a moment's hesitation, the little boy shook his small head vigorously, then threw himself into her embrace. She held him tightly, her voice soft and soothing. Silver, no matter the hardship, never give up. Believe in yourself. Listening to her comforting words, the young boy gradually relaxed, yet the sudden blow proved too much for his tender heart, and he fell into a deep slumber. She gazed at his sleeping face, a sweet smile gracing her lips, before gently setting him down and rising to her feet. She noticed a shadow on the empty ground and rushed towards it, her expression serious and cold. In the next moment, she found herself merely 10 meters away from the figure, while the nine-tailed fox lunged towards an infant swaddled on the grass with its sharp claws. Darkness, thousand birds. She swiftly attacked the shadow, black lightning sweeping across the plain. Yet, the shadow remained unfazed, taunting her. You cannot harm me. His ghostly smile seemed to mock her ineptitude as she passed through his body, crashing to the ground, leaving a large crater in her wake. In that instant, she sensed a discordant tremor. Was the space being torn open? Enlightenment dawned as she watched his retreating figure. At this moment, the slumbering boy found himself once again in that dreamscape, reliving the tranquil moments of serene plains and towering trees. However, this time, when he turned to behold the beautiful silhouette beneath the setting sun, a vivid crimson filled his vision. The boy jolted awake, startled by a sensation trickling down his cheek. He touched it with his small hand, and blood instantly stained the right side of his face. Sister? He cried, his voice trembling. The woman's arm was struck by two throwing knives, blood dripping from her clothing onto his face. The little one anxiously clutched at the hem of her garment. But she charged towards the masked man, oblivious to the fact that the boy had awakened. As their bodies collided, the man arrogantly extended his right hand toward her, his derisive laughter growing louder. Ice escape technique, space binding technique, he intoned. Just as his hand made contact with her injured arm, a pulse of energy surged forth. And suddenly, his right hand was firmly ensnared in a towering ice pillar, rendering him immobile. He stared in astonishment at the woman. Yet he found himself trapped by the icy prison. How is this possible? My body. Confusion coursed through him as he gazed at her retreating form. But soon the realization dawned upon him. Could it be that she had frozen the entire space? Taking a deep breath, the man regained his composure. Watching the charming figure withdraw, behind her stood the nine-tailed fox and her sister. Suddenly, the man's eyes glowed a fierce red, and the nine-tailed fox broke free from its restraints. What? The underworld's lock has been severed? Watergate gazed in astonishment at the freed-tailed beast, his heart already fraught with anxiety. Yet, at that moment, it was crucial to execute the technique. The liberated nine-tails surged towards her with remarkable speed. By the time she realized it, she had already suffered a fatal blow from behind. Light as a feather, she moved with the wind, her silvery hair shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight, while the crimson blood appeared almost sweet and enchanting in the serene glow of the night. Outside the barrier, the third Hokage and his companions could only watch helplessly as the three factions clashed violently. Shinra, the woman, was propelled backward after being struck, while the masked man, with his injured right arm concealed, lunged toward her. An invisible vortex suddenly ensnared her weakened form, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from the clearing. This farce concluded with an inexplicable ending, as the nine-tails resumed its rampage. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, the boy's mind was consumed by her image, leaving only the memory of that cold, detestable mask. Desperate struggles. The masked man scoffed, as if the injury to his arm were of no consequence. Observing the nine-tails regain its freedom, he knew despite losing control over it, his objectives had been achieved. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding barrier inexplicably shattered. A torrent of black flames shooting skyward, effortlessly obliterating the barrier Watergate had erected. A small, dark silhouette exuded a terrifying aura, circles of black fire swirling around it like ribbons. What is that? Everyone stared in shock at the ominous little figure, its chilling presence emanating death through its profound gaze. Third Hokage, please step back. Several Umbu swiftly shielded the elderly man. After a moment of silence, the shadow suddenly vanished beneath the night sky, and in the next instant, the masked man was hurled into the air by an invisible force, leaving behind ripples in the air where he had passed. Silver? Faced with the Ninetales and the sudden upheaval, Watergate found himself unable to contemplate further. Struggling against the torment of his soul, he forced himself to replicate a shadow clone imbued with the shadowy technique, large beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. The Ninetales, now free, had also identified a new target and dashed towards the swaddled infant. Time was of the essence. He swiftly darted in two directions. One clone positioned itself before the infant, while the other flanked the shadow. Shadowy. Yet, as he grasped the dark silhouette, a wave of new dread and helplessness washed over him. He had no soul. Watergate watched as the Grim Reaper's arm passed through the black form. Unable to seize anything, he felt utterly powerless. Watergate. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his ears, rousing him from his fatigue. He opened his weary eyes to behold the small figure before him. Around its neck, a cerulean necklace gleamed strikingly against the shadow's backdrop. Her image abruptly flashed in his mind, and his thoughts drifted back. Hey, Watergate, do you know? The Bagua seal can surprisingly serve as a conduit for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. With a mastery of the natural forces, one can instantaneously harness immense power, thus enabling the completion of my technique. Technique? What new art have you devised? He inquired with curiosity. The Netherworld seal possesses the ability to devour the heavens and the earth. Not merely the tailed beasts, but the entire world could be consumed, she declared triumphantly. As if to flaunt her victory, his handsome visage became indelibly etched in her mind, lingering long after. Must I ultimately rely on your power? How utterly useless I am. I wonder if success is even attainable, Watergate lamented, gazing at the shadow before him with a wry smile. The Bagua seal beneath his feet had unknowingly activated, and a dim light began to rise slowly from the seal's patterns. A swirling chain of incantations danced around him like a dragon playing with a phoenix, gradually expanding outward. The once tranquil wilderness was abruptly swept by a fierce wind, the ominous clouds in the sky thickening, as a vast and gentle aura surged rapidly toward the center of the seal. What is happening? The winds and clouds have suddenly changed, a member of the Umbu grumbled. Look, exclaimed the Umbu and the third Hokage in astonishment, witnessing the simultaneous sealing of two individuals. Watergate's elder mentor cast a worried glance at him. At that moment, the Ninetales had vanished into the night sky, while the couple lay peacefully on the grass, savoring their final moments together. The Netherworld seal erupted with a blinding light, its fierce radiance shooting into the night sky. In an instant, the entire plain was illuminated as if it were day, cold and dazzling, rendering all who stood there motionless. A minute later, the light gradually faded, and the vanishing figures slowly collapsed, disappearing before they touched the ground. The man, with his last fragment of consciousness, glanced at his wife before peacefully succumbing to eternal slumber. In the distance, the rejuvenated youth lay quietly on the grass, while the third Hokage remained silent, and others dared not approach. The following day, the village held the funeral rites as scheduled, a heavy and mournful atmosphere enveloping the entire settlement. Silent tears and choked sobs were firmly imprinted upon every family that had suffered the calamity. The boy continued to slumber, though several members of the Umbu now surrounded the house. In the third Hokage's residence, a wailing infant paid no heed to the somber atmosphere, creating a ruckus within the room. That night, the higher-ups of Konoha gathered together, a grave and solemn ambience lingering in the air, while several Umbu stood silently in the corners. Now that we have decided on Naruto's fate, should we not discuss how to handle that woman-esque child? Danzo suggested meaningfully. Yet the other three present remained unresponsive. Upon witnessing this, Danzo continued his offensive. As you can see, the boy's power is such that even the dead demon-consuming seal cannot contain him. If we allow him to remain so brazenly within the village, it may lead to unsettling thoughts among the villagers. Moreover, the technique used by Minato at the end was unprecedented, something we have neither heard nor seen before. We cannot be certain that the boy will remain so compliant. Therefore, I propose that, before any unforeseen events arise and dissent emerges within the village, we should place him in a location more suitable for his abilities. A place suitable for him? Tsunade questioned, her gaze fixed upon him. The foundation, Danzo replied with a gravity that belied his words. His power stems from darkness, and it would undoubtedly be difficult to cultivate him openly in the village. Furthermore, His abilities cannot be paraded for all to see, lest other great nations turn their ire upon Konoha. The Foundation does not inquire about origins or backgrounds. We embrace those with talent and all serve the interests of Konoha, rather than let him weep under the sun. It is far better for him to run in the shadows. The elder wished to interject, but having just secured Naruto's guardianship, he hesitated to confront Danzo over a boy who posed a threat even greater than the Nine Tails. In this moment, he found himself at a loss for how to arrange the boy's future. Since none of you oppose, then he shall henceforth be a member of the Foundation, Danzo declared calmly, though tumultuous emotions surged within him. The following day, the still slumbering youth was brought to the headquarters of the Foundation. 7 years later, Silver, prepared for the mission alongside Wind, received Danzo's stern command: ensure the target is eliminated. He merely nodded, and then silently vanished from the Grand Hall. Upon exiting, the boy swiftly raced towards the outskirts of the village, soon catching up to the vanguard. 2 seasoned warriors trailed behind an orange-haired man. A quartet of masked figures advancing with purpose. Target spotted, 2 o'clock. Estimated to converge in a minute. A member of the Umbu suddenly reported to Wind, who then instructed the boy to scout ahead. Silver, go check the situation. Understood, came the boy's concise response before he vanished from their sight. Seconds later, he encountered the target. Is this all there is? He mused contemptuously, observing the 4 burly men carrying a palanquin, flanked by a dozen or so thugs, their sheathed swords glinting in the sunlight. The group moved with the discipline and poise of a well-trained army, navigating the dense forest in an orderly and unhurried manner. With a swift leap, he landed among the treetops, dislodging a few withered leaves. Before any reaction could occur, he had already positioned himself amidst them. Assassin! The bodyguards quickly discerned their quarry and surged forward, while the men carrying the palanquin and the swordsmen hastily moved past, racing ahead. A joke? Do they truly believe they can escape? The youth harbored thoughts within, yet his expression remained perpetually as cold as ice, betraying not a hint of emotion even without the mask to conceal it. His slender, pale fingers rested behind his waist, while the power beneath his feet gradually amassed. The kunai tightly gripped in his hands yearned for the baptism of blood, and the frigid air was saturated with a serene aura of death. As he beheld the figures charging recklessly towards him, the youth exhibited not a trace of disarray or fluctuation in his breath. In the next moment, the onslaught of warriors fell one by one into a pool of blood, while reinforcements arriving from a distance hesitated in their advance. Without a care, the youth flicked the blood from the kunai, droplets of crimson splattering upon the surrounding trees and grass. The stream of blood pooling beneath his feet painted a strikingly vivid scarlet across the verdant forest, and as he took another light step forward, the bewildered warriors met their demise. It is accomplished, the youth mused to himself. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from nearby, as the wind carried the severed head of a man to his feet. 2 figures from the shadowy realm behind him had just finished cleansing the battlefield with the fire release, great fireball technique, a flame igniting and swiftly engulfing the entire clearing. Mission accomplished, let us depart. The wind commanded, and the 2 shadowy figures promptly vanished. You may go ahead, I will handle the aftermath here. Silver coldly replied to the wind. The man merely chuckled softly, as the earth beneath them softened and sank like quicksand. Earth release. Hell swamp. The youth squatted down, slowly retracting his hands from the ground. Looking up, he saw the flames licking higher, and it would not be long before the entire forest turned to ash. Water release. Water dragon jutsu. The youth remained rooted in place, watching as 5 water dragons descended from the heavens, instantly dousing the roaring inferno. Dense smoke rapidly enveloped the forest. The youth coughed twice, pressing a hand to his chest, and without lingering, he vanished beneath the shade of the trees. Silver, your performance in this mission was commendable, yet you continually bestow your accolades upon your seniors. What about yourself? With a contemplative expression, Danzo inquired, but Ian remained silent, steadfastly rooted in place. Well, this matter is behind us. Come to the basement. As he watched Danzo's retreating silhouette, Ian's hand involuntarily trembled. That room, which haunted his dreams for 7 long years, had incessantly tormented his fragile spirit. Through mental manipulation, drug trials, and human modification, Danzo had employed every conceivable method. Yet he had failed to witness the figure of Ian, who had once repelled Uchiha Obito with a single blow, in a state of shadowy power. Danzo yearned for that formidable and enigmatic force to be harnessed for his own use. He had exerted great effort to draw Ian into root, striving tirelessly to unveil the latent power within him. But after 7 years, he had achieved nothing. 10 minutes later, Ian arrived at the entrance of the basement, where two operatives clad in white coats stood at either side, opening the door for him. Ian naturally seated himself in the reclining chair as the operatives began preparing for the experiment. After a flurry of activity, a dense web of neural connection electrodes encircled the chair. Danzo appeared silently in the basement. Upon a nod from the operatives, they departed. Still reticent, Danzo remained uncommunicative, and Ian knew the question he wished to pose. Yet, even he was uncertain of the power he spoke of, let alone how to manifest it. Electric currents gradually coursed from his temples to his fingertips, spreading throughout his body. Ian, long accustomed to this sensation, felt no pain, only a faint awareness of the electricity flowing through his nerves and blood, rendering him soft and agile. It seems you have grown accustomed to these little devices. Did you think I would be powerless against you? Danzo remarked coldly. If you do not hasten to unlock your potential, you will continue to suffer this torment. Yes, Lord Danzo. Next time, I shall be stronger than I am now, Ian replied wearily, reclining in the chair laden with detection lines. His silver hair cascading down the backrest like a waterfall of severed threads, taking shallow, greedy breaths of air in rhythm with the rising and falling of his chest. Having once again evaded the clutches of death, Ian stumbled to his feet. Outside the door, the two operatives stood motionless, awaiting his departure. A few days later, having just recovered from his injuries, Ian received a mission of great significance, as it was personally overseen by Danzo, who insisted that Ian accompany him. Tomorrow, I shall visit Temigakure. You will accompany me and Toryuni, Danzo instructed, vanishing without affording him a choice. Gazing down the empty underground corridor, sparse sunlight trickled through the interstices of the floors, casting a gentle glow upon Yin's face. The white mask he wore seemed less ominous in the light. A gust of wind swept past, ruffling the strands of hair at his temples, and in that moment, Ian resembled a solitary eagle, yearning to soar through the clear sky amidst the darkness. Are you Ian? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Silver turned leisurely to face the newcomer, a young man clad in a purple bodysuit, who appeared to be of similar age to Silver. Are you Toryuni? Silver asked dismissively. Lord Tawanzo has informed you that tomorrow's mission is of utmost importance. So be sure not to make any mistakes, Toryuni reiterated, cautioning him with a serious tone. I appreciate your guidance. Silver replied with a calm yet disdainful tone before vanishing into the corridor. Early the next morning, Silver and his companions set forth towards Rain Ninja Village as planned. Along the way, torrential rain began to pour down incessantly from the land of water. The group paid no heed to the heavens' lament, racing through desolate villages directly towards the heart of Rain Ninja. Throughout their journey, aside from the abandoned corpses scattered due to the ravages of war, human presence was nearly non-existent. However, as they approached a nearby village, the trio fell into an ambush. Toryuni gestured for Silver to stay back, while Tawanzo swiftly traversed the village ahead. Countless shurikens rained down alongside the downpour. Without hesitation, Silver unleashed 2 earthen dragons as part of his earth release technique, one enveloping himself completely, while the other surged towards Tawanzo, instantly dissolving the crisis on both fronts. Hold your ground here. I shall go protect Lord Tawanzo, Toryuni instructed before hastily making his way towards Tawanzo, leaving Silver to confront the unseen assailants alone. As the stone dragon collapsed, Silver gazed up at the overcast sky, the relentless rain washing away the grime from his body. Soaked to the skin, he felt a chill creep over him, perhaps a lingering effect of his previous injuries, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Meanwhile, under a clear blue sky, the Konoha Academy buzzed with the excitement of children being released from class. The moment the bell rang, the youngsters could hardly contain their enthusiasm. Class is over. Where shall we go to play? One boy with white pupils asked as he tapped a young man's shoulder. What about you all? Any suggestions? He replied, prompting 2 others to crowd around. Sorry, my dad is here to pick me up today. I must leave. Goodbye, one said, followed by another with a similar excuse as they dashed out of sight. The boy sighed, looking back at the white-eyed youth with slight disappointment. True. Let us play together next time. I'll be on my way. As he spoke, he hurriedly departed. Watching the silhouettes of his companions fade away, a genuine sigh escaped his lips, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Kondo Makoto, a boy of unknown origins rescued from the battlefield, had spent 11 years in Konoha, where solitude and indifference were his constant companions. The human heart is thus. He grew accustomed to loneliness from a young age. Yet, in an effort to blend in with those around him, he often forced himself to assimilate into his surroundings, fearing the sting of neglect. At that moment, he walked along the riverbank in a daze, the warm glow of the setting sun bathing his face in comfort, while within him, a chilling darkness prevailed. He was parentless, unaware of his lineage, only recalling the time a woman had brought him to Konoha and entrusted him to an elderly couple who ran a general store. In the tumultuous years of war, the image of the figure who had snatched him from the clutches of death still lingered in his mind. Yet the moment he received news of her demise, the light within him dimmed. "Hey kid, why the long face? Children should be full of vigor. How about a jog together?" A man clad in green called out ahead. However, Makoto had little desire to engage, continuing his leisurely walk. His mind still preoccupied with the departing figures. Why am I not liked? With a sudden smack, someone playfully tapped him on the back of the head. Startled, he turned to see Guy grinning broadly. "What is your name? Why are you here brooding all alone?" Makoto merely shot him a glare, offering no reply. Even if he spoke, it would change nothing, he reminded himself. Yet, the man lingered by his side, incessantly chattering about racing him around the village. To which Makoto remained nonchalant, offering no response. Suddenly, a stone was tossed in his direction, striking him as he momentarily lost focus. Fuming, he sprinted after the man, and they continued their chase until nightfall, breathless and panting as they collapsed outside a shop. "So what is your name? You never answered me earlier. Impressive that you kept up with me for so long." The browed man teased, albeit weakly. The boy, exhausted, struggled to catch his breath, and before long, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were set before him. It was then that he recognized the establishment as Ichiraku Ramen, causing his stomach to grumble in response. In a moment of hesitation, he wasted no time and began to devour the delicious meal voraciously, finishing it in the blink of an eye. Guy smiled at him, seemingly ready to say something, but Makoto interjected first. "Your teacher Guy, right? I'm Makoto. I remember you and Kakashi-sensei live nearby. Is that so?" Kai gazed at the boy with a hint of surprise, as if he had never truly noticed him before. However, he quickly broke into a radiant smile and exclaimed, "How genuine. Judging by your appearance, your physique must be quite robust. How about we exercise together every day? After all, the key to a productive day lies in the morning. Engaging in morning exercises and allowing your body to embrace the rejuvenating essence of nature is such a splendid endeavor. What do you say? Let us commence tomorrow." He continued to chatter enthusiastically in the boy's ear until they found themselves standing beneath the eaves. "How would you respond?" Kai, still filled with anticipation, looked at him expectantly. Perhaps it was a habit of sincerity, a desire not to disappoint others that had him unconsciously agreeing. Afterward, he returned home and plunged into a deep slumber. As the rain washed over him, Ian lowered his head, acutely attuned to everything around him. The earth, cleansed by the relentless downpour, became transparent and pure. The puddles reflected his damp silver hair, while the contours of his marionette-like face blurred amidst the raindrops. Behind him, several figures emerged, cold swords descending mercilessly towards the boy. He remained motionless, fixated on his own visage. The frigid mask effectively concealed the turmoil within. As several glints of cold light fell, the boy's form disintegrated into a puddle scattered upon the ground. "What? A water clone?" The adversaries glanced around in astonishment. Suddenly, a voice shattered their uncertainty. Above, the 4 of them abruptly looked up, only to see a massive stone disc plummeting towards them, engulfing them in a cascade of rubble within an instant. "That little brat, a leaf ninja, is adept at both water and earth techniques. Clearly, we underestimated him," one man muttered. Just then, 2 figures emerged behind him. "You should clarify the situation before making a move," scolded a girl with purple hair, while a red-haired youth beside her attempted to mediate, saying, "All right, they are not to be trifled with. Let us not quarrel at this moment. We should first ascertain the enemy's movements." "Nagato," the girl called out, somewhat perplexed, as the 2 decided to step outside to uncover the truth. A fierce wind suddenly assailed them. The youth skilled in wind release reacted swiftly, thrusting his palm forward to counter the abrupt attack. "That kid. He can even utilize wind release." The others waiting nearby stared in astonishment at Ian. "You should retreat," the red-haired boy instructed, blocking the girl's advance. The 3 stood in a standoff, separated by several meters. "Water release, water wave chaos." Ian formed a hand seal and gazed at his opponents. Suddenly, towering walls of water surged from the high ground, rushing toward the 3 at the center. The tide swept away everything in its path. And as the water approached the center, in the next moment, Ian had already appeared atop the previously flooded high ground. He stared impassively at the colossal whirlpool beneath him and the fleeing ambushers, his tightly clenched fists striving to maintain his focus. The relentless exertion of the recent incantations had drained his vitality, causing his physical strength to wane rapidly. At this moment, he clung to his resolve with sheer tenacity. The overwhelming force surged forth, yet suddenly, the ground beneath him plummeted, and the colossal waves were swiftly absorbed into the earth. Silver gazed intently at the crimson-haired youth, whose rippling irises seemed poised to penetrate his very being, sending a chilling wave of dread coursing through Silver's veins. He is formidable. A shiver of fear, born from the awareness of absolute power, surged within Silver as he regarded the young man. What brings you, the brat from Konoha, to this place? What is your purpose? The youth inquired, his gaze fixed upon Silver above. Silver remained silent, yet the lingering unease from earlier stirred within him. Nevertheless, his body surged forward, racing towards the young boy and girl. As he ran, he swiftly formed seals for the water release, water dragon technique. A ferocious water dragon surged towards the youth, but before it could reach them, a towering earthen wall arose to obstruct its path. Meanwhile, the girl's agile figure emerged, unleashing a torrent of white shurikens that cascaded towards him in overwhelming numbers. Silver made an astute judgment. The fire release technique, Grand Fireball, conjured a colossal fireball that erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing the white shuriken before him. The fierce flames, undeterred by the pouring rain, surged forward relentlessly towards the two. What? The youth exclaimed in astonishment, retreating a few steps, only to become aware of his companion behind him, with hands forming the tiger seal. A muffled sound followed as two fireballs clashed in a fierce contest. Gradually, Silver's fireball was pushed back, and before long, it was entirely consumed by the opposing force, transforming into an even more ferocious blaze that surged toward him. Damn it! Silver spat, vanishing instantaneously. In his previous position, the enormous fireball raced past, hurtling towards the elevated ground behind him. With a deafening explosion, Silver emerged slowly from a distant mound of earth, only to find several cold blades poised threateningly against his neck. Surrounded by a multitude of adversaries, he, drained of strength, reluctantly surrendered. The rain began to wane, replaced by an increasingly tempestuous storm. The fierce wind billowed through everyone's garments, the drenched coats flapping as droplets mercilessly struck each face. Silver lay quietly bound to the ground, as if awaiting the final judgment before the dark night. I shall ask you once more, the leaf ninja persisted, undeterred by the silence. Yet, Silver remained mute. Enough, Nagato. This fellow has not uttered a word from the beginning. It seems he has no intention of conversing with us, the girl complained with a hint of impatience. No, he is merely following orders. Until we ascertain the threat, we should refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. I believe we should interrogate him properly, the youth proposed, gradually approaching Silver. Let me handle this. The girl patted the boy's shoulder, pulling him back, and swiftly advanced to stand before Silver. He gazed intently at the maiden, her violet hair, glistening in the rain, exuding an alluring charm. The girl extended her hand directly towards Silver's cheek. Reacting instantly, he recoiled sharply, only to find himself against a wall of menacing figures. Rest assured, we mean you no harm, since we do not intend to kill you. You should at least be honest with us, right? This mask is quite impolite, don't you think? She explained expressionlessly, her hand swiftly making contact with his face. Despite Silver's quick reflexes, the mask was ruthlessly torn away. In an instant, his silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, flailing wildly in the wrath of the wind. His vacant pupils remained fixated on the girl before him, and at that moment, both were frozen in place. A woman? The girl stared in astonishment at the breathtaking visage before her. Delicate, slender brows, radiant starry eyes, a flawless face, and luscious, crimson lips. In that instant, it seemed as though the world around them ceased to exist. Only she remained, an inexplicable magnetism drawing her in, while others nearby even whistled in admiration. Silver glared at the young girl with gritted teeth, his hands deftly and swiftly moving behind him. Be careful. Suddenly, a man shouted from behind. But Silver had already seized the girl's neck with a swift and fierce grip, her delicate and fair skin quivering faintly in his hold. None of you move. The frail warning emitted by Ian was utterly inconsequential to the seasoned veterans of the battlefield. They stood idly by, as if spectators at a play, allowing Ian and the young girl to retreat to the side, their earlier moment of concern dissipating into nothingness. The girl, treated as a hostage, clung closely to Een as they retreated up the hillside. Despite the awkwardness resulting from a momentary lapse, should she choose to resist, Yin's threats would be rendered entirely ineffective. She could distinctly perceive the tremor in his right hand, and his erratic breath struggled to maintain a semblance of composure under the weight of his iron will. Together, they stumbled down the slope, and in a sudden leap, Een vanished from their sight. "Let us pursue," others shouted as they charged forward, but they were swiftly reprimanded. "Stop right there. Ignore her. For now, she poses no threat to us. Given her severe injuries, it's remarkable she has held on this long. We have important matters to attend to today. Once Mexico returns, we shall deliberate on our course of action." The girl's few words sufficed to quell the restless crowd. After several minutes of conflict, Een was utterly exhausted, leaving a chaotic trail of imprints upon the muddy path as he staggered toward his destination. At that moment, Danzo had arrived in a secluded valley, seated across from Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure. "Are you suggesting we eradicate Akatsuki?" Hanzo inquired, his gaze filled with skepticism. "They are merely a band of inexperienced youth, emboldened by their impetuousness, playing at saviors as if it were a child's game. Do you not find such a group a nuisance in your territory?" Danzo countered. "Their strength should not be underestimated. I have witnessed it firsthand. However, the world is currently in turmoil. If I were to devote myself entirely to exterminating them, it would inevitably provide others with an opportunity," Hanzo replied with a wry smile. Observing Hanzo's lingering doubts, Danzo was not in a hurry to persuade him. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, he rose to his feet. "Very well then. If you remain concerned, I shall take my leave. Should you require my assistance at any point, do not hesitate to summon me. The route will provide unwavering support." Just as Danzo exited the tent, Een precariously descended the narrow path from the valley. "Why the delay? The negotiations are already concluded," Danzo remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. While Een offered no rebuttal, quietly following behind as they departed. After bidding farewell, Hanzo smirked derisively and proceeded to the desolate expanse beyond the valley. Two forces prepared for confrontation, standing tens of meters apart, their silhouettes framed by crumbling ruins. In the center of the clearing, a spirited orange-haired man approached Hanzo with the enthusiasm of an old friend reuniting after a long separation. In the distance, Danzo observed the gathering crowd with a cold gaze, his plans already meticulously calculated. Yin's attention, however, was drawn to a purple-haired woman lingering behind. Was she also one of theirs? The silver-haired fox gazed at her with suspicion, yet the image of her delicate face lingered in his memory. Upon returning to the village, he was immediately commanded to rest and recuperate, a first in his life. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he obediently remained within the confines of his modest room. Surrounded by bare walls and with nothing to occupy his time, he was overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. Having never experienced such idleness, he found that idling away the day was far less engaging than embarking on a mission. His vacant stare was fixed upon the closed door, and he lost track of time. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the familiar, muffled sound of a cane striking the floor jolted him back to reality. He hastily jumped from his bed as Danzo entered with a stern expression, followed closely by F. "Lord Danzo, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. What commands do you have?" Silver adeptly engaged in polite conversation, but Danzo maintained his usual demeanor, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Just as Silver was about to voice his inquiries, Danzo's aged voice echoed within the room. "There is a particularly special mission that requires your execution. Come, let us assess your injuries. If all is well, I hope you can depart by tomorrow." "Yes, Lord Danzo." Without a moment's hesitation, Silver acquiesced. The special mission. Early the next morning, Silver arrived at the underground corridor, where the faint light of dawn softly illuminated the passage. The silence was punctuated only by the sound of his own footsteps. "Have you arrived?" Danzo inquired, to which Silver merely lowered his gaze. Danzo approached him and handed over a scroll. "What is this?" Silver asked, perplexed, lifting his eyes to meet Danzo's. "What it contains is of no consequence. I need you to deliver this to a certain individual in a village located in the land of rice. You will learn everything else upon meeting that person. Now go," Danzo stated before disappearing into the shadows without a backward glance. Upon reaching the surface, Silver swiftly navigated through the heavily guarded outpost and made his way toward the land of rice. The sky was still dimly lit, with the gray light of dawn casting a subtle shadow across the horizon. The sun had yet to rise when Naruto was roused from his slumber by Kai, who insisted it was time for morning exercises. Reluctantly, Naruto rubbed the sleep from his eyes and followed him outside, despite his eyelids still fighting for dominance. Yet, his feet began to move with the melodious calls of morning birds, and by the time the sun had risen halfway up the mountain, he found himself breathlessly seated on the ground at the school entrance. Naruto, from now on, I will teach you how to work out every day. So don't you dare slack off, Kai declared confidently, though Naruto cast him a disgruntled look as Kai rambled on. As a reward, how about I teach you some body techniques? He proposed, looking back at Naruto with an inquisitive expression. Body techniques? Gazing at him with genuine bewilderment, he soon sprang into action, demonstrating the techniques he took great pride in. While she watched with keen interest, fatigue gradually enveloped her. As classmates trickled into the school, she rose to bid farewell to Kai. Throughout the day, her spirit waned, rendering her nearly incapable of focusing on her lessons, and before she knew it, the school day had come to an end. A few companions attempted to engage her in playful banter, but she lacked the energy to respond. Strolling alone along the riverside path, she chose not to join Qianlu and the others for play, utterly drained. It dawned on her that she would not be able to join teacher Kai for morning exercises the following day. Under the twilight's embrace, she walked along the riverbank, occasionally kicking pebbles that sent ripples across the water's surface. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the riverbank, prompting her to rush towards the sound. There, a group of boys, roughly her age, were surrounding a silver-haired girl, tormenting her. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward, demanding, "What are you doing?" Her voice, filled with righteous indignation, caught their attention. They turned, glaring at her with disdain. "Who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs?" Two burly boys advanced toward her, and fear gripped her, causing her to retreat. Yet, amidst her trepidation, she caught a glimpse of the frail figure behind them. The girl's eyes radiated a melancholic sorrow, reminiscent of her own solitary moments gazing at the night sky from her bed. In that instant, she seemed to perceive her own reflection within the depths of the girl's gaze. "Why are you bullying a girl?" she exclaimed, a surge of defiance igniting within her as she chastised the two boys. However, her efforts were futile, as the odds were stacked against her. In mere moments, she found herself in a disheveled state, yet the girl remained encircled by the bullies. "You brutes!" she shouted, her voice piercing through the air. Impulsively, she dashed towards the girl, grasping her hand and fleeing in the direction from which she had come. The evening breeze caressed their faces, and she felt as if she were flying, the pursuers seemingly unable to keep pace. Time slipped away as they reached a small hill not far off, collapsing onto the grass, both panting heavily. For a long while, silence enveloped them. Eventually, a voice broke the tranquility, echoing from behind them. "Miss, where are you?" A melodious voice grew nearer, prompting them to rise and head up the hill. The girl quickened her pace, and upon reaching the summit, she leaped into the embrace of a striking woman. "Miss, do not wander off again. You worried us sick. You are a treasure, and we cannot bear any misfortune befalling you. Understand, princess?" She blurted out involuntarily, and the woman immediately appeared flustered, as if caught in a transgression. "Miss, everyone is waiting for you. We must return swiftly." Initially hesitant, she glanced at Jun, and then swiftly followed her. Jun called out from behind, "What is your name?" Yet, they continued forward without turning back. Not far away, a carriage stood still, and he gazed intently at her retreating figure, her long silver hair shimmering beautifully in the glow of the setting sun, evoking a sense of tranquility and familiarity. Where are you going?" A young man's voice resonated from a distance. Jun's heart skipped a beat, and a multitude of memories flooded his mind. A beautiful woman with silver hair smiling warmly at him. "Is that Sister E?" A sharp pang pierced his heart as a torrent of thoughts surged forth, dredging up long-forgotten memories. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and dashed in the direction she had departed. Stumbling along the way, it felt as though his heart brimmed with questions he yearned to ask her, yet he was at a loss for words. After running for what seemed an eternity, he still could not catch sight of her, only faintly hearing the sound of hooves echoing from the endless distance. "Sister E." Tears began to flow uncontrollably as Jun knelt upon the ground, his sorrow seeping through the wheel ruts into the earth. The past inundated his mind once more, and he remained motionless on the ground. As night descended, the young man sat apathetically, his gaze vacant, fixated on the tranquil river surface. where the reflection of a waning moon flickered softly in the gentle breeze. Silver gazed up at the crescent moon in the night sky, his pace gradually quickening. Before long, he arrived at the location marked on the map. With a leap, he descended from the tree, landing amidst a thick carpet of fallen leaves that had accumulated to an unknown height. Silver glanced around, seemingly awaiting the arrival of something significant. After a long while, aside from the distant murmur of nightingales and the howling of the cold wind, he had nothing to show for his weight. In a fit of boredom, he kicked at the leaves surrounding him, when suddenly, the faint sound of a stone dropping to the ground caught his attention. He took several quick steps forward, only to find himself slipping and falling into an abyss. Darkness enveloped the entire space, devoid of any light. Silver tumbled to the ground in disarray, his situation quite precarious. In the dark, he groped his way back to his feet, stumbling through the obscurity. The rustling of dry branches and leaves beneath his feet echoed around him, until a series of dissonant sounds pierced the atmosphere near his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Silver leapt back, employing the fire release, great fireball technique. A burst of flame erupted, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Countless glimmers of cold light flickered amidst the shadows, as serpentine forms coiled and writhed beneath his feet. Instinctively, Silver began to retreat, but a chilling presence surged behind him. Gripping his kunai tightly, the azure chakra blade shimmered with a subtle vibration. In the next moment, a massive serpent loomed before him, and their accidental gaze met, sending a shiver down Silver's spine. The oppressive chill emanating from their eye contact instilled an inexplicable dread within him, a suffocating sensation that made his breathing increasingly labored, his heartbeat quickening, and his fingertips growing numb. "Ah, you have arrived." A voice shattered the stifling atmosphere. Silver turned to see a figure bathed in light slowly approaching, eventually halting a few steps away. In that instant, the massive serpent vanished without a trace, along with the shadows at his feet. Observing the long-haired man before him, Silver radiated a heightened sense of vigilance. The newcomer sensed Silver's wariness and responded with a cheerful smile. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. You must be the messenger from the Hidden Sound Village, right? Lord Orochimaru has been anticipating your arrival." After speaking, Ian stepped forward in the direction indicated by the man. Bathed in the faint glow of candlelight, he discerned the surroundings. The mottled rock walls were overrun with withered grass, and countless vines twisted through the crevices, stretching infinitely into the depths of darkness. Time slipped away unnoticed as Ian silently followed the man, eventually arriving at the end of the path. The man halted before a door, resting his hand on the handle. Yin's gaze followed, and through the heavy stone door, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from within, cold and ominous. A sharp, killing intent seeped through the narrow crack of the door, causing Ian to swallow hard. "Lord Orochimaru, I have brought him," the man announced, and without awaiting a response, he opened the door. Before Yin's eyes stood a figure busily engaged at a laboratory table cluttered with countless vials and jars. The man did not turn but remained engrossed in manipulating the test tube in his hand. Nearby, a screen displayed a steady rhythm of intertwining curves and waves. After a cursory glance around, Yin's gaze settled on the figure at the lab table. It was unmistakably him. Yin silently affirmed within himself. Finally, as the man observed the color of the last test tube shift to purple, a faint smile of satisfaction broke across his face. He turned, his eyes, imbued with lethal intent, fixed intently on Yin, and in that instant, Yin's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. "What's the matter, little one?" Orochimaru inquired with a sinister smile. Yin regained his composure swiftly and subsequently retrieved a scroll from his bag, extending it to Orochimaru. The latter casually unfurled the scroll, followed by a derisive chuckle. "Little brat, why so anxious? Your hand trembles quite noticeably. Do you require my assistance in examining it?" Silver cautiously stepped back, and out of courtesy, he promptly replied, "There is no need for Lord Orochimaru to trouble himself. I shall await your response here." Orochimaru refrained from further teasing Silver and scrutinized the contents of the scroll until he reached its conclusion. When his gaze fell upon the ending, his brow involuntarily arched, and he subsequently rolled up the scroll, placing it on the experimental table. "Kabuto, provide this young one with the reward for the A-rank mission." While tidying the table, Orochimaru instructed the long-haired man beside him. The man initially appeared taken aback, but soon his eyes gleamed with understanding as he exited the room. Before long, he returned to Silver, bearing a bag and a scroll. "This is your reward, a token of my appreciation. Should opportunities arise in the future, I hope you will serve me well, Orochimaru remarked as the man handed the bag and scroll to Silver. Furthermore, this is a reply for Danzo. Upon your exit, head east. You shall return to Konoha by day's end. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, and Silver, feeling a twinge of distaste, nodded and departed the room. After watching Silver's retreating figure, the man let out a long sigh and removed the human skin mask from his face. He then naturally retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket and donned them before re-entering the room. Kabuto, the boy has been sent off, Orochimaru inquired knowingly. Kabuto, standing perplexed, questioned, why hand over the scroll to him? While we need not concern ourselves with Danzo, during negotiations one should not harm the messenger, especially when the other party is merely a novice. I fail to comprehend Lord Orochimaru's intent in using him in such a manner. Kabuto, not everything requires explanation. As I mentioned earlier, even when one knows the inevitable outcome, there lingers a hope for an alternate conclusion. Thus, I provided him with the reward he rightfully deserves. Did I not? Moreover, it is Danzo who wields the knife, not I, Orochimaru replied, lost in his own thoughts. Observing Kabuto's continued confusion, Orochimaru offered no further clarification. Exiting the underground base, Silver now traversed swiftly through the forest beneath the faint moonlight. After several minutes, he had distanced himself from the previous thicket. Clutching the scroll, Silver mused that Lord Danzo awaited him in the village, quickening his pace. However, in a moment of distraction, a flurry of cold shuriken shot forth from the shadows. Despite Silver's rapid reflexes, he sustained cuts on his cheek and arm. Landing on the ground, Silver regarded the heights with a serious expression as the shattered mask slowly crumbled, leaving only the left eye portion still affixed to his head. The evening breeze tousled his silvery hair, shimmering brilliantly under the dim moonlight. A woman? The adversary queried, scrutinizing Silver below. Silver cast a grave glance around, counting 36 individuals. As his gaze passed over the final figure, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him, prompting a long exhale. Little brat, hand over the item. It does not belong to you. We have been searching for it for quite some time. Although I am unaware of how you acquired it, I suggest you comply, for we may consider sparing you, remarked a member of the Umbu, standing resolutely atop a tree. Despite being labeled as Umbu, the markings on their masks revealed affiliations with the Hidden Mist, the Hidden Grass, the Hidden Rain, and several other ninja insignias that Silver had not encountered before. All wore the distinctive masks of the Umbu. My apologies, but I am unaware of what you are referring to, Silver replied softly, and with that, he stepped forward into a narrow gap, prompting the others to swiftly follow in pursuit. As he observed the approaching figures, a sense of helplessness began to envelop him. Ever since the last mission involving the Rain Ninja, old wounds had begun to throb anew, and the pressure in his chest intensified, accompanied by dizziness clouding his mind. This is bad. Silver instinctively slowed his pace. At that moment, several enemies quickened their speed in pursuit, and kunai adorned with explosive tags whizzed past him from behind. Following a series of explosions, figures descended rapidly, encircling him. Just as one of them approached to flip him over, a sudden bang echoed. The enemy had swiftly realized it was a substitution. Meanwhile, less than 100 meters away, a solitary figure stealthily navigated through the underbrush, attempting to evade detection. However, this ruse was abruptly shattered as a hidden arrow struck from behind. Silver turned to face the silhouettes atop the trees, and behind him, the initial squad had finally arrived. Damn it, how dare they deceive us? Came a chorus of curses from the newcomers. Silver knelt silently on the ground, a ghostly smile fleetingly gracing his handsome visage. Before his adversaries could utter a word, he transformed into a pile of stones, languid and unguarded. What? Another substitute. The enemies were immediately engulfed in panic, scanning their surroundings. At this moment, Silver calmly emerged from the very place where he had initially met his demise, endeavoring to suppress his presence as he stealthily continued onward. Let us split up and search, one of the shadow operatives suggested, only to be swiftly halted by another. There's no need for haste. That little rascal is from Konoha. He will undoubtedly head toward the direction of Team A. If we simply lie in wait nearby and coordinate with Team A, we can capture him effortlessly, rather than exhausting ourselves running hither and thither. With that, the group vanished beneath the moonlight. Silver trudged forward with a weary frame, blood seeping from his wounds in a slow, steady trickle. The faint metallic scent effortlessly summoning a pack of bloodthirsty wolves in the stillness of the night. Having not ventured far, he sensed the ominous presence of danger. Clutching his kunai tightly, his rapid breaths gradually grew subdued as he attuned himself to the sounds surrounding him, the howling wind, the rustling leaves, and the hungry, blood-laden breaths that filled the air. Lowering his body to the ground, the surrounding grass swayed ominously, leaving Silver unable to ascertain his precarious situation or predict how much longer he could endure. His only resolve was to deliver the scroll clutched in his arms back to Konoha and hand it over to Danzo. Suddenly, a figure emerged, and several pairs of ravenous eyes fixated on his frail form, eagerly anticipating the chance to partake in this long-awaited feast. However, to their astonishment, the seemingly moribund figure darted past them like a gust of wind, and then a cascade of blood followed as several figures collapsed to the ground, causing the lurking watchers in the shadows to halt their advance. The silver figure, moving with a hesitant gait, continued onward, having already crossed the borders of the land of fields. It appears that his words held truth. This path indeed proves to be significantly swifter than the one taken before. A gentle smile graced Silver's lips as he gazed at the tranquil night sky, leaning against the trunk of a tree for a brief respite. However, just as he closed his heavy eyelids, a piercing pain surged through him in an instant. Silver clutched his chest and stumbled to his feet, hot blood streaming forth like a relentless wave. As he glanced down at the arrow embedded in his chest, crimson droplets cascaded from the corner of his mouth to the earth below. Gritting his teeth, Silver began to run, oblivious to the arrows aimed at his back. A sharp whoosh pierced the air as two cold arrows struck his kneecaps with unerring precision. His weakened body crumpled forward like a marionette with severed strings, and the shadow he had cradled fell alongside him. He could no longer muster the strength to flee. Just a mere brat, and we went through such trouble. A faint voice echoed above Silver, whose vision had already grown indistinct. A man bent down to retrieve the scroll from the ground and gestured to his companions, signaling that the mission was accomplished before vanishing into the grass with several other ninjas. What should we do with this leaf brat? A mist ninja inquired, glancing around at the others, whose masked faces concealed their thoughts, each mind weighing the situation. Kill him, what else? Came a voice in response, while Silver's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. No, he could be of great use. Another sinister voice countered, only to be met with disdain from the others present. You, put away that twisted obsession. He is just a child. What is so special about him? A derisive laugh echoed around them. The others shook their heads in silence and followed the mist ninja, holding the scroll as he departed, leaving behind the lecherous figure who eagerly approached the dying body. Just as his foot stepped onto the silver fringe, a white silhouette darted through the edge of the woods. Before anyone could fully vacate the clearing, a sudden strange sound erupted from behind them. Hey, that guy, a member of the Rain Ninjas, Umbu complained. But his words were abruptly silenced when a head fell from the sky, sweeping away their discontent. Who goes there? Everyone tensed and scanned their surroundings. Besides the headless man still standing beside Silver, there were no other beings in sight. Show yourself. Who are you? Stop with the theatrics and reveal yourself. As the headless body slowly toppled, fear surged within them, and reinforcements arriving at the sound also grew anxious. Are you all back? The mist ninja asked nervously, his words laced with unease and dread. As they sought to uncover the truth, a fleeting white shadow appeared, prompting everyone to instinctively step back, all launching an offensive toward the center. Before them stood but a single figure, a silhouette clad in a flowing white robe, whose silvery hair appeared somewhat dim under the faint light of dawn. The newcomer remained silent, standing still, while the tension among the others escalated. Eliminate her. She is but one person, a brash warrior, embodying the spirit of a true fighter, charged forward, inadvertently sealing the fate of all present. The woman silently gazed at the figure of Silver sprawled on the ground, then gently snapped her fingers. An invisible pressure emanated from her, creating a dust cloud, a white mirror barrier. Before the allied forces could reach her, a faint white mist rapidly expanded outward, as if a gentle breeze had swept through, causing all actions to abruptly cease. The wind pressure radiated from the center of the clearing, affecting nearly 100 meters in all directions, petrifying all life in its path. Then, a soft breeze swept over, and countless figures danced gracefully, carried along by the sighing winds into the endless night sky. The woman regarded the desolate expanse, seemingly unfazed by her own handiwork. She lifted the sleeping Silver and vanished into the wilderness before dawn. When Silver awakened once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar setting. Rugged stones towering before him. A gentle breeze wafted from his right, and as he slowly regained consciousness, he realized he lay upon a rocky ledge within a cave. He gradually sat up, his frail body causing dizziness to wash over him. A figure began to materialize before his eyes, and instinctively, he tensed, though his body betrayed him. Lacking the strength to remain upright, and he toppled back, leaning against a soft form. A captivating fragrance wafted from behind, instantly rousing Silver from his stupor. As he turned abruptly, the weak morning light filtering through the cave entrance illuminated silvery strands cascading over delicate shoulders, a familiar essence emanating from beneath a cold mask. Sistery. Silver's pale lips trembled, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. He yearned to rush forward and embrace that cherished memory, yet when the figure heard his calling, she merely offered a faint smile. Before Silver could utter more, the woman interrupted this moment of nostalgia. "You are mistaken. I am not the sister you speak of. I merely passed by, witnessing the deplorable scene, and took the liberty of cleaning up a bit, as if tidying the world of some refuse. As for your sister, I believe you are referring to someone else." Her calm tone did not disrupt Silver's fervent emotions, and he longed to delve deeper into her identity. The woman, however, discerned his intentions. "Rather than concern yourself with your sister, you ought to focus on your own predicament. A dying man should not be preoccupied with others. Do not be so naive." With a sigh, she set down the basket she had been holding. "Am I to perish?" Silver murmured softly, his gaze vacant as he stared at the woman. He felt neither disdain nor the urge to retort at her sudden remark. After a sigh, the woman continued, "Don't you have matters to attend to? Return and report back. I will seek you out later. I possess the means to cure your affliction." As her words faded, she vanished from Silver's sight. Disappeared. Silver stared in astonishment at the now empty cave, gradually regaining his composure as he stepped out with heavy feet. The sun began to cast its warm light upon the earth. A gentle breeze caressing the vibrant red ribbons that danced in the air, enveloping the entire forest in a jubilant crimson glow. Breathing in the fresh air, Silver watched the cherry blossoms swirling gracefully around him, and the oppressive weight in his heart began to lift. He set forth along the path of cherry blossoms. Not far ahead, the faces of ancestors carved into Hokage rock gazed down, guarding the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village. The sun slowly ascended over the mountaintop, and he was already fully awake. Yet, he had no recollection of how he returned home the previous day. He only remembered waking early the next morning, ready by the time Guy called for him. "Ah, you're up so early today?" Guy exclaimed with surprise, but Silver responded with a somewhat stiff seriousness. "Sensei, you promised to teach me the way of taijutsu. I cannot let your words be in vain. From today onward, I shall rise earlier than you every day. I must grow stronger." With that, they both embarked on their morning training. However, Silver's mind remained ensnared by the voice from yesterday. "But she seemed to be of a similar age to me. It cannot be," he pondered. The entire morning passed in a haze for Silver. As the school day ended, the little ones rushed out of the classrooms at the sound of the bell, racing towards the playground. Silver walked alone through the bustling campus. Nearby, two figures leaned against the railing, observing the frolicking children below. "Hey, Kakashi, this time you should lead the team, right? You can't just keep listening. I hear there are some promising prospects this time," Guy inquired meaningfully. The other merely sighed, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Silver. Noticing this, Guy remarked with a hint of sadness, "That boy. I've heard he is not particularly liked at the Kondo household, always playing pranks and occasionally running away, which worries the couple greatly. Children will be children, always causing mischief. Besides, it's been some years since then. He has begun to remember. He cannot let go of Miss Yi's plight. I've heard that year, the couple nearly lost him. Now, reflecting on it, his current state serves as a comfort to the Kondo couple, especially as they age and need a spiritual anchor," Kakashi mused. Yet, Guy shifted the conversation to a different topic. Uncertain of Miss Yi's brother's current state, it was said that Kai hesitated to speak, while Kakashi's gaze revealed an inexplicable sorrow. The two sighed and gazed up at the azure sky. Sunlight cascaded gently into the dim underground corridor, where Ian trudged heavily towards the center of the hall. A somewhat stooped figure had long been standing there, and as Ian approached, Danzo turned, his serious expression causing Ian to tremble involuntarily. "Orochimaru, it appears you are unwilling to continue our collaboration, having released him instead. What winds are blowing your way?" Danzo silently scrutinized the weakened Ian, his inner doubts and suspicions growing heavier. "What are your intentions?" "Lord Danzo, I apologize, but Orochimaru's response," Ian began. only to be abruptly halted as a fierce killing intent emanated from Danzo, saturating the entire space. That is of no consequence. Your return is what matters. Danzo suppressed his inner fury, having already devised another plan in his mind. He then ordered Ian to withdraw before entering a room. Sunlight streamed into the eerily silent chamber, where thick layers of dust had accumulated on the table, reaching a remarkable height. That woman, whose fate was uncertain years ago, left him in this world, neglected and unheard. Are you truly dead, or have you merely endured in hiding for 7 or 8 years? Danzo pondered as he gazed out at the uneven rooftops of the buildings beyond, before hastily departing the quiet room. After leaving the corridor, Ian returned to his chamber alone. He shed his soiled shirt, the congealed blood having adhered to the fabric against his skin. With great caution, he removed the garment, revealing a back and arms marred by scars, exuding an inexplicable lament. Following a flurry of activity, he attended to his wounds with a rudimentary treatment, the image of his sister, lingering in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled her words from the morning. I will come to find you shortly. At this moment, a sense of urgency began to consume him. Are you ready? Let us depart. A voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him, startling Ian so profoundly that he nearly collapsed to the ground. Gazing at the figure before him, his heart swelled with both joy and apprehension. Alert, he stepped outside to survey his surroundings before closing the door. Yet, before he could turn back, he found himself once again within the cavern. As he beheld the cherry blossoms swirling outside, a touch of gentleness and vitality seemed to illuminate his gaze. The woman approached him, commanding him to remove his shirt. Ian felt a twinge of discomfort, fidgeting slightly, while she, growing impatient, stepped forward, causing him to retreat against the wall in fright. I'll do it myself, he stammered. Hurry, she urged, her anxiety palpable as she watched him. After a flurry of rustling sounds, his scarred back abruptly came into her view, and the atmosphere grew heavy with an unspoken tension. Unable to resist, she reached out her trembling right hand towards his marred back, a chill enveloping them as her icy fingers traced the contours of his healing scars. Ian stood motionless, a sense of worry enveloping him as he allowed her frigid touch to roam over his wounds. After a prolonged silence, Ian could no longer contain himself and spoke, prompting her to cease her movements and step closer to him. Take this, she said, offering him a small vial. Ian glanced at the object in his hand, then back at her. Behind an impassive mask, her thoughts remained inscrutable. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and swallowed the contents in one swift motion. An immediate wave of searing pain coursing through him, as if countless ants were crawling over his wounds. Silver crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, his lips parting as if to voice something. Yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength. The agonizing throb in his head gradually dulled his consciousness, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke once more, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm orange glow across the cherry blossom grove. Clad in his garments, Silver stepped outside, a peculiar sense of ease and comfort enveloping him, leaving him perplexed. His gaze fell upon a solitary figure in the distance, and he halted abruptly. The woman before him radiated an air of proud desolation and sorrow, drawing him closer, yet instilling a sense of trepidation. Her dark, lustrous hair swayed gently in the breeze, and a familiar, intoxicating fragrance mingled with the scent of cherry blossoms enveloped him. Instinctively, Silver inhaled deeply. Awake at last? How do you feel? The woman inquired from afar. He hurried towards her, bowing deeply. Thank you for healing my wounds. Observing the unblemished state of his arm and the absence of pain in his knee, he assumed his back was likewise unscathed. With a smile, he lifted his gaze as she presented him with a vial, instructing, for the next month, try to refrain from intense physical activity and, if possible, avoid using chakra. After 1 month, consume this potion, and your external injuries should be nearly healed. External injuries? Silver murmured, his intuition piqued. The woman, aware of his thoughts, continued. Your internal injuries are severe. You are on the brink of death. The long-standing accumulation of stagnant blood and previous ailments have formed a stubborn affliction, compounded by chronic exhaustion and a disordered nervous system. Should treatment be neglected, your life hangs in the balance. Therefore, I require additional time to devise an appropriate remedy for your condition. No need. Silver promptly declined her offer of further assistance. The woman merely smirked with disdain. Do you underestimate me? I do not wish for you to perish. Even the Grim Reaper would be powerless against my resolve. Rest assured and recuperate in the village. Hearing her imperious tone, Silver felt compelled to remain silent. After a moment of reflection, as cherry petals drifted down to rest upon her hair, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What has happened to your hair? Such attention to detail, the woman mused internally, though her words betrayed a different sentiment. That is not your concern. Furthermore, you are to speak of my situation to no one, not even to your esteemed Danzo. She emphasized the last name with deliberate intensity. He nodded in acknowledgement and began to relish the enchanting scenery at dusk. Countless petals danced in the wind, swirling around the woman. The silhouette illuminated by the setting sun abruptly evoked memories from Yin's past. Sister E, he silently called out, a sensation of unparalleled comfort and joy gradually enveloping his heart. The wind whispered, and as flowers scattered, Yin unexpectedly released his chakra towards the ground, summoning a gentle breeze that sent the fallen cherry blossoms into a graceful waltz. In an instant, the entire cherry grove was immersed in an atmosphere of bliss and romance. Gazing at the sky filled with cherry blossoms, the woman sighed softly, and her inner sorrow seemed to wane. She turned to Yin, offering him an object, and the melancholic ambience expanded alongside the resplendent blossoms. Observing the figure enveloped in a sea of red, an inexplicable thrill surged within Yin. Regaining his composure, he jogged over and extended his hands. The woman placed the item in his palm, saying, "If an urgent situation arises, channel your chakra into it, and I shall come to your aid. However, do not use it recklessly, or else." "Yes, master." Yin hesitated momentarily in his mind before eventually calling out to her, and she displayed no signs of disapproval. Looking at the bracelet in his hands, Yin experienced an unprecedented feeling. Compared to the cold, stern, and unfeeling atmosphere of Root, the warmth and gentle emotion he possessed at this moment lingered in his heart. After adorning the bracelet, Yin was about to express his gratitude for his master's gift when he found himself alone at the end of the path in the vast cherry grove. "Master," he whispered. But upon receiving no response, he hurried home. Upon entering his room, he discovered that the previously disordered space had been meticulously tidied, leaving only the dim walls and an empty bed. Confused, he walked towards the door, where Danzo stood silently waiting. "Lord Danzo?" Yin approached hesitantly. "Where have you been? In such haste, you haven't even tidied your room, and now I must send someone to assist you?" Danzo questioned sharply, though Yin wished to explain. The promise he made to his master held him in silence. After a brief pause, Danzo spoke first. "Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be a member of Root." A sudden jolt reverberated through Yin, as if he could hear the sound of his own heart sinking. His lips trembled, yet no words escaped his mouth. A silent sigh echoed in his ears. "Am I to be cast aside once more?" He clenched his fists, rooted to the spot. "What do you wish to say?" Danzo inquired, noticing Yin's unusual demeanor. Yin remained enveloped in silence. Not comprehending, was he? Danzo straightened himself and approached Yin. "I require you to attend school. Graduate from the Ninja Academy, and continue your life. However, you must adhere to the following stipulations. Perhaps I will allow you to retain your position en route." Upon hearing this, the previously vacant gaze of Yin instantly rekindled with light, and he regarded the elder with utmost seriousness. "First, since aligning with the captain, you are to report every mission to me, no matter how trivial. Second, find a way to befriend a boy named Kondo Makoto, become his confidant, and earn his trust. Third, within 5 years, I expect you to master the power residing within you, at which point I will contemplate reinstating you to Root and granting you everything you desire. Fourth, endeavor to cultivate emotions, be it friendship or love." As Danzo continued, Yin interjected suddenly. "Lord Danzo, did you not instruct us to forsake all emotions? Why now? Those of Root require no emotions. Yet outside, you are no longer merely Root. You cannot be regarded as an aberration. Thus, emotions are essential. Regardless, you must fulfill these tasks. Particularly the third, which I hope you will accomplish swiftly." After elucidating Yin's confusion, a member of the Umbu approached him, presenting a heavy bundle. Yin accepted it and stood quietly, awaiting further instructions. "Additionally, shortly, I will escort you to school, where you will experience a week's school life, followed by the Chunin exams. I trust this will pose no issue for you. However, once you step outside, you will no longer be Kamizuki Yin. You must adopt a new name," Danzo stated earnestly. Yin could only gaze at the ground in bewilderment, unable to voice his thoughts. After a lengthy discourse, Danzo turned and walked toward the corridor. Yin hastily rose, attempting to speak, but Danzo's ominous aura gradually dissipated. After a moment of silence, Ian finally managed to utter, "Then what shall my name be outside?" As he watched Danzo's retreating figure, a voice echoed from the depths of darkness. Ian murmured softly for a moment, "Kamizuki Ian, my new name." The following morning, Ian accompanied Danzo to the Hokage's office. "Sarutobi," Danzo called out before even knocking on the door. Ian followed Danzo into the dimly lit room, where the soft morning light intertwined with the glow of fluorescent lamps, illuminating the small office of less than 10 square meters. By the window sat an elderly man with silver hair, his hands resting calmly on the desk. "Danzo, is there something you need?" the elder inquired with a serene demeanor. Observing the aged man, Ian met his gaze with composure, the passage of time etched in the wrinkles around his eyes, leaving indelible marks. "Is he the third Hokage? The renowned professor of ninja techniques?" Ian pondered silently. Danzo addressed the elder. "I wish to recommend this child for enrollment in the Ninja Academy to receive formal education. Therefore she is indeed from Root, correct?" As the third Hokage concluded his statement, he posed a question. "For such a young child, could you not simply wait a few years and place him directly into a team to undertake missions?" He continued, "Moreover, for many years, those connected to the Roots have been exclusively entering without exiting. Now, you wish to send a child to school?" Upon noticing a trace of melancholy on Silver's face, he paused and redirected his inquiry. "What is your name?" Casting a fleeting glance at Danzo, Silver replied, "Silver, Kanagawa Silver." "Silver?" The third scrutinized him with a gaze both calm and profound. "Is it truly necessary for you to deliberate so long over the salvation of a soul on the brink of darkness?" Danzo pressed on, relentless as he had been 7 years prior, offering no respite. "No. Introducing a child at this juncture, with the entrance exams approaching, seems rather hasty. It would certainly inconvenience the other children, and significant alterations in group assignments would ensue. Thus, I must ponder this further." The third sighed, reaching for his pipe, allowing wisps of smoke to gracefully ascend and envelop the room. "Is that so? A few years ago, were you not intent on securing his guardianship by any means necessary? Now that I present him to you, you seem to regard him with disdain?" Danzo teased, and at that moment, Silver discerned a shift in the third's demeanor. The once tranquil gaze now ignited with fervent emotion, and his steady hands revealed a slight tremor. "What is his name?" the third inquired once more, this time paying attention to the title. "Silver, Kanagawa Silver, though I merely bestowed that name upon him. His original name is Kamiyama Silver." Danzo sat back, exuding the satisfaction of one who had claimed victory in a contest, while Silver remained apprehensively stationed in the center of the room, caught in the adult strategic tug-of-war. After a brief spell of agitation, the third acquiesced to Danzo's request and subsequently assigned certain tasks to the Umbu. Once Danzo departed, Silver found himself left alone in the room. Outside, the clamor gradually intensified, and sunlight gently streamed through the window, illuminating the space. Just as Silver began to feel a sense of unease and wished to move about, an Umbu member suddenly appeared behind him. Silver swiftly executed the appropriate response befitting a rude individual, his right hand already poised with a shuriken aimed at the presence behind him, which reacted with equal alacrity, drawing forth a shuriken to thwart Silver's assault. After a series of metallic clashes, both parties sheathed their lethal intent. "Kanagawa Silver, the Hokage has instructed you to wait here quietly. Shortly, he will attend to your matters," stated the Umbu, stepping aside as Silver stood helplessly in place. After nearly half an hour, the door swung open once more, and the third Hokage entered with a jovial demeanor, accompanied by a refined young man. "Silver, why are you wearing this mask?" the elder inquired, puzzled as he entered, while Silver remained silent, and the young man beside him looked equally perplexed. "Today, you are to commence your studies at the academy, so you can no longer afford such casualness as before, nor can you wear this mask. You must focus on your education. This gentleman is your homeroom teacher, Irika. He will assist you in settling into your accommodations before you head to school." Silver nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the man beside him before striding toward the door. "Wait," called the man behind him, the Hokage, but Silver paid no heed, resolutely continuing on his path. "It's all right, Irika. Silver has endured much during his years en route. Please be understanding. After all, we owe her a great debt in Konoha." "Understood, Hokage-sama," Irika replied thoughtfully, then hurried after the already distant Silver. Moments later, Irika caught up with Silver and led him to a door. Puzzled, Silver stood before it. Through the ancient wooden door, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This place is Silver hastily pushed the door open. The sun illuminated a tidy living room, warm and inviting. In the center stood a half-height wooden table, and the familiar yet foreign decorative paintings on the walls stirred memories within Silver. "Sistery," he murmured silently, his heart already tumultuous with emotion. Irika stood quietly at the entrance, observing the wistful boy within. After a brief interlude, Silver emerged from the room, having adjusted his attire. The sun was now high in the sky, prompting Irika to quicken his pace toward the school. Inside, a group of youthful children clamored in the classroom, their teacher yet to arrive, granting them precious time for play. As two boys tussled at the front, a melodic voice rang out from the back of the classroom. "Can you all settle down? It's class time. Even if the teacher is absent, we should be studying quietly." This was followed by other boys chastising the two for their ruckus, and chaos soon ensued. Silver found himself momentarily entranced by a girl nearby, with her lustrous black hair, full crimson lips, and clear, bright eyes. She was a striking figure, tall and graceful beyond her years. This was Hinata Gui, a rare beauty from the Hyuga clan, and Silver gazed at her with admiration and tenderness. "Everyone, quiet down." Irika suddenly appeared at the doorway, startling the children back to their seats. Silver stood silently outside, observing the group of boys and girls, roughly his age, happily conversing within. It felt like a sacred place, distant and unattainable. A sense of desolation washed over him as he slowly donned his mask, concealing his emotions beneath its cold faade. "Hinata Chikyu, Aburame 0. Kondo Masaru." Irika began the daily roll call. The boys and girls, in their innocence, remained blissfully unaware. Silver silently observed every movement within the room, his gaze resting upon the youthful faces that surrounded him. Though they were peers, to Silver, they appeared merely as a flock of fledglings, still in need of the nurturing care of their elders to cautiously navigate their growth. The roll call continued, and when the name Kondo Masaru was announced, Silver's eyes sparkled momentarily, fixating intently on the boy who responded. What was happening? Where were Ikeda and the others? Skipping class again. He overheard a solitary voice of complaint echoing within the room. Irika cleared his throat and said, "Today, we have a new classmate joining us. Let us extend a warm welcome to Kanagawa Silver. Please come forward." As the words settled, Silver strolled confidently into the classroom. As a somewhat slender figure ascended the podium, whispers among the students began to ripple through the air. Gazing at the child adorned with a mask, Irika sighed with exasperation. "I must insist, Silver, this is a school. Please remove your mask." Were they suggesting he was a hideous creature? A boy murmured, and before his words could fully materialize, another chimed in. "Perhaps he bears something frightful on his face, or a birthmark of sorts. Indeed, I have heard that some are born with such striking silver features." The murmurs of confusion and curiosity grew louder, leaving Irika standing at the podium, his authority diminished. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and sternly commanded, "Everyone, quiet down." The little ones shivered and promptly fell silent, settling into their seats. "Silver, please introduce yourself, and regarding your mask. The Hokage has also mentioned that it is not appropriate here," Irika said, his tone carrying a hint of pleading, recalling the third Hokage's words. "Irika, this child requires your understanding. We owe her much in Konoha." At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, lifting the curtain by the window and easing the awkward atmosphere within. Silver's strands danced gracefully in the wind as he paused for a moment before removing his mask, stating, "I am Kanagawa Silver. I look forward to your guidance." In the instant the cold mask was lifted, it revealed a visage of unparalleled beauty, devoid of any juvenile essence, merely adorned with an enchanting smile crafted through skillful disguise. Instantly, the classroom fell into a deeper silence, all attention drawn to him. The previous clamor now seeming to belong to another realm. Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint voice broke the stillness. "So beautiful. Is that silver hair real? How lovely." A girl whispered enviously. To her surprise, aside from Gaui, there was yet another strikingly beautiful girl in the school. A boy in the back, drooling, stared at Silver, followed by a wave of laughter. Miyagi Yahiko has fallen head over heels again. Try not to drool over every pretty face you see. Ha ha. A wave of hearty laughter caused Irika's expression to darken. "Silence, everyone. From today onwards, Silver will be a member of our class, and I expect you all to coexist harmoniously. Now, please take your seats." Irika glanced at Silver, indicating for him to sit down. After surveying the classroom, Yin's gaze settled upon his target. He leaned slightly forward, and with a swift motion, he appeared beside the reality. How fast? Both reality and Qianlu were taken aback, their tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. Not just them, but those with discerning eyes around them also recognized the prowess of this new companion. She is remarkably strong. Ignoring the peculiar stares from the onlookers, Ian approached his target. May I sit here? Ian inquired calmly. Reality momentarily paused before nodding numbly, then shifted closer to Gawei, allowing Ian to take a seat naturally. Class is about to begin. Everyone, please be quiet, Irika commanded sternly. Subsequently, Reality endured a hellish experience during the lesson. Beside him sat a beauty renowned as a once-in-a-century gem of the Hyuga clan, and a mysterious girl from the new generation who had just made a stunning debut. Throughout the morning, Reality was enveloped in the envious and wrathful glares of boys, feeling as if he were seated on a bed of needles. Not only was he unable to concentrate on the lessons, but he also endured unprecedented mental torment. A clear bell rang, and Reality exhaled deeply. Once Irika departed, he slowly regained his composure. Soon after, a group of boys and girls flocked around Ian. Hey, Ian, where have you been? We've never seen you before. One girl asked. Ian, do you have a boyfriend? Or someone you like? A boy bluntly inquired. Excuse me, beautiful, may I ask your age, height, weight, and measurements? The barrage of questions from the group continued for several minutes after school, yet no inquiry elicited even the slightest reaction from Yin's face. While the new companions persisted in their questioning, Yin's thoughts drifted homeward. He had much to attend to today. Without a word, he stood up quietly, then sprang to the windowsill and leaped straight toward the school gate. Leaving? How arrogant. A girl, somewhat envious of Ian, kicked the desk in frustration upon receiving no response and turned to head for the door. Ian dashed home, and soon enough, familiar surroundings and home furnishings came into view, bringing a sense of serenity to his heart. After a flurry of activity, Ian arranged his new home. Sitting on a stool in the living room, he fixated on the dining table before him. Memories of gazing up at the starry sky flooded back, and a familiar melody began to resonate in his ears. Ian remained there in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over him. With a resigned touch to his stomach and a shake of his head, he set off toward the forest of death. Before long, Ian arrived at his destination, observing the towering walls that surrounded him. Ian shook his head in resignation before leaping over the barrier. He wandered along the edge of the forest for a while, ultimately managing to procure a few pieces of game. As he gazed at his spoils, he began contemplating a suitable place to prepare a meal. Were he in the route, he would have long since slipped out of the village to indulge in a feast. However, with classes scheduled for the afternoon, he found himself lacking the time to savor such delights. Just as he intended to resolve his hunger on the spot, Ian suddenly detected several nearby presences. Stealthily, he maneuvered along a narrow path, only to be taken aback by the heightened security that day. He spat in annoyance, his stomach growling increasingly louder. What was that sound? The guards in the shadows abruptly turned to look behind them, causing a flock of birds to take flight, soaring into the azure sky. Birds? He lowered his head in suspicion. Taking advantage of the moment, Ian quietly descended to the cherry blossom grove, nestled in a secluded corner of the village, seldom visited by others. In a flurry of activity, Yin's internal turmoil was finally settled. After indulging in food and drink, he reclined on the ground, watching as pink petals drifted gently through the air. Suddenly, memories of his master surfaced. He recalled the first time he encountered her, a sense of deja vu enveloping him. Though she had dismissed his thoughts, pondering this, Ian gazed vacantly at the descending blossoms, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. In an instant, a figure flashed before him, prompting Ian to spring to his feet, a mix of excitement and curiosity coursing through him. Master, what brings you here? He inquired, bewildered. Did I not tell you? This bracelet can summon me, which is why I instructed you not to call upon just any woman, she explained. Ian, feeling akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, hastily apologized. I'm sorry, Master. I did not summon you. I simply do not understand why you are here. Enough. I have matters to discuss with you. Extend your hand, she commanded. Without hesitation, Ian stretched out his right hand. The woman grasped it firmly and swiftly drew a line of blood across his wrist. Wincing in pain, Ian instinctively recoiled, yet his hand remained tightly clasped in hers. Do not move. Your injury requires your blood for research. I cannot find alternative methods at this moment, nor can I summon you whenever I please. A small sample of your blood is necessary for my experiments. Upon hearing her words, Ian silently watched as his blood trickled from his fingertip into a test tube. Within a minute, the tube was filled. The woman held his hand, her icy fingers gliding gently over the wound, and miraculously, the skin healed seamlessly, leaving no trace behind. Silver gazed at her right wrist, a profound astonishment manifesting on her countenance, while a flicker of uncertainty surged within her heart. "Master, may I inquire if it was indeed you who rescued me from the clutches of the pursuing ninjas in Taiansigyo?" Silver's eager gaze fixed upon the woman. "Did I not already convey this to you?" The woman replied with a hint of impatience. Ian, sensing a hint of anger, refrained from further inquiries. The afternoon unfolded with Ian navigating through a cacophony of questions and suspicions, marking the conclusion of her inaugural day within the campus. As night descended, she wandered alone along the streets, her stunning silver hair glimmering under the moonlight, exuding an enchanting aura. Her melancholic gaze surveyed the novel surroundings. Although she was in the Hidden Leaf Village, her prolonged existence in the roots had left her with little opportunity to leisurely appreciate the world as she did today. "Hey, Ian." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, accompanied by the hurried sound of approaching footsteps. Ian leisurely glanced back, and the first sight that met his eyes was a beautiful visage, followed by his ultimate target, Kondo Makoto, along with another young boy and girl. "Where are you headed at this late hour?" Ian inquired with genuine concern, striving to maintain a friendly demeanor while organizing his words. "Oh, Our Lady Goai has suddenly taken a fancy to experiencing the struggles of common folk and is intent on dining at a roadside eatery. Thus, we have taken it upon ourselves to serve as her gallant protectors," the boy declared with a proud smile, his white eyes clearly revealing that he too was a scion of noble lineage. "By the way, Ian, have you had dinner yet? Why don't we all head to Ichiraku Ramen for a meal?" Makoto queried from behind. Before Ian could respond, Goai interjected, "All right, enough questions. Let us go together." With that, she seized Ian and the girl beside her, swiftly traversing the bustling street. Silver felt somewhat awkward as he was escorted by the young girl, who clasped his arm while a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from her, intertwining with the subtle sensation of her touch. In that moment, his thoughts began to scatter. The scent was distinct from that of his master, more pure and intoxicating, leaving Silver utterly disoriented by the girl's alluring presence. Suddenly, their steps halted, interrupting his reverie. The four of them gazed excitedly at the shop before them, and Silver, coming to a stop, shook his head vigorously to dispel the memories clouding his mind. No, he thought, how could he allow himself to be distracted from his master? His disjointed actions caught the attention of the boy beside him. "Silver, are you feeling unwell?" he inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Silver replied, patting his flushed cheeks, forcing himself to regain composure. Meanwhile, the boy couldn't help but gaze at him, lost in thought. The girl, seemingly oblivious to her own concerns, felt her cheeks flush as she realized she had been seen through. "Hey, what's wrong?" Qianluogui asked, her curiosity piqued by the boy's sudden distraction. The girl, noticing this, mischievously pointed at Qianlu and teased, "Are you imagining something inappropriate while looking at our Silver?" "Absolutely not," Qianlu exclaimed, raising his voice in vehement denial. Silver, overhearing their banter, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cast a glance at the girl beside him. Her lustrous black hair paired with the unique patterns of her white irises, exuding a fresh and natural beauty that captivated him. Yet, as an unusual emotion began to stir within him, another inexplicable sensation quickly suppressed it. "All right, look, you've made him upset," Qianlu retorted, countering the girl's playful jabs. "Stop teasing him," Goei interjected kindly, sensing the boy's shyness. However, the girl seized the opportunity to continue. "Indeed, our Qianlu is easily embarrassed, but look at our Silver, who remains composed amidst two goddesses, not even blushing or faltering. It's truly admirable. Poor other boys in our class. Why am I being dragged into this?" Silver thought, caught between an urge to speak and the weight of his silence. Ian glanced at Jun beside him, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What goddess?" he inquired. "What? You don't know?" Ian suddenly raised her voice, exclaiming, "Do you realize that before today, there was only one goddess at Konoha Academy? That was the illustrious Lady Goei. However, the appearance of a certain someone today was akin to the descent of an angel, instantly captivating the hearts of numerous boys. Her breathtaking beauty has left our class's foolish lads utterly entranced. Such a splendid title is not one that everyone can claim. Just look at our Goei." Yin's words became increasingly unrestrained, only to be swiftly countered by Goei's fierce retort. "All right, All right, I want to say more, Een said, rubbing her slightly flushed calves as she began to relish her meal. Yet, Een remained unfazed by her remarks. Qianliu's gaze remained fixed on Een, but he completely disregarded the tender look directed at him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind as several boys and girls rushed toward Een. Excuse me, Een. Do you have someone you like? How old are you this year? What are your measurements? How much do you weigh? The sudden barrage of questions left Een momentarily speechless. Excuse me, Jean, the only male amidst two goddesses. Here you are on a date with both of them. Do you possess any special abilities that have garnered the affection of these two divine beings? Which goddess do you prefer? The inquisitive youths surrounded Een, relentlessly bombarding him with questions, rendering dinner tasteless. All right, quiet down. How annoying. Gawei suddenly shouted, startling the group of boys. Yet the girls remained undeterred in their pursuit of Een. I wonder if any of you sitting here have a crush on a boy. I know that Qianlu has always been single. I wonder if the 5 of you gathered here. The girls continued to press Een, which further tested his already frayed patience. Confronted with inquiries about emotions, his inherent emotional detachment, a consequence of growing up in the root, felt entirely natural. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in men. I've had my fill. I bid you farewell. With that, Een swiftly rose and exited, leaving behind a group of bewildered boys and a flurry of riding girls beneath the night sky, along with Hinata Qianlu, who remained frozen with a mouthful of ramen. Returning home alone after leaving his companions, Een opened the heavy door, only to hear the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. Closing his eyes, he allowed the warm water to cascade over him, washing away the fatigue of the day. After indulging in his first truly leisurely bathing experience, Een stepped out barefoot, exhaling deeply as he rummaged through his belongings for clean clothes. A glance at the wall clock revealed the hour hand precisely on 11. It was getting late. Time to sleep. Een lay down on the bed, and a warm atmosphere enveloped the empty room. This was once the place where his sister resided. Silver, lost in thoughts of bygone people and events, swiftly descended into slumber. Throughout the long, unending night, some succumbed to sleep early, while others remained restless. Sir, all traces of the procedure have been erased. Is there anything else you require? Inquired a calm baritone voice. None, came the response. You have worked diligently of late, handling all the trivial matters due to a lack of manpower. I appreciate your efforts, replied another voice, deep and cold. Such words are unwarranted. Were it not for your esteemed recognition and nurturing, I would still be regarded as a monster, existing in some remote and desolate place. These trivialities are of no consequence. The man replied respectfully. After receiving no further reply, he pondered for a moment before continuing. Might I inquire why you are so invested in that young spirit? Why undertake the chaos of the void upon him, which surely consumes your time and fortune? It matters not. All is worthwhile, and in due time, you shall understand. The man sighed, waving his hand in farewell. After watching him depart, the weary figure quickly vanished into the profound darkness. Beneath the night sky, on a silent wasteland, a woman's lithe silhouette stood resolutely at the precipice, inhaling the frigid air. Her icy mask gazed upon the vast galaxy, where a fleeting star glimmered in her bright eyes. Thoughts surged in her mind, and visions danced like a lantern in her consciousness. After a deep breath, she withdrew her spirit and stood in tranquil silence. A voice from behind drew her last vestige of attention back to reality. Turning to face the newcomer, she asked, Wu? The man responded promptly, Yes, Your Highness. How may I serve you? How have the matters progressed? With a hint of trepidation, he replied, I have failed. Despite enduring countless hardships in the search for suitable candidates since before the Warring States, presently, there are only 3 viable options. 3, she exclaimed, her voice rising sharply, her silver hair swirling wildly in the fervor of her movements. The man fell into silence as the howling night wind swept mercilessly across the desolate plain, gradually calming her tempestuous demeanor. My apologies, Your Highness. In this world, those capable of fully mastering celestial evasion are exceedingly rare. Moreover, several previous candidates have become mere dust in the annals of history due to the backlash of their abilities, he stammered, attempting to explain. The woman sighed deeply. Rise, Wu. I harbor no ill will towards you. In a few days, I shall meet with these 3 candidates, she stated, producing an item and regarding the man. By the way, drink this, and before tomorrow night, use your abilities alongside this object to create another Wu. Remember, it must not be a mere clone, but a wholly new Wu, devoid of any impurities. Understood. He replied hesitantly, perplexed. Soon, both figures vanished from that realm. The following morning, Silver was awakened by the melodious chirping of birds outside her window. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Ian quickly prepared himself. As he entered the deserted kitchen, the once beautiful and bustling figure of the past resurfaced in his mind. I shall begin preparing food at home starting tomorrow, he mused before stepping out into the sunlight. At dawn, the routine morning exercises commenced with Jun and Kai, while a gentle breeze caressed the calm river, creating delicate ripples. Ian instinctively wandered along the tranquil streets, where, aside from the early morning vendors and the industrious housewives, he encountered no one of his own age. He walked alone towards the outskirts of the village, and soon, the dreamlike cherry blossom grove appeared before him. Petals danced gracefully in the wind, and Ian inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant air. Then, he lay down on the ground, basking in the morning light, allowing the cherry blossoms to shower upon him, embracing the serene beauty of the moment. Time slipped away unnoticed until Ian finally rose and hastened towards the school. As he walked, a sense of confusion enveloped him, and he found himself tempted to don the mask he held in his hand. No, the Hokage and Danzo-sama have forbidden me to wear it, he repeatedly reminded himself. Approaching the school, he slowed his pace, quietly traversing the leaf-strewn path. A few students passed by, whispering and pointing at him as if he were a rare creature. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts grew nearer. Stop right there, Naruto. In a flash, a boy with orange hair dashed past Ian, carrying a bucket of paint, splattering vibrant colors onto the ground before him. With a quick leap backward, Ian avoided the chaos, watching as the once dull earth transformed into a vivid canvas. A group of adults, wielding brooms and sticks, panted behind, chasing the mischievous figure who had already vanished from sight. Ian offered a wry smile before swiftly entering the school gate. Upon stepping into the classroom, an atmosphere of profound silence enveloped the space. Observing his classmates, each appeared dispirited, some slumped over their desks in a daze, while others stared blankly at the elevated figure of Gawei. Taking a deep breath, Ian forced a practiced smile and approached. Good morning, Gawei, he greeted, watching the youth exchange pleasantries before he quietly took a seat. As soon as he settled down, Jin let out a resigned sigh. Ian, intrigued, inquired, "What's wrong? You've been sighing since early morning. If something troubles you, do share. Perhaps we can assist you in resolving it." Jin, wearing a face akin to those of his peers, replied, "It's nothing. We're all the same." All the same? Ian looked curiously at his classmates. "What is troubling everyone today? Don't you know?" Came a voice from Ian's left. Ian turned to see Ian, who excitedly hopped to sit before him and the others, slamming a newspaper onto the desk. "What a tiresome bunch," Gawei suddenly complained. Ian, puzzled, followed her gaze to the headline boldly emblazoned before him. "The new goddess is Lala. The two goddesses are indeed close friends." The subtitle read, "All the boys' hearts have been devoured by a dog." Below it, a large photograph dominated half the page, showcasing a beaming Gawei joyfully linking arms with Ian, as they displayed their affection amidst the bustling night market. Silver gazed silently at the newspaper, while the inquisitive eyes of Ian fixed upon him with an eagerness for knowledge. How mundane. Before Silver could utter a word, Gawei began to criticize the newspaper's publisher, expressing her frustration with ignorance, childishness, and superficiality. Gradually, her tone grew more indignant, her voice rising in volume. "It seems you were quite concerned after all," Ian observed Gawei, who had previously appeared calm and composed, with a furrowed brow. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The entire day, Silver endured his classes in a profound silence. As night fell, Silver returned home alone, secluding himself behind his door, quietly lying on his bed. Occasionally, he would glance at the chain on his wrist. The exquisite craftsmanship prompted him to ponder. Who could this master be, capable of rescuing me from the clutches of so many pursuing ninjas? Surely, he is not an ordinary individual. As Silver continued to muse, his consciousness gradually faded, ultimately surrendering to an involuntary slumber. At dawn the next day, Silver made his way towards the Sakura forest as usual. Along the path, a familiar figure captured his attention, a robust man with bushy eyebrows sprinting swiftly beside the river. He refrained from approaching for a greeting, choosing instead to walk quietly towards his destination. However, before he could reach his desired location, he was intercepted. Two members of the Umbu appeared, one on each side of him. Root? Silver discerned their intent. "Lord Danzo requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Silver followed the two seniors into the underworld. As he traversed the once familiar corridor, a sense of oppression began to engulf him, rendering him somewhat uneasy as he proceeded. In the dim light of the corridor's center stood a familiar silhouette. Silver hastened toward it. "Lord Danzo, what is your command? Have you arrived?" Danzo inquired without turning. "I have heard that you possess quite a reputation at the academy." "No, it is all thanks to Lord Danzo that I have secured a place at the school." "I have always been one of root," Silver hastily clarified. "I did not summon you for any trivial matter," he continued, handing Danzo a small scroll. Silver gazed at Danzo, his unmasked visage now appearing to Danzo like a sharp blade, slicing through his former self-esteem. "Lord Danzo?" Silver inquired with a hint of curiosity, noticing the sudden change in Danzo's demeanor. "With the impending advancement in our studies, I may not be able to seek your guidance at all times. Thus, it is imperative that you enhance your abilities to ensure your survival amidst unforeseen circumstances." Danzo, suppressing the anger that simmered within, gestured toward the scroll and said, "Contained within are techniques for shadow clones and other practical ninjutsu exercises. This is all I can offer you. I hope you take it to heart." With that, Danzo left Silver alone in the dimly lit corridor. "Lord Danzo." Silver clutched the scroll excitedly, his heart swelling with emotion. Upon arriving at school, he found Irika already at the podium. Due to his tardiness, he was sentenced to stand at the front, his vacant gaze fixed on the ground as the peculiar stares of his peers bore down upon him, yet he remained unfazed. Once the bell rang, Silver was permitted to return to his seat. "Jun, it's all right. It's just a tardiness," Gui reassured him as she and Jun approached. "Irika-sensei often overreacts. Look at Gui. She has been late before too." Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Jun's face was pressed against the desk, Gui coldly regarding the loose-lipped boy before delivering another swift kick. Jun hastily raised his hand in surrender. "I won't do it again, miss." Observing the pitiful Jun, Gui chuckled softly before taking her seat. "Hey, have you heard? The upcoming graduation exam is rumored to be exceedingly difficult." A voice suddenly emerged from across Silver, drawing the puzzled gazes of Jin and Gui. Ian animatedly spoke ahead. "I heard that, besides the shadow clone technique, we will also be assessed on chakra control. What are we going to do?" "Why fret? When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the water arrives, we shall block it. I fear nothing," boasted a boy in front. Silver, peering from behind, discerned a somewhat lewd profile that turned to reveal the owner of the voice, Mayahiko, the one who had teased him in public. "Ah, Mayahiko, when did you become so self-assured? I heard your shadow clone technique was rather unrefined. How can you be so carefree in the face of more challenging tests?" A tall boy mocked from the side. Silver quickly recalled this individual's information. Kazukoshi Takashi, standing at 168 meters, the tallest boy in the class. "Takashi, stop mocking others. The performance of chakra control is unpredictable. Someone as rigid as you might find it rather challenging." Another voice chimed in near Silver. "Sigh, why waste breath on such trivialities? Let's see the real deal." After finishing his words, Miyagi Yahiko suddenly leapt forward, executing a technique of shadow duplication. In a swirl of light smoke, 5 figures materialized in the corridor. "Ah, quite impressive. Yahiko, you've made progress," remarked another boy earnestly. "What's so special about that?" "Just watch me," the second boy replied, stepping forward to showcase his own talents. "But how will you demonstrate your control over chakra?" Gui inquired, eyeing him curiously. "Me?" After a moment of hesitation, Jinshi flashed a proud smile. "Just watch." With that, he strode towards the rear wall, placing his left foot against it, then swiftly following with his right, and soon, his body was moving parallel to the ground, ascending towards the ceiling. "Incredible," gasped the nearby classmates, mesmerized by Jinshi's vertical ascent along the wall. Unperturbed, Jinshi continued his proud march towards the ceiling, drawing all gazes to the center of the roof. "He's actually hanging upside down from the ceiling," Yahiko remarked, feeling somewhat deflated. Gui, with a wry smile, glanced at the silver-haired boy beside him before standing up and approaching him. "Hey, Silver, what about you?" Seeing Gui's move, Jinshi, hanging upside down, inexplicably grew anxious. In a moment of panic, he lifted his feet as if standing on flat ground, and an uncanny sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. With a loud crash, Gui stared in terror at the figure that flashed past him, while beneath him, Jinshi unknowingly landed safely atop someone else. "Ugh!" Silver let out a short, pained cry, as Gui stood nervously beside him, watching the unfortunate soul pinned beneath. Ain felt an inexplicable pressure on her abdomen, rendering her breathless. "Jun, it's true." Gawei shouted angrily from the side. Yet Shin, in a daze, stared at the distressed face before her. The flawless cheeks, reminiscent of delicate jade, bore no blemish, the ethereal. Gentle lashes fluttered in sync with the quivering muscles of her face. The luscious, crimson lips emitted a faint hum. While Zhen's hands remained pressed against another's chest, a flat expanse. Jin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, as Gawei's sharp reprimands continued unabated, compounded by the oppressive aura of intimidation emanating from the surrounding boys. "I'm sorry," Zhen exclaimed hurriedly, leaping to her feet, only to awkwardly extend her hand towards Yin. Yin glanced at the assistants before him and willingly extended his slightly pained hand. However, just as the two were about to rise, someone's careless misstep on the staircase led to yet another awkward moment of nearly colliding with the other. Observing the helpless smile approaching him, a wave of disdain surged within Yin, prompting him to execute a swift spinning kick, sending the youth rapidly tumbling toward the floor below. With a resounding bang, silence finally enveloped the classroom. "Really, truly, are you an imbecile? Shouldn't Shi Zhao maintain some decorum? You even managed to injure Yin." Gawei stood by, indignantly defending him while the hapless Shi Zhao sat below, on the verge of tears. Subsequently, the entire break concluded amidst discussions of the impending exam. After school, Yin was invited by Yin and the others to return together. After a moment's hesitation, before he could respond, Gawei seized his arm and hurried him toward the school gate. With Yin panting behind them, the group playfully raced home. That evening, Yin once again sat alone by the window, gazing up at the boundless starry sky, a ritual he performed daily since arriving, as he perpetually sought the remnants of a once beautiful feeling. Beneath the cold moonlight, on a nameless, desolate expanse, a man stood silently, bowing his head as he placed a pitch-black orb into a woman's hands. Cradling the egg-sized orb, the woman gazed at it intently, her piercing eyes, obscured by a frigid mask, probing the splendor within. In the confines of her palm, a world as radiant as the galaxy turned quietly, the dark orb flickering with faint luminescence. The woman, satisfied, exclaimed, "Not bad. Wu, you have done well this time. You may leave now." With that, she alone carried the orb toward the nearby woods. The dim light flickered as it wove through the trees, her silver hair dancing in the night wind, resembling a shooting star slicing through the profound sky. She paused in a clearing, remaining silent for a long while. Before carefully lifting the orb, her gaze fixated upon it. For reasons unknown, she abruptly slashed her wrist, the crimson blood exuding an alluring fragrance that captivated the orb in her hand. The blood, as if summoned by some force, leapt along her smooth skin and entered the pitch-black pearl. Enduring an inexplicable pain, the woman watched as the orb transformed from black to dark red. Swiftly, she concealed the orb in a pocket, then knelt weakly on the ground, clutching her wounded right hand, gasping for breath as a fleeting image of a sunlit, handsome smile flashed through her mind before vanishing swiftly. The cold moonlight cascaded upon her silver strands, the tassel-like hair swaying with the rise and fall of her chest as she breathed. The woman remained motionless for a considerable time, while not far away. A figure concealed his presence, striving to remain hidden in the shadows. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" The young man stood in the shadows, filled with both anger and confusion, fixated on the fragile figure before him, enduring the torment of pain alone. Time swiftly passed, and soon, Yin faced the first significant challenge of his life, the graduation examination. He observed his classmates entering the examination hall. Some emerged jubilant, while others returned with downcast expressions. Before long, it was his turn. Exiting the examination room with an air of calm, Yin joined those who had successfully passed, waiting quietly in a corner of the playground. That afternoon, Irika solemnly announced the results for their cohort. First place, Hyuga Chiharu. Second place, Ozawa Nozomi. However, Yin found little interest in these rankings, for the subsequent stage was of far greater consequence for his future. All eyes were fixed on Irika, who, with a serious demeanor, cleared his throat and began. "First, I would like to congratulate you all on your graduation. Now, we will proceed to the main theme of today, the group assignments." At this, the young student straightened, attentively listening. The first group, the Ebisu group, Hyuga Chiharu, Owagami Shinichi, and Aburame Zero. The second group, the Gale group, Aizawa. The sixth group, the Ino group, Kusahiji Takashi, Ikeda Oka, and Kurama and listened intently, curious about the identity of the teacher who would lead his group. Yet, the decision was beyond his control, so he patiently continued to listen. However, Despair struck as the sixth group was announced, and he realized he was not listed. A voice called out from behind, heightening Yin's anxiety, for the mission bestowed upon him by Danzo included the necessity of graduating from the academy, just as he feared he would be left behind. Irika cleared his throat once more. Everyone, please be quiet. This year, due to special circumstances, we have arranged 2 special classes, each led by a distinguished jonin. Please listen carefully. The 7th group, the Azuki group, Hyuga Goai, Kanagawa In, Kondo Masaru. What a stroke of luck. I'm through. In rejoiced internally, the tension that had gripped his throat dissipating in an instant. Yet, Masaru felt as if he were shivering in the cold wind, shrinking under the piercing gazes of the other boys. The 8th group, the Crimson group, Nara Shikaku, Miyagi Yahiko, and Uzawa Nozomi. Great. I made it. I've finally graduated. Yahiko suddenly exclaimed, prompting a wave of laughter among the group, before everyone was led away by their respective captains. In and Hinata Jiwei, along with Kondo Masaru, followed the charming girl with her hair styled in adorable buns to the rooftop of their classroom. She endeavored to converse with them in a warm, sisterly manner, and indeed, she appeared quite delightful, maintaining a constant smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mitahashi Anko. Although this is my inaugural role as a squad leader, you will undoubtedly see my presence and achievements in many significant examinations to come. As for my hobbies, I relish eating red bean dumplings, but the rest remains a secret. Now, it's your turn, she concluded her brief introduction, eagerly anticipating the responses from the 3 spirited youngsters before her. I am Hinata Jiwei, she exclaimed, raising her hand with enthusiasm. I adore singing and listening to music, and my dream is to form my own band and travel the world, she said earnestly. However, before she could finish, Masaru interjected, I am Kondo Masaru. My passion lies in swordsmanship, and I aspire to become a great ninja swordsman. The rest is unimportant. Anko listened, shaking her head in exasperation. Their responses were indeed rather vague. She smiled wryly, her narrowed eyes fixated on Masaru, causing him to break into a cold sweat. This teacher is somewhat intimidating, he thought, the image of her earlier cuteness vanishing from his mind. Turning her attention to In, she inquired, and you? Me? In was taken aback by the sudden attention, yet she continued to smile at him. I am Kanagawa In. I don't have any particular interests. My dream is to become an exceptional ninja, he muttered to himself, the memory of a cold mask flashing before his eyes. Exceptional ninja? Yours is quite vague as well, Anko said, her expression turning serious. That will be all for today. We shall convene tomorrow before the Hokage statue. Now, you are dismissed. After a brief pause, before Anko could issue further instructions, the 3 youngsters dashed away. Once off the rooftop, In made a beeline for the location of Konoha. After traversing the bustling streets and crowded populace, he arrived at a secluded corner of the village, swiftly making his way through the dense forest. Soon, he beheld the familiar, stern silhouette of Danzo, who stood silently in an open area, facing away from him. Well? Danzo inquired, his eyes narrowed, continuing to meditate in silence. Mitahashi Anko, the only official disciple of Orochimaru, also concurrently holds several important positions in the village as a special jonin. In recounted Anko's background as he knelt before Danzo. Anko, you say? Danzo mused, before assigning In a series of mundane tasks. That afternoon, feeling rather bored, In wandered the streets alone and fortuitously encountered Anko, who was munching on a string of red bean dumplings while balancing a daunting stack of documents in her hands. After pondering for a moment, he approached her and offered, Teacher, allow me to assist you. He stood shyly to the side, and upon hearing the sound, Hongdo smiled at him. However, the food in her mouth rendered her unable to speak. Without waiting for her to instruct him, In took the initiative to share half of the documents. The quantity seemed rather overwhelming, he thought to himself as he took half of the papers, which already towered above his small frame. He stumbled forward. Suddenly, Hongdo spoke up. Thank you, In. I was just worrying about whether to finish eating first or... Yet, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of what kind of master his mentor truly was. Just as his mind was in turmoil, Hongdo's shout jolted him back to reality, causing In to topple forward onto the ground. I'm sorry, teacher, he hastily apologized while quickly gathering the scattered documents. Surprisingly, Hongdo did not scold him but merely waited beside him. While arranging the mess, In stole glances at the papers, which were the resumes of Konoha ninjas. He scanned through them and suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, Kakashi Hitaki, a C0V ninja at the age of 5. As he intently focused on the resume, he hastily organized the papers. Who is this? He wondered, examining a particular resume. The photo displayed a face he recognized well. He maintained his composure, concealing his emotions. Hondo approached him with a serious demeanor and scrutinized the resume in his hands. In a tone that bore a hint of reprimand, she said, "This is Jiraiya-sama, the disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, whose strength far surpasses that of Kakashi." In a heartbeat, Ine felt a deep respect for this elder. After all, Kakashi, with his Sharingan, was renowned across nations, yet this silver-haired gentleman shared the title of Sannin with Orochimaru, suggesting he must possess extraordinary abilities. Hondo urged Ine to keep up, and along the way, she chattered about trivial matters of the day. Despite her stern demeanor in recent days, he perceived her more like an older sister, exuding a distinct elder-sibling vibe unlike that of Ine. Before he realized it, they reached their destination. Ine swiftly handed over the documents to Hondo and darted off, for he still had tasks assigned by Danzo that remained unfinished. Rushing back home, Ine immediately pulled out a scroll. Shadow clone? Silver gazed intently, swiftly scanning the contents above. Medical ninjutsu, chakra surgical knives, and barrier techniques. To his astonishment, Lord Danzo had taken note of his growth. Holding the scroll in his hands, Silver's thoughts drifted back to the day he returned to Root. Following this moment, he embarked on his solitary path of training. The next day, the team members gathered beneath the Hokage monument as planned. Akane arrived early, yet grew somewhat frustrated upon noticing the others were late, though she still managed to greet them with a smile. After a brief silence, Akane spoke. "Now, I shall assess your abilities. The task is simple. Retrieve these bells from me by noon today, using any means necessary, even if that means defeating me. Those who fail to obtain them will face punishment." She stood there with a serious demeanor, declaring, "Let the challenge begin." At her command, the hesitant youngsters finally sprang into action. The prospect of stealing the bells lacked excitement for Silver, who felt a sense of weariness. His interest in recent matters had waned, and he found himself wandering aimlessly to the side. However, Kondo was full of enthusiasm, charging forward first with a rapid straight attack aimed at Akane's right side, though his strength was greater than anticipated. Impressive taijutsu, Akane observed with a hint of satisfaction at the young warrior's initiative. Yet, after a few exchanges, Kondo found himself ensnared, caught off guard by ropes that appeared from nowhere, leaving him dangling upside down from a tree. Watching Kondo sway helplessly, Gao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Humph! Kondo glanced at Gao, who was reveling in his misfortune, and turned his face away, whistling at the sky. At that moment, Silver's gaze was fixated on Gao, his attention drifting around her since their encounter days prior. Unlike his sister, this was a sensation he had never experienced before, a flutter of emotions. "What are you all waiting for? Time is running out," Akane reminded from behind. Gao, her playful smile fading, focused intently on Akane. Yet, the latter was distracted, happily munching on dumplings from her bag, enticing Silver and the others with, Akane's dumplings are the best." Silver couldn't help but spit in disdain. Throwing a kunai at Akane, she merely tilted her body slightly to evade his attack effortlessly. Gao dashed behind Akane, her palms taut with latent energy, and struck fiercely at Akane's back. Just as the girl was about to make contact, a gust of wind swept through, and Akane vanished from her sight. "What?" The young girl anxiously glanced around, while Ine seized the fleeting moment to unleash a wind release technique, the vacuum sphere. Several swirling gusts darted past Gawei's back, hurtling toward her right side. Simultaneously, a figure clumsily evaded Yin's surprise attack. "This rascal." Hondo fixed a serious gaze upon Ine, who had just lowered his hands. "You startled me to death, Ine," Gawei exclaimed in confusion, directing her ire at him. Yet, Ine paid no heed to her complaints, swiftly maneuvering past the disgruntled Gawei. Racing toward Hondo while invoking the earth release technique, the stone dragon, Ine unleashed a rocky dragon, his hands poised with shurikens, ready to strike. The earth and wind techniques he wielded suggested a formidable opponent. Hondo, observing the sudden display of power, could not help but think to himself, after all, he is merely a brash youth, so Navi. Just as Yin's earth dragon was about to seize Hondo, the latter darted past him, racing towards Gawei. The icy shuriken aimed mercilessly at the frightened girl. "Gawei!" She cried out anxiously from her perch in the tree. "TSK!" Ine emitted a sound of discontent. Yet he had already positioned himself before the girl, his left shuriken deftly parrying Hondo's assault, while his right hand hurled another shuriken into the air. "What?" Hongdo felt a chill run down his spine as he realized a flaw had emerged. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ian inhaled deeply, and then a searing fireball surged forth, racing towards Hongdo with alarming speed. This boy, he is actually employing the tiger seal. Hongdo reacted swiftly, leaping high into the air and propelling himself backward, achieving a height of several dozen meters, which left Ian feeling disheartened. She evaded. Ian glared at the figure in the sky, and only after the fireball flew past did she land gracefully. A determination to prevail was firmly set in her heart. Silver clutched his aching chest, involuntarily coughing a few times, the sensation of obstruction within him intensifying. Damn, I truly cannot use chakra. It was only at that moment that Silver recalled his master's admonition, but it was too late. Suddenly, Red Bean appeared by his side, binding him securely with a rope as thick as a wrist. Almost immediately, he too was subjected to a grim fate, suspended from a tree. Gui, witnessing his companions ensnared, momentarily lost his composure, and in a matter of moments, was subdued by Red Bean. The three of them hung there, pitiably enduring the caress of the autumn breeze. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Red Bean finally spoke. You should all return, go back to school, and master your skills before coming out again. Do not embarrass yourselves here. The life of a ninja is not a child's play. If you are so easily deceived by the enemy, do you still have the right to call yourselves ninjas? Their astonishment at her sudden words was palpable. Red Bean appeared transformed, exuding a chilling demeanor as if she were an entirely different person. The young ones gazed at her with regret and frustration, yet found themselves at a loss for words. This is unjust. The teacher never stated that failing to seize the bell would mean returning to school. You initiated this deception. I refuse to accept it. Kondo exclaimed vehemently, only to be hastily cautioned by Gui. Despite being bound, his audacity was commendable yet foolish. Their fates were already sealed. Is that so? You claim I have deceived you? Very well, I shall grant you one last opportunity. I will return in an hour, and you will have another chance to seize the bell. If you have not succeeded by sunset, you will indeed return to school. Do you understand? Red Bean asserted with utmost seriousness. You are now ninjas. No longer mere blossoms within the confines of the school, she gestured toward the institution, continuing with conviction, a ninja must embody obedience. I have stated it before. Even if it means taking my life, you must acquire the bell. This is your mission, and sometimes, the mission surpasses life itself. A shiver coursed through the three of them, their hearts racing in trepidation. Silver was struck by the genuine anger and coldness of Hongdo, while Gui and Jinjin fell into silence at her words. Is the mission more important than life itself? To them, such concepts were utterly incomparable. Yet she articulated it with such righteousness that both felt a wave of sorrow wash over them, leaving them at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Hongdo continued. Jinjin is incorrigibly reckless, never considering the feelings of her comrades. And you, as a member of the Hyuga clan, have yet to showcase your true abilities. You become flustered at the slightest trouble. It seems the Hyuga clan is no better than this. Following her reprimand, Hongdo vanished, leaving the three of them in a gloomy state, adding an intriguing dynamic to the training ground. Hey, is there any way we can descend first? Gui awkwardly shifted her legs, the breeze lifting her skirt and causing her to squeal. At that moment, Silver and Jinjin, glancing at Gui, felt their cheeks flush and instinctively turned their heads to the serene blue sky, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura emanating from Gui. After a brief pause, Silver steadied his breath and closed his eyes. Utilizing wind release, he swiftly expelled 2 wind spheres that severed the bindings restraining Jinjin and Gui. Thank you. As Silver landed, Gui erupted with joy below. Jinjin quickly set Silver down, and the trio sat on the ground, seemingly deep in contemplation. Hey, Jinjin, what is wrong? Gui, blushing like a ripe peach, suddenly inquired of the dazed Jinjin, who appeared momentarily bewildered, gazing at the stunning beauty before him. Meanwhile, Silver sat quietly to the side, staring vacantly at the sky. It's nothing, Jinjin replied, casting a guilty glance at Silver before turning his gaze toward the woods. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the appointed hour had arrived. They hurriedly finished their lunch and began to ponder the teacher's words. Hey, Silver. Soon Gui and I will distract the teacher, and you must seize the bell while the opportunity presents itself. Understand? You need to act swiftly. Jinjin began to elaborate. But both Silver and Gui dismissed his suggestions, for they required first distracting Hongdo, who was not someone even a fool could deceive, let alone a jonin. Thus, the trio wrestled with their thoughts for an extended period until suddenly, with a loud bang, Hongdo appeared on the scene. They anxiously watched her. Well, are you all ready? This is your final chance. If you fail to seize the bell before the sun sets, you'll have to return to school for remedial lessons. Do you understand? Hongdo stood there with an air of seriousness. Jun, filled with impatience, surged forward, 2 shurikens aimed precisely at her vital points, each affixed with an explosive tag. Truly ruthless. Een, feigning bravado, also charged in, attempting to engage with their teacher. Yet, given their current physical prowess and skills, they were easily countered by the opponent, who regarded them with utter disdain. How arrogant. They were anything but endearing in this moment. Een felt a surge of anger within, completely exasperated by her domineering demeanor. Konoha whirlwind. Jun suddenly dashed to her front and delivered a fierce kick, believing he could force her into action, only to have Hongdo effortlessly evade with a graceful leap. After a flurry of intense exchanges, where the 3 of them were left utterly bewildered, the confrontation reached a stalemate. Hongdo, still smiling serenely, surveyed them with amusement. What's wrong? Is this all you can muster? I have already stated that you must approach this with the resolve to defeat me, treating this as a battlefield. Mercy towards your enemy is cruelty towards yourself. Thus you must devise a way to complete your task, which is to seize the bell. She waved the bell in her hand, and after a torrent of words, she unexpectedly produced a bag, causing the trio to tense up, holding their breath as they fixated on Hongdo. Yet, to their astonishment, she retrieved a red bean bun from within and began to eat leisurely, exclaiming, quite delicious. Witnessing her indulgence, the young ones were filled with frustration. Silver and Reality launched a joint assault on Hongdo, aiming strikes at her limbs. However, just as they were about to reach her, she vanished, and before they knew it, someone kicked them from behind, sending them tumbling into the woods. Hey, Reality, didn't you say you had a plan? What exactly is it? You promised to let me take the lead, Gawei remarked, growing increasingly impatient. Yet, from their previous encounters, it was evident that Hongdo's speed surpassed theirs, making the successful completion of their task seem rather daunting. In a swift motion, a figure darted forward, closing in on Hongdo with an imposing presence. A straightforward attack. Is it? Hongdo mused, bemused by the simplicity of it all. Reality, can you truly handle this? Silver, concealed behind a tree, watched intently as he steadily increased his attack speed. This guy, he's getting faster. I never expected Reality to possess such skill, she thought to herself, feeling a flicker of delight as he maintained his relentless offensive, leaving Hongdo with little choice but to evade. However, amid his self-satisfaction, he was met with a fierce counterattack. Reality raced into the woods, instinctively drawing a kunai and embedding it into the ground to halt his momentum. At that moment, Hongdo discarded the long skewer of her finished red bean dumplings and cleared her throat, addressing Silver. Is her brother merely a coward? He doesn't even care about the lives of his comrades. It seems she is doomed. Although Silver understood her intent to pressure them into completing the mission, he suppressed his inner rage as Reality grew increasingly silent. Regardless of whether her provocation was intentional or if she truly failed to see the flaws in his technique, he resolved that anyone who dared to wound her with words would not find satisfaction. Reality stood up in silence, while Gawei gazed at him with curiosity. Does he still wish to challenge? She wondered. Fool. The disparity in strength between a genin and a jonin is too vast. Must we return to the academy once more? The young girl glared at the stalemate before her, her feelings of indignation and humiliation intensifying with trembling hands. As a worthy heir to the Hyuga clan, she felt she was failing the legacy of her lineage. With a whoosh, a figure surged forward, closing the distance to Hongdo with remarkable speed. Incredible. Hongdo gasped, surprised. This guy wasn't even showing his true strength earlier? Impressive. She dodged while keenly observing his every move. Meanwhile, a white-haired man stood outside the arena, watching the match with keen interest. Oh, Kakashi, what a coincidence. Since we're so fortunate to meet, how about we have another bout? Kakashi, however, paid him no mind, instead focusing intently on the unfolding events. Guy's gaze followed Kakashi's, drawn towards Silver and the others. That kid's taijutsu is commendable. His taijutsu is quite refined. This young lad is no ordinary talent. What was his name again? Kakashi pondered, while Guy instinctively chimed in, Reality. The young man has indeed achieved remarkable results within just a year. While he was proudly introducing his secluded disciple, Kai's consciousness abruptly returned to Reality, and he gasped in astonishment. He is real. Kakashi cast a scornful glance at him. Can you not even discern a transformation technique? Your reactions have certainly dulled. How could that be? Kai stammered, somewhat flustered. The true nature of the situation began to overwhelm Jin, as he found himself cornered by Hong Do's counterattacks. He cursed inwardly, realizing how quickly she had adapted. Was this the power of a Jonin? Confusion clouded his mind. Gu Wei and the others remained in the shadows. Observing intently, Hong Do gradually shifted to a more serious demeanor. Is this all the strength you possess? It seems you will be the first to return to the academy. She continued to provoke him, leaving Jin perplexed by her intentions. However, her earlier words had ignited a furious fire within him. While deftly evading Hong Do's onslaught, he carefully scrutinized her movements. It appeared she was consistently prepared for his frontal assaults. Thus, Jin suddenly hurled a kunai toward her lower body. She effortlessly leaped aside, and he immediately charged forward, executing a leaf hurricane. Yet another fierce kick followed, but she managed to deflect it with her hand. As she darted behind him, before she could regain her footing, Een swiftly spun and launched a downward slide aimed at her right foot, but once more, Hong Do countered it with ease. Jin, that fool! Gu Wei, anxious to intervene, had longed to leap into action, yet the trio had made a pact, compelling her to restrain her impatience. Suddenly, Hong Do initiated a fierce offensive against Jin. He revealed a peculiar smile as he effortlessly dodged several of her strikes, each of her subsequent attacks merely grazing past him. This kid? Hong Do found herself momentarily taken aback, her movements quickening. Just as her right hand lunged towards him again, a kunai was launched in his direction. Not holding back at all, Jin mused internally, but just before the blade could reach him, he vanished. What? Hong Do gazed in astonishment at the spot where he had just been. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, a figure flashed before her, delivering a rapid succession of kicks that sent her reeling. A sense of weightlessness washed over her, and a surge of crisis surged in her heart. But it was not over yet. Jin, exhilarated, continued with a flurry of kicks, propelling her even higher. This kid, is he really going to? Hong Do, wide-eyed in disbelief, glanced back at the boy. After completing a series of high-speed kicks, Jin darted beneath her. This is Shadow Dance Leaf. Both Hong Do and Kakashi were momentarily stunned. However, Jin had no time to allow her astonishment to linger. A bright, glimmering belt ensnared her firmly. This is... Gu Wei also wore an expression of disbelief. But soon everything culminated in a thunderous roar, Lotus Blossom. Two figures suddenly descended, crashing with a resounding thud that created a substantial crater in the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, leaving a profound sense of shock in its wake. The true essence was forcefully thrown aside, rendered immobile. Teacher! The clumsy Gui shouted impulsively as she rushed out, while Een gazed silently at the true essence, who lay motionless on the ground, already incapacitated by muscle fatigue. The transformation spell involuntarily undone. True essence. Hong Do looked somewhat astonished at the figure of Een on the ground, noting with surprise that it appeared they had indeed succeeded. A crisp chime suddenly snapped Hong Do back to reality. What? Before she could finish her teasing, a figure darted past her, and Hong Do quickly grasped the situation. The three of them gestured victory towards her, and at that moment, Gui comprehended the previous strategy, waiting for me to be unable to move and for the teacher to be completely distracted before making a move. Indeed, deception is the essence of a ninja. Without sufficient temptation, how could one deceive a Jonin? She nodded in bemusement and then looked towards Een. Him? I didn't even sense his presence earlier. What is going on? The trio erupted in joyous exclamations at their success. At this moment, the sun gradually descended behind the hills, concealing its beautiful afterglow. Everyone began to prepare to return home. Outside the venue, Hong Do noticed Kakashi and Kai approaching directly. True essence was handed over to Kai and carried back, while Hong Do and Kakashi continued their discussion. The following day, the three were summoned to the mission assignment office to commence their group task. The first assignment was a D-rank mission, cleaning duties. Hong Do had been waiting eagerly from early morning, and the three rushed in with excitement. True essence cheered loudly. Gui was equally thrilled, while Een remained quietly at a distance. Hong Do shot an irritated glare at True Essence, prompting the two to settle down quietly. However, upon hearing that their task was such a simple one, they felt disheartened. Yet, in the presence of their teacher and so many others, True Essence dared not voice any complaints, resignedly following Hong Do to a remote corner of the village. Gazing at the dilapidated scene before them, a mournful sigh escaped the hearts of Een and the others. Observing the three dispirited youngsters, Hong Do called out, "Well then, let us get started." With that command, the little ones found themselves compelled to spring into action. Gui hesitantly wielded the broom, swaying it back and forth, while true essence swiftly vanished with the mop. Silver diligently wielded a duster, meticulously cleaning each window. Hey, Silver, don't bury yourself in work so seriously all alone. It's quite dull. You ought to find some amusement, suggested Gaway, observing as fine dust settled upon his silver hair, illuminated by the bright sunlight that cast dancing motes in the air. A sense of haziness stirred within her, prompting her hand to reach out instinctively. What are you doing? Silver suddenly turned, his cold and stern gaze locking onto the entranced girl. Is something the matter? He inquired with a calm tone upon recognizing her. Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of dust in your hair. Let me brush it off for you. As she spoke, the girl quickly leaned closer to Silver. He instinctively took a step back, feeling uneasy. No need, I can manage it myself, he insisted, already brushing away the dust from his shoulder. While Gaway shyly gazed at him in silence. Both turned slightly crimson as they exchanged glances, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the space. What are you two up to? A voice suddenly interrupted from nearby, startling both of them. Nothing, teacher. Gaway quickly turned to mask her blush, while Silver remained composed, though the flush on his face began to fade. Where's Jun? Hongdo asked, glancing around and feeling a hint of unease. I don't know. That guy dashed off with a mop as soon as he arrived, Gaway replied in agreement. Jun. Hongdo took a deep breath and called out, and after a brief silence, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the path. Thud, thud, thud. Teacher, what do you need? Jin said, appearing somewhat dazed as he approached Hongdo. Finish your cleaning and come back quickly. Don't wander too far, Hongdo instructed before starting to direct the little ones in their tasks. After a long day of work, Silver and the others trudged along the path at dusk, the warm afterglow gently enveloping them, easing away the fatigue of the day. I'm exhausted. I must get a good night's sleep tonight. Jun stretched and sighed, while Gaway teased from the side. Old man, is that all it takes to wear you out? Who are you calling old? Jun shot an annoyed glance at the girl, yet her radiant smile melted away his irritation. The one who worked the hardest today was Silver, quietly shouldering nearly half the workload. Unlike certain individuals who only know how to slack off, Gaway continued her playful onslaught against Jun. You're no different, he retorted indignantly. As he turned to glance at Silver, who was uncharacteristically silent and looking down, his heart raced, and his cheeks flushed like fire as memories of his own foolish actions resurfaced. Hey, why the silence? Gowey noticed the sudden silence and genuinely inquired. It's nothing. I'll take my leave, he replied, swiftly departing from the group. Ian returned home and collapsed onto his bed, enjoying a peaceful night's slumber. However, in another location, on the second floor of a grocery store, Jun lay restlessly in bed, tossing and turning in a state of insomnia. He covered himself with the blanket and let out a lament. The following morning, Jun rose as usual to engage in his morning exercise. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Kakashi, the nonchalant teacher who perpetually wore a mask and was reputed to be a prominent figure in the ninja world. He thought to himself and approached him warmly to initiate a greeting. Kakashi simply smiled at Ian before vanishing, mentioning he wished to consult him about ninjutsu. This left Jun with a resigned sigh, prompting him to commence his solitary morning routine, a 5,000-meter jog followed by 100 push-ups, an essential part of his daily regimen. After an hour and a half, he returned home to wash up and enjoy breakfast. Upon entering the house, he was greeted by a subtle aroma that stirred his senses restlessly. As he had anticipated, Ian had risen early to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. It was his first time cooking in this place, and as he reminisced about the bustling figures of the past, he inadvertently nicked his right hand with the knife, drawing blood. Silver, nursing his injured finger on his left hand, glared at the food with a huff, followed by a resigned sigh. After a hearty meal, he briskly exited the room, making his way towards the mission assignment office. As instructed by Red Bean the night before, they were to report here promptly in the morning, and thus he arrived early. However, he found that Red Bean had arrived ahead of him. While he surveyed the surroundings in search of Gu-wei and the others, they gradually appeared at the entrance. Then, the Hokage spoke. This mission is classified as a C rank, presenting a certain level of difficulty, so you must exert yourselves. The objective is to escort a merchant named Kaz back to his village. The journey may involve encounters with bandits or thieves, and the destination is a village located quite far from here, requiring us to traverse a mountain. As for further details, Red Bean will explain them gradually along the way. The elder coughed twice, his benevolent gaze resting on Silver, whose expression seemed somewhat despondent. Is something the matter? The third gently inquired. It's nothing, merely reminiscing about the past. It no longer matters. Silver hastily clarified, a practiced smile effectively masking his inner turmoil. Is that so? The elder sighed. Shortly thereafter, a scruffy man emerged from behind them. Standing there, is he the one for this mission? Red Bean asked the Hokage in confusion. The old man chuckled, signaling that she was correct. With a resigned sigh, Red Bean replied, let's set off then. Thus, Silver and his companions followed Kaz's merchant caravan on their journey. Silver walked ahead, while Guwei and Red Bean trailed behind. The caravan consisted of roughly 10 individuals, with 3 or 4 appearing to possess considerable skills. Nevertheless, as long as there was a mission at hand, everything was acceptable. Throughout the journey, Silver and his group remained safe. Upon reaching the mountain summit, the sun had already set, and the caravan had no choice but to start a fire and prepare for camping. Everyone scattered to gather dry branches and leaves. While Red Bean and Guwei safeguarded the merchant caravan, Silver and Kondo set off in different directions to search. Soon, Silver gathered a large bundle of branches. Just as he was about to return, he overheard faint whispers nearby. Approaching the sound, Silver observed a group of ragged, unsavory individuals surrounding a woman lying on the ground. Their expressions twisted with malice. Instantly, Silver sensed the gravity of the situation. After a brief exchange of hushed words, one of the men leaned down to begin unfastening the beautiful lamb's outer garment. With a heavy heart, Silver shook his head, noting the absence of anyone nearby. He lowered his breath, and in the next instant, several sharp cries pierced the air, and before the assailants could react, they collapsed, rendered unconscious. Silver gently carried the sleeping beauty on his back, ensuring he did not neglect the firewood and provisions. He intended to wait for her to awaken. Yet time was not on his side, compelling him to bring her to the camp where Red Bean would attend to her. Upon arrival, he found Kondo also burdened with a hefty bundle of firewood and several wild rabbits. Everyone commenced to kindle a fire and rest. Red Bean, intrigued by the sudden addition of a new companion, was eager to inquire, but Silver preemptively elucidated the situation. After a thorough discussion, they collectively resolved to allow her to accompany the caravan. Meanwhile, Kaz's caravan was also preparing dinner, yet despite their efforts, the fire had yet to ignite. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Jin stepped over to their side and performed fire release, Dance of the Impatience. Instantly, several flames leapt to life, dancing joyously in vibrant hues. Red Bean's eyes widened in admiration. It was indeed impressive that he could wield the impatience technique. She regarded him with newfound respect, noting that while he often appeared stoic like Silver, such restraint might attract unnecessary trouble, a lesson to be heeded in the future. Jun, slightly embarrassed, nodded in acknowledgement. After their meal, the group settled into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Silver and the others were eager to resume their journey, with the girl accompanying the caravan. By evening, they reached their destination without encountering peril. However, Kondo seemed utterly bored, lamenting that the mission was far less exhilarating than they had anticipated. Though the surroundings were pleasant, he quickly grew weary of the monotony, whistling in discontent. Just as they were beginning to feel the weight of their ennui, a flurry of shurikens encircled them. In an instant, Red Bean found herself overwhelmed, resembling a nest of hornets, as several figures leaped forth, charging towards Guwei. The young girl, startled, sat frozen on the ground. Simultaneously, another assailant lunged at Jin, but just as the foe approached, Jin vanished from sight. Disappeared. The enemy, taken aback, had no time to hesitate before receiving a brutal strike to the jaw. With a swift and thunderous maneuver, Jun had swiftly dispatched one adversary. After silencing the adversaries on her side, In rushed to position herself before Guwei, shielding her from the oncoming assault. However, her expression remained somewhat dazed. Jinjin, genuinely anxious, hurried to her side, and the two exchanged bewildered glances with Guwei, who was the focus of their concern. As they anxiously watched Guwei, the approaching enemies loomed closer. Just as the two youngsters began to feel panic, a series of piercing screams echoed through the air. Hongdo suddenly appeared amidst the foes, swiftly dispatching them all. "Teacher!" The little ones exclaimed with joy, and Ian cast a quick glance at the wooden dummy that had previously been on the ground. "Are you all right, Guwei? Are you hurt?" Hongdo inquired with concern. Guwei gestured with a shake of her head, assuring them, "I'm fine, just a bit tense." Yet Jinjin noticed her hands trembling uncontrollably. Guwei forced a calm smile, and Hongdo gently patted her head. "It's good that you're okay." Kondo and Ian performed excellently, flattered by the praise. Jinjin puffed out his chest with a silly grin, while Gawei stood frozen in place, still shaken by the ordeal. Let us go, In called out, urging them forward. The dazed girl seemed to have lost her spirit, unresponsive for a moment. Let's go, Hongdo shouted from ahead, jolting Gawei back to reality. On the way back to the village, Hongdo began to interrogate Jinjin. Who taught you the lotus blossom technique? Your martial skills are remarkable. It must have taken years to achieve such prowess, right? Was it Teacher Kai? Hongdo asked, her curiosity evident. He nodded, confessing all. This technique is a double-edged sword. I forbid you from using it again, Hongdo declared suddenly, her tone turning serious. Kondo silently regarded Ain, a myriad of unspoken emotions swirling within him. Faced with Hongdo's solemnity, Jinjin reluctantly acquiesced to her request. Throughout the journey, Jinjin found himself being carried on Yin's back. Her silver hair swayed before him, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Ain, I can walk on my own. There's no need to trouble yourself, he shyly protested. Noticing Jinjin's flushed cheeks, Hongdo felt a flicker of doubt, but refrained from voicing it. If you could walk, we wouldn't be in this predicament. So be reasonable, Ain replied, quickening her pace. Ain is truly remarkable. She can carry Jinjin and still move so swiftly. Gawei marveled beside Hongdo. Then you should strive harder and make progress, Hongdo encouraged. Noticing Gawei's momentary dejection, the girl hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. What is happening? Is that really Jinjin? Several peers, witnessing Jinjin and Ain's return to the village, erupted in frustration. Qianlu stared in bewilderment at the retreating figures, his mind having long since drifted away. Cursed fate. This was truly unexpected. Upon entering the village, Jinjin was enveloped by an inexplicable, intense aura of hostility that trailed him to the general store. He gazed helplessly at Yin's silvery hair, her serene yet captivating silhouette inexplicably drawing his attention. Is this the place? He wondered. Yin inquired with a sense of genuine confusion. Nodding slightly. What was happening? Suddenly, a voice emerged from ahead, and an elderly woman stumbled forth. Grandmother. Jun, filled with alarm, leapt down from Yin's back and staggered towards her. Hey, slow down, Yin called out from behind, but not far off, several boys glared at Jun, who was eagerly comforting his grandmother. Next time, don't be so reckless. Your grandmother will worry about you. Yin guided Jun into the modest dwelling, helping him onto a stool while simultaneously tending to the elderly lady. Before long, Gawei arrived at the simple grocery store. Jun, are you feeling better? Gawei greeted Jun, who was slumped to one side. Rest assured, I'm fine. Jun gritted his teeth and attempted to rise, only to promptly tumble back onto the stool. Gawei chuckled and teased, All right, I know you love to show off, but just lie down. The teacher said a few days of rest will do you good. So behave yourself. Next time, don't try to be so dashing, otherwise, no one will be there to bring you back. As Yin stepped out of the room, he voiced his dissatisfaction. Yin, Gawei quickly stood to take the medicine bowl. Ah, how fortunate I am to be so cherished in our household, receiving care from two such lovely young ladies. I must say, I am outdone by you both. Suddenly, a voice, laden with age, resonated, startling the trio into silence. Jin and Gawei's cheeks flushed as they lowered their heads. An elderly man, with a wistful expression, ambled into the room. Gawei and Yin promptly stood in respect. Bowing to the elder, Grandfather, Jun shyly exclaimed, prompting hearty laughter from the old man. Silver gazed at the bashful Jun, then turned his attention to the amiable elder. As a tide of emotions surged within him. Sister. Oh, please, you two are guests. Do not be so formal. It is our Jun who has caused you trouble. And I sincerely apologize, dear elder. Upon sitting down, the elder immediately expressed his apologies to Gawei and the others, startling Gawei into a quick rise. Not at all. Jun is our companion, and it is only right. Silver? Gawei suddenly nudged Silver with her elbow, jolting him from his reverie. Grandfather, you are too kind. Upon realizing our missteps, Silver promptly engaged the elder in lively conversation. After a pleasant exchange, the two bid farewell and returned home. That evening, Silver strolled alone along the brightly lit streets, weary from a day's tasks, his body and mind fatigued, and his stomach protesting vehemently. Reluctantly, he decided to indulge in a meal outside. Uncle, beef char-siu noodles, Silver exclaimed excitedly upon entering the ramen shop. However, his stomach inadvertently growled, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Little beauty, you must be famished. Why not start with a cold dish? A girl swiftly approached the counter, smiling warmly at Silver, while another voice echoed in his ear at that moment. Boss, 2 bowls of ramen, and let us begin with 2 cold dishes. Kakashi entered, supporting Iruka as they made their way into the shop. Iruka-sensei, Silver couldn't help but exclaim, and Iruka looked back at him with curiosity. Squinting as if trying to discern something, Iruka moved closer. Sensei? Silver felt a twinge of embarrassment as he stepped back, but Kakashi quickly grasped his shoulder, giving it a reassuring pat. Hey, Iruka, I'm calling you. Your student. Iin gazed silently at the somewhat inebriated Iruka, a wave of distaste fleetingly washing over him. Iruka shook his head, momentarily regaining his clarity before finally recognizing Yin's face. Iin, I apologize, he mumbled, still under the influence. Iin pinched his nose, casting a scornful look in Iruka's direction. Kakashi, eager to mediate, interjected, given your poor tolerance, it would be wise to refrain from consuming so much alcohol in the future. He then turned to Iin, inquiring, I heard you were truly injured today. How is your condition? Injured? The teacher mentioned it was merely a side effect from using the lotus technique. With a few days of rest, I should be fine. As for my daily needs, the esteemed Kondo and his wife are taking care of me, Iin replied, his expression stoic as he kept a watchful eye on the bustling waitress. Meanwhile, the insistent pangs of hunger within him protested vehemently against the current state of affairs. When the waitress finally emerged, Yin's eager gaze remained fixated on her as she busied herself. Upon noticing the famished Iin, the waitress couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet he merely looked expectantly at the bowl of noodles in her hands. Please serve him first, Kakashi suggested, gesturing for the waitress to prioritize Yin's meal. He then offered Iin a squint-eyed smile. Silver nodded in gratitude, and in the blink of an eye, the delectable feast before him had been utterly devoured. Kakashi stood beside him, astonished at Silver's apparent desire to speak, while Silver comfortably settled at the table after a satisfying meal. Is there something on your mind? Silver inquired, looking quizzically at Kakashi. I heard you live alone. It must be quite challenging to manage on your own at such a young age, Kakashi asked, a hint of sympathy gradually appearing in his gaze. I've grown accustomed to it. Since childhood, I've always been on my own. It no longer matters to me. Even when I lived with my companions, I was relatively independent, so I didn't find it particularly arduous, Silver replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. Is it en route? A look of helplessness crossed Kakashi's face. After their meal, Silver bid farewell to Kakashi and Iruka, making his way home alone. Following a day filled with tasks, weariness began to envelop him. Time to sleep, Silver mused to himself, swiftly completing his evening routine before lying quietly on his empty bed. A few mornings later, while awaiting Akane at the 3rd training ground, Silver and his companions found themselves languidly lost in their thoughts. Jin, staring blankly at his palm, remained unresponsive for a considerable time, while Gowei chased a butterfly nearby. Silver's gaze alternated between the ground and the frolicking Gowei, each lost in their own reverie. Suddenly, Akane appeared. Without delay, she summarized their recent mission. Jin and Silver, both of you performed commendably. Before she could continue, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. However, Silver, you displayed a certain self-centeredness by neglecting your companion's safety and failing to assist Gowei in time. Jin's performance was equally disappointing, as you recklessly employed the Lotus Blossom technique, which will henceforth be deemed forbidden during missions. Akane pointedly highlighted their shortcomings. Understood, Jin sighed in resignation. After her reprimand, Akane added, moreover, you both must enhance your practical training, especially you, Gowei. I am not aware of the extent of your fear that renders you immobile, so I will provide specialized training for you. I hope you are mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, Silver couldn't help but shiver. The consequences were all too evident. He and Jin exchanged sympathetic glances with Gowei. Training will commence here in 1 hour. I shall impart some knowledge to you, and I hope you do not arrive late. Otherwise, you are aware of the repercussions. The 3 individuals nodded earnestly, then proceeded to the weapon shop to procure supplies. The village only offered basic shuriken for use, prompting Kondo to seek out more suitable ninja tools. His unwavering passion for swords had been well known since childhood. Despite his youth, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding various blades, though his swordsmanship still required refinement. Within a mere hour, the trio had visited several stores. Yet Jinji failed to find what he desired. Conversely, Gowei discovered the essential stone drink, a crucial ingredient for crafting special military rations. How could a vast village like Konoha not have the sword I need? Jinji lamented, eliciting a retort from Gowei. You simply have high standards without the requisite skill. If the weapon could speak, it would surely protest against you, Jinji. Embarrassed, Jinji cast a shy glance at the young girl and hastily distanced himself from the two. Honestly, he's like a child who never grows up, Gawei teased, glancing at Ian, who remained silent, listening intently. Hey Ian, don't just stand there in a daze. I'm talking to you. Gawei suddenly raised her voice at Ian, who was staring blankly at her delicate features, his mind devoid of thoughts. What's the matter, Gawei? Ian replied, puzzled by her demeanor. Ian, seriously. You too. Gawei exclaimed, glancing back and forth between Ian and Jinji before hastily making her way to the training ground. Slow down, Gawei. Jinji called after her, with Ian quickly following suit. Upon arriving at the third training ground, they found that Akane had not yet arrived, prompting a collective sigh of relief as the three youngsters dispersed. However, just as they did, a sudden bang echoed, and Akane appeared before them. Hello, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. How does it feel to embark on your first mission? Observing their bewildered expressions, Akane continued without pausing, we have much to accomplish. So we must first enhance your combat abilities. She flashed a mischievous smile, causing the children to freeze in fear. Jinji, quick-witted, inquired, Teacher, what will we learn today? Akane smiled at Jinji, stating, let us start with the fundamentals, chakra control and tree climbing training. With that, she demonstrated by adhering her feet to the tree and climbing upward. Boring. Jinji complained from the side, prompting a cold smirk from Akane that sent a shiver down his spine. Jinji, haven't you already mastered the art of hanging upside down from the ceiling? This should pose no challenge for you, Silver, as you supplement the discussion later. This training is designed for Gawei. As their conversation came to an end, Hongdo turned and began explaining the principles of climbing trees to Gawei. Hey, Silver. What do you think our teacher's training is? Jinjin inquired, curiously glancing at Silver, who was silently observing Gawei's somewhat flustered demeanor. After a lengthy discourse, the two noticed Hongdo approaching them from a distance, performing a somersault before landing gracefully on the ground. Teacher, today as practice has my eyes gleaming with excitement, Jinjin exclaimed, watching Hongdo, who remained silent and led them to the edge of a small stream. I am practicing this too, but I am not yet proficient. I believe a week should suffice, Jinjin remarked, understanding Hongdo's intent as he gazed at the flowing water, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Is that so? With such confidence? I shall grant you a week. Hongdo responded, turning to face the dazed Silver. Silver? Jinjin waved a hand in front of his eyes. Silver, have you mastered this? Hongdo inquired calmly. Silver nodded nonchalantly and approached the riverbank, his feet poised steadily on the water's surface, as the gentle stream parted and converged around him. Jinjin, filled with admiration, murmured, how impressive, Silver, you've mastered this so well. Ah, it seems Silver can take a break this time, Hongdo remarked with a sigh. Yet, I cannot let you idle. Since Jinjin claims he can master this in a week, you shall guide Gawei's practice. I shall observe how Gawei progresses in a week. Silver teacher. Hongdo provocatively teased the startled Silver, causing a faint blush to appear on his typically composed face. I shall take my leave then, Silver muttered, silently making his way to the practice area where Gawei was located. Along the path, the warmth of his cheeks calmed under the gentle breeze. Yet he couldn't shake an inexplicable sensation towards her. Before he realized it, Silver found himself standing at the entrance of the practice area, where a charming figure was diligently striving to ascend. Silver sighed and quickly walked inside. Oh, Gawei. Silver stood beneath the tree, gazing up at the young girl. Suddenly, Gawei lost her balance and fell straight down. With her eyes tightly shut, she braced for impact, but instead of pain, she found herself in a gentle embrace as Silver caught her gracefully. Silver, Gawei exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she hastily jumped to the ground. Be careful. Silver, slightly shy, stammered. Teacher Redbean asked me to help you practice climbing trees, guiding you through more challenging exercises. And what about you, Silver? Gawei inquired with concern. As for me, I have mastered walking on water, so the teacher hasn't assigned me any tasks for now. However, I wish there were a way to walk in the air. Then I could continue moving forward. Silver suddenly began to muse aloud. In the air? Gawei exclaimed. That would be flying. No, to walk in the air would be even more difficult than flying. It's simply inconceivable. I think such a method is highly improbable. Indeed, Silver sighed, looking at Gawei. You've already reached the center of the tree. How do you feel? Gawei gazed at Silver, somewhat bewildered, and replied, I feel as if the even release of chakra makes my feet feel alien. Afraid of falling? Silver observed Gawei's bruised knees and arms, a surge of compassion swelling within him. After a moment's silence, he climbed onto the tree trunk and called out to Gaui, "Come, I'll pull you up. Just focus on releasing your chakra and finding your balance. There is no need to worry about falling. Still, it's wise to be fully prepared." With that, a shadow clone appeared before Gaui. This is a shadow clone. Gaui marveled at the tangible figure and its shadow beneath her. Realizing that Silver was truly the hidden prodigy of this generation, the clone moved away to a safe distance from the tree, and Gaui smiled knowingly at Silver, then stepped forward with determination towards the tree. After a day of guidance and practice, Silver beamed with joy as he watched Gaui standing at the top of the tree trunk. "Thank you, Silver," Gaui shouted excitedly from above, completely disregarding her balance. "Hey, be careful," Silver called out, raising his voice from both sides. Gaui playfully stuck out her tongue and leaped down to the ground. "That's enough for today," she declared, concluding her practice. Afterward, the two made their way to the riverbank, where Jinjin was diligently practicing his balance on the water's surface, now nearly stable on the water. "How impressive, Jinjin!" Gaui exclaimed as she approached the riverbank. Jinjin, upon truly witnessing the arrival of another, an involuntary panic ensued, swiftly followed by the sinking figure gradually submerged within the flowing stream. It appears that commendation is still unwarranted, as the two exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sheen of cold sweat while they regarded the already vanished silhouette. "How has your practice been progressing?" As soon as the conversation began, the trio delved into a lively discussion about the day's accomplishments and insights gleaned from their training. "I have managed to ascend to the pinnacle of the tree trunk, and I owe this achievement to Een," exclaimed the young girl as she rushed towards Een, clasping his hand and shaking it in a gesture of gratitude. However, Jinji lamented that solitary practice lacked excitement. Silver sat awkwardly at the side, motionless. "Ah, teacher, leaving you all alone. How pitiful," Gaui exclaimed, only to be met with a chilling inquiry. "Who did you say is pitiful?" "Gaui." The girl jumped up in surprise, causing Silver to chuckle awkwardly beside her. The young woman glared at Silver, who was enjoying himself, while Hongdo continued, "Starting tomorrow, I will personally supervise your training. You must master the balance on water's surface within 5 days. Additionally, your physical skills need improvement. As for Gaui, I hope you can grasp the essentials of walking on water in the next few days. Our class cannot be ridiculed by others. We must strive diligently." The three responded in unison. After a moment of silence, Gaui suddenly asked, "Teacher, how is Qianlu doing?" As the top student of this cohort, he is currently on a mission. I wonder, Hinata Qianlu? Their class has already commenced A-level missions. That boy, it is said, is exceptionally talented, demonstrating remarkable maturity and significant improvement in combat experience after only a few missions. It is now impossible to discern the childishness he once had. Hongdo seemed to be goading them, painting Qianlu in glowing terms, which caused the trio to feel somewhat disheartened. However, let us not lose heart. Although the strength of other classes should not be underestimated, we cannot fall behind. We must have confidence in ourselves. Therefore, we will prove ourselves through action. Hongdo quickly attempted to lighten the mood upon seeing their despondent expressions. After further discussion, the group departed under the cloak of night, each heading home. Upon entering the house, a familiar figure immediately appeared before Silver. The silvery moonlight gently bathed the white tassels, and the night breeze sighed, stirring up memories and evoking questions. "Master?" Silver hurriedly closed the door and approached the window. The woman stood silently leaning against the windowsill. Just as Silver was about to speak, a figure flashed beside him, transporting him back to the familiar cherry blossom grove. Gazing up at the cold night sky, the twinkling stars seemed to wink at him, intertwining past memories with the present beauty, creating a disorienting illusion. "Sister," Silver couldn't help but exclaim. "How is your injury now?" the woman asked with a hint of anger. Realizing his past indiscretion, Silver quickly apologized. "Master, I'm sorry, I lost control just now. My injury is nearly healed. Only some internal damage remains. I came here specifically for that," the woman stated, producing a black pearl-like orb. The dark sphere emitted a mysterious crimson aura under the night sky. Silver took the orb. His curiosity piqued, yet a sense of trepidation washed over him. "Master, what is this?" he inquired, bewildered. "A medicinal catalyst to treat your internal injury. Consume it." The woman looked at Silver with a serious expression. As he stared at the unsettling and perilous orb in his hand, he found himself swallowing hard. "What? Are you afraid it might be toxic?" The woman gazed at the hesitant Silver and couldn't help but inquire. "No. How could my master possibly harm me? If that were the case, there would have been no need for him to rescue me. I merely wonder how I am to consume such a substantial object. Silver, feeling awkward, looked at the woman. However, she suddenly thrust the item directly into Silver's mouth. Instantly, a wave of suffocation surged within her heart, prompting Silver to drop to her knees, clutching her throat, desperately trying to expel it but unable to do so. Just as she contemplated swallowing, she felt the object shrink within her throat before vanishing entirely, allowing her breath to flow freely once more. Ian coughed urgently a few times, then cast a dissatisfied glance at the woman. What is the matter? My treatment method has always been this way. Such a severe injury cannot be mended with gentleness. After speaking, the woman inquired, how has your ninjutsu training been of late? Ninjutsu? Yin's eyes brightened at the mention of it. This was the first time she had broached the subject in quite a while. Quickly, Yin replied, please, master, bestow your guidance upon me. Attempt to release different natures of chakra between your hands, achieving a balance of yin and yang, the woman began, instructing Yin on how to gather different attributes of chakra with both hands, while Yin diligently absorbed the teachings. On the following day, Yin continued to guide Gwei in her practice. However, today, Yin had found a direction for her own training. She began to fervently practice the condensation of various types of chakra. It's more challenging than I anticipated, Yin sighed softly. Observing Yin lost in thought, Gwei felt a twinge of confusion and soon leaped down to join her side. What are you pondering? Gwei asked, patting Yin on the shoulder. Yin forced a smile. Looking at the girl, oh, nothing much. I'm just considering how to help you master the art of walking on water more swiftly. All right then. Let us hasten to the next phase, Gwei declared, pulling Yin toward the riverbank. Upon reaching their destination, the sight of a figure walking confidently on the water captivated Gwei. When will I be able to walk like that? After expressing her awe, Gwei dashed straight toward the figure. Wow, you're already so steady. Ah, Gwei. The figure exclaimed joyfully, waving at her. This time, he stood firmly, undisturbed by the rippling surface of the water. Silver arrived to guide Gwei in her practice, and together they exerted great effort, resulting in significant progress for Gwei. After a day of diligent training, she had indeed mastered the art of walking on water. As the sun began to set, their elongated silhouettes were cast against the horizon, with the two young men strolling towards the shore while the young woman paced restlessly, her thoughts still lingering. Wait for me, Gwei called out, hastening her steps, only to hear a sudden splash as she tumbled into the water. Gwei. The two boys rushed to the riverbank, and after a few muffled sounds, the girl emerged, sputtering as she expelled the water that had filled her stomach. The sunset illuminated her form, revealing the subtle blush of her skin, causing the boys to avert their gaze in embarrassment. With a curious glance at Silver, Jin said, Gwei, I have matters at home. I must take my leave. Farewell. Gwei waved her hand and dashed towards Silver. You're completely soaked. Such carelessness. Silver attempted to divert his attention, not daring to look at the girl beside him, only hearing her melodious voice beside him. I was too careless just now. It won't happen again, Gwei replied, taking Silver's hand as they hurried home. After a short while, they arrived at the Hyuga family's residence. Observing the whispers of those around him, Silver felt a wave of unease. Soon, they halted in front of a house, and with a nod from Gwei indicating they had arrived, Silver smiled knowingly and prepared to depart. As night fell and the cold winds rose, Gwei sneezed repeatedly. Gwei, are you all right? Hurry inside and change your clothes. You mustn't catch a cold, Silver urged anxiously, and Gwei, offering a wry smile, turned to enter the house. After watching her close the door, Silver turned to leave. Back home, he busied himself preparing dinner, flipping through a cookbook while tending to the dishes in the pot. After a considerable amount of time, a delightful spread was laid out before him. Satisfied, he gazed at the meal, his stomach growling with hunger, and as he sat down, he began to devour the food eagerly. After a hearty meal, just as Silver was about to tidy up, calamity struck. Damn it! Why is the water off at this hour? He grumbled internally. To assuage his frustration, Silver took a deep breath and made his way to the Sakura Grove, a sanctuary for him during troubling times. Under the night sky, a silvery light darted swiftly through the streets towards the outskirts of the village. The once tranquil village suddenly erupted into chaos. What on earth is happening? Why has the water stopped? Complaints echoed. What am I to do about bathing? Jin lamented as he caught a whiff of his own sweat. At the Hokage's office, several umbu and specialists received orders to swiftly execute waterway repairs. However, with the village's vast expanse and the complexities of the water routes, the workers found themselves in a predicament, and the complaints continued to spread. Silver gazed at the night sky, the previous feelings of dissatisfaction and anxiety dissipating like mist. As he beheld the myriad stars twinkling above, a wave of drowsiness began to wash over him. It was time to return home. With that thought, he rose and made his way back. Upon entering his abode, he glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that it was nearly midnight. Observing the remnants of his earlier meal strewn across the table, he took a whiff of his own scent and decided it would be prudent to freshen up. After a brief flurry of activity, Silver changed his attire and hurried towards the open-air bathhouse. As he strolled along the silent streets, the cold wind rustled through his silver hair, sending a shiver down his spine. A few night patrol officers cast glances in his direction, intensifying his sense of unease. Ah, Silver, what a coincidence. Just as he reached the entrance of the bathhouse, a familiar voice called from behind, prompting him to pause and turn. A girl with twin ponytails was bounding towards him, followed lazily by two familiar figures. Ayo, go away, Teacher Hondo. Silver looked at the trio in confusion. Who would have thought that our Silver would be so astute? Arriving at this hour is perfect. The vast bathhouse will be ours alone. I detest crowded places, Ayo declared, dashing towards the women's changing room. Teacher, you're out so late, Silver remarked to Hondo, who responded with a hint of complaint. Indeed, Lord Hokage, the workload has been increasing lately. I just finished my tasks and hurried here. Such a stroke of luck, Silver. Gawei chimed in cheerfully. Silver glanced at Gawei, who donned a lovely pink yukata, and felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. Your outfit is quite fitting, he stammered, scratching his flushed face. Hondo cast a fleeting glance at Silver before proceeding towards the bathhouse, leaving the two in an awkward silence. Hurry up, or we won't wait for you, Ayo called from inside, prompting Gawei to snap back to reality and rush towards the bathhouse, exclaiming, I'm coming, teacher. Ian gazed at the receding silhouette, gently patting his own face before making his way toward the adjacent changing room. Where has Ian gone? Did he not enter with you? Inquiringly asked Ian, noticing Gawei and another had entered some time ago. Hondo immediately grasped the situation, yet Gawei, rather foolishly, continued the conversation. Indeed, why is Ian taking so long? Impossible. Hondo waved her hand dismissively while smirking. If he were to come, it would surely be from the adjoining area. With that, she pointed towards the male bathing area, separated by a mere wall. The two then began to sway in the breeze, as if experiencing a cultural shock. Moments later, as they regained their composure and clarity of thought, they pressed on. Teacher, do you mean Ian is? Don't you think so? Hondo gazed quizzically at Gawei, whose face had turned crimson, while Ian, standing nearby, wore a sinister smile. Ian is a boy. Gawei pondered over their recent interactions, feeling a surge of embarrassment and unease as she abruptly dove into the water, desperately trying to conceal her flushed cheeks in the warmth of the water, which offered no solace. Oh, if the other boys were to discover Yin's true identity, they would surely be devastated. Ian mused, humorously to herself. By the way, Yin's appearance betrays no hint of masculinity. He is truly a beauty. How many boys in our class fell for him at first sight? I can only imagine how devastated Xianlu would be. With a sympathetic expression, she sighed and chuckled to herself. Yin? Gawei's heart raced as her thoughts began to spiral. Oh. And the truth, Yin suddenly exclaimed, startling Gawei, who shot up from the water's surface. Hey Gawei, what are you doing? Yin complained from the side. The truth? Hondo looked at Yin in confusion, reflecting on her earlier doubts, and suddenly comprehended. No wonder. Our dear truth is so unfortunate. With a sigh, she leaned against the warm rock, stretching lazily. Yin, casting a disparaging glance at Hondo's prominent figure, looked over at the brooding Gawei. Feeling a swell of frustration in the quiet atmosphere, she quietly retreated to the side. Just moments prior, Yin had sauntered into the bathhouse. Inside, the sporadic sound of flowing water indicated the presence of another, and from the aura, it seemed to be just one person. Yin surmised as he walked in. Well, at this hour, who else would be here? A voice teased from outside, but upon realizing the situation, astonishment washed over the speaker's face. Yin, what are you doing here? You should be. The voice exclaimed, stepping back in sheer disbelief, eyes wide as they scanned the surroundings, their minds swirling in confusion. The thick steam obscured their vision, but through the haze, a pale figure could be faintly discerned, causing an immediate flush of heat to surge through Yin's mind. You should go over there, he shouted suddenly. What is the matter? Hondo, hearing the commotion, curiously glanced at the wall beside her. Gawei slowly came back to her senses. That sounded like the truth, right? What's happening over there? Looks like we have a show to watch, Ian said gleefully, tiptoeing towards the wall. Hey, what are you talking about, you fool? I would never be so brazen as to enter the women's bath. Casually leaning against the edge of the pool while expressing my genuine confusion by covering my eyes. I said, Silver, this is the men's bath. You ought to. What of it? Silver retorted without hesitation. As I relaxed, the fog began to dissipate, allowing me to finally discern the other person, truly a flat expanse. Previously, I had not considered the mutual understanding between us, nor the way Gu Wei regarded Silver, prompting my hesitant inquiries about the situation. Ian sighed in exasperation, disdain evident in his voice. What do you think? Jean hurriedly wiped away the crimson liquid, awkwardly sitting up and casting a distant gaze at Ian, who remained silent. Eyes closed in contemplation. Could he truly be a man? Jean, still in disbelief, rubbed his eyes. There was no doubt that his chest resembled an empty airfield. Ian listened intently, pressed against the wall, straining to catch any sounds from the other side. Aside from the earlier shriek, only indistinct rustlings filled the air. A hint of disappointment washed over him. Perhaps he should sell this sensational news to a newspaper? He mused to himself, while Gu Wei, blushing, remained silent. No. Compared to this news, witnessing that group of fools utterly captivated by our Konoha goddess, only to eventually realize they had been deceived, was far more amusing. The regret etched on their faces was priceless, and at that moment, a girl crouched in the corner, grinning maliciously, oblivious to her companion's calls. Forget it, Ian said, as Gu Wei called out from the changing room and headed outside. Under the bright full moon, the five of them split into two directions. Ian and Gu Wei turned left, while Ian and Jun followed Akkad straight ahead. Ah, what a tiresome day. I don't want to work anymore, Akkad complained after not having walked far. The two boys walked silently beside her, while Jun occasionally glanced at Ian, a surge of inexplicable regret and jealousy welling up within him. Only Akkad continued her chatter. My shoulders are so sore. At the sound, both Ian and Jun's attention was inadvertently drawn to a small hill ahead, where an alluring figure, draped in a kimono, retained its graceful curves. I'm sorry, teacher, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Ian exclaimed hurriedly before vanishing in a flash. Jun, left behind, stood there momentarily bewildered, trying to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Ian had fled in fear of his guilt. What's wrong? Akkad asked, noticing Jun's tightly clenched fists. Nothing. I'm just a bit tired and wish to return home to rest. I'll be going now, teacher, Jun replied hastily before bolting away. Observing their actions, Gu Wei and Ian fell into a deeper silence, a wave of helpless defeat washing over them. Teacher, we'll take our leave as well. Goodbye. The two girls quietly bid farewell, not waiting for Akkad's response before departing. Honestly, those two young lads can't handle a little excitement, Akkad grumbled to herself. Clutching her change of clothes to her chest, her mind wandering back to the morning's encounter. Was that person truly Miss E? The authentic awakening upon returning home. Ian sought to calm the tempest of his emotions by silently sitting on his bed, embarking on a new phase of training while simultaneously channeling two distinct forms of chakra. The following morning, he fulfilled his promise by arriving early at the training ground to continue guiding Gu Wei in her practice. Following the events of the previous day, Gu Wei's demeanor was markedly transformed. Standing at a distance on the grass, she expressed her displeasure, her gaze towards Ian devoid of warmth, merely observing his elegant silver hair with a hint of indifference. The trio remained in silence for an extended period until Ian let out a soft sigh and took a step forward. Gu Wei, you have mastered balance today. Let us attempt to stand and walk upon the water's surface, he suggested, making his way to the river. Real, too, followed closely behind. Observing the enthusiasm of her companions, Gu Wei found it difficult to harbor her annoyance any longer and hastily sprinted towards the river. After a morning of rigorous training, filled with challenges, Gu Wei had nearly mastered the ability to maintain her balance on the water. Time, like sand slipping through fingers, flew by swiftly. A week later, the entire team of Class Red Bean gathered before the Hokage Rock, the youngsters brimming with excitement as they stared at Red Bean. After a week of training, I trust you have made some progress. It is now time to embark on a mission. We cannot afford to be idle for another week, Red Bean declared with seriousness. By the way, we rely entirely on your guidance. Real could not help but grumble internally. Very well. As per usual, you have 10 minutes to prepare. We will convene at the assignment office shortly, Red Bean concluded, prompting Ian and the others to disperse. After the gathering, each returned to prepare the necessary supplies for their mission. Ian ensured he had ample rations. Cognizant of the impact his injuries had on his body and the frequent lapses in chakra concentration. Thus, he heeded his master's advice to carry provisions for replenishing his energy during the task. Upon arriving at the assignment office, Red Bean and the third Hokage were already awaiting their arrival. Your mission is to scout the activities of a village at the border of the Land of Fire and to assist and escort Mr. Daka, ensuring his safety. Do you understand? The elder explained. What trouble has this gentleman found himself in? He doesn't appear to be a person of high standing. Why would he require the protection of ninjas? Real mused, circling the elderly man with a quizzical expression. Behave yourself, Red Bean admonished. Approaching Real and delivering a swift knock on the head. Real, clutching his head, squatted down in frustration. Ian and Jinwei sighed as they continued to listen to the task instructions. After the third generation imparted some details, everyone nodded and followed the robust Mr. Daka on their journey. Throughout the trip, Ian remained lost in his own thoughts, pondering the guidance his master had previously offered. Suddenly, Jinwei exclaimed, "Fool! What are you so absorbed in? Are you lovesick?" Taken aback by such unexpected words, Ian quickly retorted, "Who are you calling lovesick?" Caught off guard, Jinwei found himself momentarily speechless, yet felt no trace of anger within. "It's all right, Jinwei. Rest assured that Ian won't be upset just because you no longer love him," Gaoi chimed in playfully from behind. "Gaoi." The young man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, ultimately choosing silence as he fell quietly behind the group. "Ha." Gaoi chuckled at the dejected Jinwei and then glanced at the silent Ian, unable to contain her amusement. "Enough of the bickering. Be cautious of your surroundings." Red Bean suddenly shouted in anger, her tone shifting to seriousness. The youngsters noticed the situation around them. They had fallen into the enemy's illusion. What a nuisance. Ian complained inwardly, and on guard, he quickly popped a few military rations into his mouth. At that moment, the enemies charged forth. For figures swiftly closing in from all directions. With the stealthy shadow snake hand, Red Bean launched an attack to the right, but the enemy effortlessly dodged her strike, hurling a massive shuriken back at her. Wind Demon Shuriken. Kondo immediately retaliated, throwing a shuriken at one of the foes. "Does that thing even work?" Another enemy scoffed. "Who knows?" Jinwei responded with a calm, enigmatic smile, revealing that the shuriken flying through the air was accompanied by another hidden beneath it. "That's a shadow shuriken." The enemy hesitated momentarily, but soon relaxed, only to find that as the attack neared, the foe suddenly vanished. He disappeared. Gaoi exclaimed in panic, scanning the surroundings, her hands gripping the kunai tightly, while Mr. Daka nervously edged closer to her. With a serious gaze, Gaoi surveyed the area for any sign of the enemy. Just as she moved, she spotted two figures swiftly approaching from behind. The girl quickly turned to shield the elder, but the enemy's fangs were dangerously close, causing her to break into a cold sweat, though her rational mind quelled her unease. With a swift maneuver, she executed the leaf whirlwind. And as the two figures darted past, the enemy swept through the woods like arrows released from a bow. The two youths showed no signs of hesitation or relaxation, immediately launching an assault on other foes in the momentary pause. When did those two improve? Red Bean marveled at their progress during the brief combat lull, feeling a surge of joy. Yet another group of enemies leaped from the forest, charging towards Gaoi. Ian swiftly positioned himself in front of her, charging forth to vanquish the oncoming adversary. With a resounding thud, he employed the substitution technique. Ian found himself momentarily entranced by the wooden dummy before him as his true self descended rapidly from above to launch an attack. Gaoi rushed over in a flurry. Yet time was not on their side. The opponent advanced towards Ian with great speed. A fleeting, devilish smile flitted across the handsome visage, followed by another thud. The substitution technique. This impish foe glared furiously at the wooden dummy, while his ears remained attuned to the subtle sounds around him. Silver provided them with no time to react, suddenly appearing in the midst of the enemy ranks, executing a leaf whirlwind. A gust of wind swept through, propelling countless figures into the air. Fire release. Dance of the Phoenix Flower. Real swiftly bent down to evade an attack from the left, her movements quickening. In the blink of an eye, she transformed the airborne foes into skewered meat. Witnessing the bloody chaos surrounding him, the elderly man stood frozen in fear, as if his limbs were nailed to the ground, though his eyes betrayed a palpable terror. More enemies surged towards them. "Mr. Daka." Gaoi suddenly dashed forward to shield Mr. Daka, her hands trembling as she gripped her kunai, yet her body stood resolutely in front of the elder. As the enemy charged at her fiercely, A kunai shot out from an unexpected angle, striking one assailant directly in the throat. Without a sound of agony, the figure collapsed. A mixture of defiance and confusion etched on their face. Nearby, two youths of similar age fought valiantly, stirring a wave of guilt within the old man's heart. Once the immediate danger had passed, Red Bean let out a sigh of relief. Water release, water shark bomb, water prison technique. The enemy seized the moment of Red Bean's distraction to launch a surprise attack. She narrowly dodged the first strike, but was ensnared by the water prison. This is bad. By the time she realized it, she had become a caged bird. Soon after, the previous foe reappeared, leaving the young one perplexed. Damn it! Is this a tactic of alternating substitutes and illusions? Real quickly discerned the enemy's scheme. Little brat, not bad at all, you've seen through it. However, with your captain in this state, I suggest you hand over the old man without further ado, one enemy smugly declared to Real. Leaf Whirlwind. Taking advantage of their idle chatter, Silver swiftly charged forward, kicking at several enemies. You little brat, just stay out of this. One foe retorted, executing a spinning kick that sent Silver flying, while behind him lay a prearranged cage, water prison technique. Another enemy swiftly positioned themselves behind Silver, capturing her without hesitation. A slight thud echoed as Silver fell into the enemy's embrace. This is terrible. Silver gazed at Real with regret, her eyes filled with deep remorse as she lowered her head. Silver. Red Bean frantically reached out, but she too was trapped. Silver. Govey and Real watched their captured companion with concern, refraining from any reckless actions and instead remaining calm in their stance. Old man, it's a miscalculation to have these kids protect you. If it weren't for that substitute covering for you, we would have finished this long ago, one enemy exclaimed with indignation. But it's not too late. As soon as the words fell, several shurikens were hurled towards the elderly man, and two enemies swiftly approached Gawei. The young girl, gripped by fear, felt her legs tremble. Protect Mr. Daka. A figure darted in front of Gawei, effortlessly deflecting the shurikens. Observing this, the advancing enemies quickened their pace, while Jinjin forcefully plunged his sword into the ground. After a rapid series of hand seals, Jinjin abruptly extended his fingers in two directions, and several faint shadows flickered by, causing the two enemies to collapse, immobile. What is happening? The other adversaries halted, astonished at the sight of the boy. Charge. He*s just a brat. One enemy commanded from the rear, prompting a dozen ninjas to surge towards Jinjin from all directions. Jinjin. Concern filled the voices of his companions. As the enemies surrounded Jinjin from all sides, Hondo shouted, Quickly, escape. Don't worry about me, hurry. Die. A swarm of figures lunged at Jinjin, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the crowd, followed by a few seconds of tense, silent anticipation. Jinjin. Gawei cried out. The girl's scream coincided with a thunderous explosion, as the mass of bodies erupted, sending countless figures flying. Two enemies in the air were pierced through the chest by a shadow that emerged from below before they even touched the ground. The foes behind were also launched away, injured by claw-like bones, crashing into distant tree stumps, while those attacking from the sides were severely wounded by the white substance emanating from Jinjin's elbow. Collapsing one after another, a gaunt half-skeleton appeared in the clearing, leaving Gawei stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief, while the two bound figures gaped in astonishment. Die. A figure emerged, staining Gawei's garment with vivid red. She clutched her left shoulder, casting an annoyed glance at the enemy behind her. Are you all right? With a swift movement, the threat behind her was neutralized. Observing Jinjin gradually regaining his composure, Gawei murmured in confusion, Jinjin? Who is this? That's the power of the Takarabe clan. One enemy spat, while the others regained their composure, halting all actions. That is the Kekiai Genkai. Yin and Hondo couldn't help but rejoice for Jinjin. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as neither side dared to act recklessly. The enemies exchanged glances, and then 5 figures dashed towards Jinjin, their blades slicing through the chilling wind, aimed directly at the isolated boy. What is this guy's power, and when did it awaken? Hondo pondered, his earlier anxiety gradually easing. Gawei, somewhat bewildered, halted, her gaze fixed on the battling figures before her, each movement radiating unparalleled strength, inexplicably drawing the young girl's attention. Gawei. Suddenly, Yin cried out. And only then did she realize that she was still amidst the battle, her voice sounding short and faint. What on earth is happening? Confused, she knelt on the ground, her breath growing increasingly rapid. The dance of the iron flower vine, the iron flower's dance, blossomed with a fierce intent as it charged towards the enemy. From his back, He drew forth a whip resembling a white bone and swung it at the adversary, while behind him, several foes watched the beautiful lamb, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As he pierced through the oncoming enemy, adversaries lurking in the shadows lunged towards Gawei. The girl abruptly turned to block the attack, yet the situation remained perilous. The old man watched the valiant girl risking herself to protect him, feeling a profound guilt within. "Child, you should flee. They seek my life. You are still young. And there is no need for you to sacrifice yourself for me," he sighed deeply. "This cannot be. Protecting you is our duty and responsibility. We shall overcome any adversity," the girl exclaimed, straining against the relentless onslaught of the enemy. Seizing a moment amidst the chaos, Lu Jiwu shot a whip towards Gawei's back, and the ambushing enemy fell to the ground in an instant. For a fleeting moment, Gawei smiled knowingly at him, continuing to defend against the enemy's assault. While at that moment, Een, trapped in the water prison, felt her vision beginning to blur. "Damn it, my body is starting to tingle." Kneeling on the ground, Een struggled to draw breath, the oxygen in the water seeming insufficient. "Een." Hongdo anxiously watched Yin's agonized expression, filled with concern. Suddenly, Tang Song Jiwu spun and charged toward Hongdo and Een, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Enemies were sent flying like fallen leaves with just a few strikes. "Block him." The commanding enemy sneered at Een. "If you wish to save someone, you must first get past us." His derisive laughter echoed in Yin's ears. Realizing that the hope of rescue was slipping away, and that their protectee was now exposed and under siege, the boy grew increasingly agitated. What on earth should I do? Yet the enemy's onslaught persisted, sharp blades slicing swiftly toward him. "Jun," Gawei called from behind. As the blades made contact with his body, they shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. So hard. The enemy marveled, but instinctively retreated. "Damn it, this is unbearable." Kneeling, Een found it even harder to breathe. Her body convulsing as her hands and feet had long since gone numb and unresponsive. "Am I to perish in this wretched place? Just a mere water prison. Why do I feel so weak?" Companions? The boy reflected on past memories, a surge of guilt flooding his heart. He slightly opened his eyes, but his body offered no strength. Outside, the youth and maiden remained anxious, glancing towards Een, while Hongdo called out to him, but at that moment, the boy's consciousness began to fade, his limbs ceasing to tremble. "Een, you cannot sleep, Een." A faint sound gradually faded from his ears, and at that moment, the young boy felt an unprecedented sense of ease and exhilaration. The shackles of the past receded, as if relieved of their burden, leaving only a silent void calling to the unconscious youth. "Waste," it echoed. "Is this how you surrender?" Suddenly, a voice emerged beside Een, like an unexpected reverberation in the stillness. "Hey, Waste, have you forgotten your hatred? You have yet to avenge your sister. Is it acceptable to perish in such a place? Do you not fear her haunting you from beyond, blaming your impotence for failing to avenge her?" Before the voice could finish, Een murmured, "Who are you? How do you know about my sister, and where is this place? The underworld? The underworld?" The voice scoffed derisively. "You truly are useless, but one must have limits, Waste. A mere water prison has reduced you to this state, far weaker than before." "Before?" Een continued to question the voice in a daze. "Do you not remember?" It replied, "The moment you sent that masked man flying with a single punch. Do you wish to reclaim that power? I can lend it to you." "Power? Lend it to me?" Een muttered, and the voice eagerly affirmed, "Indeed. With that power, these foes are naught but ants, utterly insignificant." Silver remained silent, offering no response for an extended period. "Do you truly wish to witness your comrades perish before your very eyes once more?" The voice continued to taunt Silver, both haunting and temptingly insidious. Particularly the girl named Guvei, who was already wounded at this moment. It would be a tragic fate for such a stunningly beautiful maiden to meet her demise here. The tone of the voice then shifted to one of disdain. "Silence. You must not." Silver clenched his teeth, rising in anger. Even within the confines of his own mental realm, he could not hear her cries, yet her visage remained vividly etched in his memory. In the brief stillness, there was an absence of sound in Silver's ears. Did you not claim that you could assist me? Then, grant me that kind of power." Silver suddenly shouted aloud. Observing the despondent youth, the onlookers could only watch in astonishment as he slowly stood up, his adversaries taken aback, while Hongdo gazed at the boy in confusion. The silvery strands of hair danced freely in the water, but suddenly, an ominous blackness emanated from the young man's crown, engulfing his silver tresses as if the deepest night had abruptly descended. The hue of his hair transformed to an inky black. The nearby ninja, ensnared by the watery prison, trembled uncontrollably as the liquid confines churned like a boiling river, an inexplicable dread filling the air. What is happening? All gazes were fixed upon the boy, now paralyzed in his actions by this sudden transformation. Get away from there! A voice bellowed, yet no response was forthcoming. In an instant, the binding water prison shattered, and the adversaries around him shot forth like bullets, racing toward the depths of the forest. Hurry, escape! An enemy shouted to those surrounding the boy. At that moment, a shadowy black flame flickered beneath the boy's feet, coiling around him like ribbons, rippling waves rising to shield his troubled form. Water release, water army deployment, water prison technique. Several foes seized the opportunity while others were momentarily stunned, launching an attack on the transformed youth. The torrential water surged like a breached dam, while nearly everyone leapt to higher ground, save for two enemies who encircled the captive, forming a defense to withstand their comrades' onslaught. Silver, the girl cried out. Witnessing the boy on the brink of being engulfed by the flood, yet another boy remained eerily composed, observing the scene beneath him. His black pupils stared impassively at the towering waves, unyielding and resolute. He simply raised his right hand and swept it violently before him. In an instant, an invisible pressure accompanied by a faint black flame surged forth, cleaving the towering wall of water into two graceful arcs. The two captors of the girl were also thrown back by the force, the water prison collapsing without a fight. Half of the severed wave cascaded back to the earth, while the other half evaporated, vanishing before the eyes of the spectators in the blink of an eye. What on earth is this creature? Panic began to creep into the hearts of the enemies. The soulless black eyes fixated on the distant foes, an inexplicable terror washing over them as their gazes met. Is he a monster? A few adversaries faltered, contemplating retreat. We must at least fulfill the mission. Suddenly, a voice rang out as one enemy lunged toward the girl and the elder. This is bad. Guwei gasped in horror at the sight of the gleaming blade, a wave of deathly fear surging within her. Yet, at that moment, a shadow flitted past, obscuring the suffocating chill of impending doom. Black hair billowed before her, and an unsettling yet reassuring sensation replaced her initial trepidation. The boy grasped the intruder's face firmly, his lifeless gaze coldly surveying the astonished features before him. Without uttering a word, devoid of mercy or hesitation, he tightened his grip. A burst of black flame shot forth towards the ground, and the body before them disintegrated into ashes, swirling away in the wind, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Brother! A youthful voice suddenly erupted from the lower right of Silver, as a diminutive adversary cried out with a heart-wrenching fervor. In the next moment, a figure exuding an aura of death approached the boy. Through the frigid mask, both could sense the other's expression, one a merciless reaper, the other consumed by the anguish of lost kin. Confronted by the sudden specter of death, an instinctual fear gripped him, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. Silver unconsciously took a small step forward, and in an instant, a dozen figures surged forth, lunging desperately toward him. Run! One of the enemies shouted at the boy. Yet, before any reaction could manifest, those figures were already hurtling through the air towards Silver. With a gentle wave of his hand, they were sent careening in the opposite direction, while the ground beneath Silver trembled and caved into a deep pit. The terrified youth was utterly disoriented, his legs trembling against his will. The girl watched him with a heart full of concern, a serene aura enveloping her, her steadfast gaze fixed upon his despondent form. Red Bean in truth stared, perplexed, at the fearsome figure, momentarily lost in thought. A flash of cold light swept through the air. The long sword that Truth had previously embedded in the ground inexplicably appeared in Silver's grasp, its icy blade shrouded in dark flames, radiating an even more perilous and terrifying presence. That little brat. Truth felt a jolt of alarm, the gruesome images flashing through his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. No, an enemy shouted, charging forward, yet everything seemed to pale in comparison to the impending doom. Stop, Silver! A voice rang out, and the boy immediately halted his actions. Delicate, fragile hands clung tightly to his despairing form, and the march of death abruptly ceased before him. Gaui, when did you arrive? Truth glanced anxiously at the elder, then fixed his gaze on the girl at his feet, and in that moment, chaos ensued among them all. No, although I do not comprehend what has transpired. You must revert to your former self. The Silver I know is the one who, despite his stern demeanor, treats others with kindness, not this butcher-like executioner before me. Return to me, Silver. As the boy gazed at the silhouette of the girl who had shielded him from death, he sank to the ground, feeling an immense sense of relief. The girl continued to tremble as she clutched the frigid body. For a long while, the entire space was enveloped in silence, as if even breathing would shatter the atmosphere. A weak voice from Goe suddenly whispered in the girl's ear, prompting her to lift her head, and, upon seeing the gradually awakening eyes, she could not help but smile through her tears, then embraced the unconscious figure tightly. Hongdo swiftly transported Goe and the others to the edge of reality, where the girl still held the boy close, tears cascading down his cheeks. How remarkable that this girl can awaken him. It seems I must find a way to erase her from his mind, came a voice, dripping with disdain. Before them lay a battlefield in disarray, with the enemy utterly exhausted, only a few remaining, leaning against the surrounding trees. They glanced at the reality and the freed Hongdo, ultimately fixing their gaze on the unconscious silver figure. It seems we have miscalculated. Farewell. With that, the adversaries retreated into the woods, leaving behind their defeated forces, while Hongdo and the others hastily exited the forest to find a place to tend to the injured. As she looked at the slumbering silver figure, Goe felt an overwhelming weight in her heart, a sentiment echoed by both reality and Hongdo. Goe, is your wound serious? Reality inquired with concern. She merely nodded silently while holding the sleeping silver, and Hongdo, witnessing the toll on his comrades, found it difficult to offer comfort. Allowing Goe a moment of solitude. They haven't pursued us. It appears we are safe. Now, Mr. Daka, may we hear from you? Hongdo calmly regarded the elder, with reality fixated on him as well. The elder sighed deeply, the melancholic sound gradually pervading the air. The daylight had begun to dim. After a prolonged silence, he stared intently at the central campfire, offering no words. Old man, you applied for a B-level task, yet the opposition has at least 3 battalions. In terms of difficulty, this is a significant battle. What have you concealed? Why are they pursuing you? And what is your identity that warrants such an extensive effort to eliminate you? Hongdo pressed firmly. Mr. Daka glanced at Goe and Silver, a wave of remorse washing over him. Very well, I confess. The difficulty of this task is at least a level or higher, but I am merely a worker, lacking the funds to apply for a higher-level escort mission. So I had no choice, he explained after a moment of silence. Reality observed the agitated elder, his hands rubbing together as he leaned closer to the fire. A worker? Hongdo questioned, bewildered by the elder's status. Reality remained silent, the oppressive atmosphere gradually enveloping them. You are awake, Silver, Goe suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she noticed Silver's fingers trembling weakly. With relief, she called out, and both Reality and Hongdo perked up, revealing expressions of joy. What happened? Why did I fall asleep? Where is the enemy? Is Mr. Daka unharmed? Silver had not yet fully awakened when a wave of doubt washed over her. Alas, you have been in slumber for several hours, and yet you still concern yourself with others. Do you not realize that we are all? Goe suddenly hesitated, her expression tinged with sorrow as she gazed at Silver's silvery hair, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks. It's all right. I am fine, Goe, please do not cry. Silver endeavored to steady herself, patiently comforting the young girl before her. Red Bean approached with a question. Are you truly all right? Silver regarded her with a puzzled look, then glanced at the elder and back at Goe, who seemed equally bewildered. It is good to hear you are well. Red Bean sighed, turning her attention back to Mr. Daka. Little girl, it was truly thanks to you that those individuals were driven away. The old man expresses his gratitude here. Mr. Daka bowed his head to Silver and Goe. Silver hurriedly stood up, exclaiming, Elder, please, do not say such things. We cannot bear it. It is our duty to protect you. He continued, Mr. Daka, since you have misrepresented the task, leading us to suffer severe losses, we are entitled to terminate the commission immediately. You will find yourself in a perilous situation, so I urge you to consider this carefully. The old man sighed once more. After a moment of silence, Jin suddenly stood up and regarded Mr. Daka with a serious expression. Sir, you are a swordsmith, am I correct? The old man was momentarily taken aback, his hands frozen in place. Jin pressed on, yet, a swordsmith should not endure such treatment. What extraordinary weapon have you forged that warrants such elaborate measures? These are not divine weapons, merely remnants lost in the tides of history, the old man retorted. At most, I share some connection with the renowned daimyo of the craftsman-esque country. Perhaps they seek to leverage this to threaten the nation's leader for their own gain. Daimyo? Hongdo looked at the elder, speechless. Just as the group was reminiscing about past trivialities, four figures suddenly appeared before them. Who are you? Jin exclaimed, rushing forward, his white blade fiercely lunging at the figures. Yet, Before it could reach its mark, it was repelled by their long swords. What? Jun stared at the four individuals in confusion. Mr. Daka, we are here on the orders of the daimyo of the craftsman-s country to escort you to the residence for a gathering. With that, two figures swiftly moved beside the elder, who smiled knowingly at Silver and the others. The one who had blocked Jun's attack bowed deeply. We are the four celestial beings, sent by the daimyo of the craftsman-s country to invite Master Daka. We extend our gratitude to Konoha for your protection of the esteemed gentleman. We shall take our leave now. With that, the five vanished from Silver's sight. What was that all about? Jun angrily pointed at the empty space where they had disappeared, while Hongdo sighed in resignation. We must return to the village and report this to Lord Hokage. Is that it? Is our mission concluded? Jun continued to protest, his frustration mounting. But they are entangled with the upper echelons of the nation. Do you think I am unaware? Hongdo countered, exasperated. The issue is that we lack the capacity to wade into these murky waters. National disputes are beyond our purview, since the elder did not seek assistance. It implies he knows those people, or at least that their claims are genuine. Handing over his safety to another group could be considered fulfilling our commission. Seeing Hongdo's rising irritation, the younger companions fell silent and trailed behind. Meanwhile, the elder Daka followed the so-called four celestial beings swiftly towards the daimyo's residence. What is your purpose? Why have you brought me here? This is the path to the daimyo's residence. You cannot genuinely intend to escort me there out of the goodness of your hearts. The old man couldn't help but burst into laughter. While the four others teased him nonchalantly, what else could you do? Can you still follow us? Hey, big brother. Why don't we simply let this old fellow answer a woman's question? A man spoke amiably. I am well aware that you safeguard the most significant secrets of this nation. Hence, I kindly invited you here to inquire about something. Please? Such a polite request. The old man retorted, visibly incensed. It's nothing much. We merely wish to know the method of forging the spirit sword. We hope you will generously impart your knowledge. The man said with a sly grin, yet Mr. Daka remained composed. I truly do not understand what you are referring to. How could you possibly believe in such ancient tales? I wonder what is wrong with the youth these days. They take stories too seriously. Old fool, don't refuse a toast, and then ask for punishment. The woman suddenly shouted, her fists clenched in anger, while the man remained serene. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Then let me ask this. Where's the North Star Celestial Wolf Blade? Upon hearing this name, a look of terror swept across the old man's face, freezing him in place. It's fine if you don't speak now. We have all the time in the world, but it may pose a challenge for you. The man concluded, shoving a pill into the old man's mouth before quickening his pace. What have you made me swallow? How despicable, to use poison. The old man coughed several times, glaring at them in indignation, but the man ran on, laughing nonchalantly. The princess will surely come looking for us, otherwise, she will pay dearly for it. With that, the group swiftly headed towards the grand mansion. And what appeared before the old man was the familiar night market of the country of craftsmen. Along the way, Een and his companions ambled back without a care. Prior to this, Hongdo had specifically instructed Jinshi and Guwei not to disclose any information about Een defeating the enemy, including to Een himself. At this moment, the two acted oblivious, trailing behind Hongdo. Suddenly, Hongdo curiously asked Jinshi, when did you start to discover and utilize your bloodline limit? Hearing this, Een and Guwei also gazed at him with intrigue, much like wolves fixated on a delectable prey. What are you two doing? Feeling somewhat shy? He scratched the back of his head and replied, perhaps about a week ago, though I am uncertain about the particulars. The first time I drew the bone sword from my palm startled me. I thought I had contracted some rare ailment. However, upon realizing that my body was not in any significant distress, I observed and practiced, albeit not yet able to wield it with complete freedom. After recounting his journey of growth, the group was nearing the village, yet there was no trace of joy on his face. Upon returning to the village, Hongdo reported the matter to the higher-ups of Konoha, who expressed mild astonishment, as the bloodline limit was thought to be nearly extinct, and everyone desired to cultivate and protect it. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the focus of attention, his identity now categorized as a key object of protection. And this mission had elevated his status significantly. Back at home, Een sat quietly in his room, gazing serenely at the resplendent night sky, a daily ritual. In another part of the tranquil night, the heavily guarded daimyo's residence appeared deserted to the eyes of the four celestial symbols. The group carelessly discarded Mr. Daka in the courtyard, creating some noise before vanishing without a trace. The guards, drawn by the sounds, surrounded the elderly gentleman with their swords drawn. Under the dim glow of torches, a man rushed towards the noise, followed closely by a girl who stumbled as she ran. "Slow down, brother," the girl called, panting. Yet the man continued swiftly forward. "Mr. Daka, shouldn't you be?" the man queried, perplexed upon recognizing the elder's appearance. The old man dusted himself off with a wry smile. "Alas, one cannot withstand the might of countless foes outside. If it weren't for the people of Konoha and the four celestial symbols, I would have long met my end." "Are you injured?" The man pressed on, just as the girl wobbled into the courtyard. "Brother, what is happening? Who are those people?" Her gentle voice echoed from afar. "It's me, little princess." The elder responded kindly, and the little girl playfully rushed over. "Grandpa Daka, you're back. That is wonderful. I want you to continue telling me stories." The girl suddenly perked up, eagerly pestering the old man. "Shao-e, Grandpa Daka has only just arrived. You must allow him a moment to rest," the man calmly interjected, then instructed the servants to arrange for the elder's comfort, personally escorting the girl back to her room. Several hours later, a full moon hung high in the inky night sky. Inside, a candle flickered gently in the breeze, wisps of smoke curling around the table. Does this mean the adults wish for Prince Chi to inherit the guardianship of this secret? Daka could not help but feel perplexed. "I am well aware of your thoughts. Though little E is clever and endearing, she has suffered from frail health since childhood. Many doctors have warned that her time may be limited, and I do not wish to burden her with further worries." A voice, laden with the weight of years, sighed deeply. However, Prince Chi's troubled heart may not be suited to unveil the secrets of the spirit sword. The elder articulated his concerns. "I fear that a tragic repetition of the past may be imminent. Alas, this is a last resort. I do not want little E to bear this burden alone. I will endeavor to gently guide Chi." With a resigned sigh, the elder reflected upon the innocent and radiant smiles that often danced in his mind. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, Hongdo stood alone in the center of the room, while the elder sat at his desk, hands propped up, gazing sternly ahead. "Hongdo, what I am about to disclose regarding Een is a village secret, and it must remain unspoken to anyone. Do you understand? Additionally, Jun and Gowei must be cautioned to maintain strict confidentiality," the elder proclaimed with gravity, as a heavy and oppressive atmosphere gradually enveloped the room. The following day, upon returning to Konoha, Een and his companions were recuperating. Gowei and Yin's injuries justified their well-deserved leave. Yet, only a day later, they learned that Gowei had been reprimanded by her father, who lamented her perceived frailty and overly gentle demeanor, criticizing her lack of prowess in ninjutsu compared to her peers. The new generation's Hinata Niji, as the focus of family attention, received frequent praise, further deepening her father's disappointment and ire. Upon hearing of this, Hongdo hurried to report to the Hokage. After grasping the full context, the third Hokage signaled for Hinata Hayashi to engage with her father and provide proper guidance to the child. Meanwhile, Jun and Een, coincidentally crossing paths with Hongdo, learned of Guwei's predicament. "Hey, you mentioned that Guwei is quite capable. Why is her father so harsh?" Jin remarked, walking alongside. Een merely nodded in agreement. As they walked, both reflected on their fond memories with her, yet no justification for her punishment surfaced in their minds. With a shared, resigned sigh, they exchanged knowing smiles before hastening towards their destination. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Hinata family estate. Upon entering Guwei's home, an oppressive atmosphere filled the courtyard, and a modestly dressed woman emerged to greet them. "Please wait a moment. Guwei is in her room. I will fetch her. In the meantime, feel free to have some water and snacks," she said, rising to walk into the courtyard, leaving Een and the others standing silently in the room. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the abrupt entrance of a small figure. "Who goes there?" Jun called out sharply. The newcomer responded with an awkward laugh, apologies for the interruption, raising his head with a look of feigned innocence that only intensified the urge to chastise him. "Yahiko." Upon a clearer observation of the newcomer, one could not help but feel a sense of speechlessness. Following the small farce in Mexico, the group reconvened to engage in leisurely conversation. The topics among the boys revolved around merriment, competition, and, of course, the allure of beautiful women. As they spoke, all three instinctively gazed towards the door, their eyes reflecting the visage and laughter of a certain someone. While the group indulged in their daydreams in the living room, the tranquility was soon disrupted by a commotion from outside, which seemed to involve Gowei's mother. Moments later, Gowei's voice rang out, "Stop it, Dad. I came out on my own, don't blame Mom." Sensing something amiss, the trio rushed outside to find Gowei standing protectively in front of a woman. while an irate man glared at her. Upon noticing the arrival of Ian and the others, the man fell into a brief silence before continuing to reprimand. How dare you allow outsiders to freely enter our Hinata household? This is utterly unacceptable, Naiko. Given their circumstances, Ian and Yahiko found it unwise to confront the situation head-on. They chose to retreat slightly, standing quietly to heed the unfolding events. However, what transpired next only fueled Kondo's anger further. Witnessing Gui's utter lack of remorse, the man unexpectedly struck his daughter across the face, berating her as a worthless disgrace to the Hinata family. From now on, you shall remain at home and go nowhere. No pleas for leniency will be entertained. What an absurdity! That detestable old man, why does he treat Gui this way? She's your daughter. Kondo suddenly shouted at him, his body moving toward the courtyard in indignation. As his words echoed, a throng of servants armed with weapons quickly surrounded them, causing Ian and Yahiko to feel their hearts race with trepidation. Upon hearing the commotion, the man turned around, his gaze freezing them in place. Even the little one was taken aback by his fierce glance. Is this how Uncle behaves? Ian thought, her heart filled with an indescribable turmoil. Yet Gui immediately intervened to halt her father's actions. Father, it is all my fault. They are not to blame. Mr. Hinata glared at them, and they too felt discomfort, thinking of Gui. Despite being from a prestigious family, she had yet to master the use of the Byakugan in combat, and her slow progress led to constant comparisons with others, leaving her feeling self-conscious and sorrowful. Gui's hard work and excellence cannot be dismissed with mere words. Ian mumbled internally, though reason quelled her rising anger. Hey, uncle, do you not fear that one day, no one will care for you in your old age? Treating your own daughter this way? Jin suddenly shouted at Mr. Hinata, causing Yahiko to tremble in fear. You, little brat. Do not meddle in the affairs of the Hinata family. He barked angrily, a palpable aura of menace beginning to emanate from him toward Jun. This is your family matter. But Gui is our friend, our most important companion. Thus, we have the right to protect her and share her burdens, Ian asserted boldly. What can you possibly do to help her? What assistance can you provide? He retorted. Ian paused for a moment and remarked that Gui's performance in her graduation exams was rather mediocre. As members of the Hyuga clan, your expectations for her are exceedingly high, often drawing comparisons between her and that prodigy named Hyuga Niji. However, do you understand that in comparisons between individuals, there is often one who falls short? Such actions only serve to intensify the pressure upon Gui, leading her to feel that she exists solely for the sake of others. What significance does such a life hold? You continually berate Gui, yet how much assistance have you truly extended to her? How well do you comprehend her innermost thoughts? What are her dreams? Dreams? I have no inclination to concern myself with her trivialities. Mr. Hyuga replied coldly, his expression devoid of the affection one would expect from a father. A father who is unaware of his daughter's aspirations has no grounds to chastise her, let alone restrict her freedom. Jin, filled with indignation, passionately retorted, while Ian stood by, somewhat dazed, observing Jun's fervent outburst. In that moment, the group fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Mr. Hyuga, his face ashen, spoke. You claim I lack the ability to discipline her, but what of you? She has been in the Red Bean class for several months yet remains stagnant in her progress. How am I to feel about this? Am I not anxious? Furthermore, after spending so much time with you, she shows no improvement. It appears you are not faring much better yourselves. The sudden provocation ignited a fire within Jin that he could no longer suppress, and he impulsively surged forward, only to be obstructed by a throng of retainers. Gui quickly interposed herself to halt him, and her mother pleaded with Mr. Hyuga to refrain from such behavior. The servants, drawn by the commotion, converged upon the courtyard, creating an impenetrable barrier. Ian and his companions found themselves in a precarious position, while Gui appeared utterly bewildered, the atmosphere thick with tension. What was transpiring? A violent altercation within the household is hardly fitting. One might think the Hyuga clan resorts to overwhelming force when faced with disagreement. The arrival of a newcomer unleashed a torrent of fury. Lord Hinata, your esteemed presence graces us. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Mr. Hyuga abruptly shifted from his arrogant demeanor to extend a respectful greeting to Lord Hinata. Ian exhaled a sigh of relief upon the sudden arrival of reinforcements. While Gui's progress was indeed minimal, it was hardly justifiable for her father to treat her in such a manner. He should strive to understand her better, shouldn't he? Hondo seized the opportunity to counsel, expressing her frustration. Isn't it just the Hinata clan? Having Gui with us will undoubtedly strengthen her, unlike your approach. Your clan? Sneered the servants. Do you underestimate us, the Hinata? With that, several servants brandished their clubs and charged forward. Yet, without a movement, a white shadow swiftly emerged, halting them in their tracks. The sight of long, bony limbs wrapping around the necks of several subordinates sent chills down their spines, leaving them petrified in terror. Completely abandoning their earlier aggression. Are you the little brat from the Takeburi clan? Quite capable, indeed, but is it wise to act in my house? Remarked Mr. Hinata disdainfully. Hondo immediately intervened. Jinji, release them. Do you wish for Gawei to face difficulties as well? Noticing the fear etched on their faces, Jinji's demeanor softened. Lord Nichiji interjected. Behave yourselves, Hondo. As their mentor, you must decide. He took a deep breath and turned to her, while the others observed in silence. After a moment, Hondo regarded her adversaries with seriousness, stating, Mr. Chieni, you claim we cannot teach Gawei, yet how much has she grown in these years at home? As ninjas, this is a phase everyone must endure. Thus, there must be no special treatment. Moreover, Gawei has passed the examination, making her my student, my subordinate. I possess the right to teach and protect my subordinates in my own manner. Do you not agree? Upon her declaration, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. After a long pause, Mr. Chieni finally spoke. Having someone assist in teaching my daughter is quite beneficial. It alleviates my concerns somewhat. However, he then paused, glancing at his daughter with an expression that shifted from exasperation to sternness, declaring, I expect you to pass the Chunin exam next year. Do you understand? He admonished Gawei. Yes, Gawei responded, her face lighting up with delight. Seeing Gawei free from threat, both Een and Jinji breathed easier, and Gawei nodded, assuring them she would not disappoint. Subsequently, the children followed Lord Nichiji outside, while Gawei accompanied Hondo to the training grounds to fulfill her promise to Mr. Chieni. After exiting, Een wandered alone to the outskirts. Despite several attempts to channel chakra into his hand, there was still no response. He sighed in resignation, wishing to consult his master on how to manage these two attributes. Lost in thought regarding his previous dilemmas, he unconsciously found himself beside a waterfall, where torrents of water cascaded down the cliff, creating a mist of spray that enveloped the air in a shroud of white. Silver strolled aimlessly by the riverbank, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon an elderly man with disheveled white hair, deeply engrossed in observing the river. Following his line of sight, he noticed a group of girls frolicking nearby, joyfully splashing water at each other. Their plump forms, glistening in the water, appeared particularly tender and delicate, while their fair skin radiated youth and vitality with each movement, accompanied by the melodic laughter that echoed, stirring a warmth within Silver's heart. Lecherous old man, Silver thought to himself, gradually approaching the man and gently tapping his shoulder. Hey, old man. He spoke seriously, but received no response. Hello, old man, he continued, trying to maintain a polite tone, yet the man merely muttered, What do you want? Don't disturb me. I'm in a hurry to gather material. Seeing someone so brazenly engaged in such a lewd manner, yet maintaining a facade of righteousness, Silver couldn't help but shout, Pervert! The thunderous exclamation startled the girls, who paused momentarily before screaming and hurriedly fleeing, causing the beautiful scene to vanish abruptly. After a brief silence, the old man turned to glare at Silver with a look of hatred, but as he focused on Silver's face, the anger in his eyes dissipated entirely. His clear gaze, now ignited by curiosity, appeared even more striking. His handsome features combined with his rare, beautiful silver hair exuded an unusual allure. For a moment, the man was captivated by Silver. Lecherous immortal, he mused, his eyes wandering up and down Silver's figure, making Silver feel uncomfortable enough to take a step back. Oh, so you're a boy, the man remarked with a hint of disappointment. In a moment of hesitation, Silver, blushing, retorted, You old pervert. I'll report you to Lord Hokage for suspicious behavior. Who are you to interfere with my work? The youngsters these days are becoming increasingly disrespectful. The man countered before Silver could finish. Youngster? Silver fumed at the man's arrogance. Ah, don't be angry. I was merely joking. Are you a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village? You seem to be a genin? He smiled, pointing at Silver's forehead protector, which only fueled Silver's fury further. What's wrong with being a genin? Every ninja must go through this phase, even Lord Hokage. What is so amusing about that? Silver asserted, defending his dignity. Ha ha. The man laughed heartily in response. Silver, feeling discontented, chose not to continue his complaints. Hey kid, what are you doing here? Where is your captain? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? The other party suddenly retracted their nonchalant demeanor and solemnly inquired, "Why should I tell you?" Silver glared at them, visibly vexed. "Ah, I was merely teasing you because you are so adorable. Your silence does not affect me in the slightest. Farewell," the individual stated, rising to depart. As they prepared to leave, a flicker of doubt emerged in Silver's mind. The forehead protector seemed somewhat familiar, as if it had been encountered before. Where could it be? Silver began to fervently ponder, and suddenly, a realization struck. Could it be the legendary Sanine, Jiraiya? This memory was coupled with the recollection of a previous task assigned by their teacher, along with having seen Jiraiya's profile in the root database. Should I report this matter to Lord Hokage? Silver wrestled with this thought, but the individual had already vanished without a trace. They're gone. Silver sighed in resignation, gazing at the gradually descending sunset before making his way home. "You're back?" Upon entering, a voice jolted Silver from his reverie. He looked upon the familiar silver-haired figure, his heart brimming with joy. "Master!" Silver rushed forward and bowed deeply to the woman. "Master, why did you not respond to me today when I saw you?" As he twirled the silver chain around his wrist, he inquired, while the woman remained silent for a moment before taking Silver's hand, leading him to the cherry blossom grove. "Master?" Silver asked, perplexed. "Recently, I have been preoccupied with numerous matters and cannot guide your training for the time being. However, I can help you find another teacher," she said, her tone calming. Silver gazed at her in confusion. "Did you not encounter Jiraiya today? He can instruct you in your training," she remarked, looking up at the night sky with a sigh. "Lord Jiraiya? But how could he possibly agree to teach someone like me?" Silver responded, nervously scratching the back of his head. "Aside from you, Master, no one has ever guided me in my training, so rest assured, he will certainly agree." She replied confidently. "You simply need to mention one thing to him." "One thing? What is it?" Silver asked curiously, his eager gaze fixed upon her mysterious visage. "Just inquire if he has heard of the Ghost Realm seal, and perhaps ask him one more question." She paused, observing Silver's puzzled expression. "This sealing technique was invented by your sister, so he will undoubtedly understand its significance." "Sister?" Silver exclaimed, astonished as he stared at the woman's retreating figure, the silver strands of her hair swaying with the falling cherry blossoms. For a long while, neither spoke a word. "Thank you, Master." Having spoken, Ian hastily departed from the cherry grove, making his way home. Throughout the night, his thoughts were steeped in past joys, with the once repressed and forgotten beauty gradually surfacing before him. Why are the memories of you always so hazy? Aside from the countless repetitions of familiar scenes and smiles, why does everything about you feel so foreign? Sister, as Ian lay on the bed, his gaze wandered vacantly towards the resplendent night sky, and suddenly, long-lost tears surged forth, soaking his hair as he surrendered to their flow, while the world before him began to brighten. At dawn the following day, Ian set out to seek Jiraiya as per his master's instructions, his first stop being the riverside where he had encountered Jiraiya the day before. The outcome was rather evident. Alas, how is one to search for a person? There was no one by the river. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Ian lamented. Observing the bustling street, the sun had already risen high in the sky. As he brushed past two women walking together, laughing and chatting, a distinctive fragrance wafted towards him, prompting Yin's spirits to lift as he hurried towards the bathhouse. Entering the bathhouse in broad daylight, Ian felt a twinge of discomfort. He stealthily approached the men's section, yet all eyes were drawn to his flowing silver hair, gazing intently at his retreating figure. "Hey, in broad daylight, why are there so many girls?" The men who encountered Ian in the corridor whispered among themselves. Navigating the winding hallway, Ian made his way directly to the bathhouse. Upon entering, behind the gentle white mist, several bewildered men stared wide-eyed at Ian from the bath. In the distance, a lewd figure crouched by the wall separating the two bathing areas, occasionally punctuated by crude laughter. "Oh, splendid." Ian sighed helplessly and strode forward, calling out, "Hey, Lord Jiraiya." Minutes passed, and aside from that increasingly brazen lewd voice, the only sounds were the awkward silence of the bewildered men seated in the water behind him. "You lascivious old man," Ian suddenly shouted at him, inciting a commotion from the bathroom across the way, a cacophony of shouts and chaos erupting. "How dare you peep in broad daylight? Ladies, hurry." The atmosphere turned tense, and the men behind Ian hastily fled the bathhouse. Jiraiya remained silent, crouched in place, leaving only Ian and himself in the bathroom. At that moment, a commotion outside grew closer, the noise becoming increasingly pronounced. "Who dares to peep in broad daylight? Show yourself." A furious female voice bellowed, approaching with heavy footsteps. "You little brat." Jiraiya glared at Een in anger, but as the noise neared the doorway, Een anxiously glanced at the entrance, only to find it empty in the blink of an eye. "Damn it, where did they go?" Een said, watching as a battalion of women burst through the door, leaving him no opportunity to hide. "Where is he? I heard there's a pervert." The women, led by Een's sister, directed their grievances toward him. "Little sister, you were the one who shouted earlier, right? Where's that lecher?" Another woman demanded angrily. Faced with these fierce expressions, Een couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. If his identity were to be exposed, he wouldn't know how he might meet his end. The silver spirit swiftly averted her gaze from the crowd, pointing toward the entrance with a hint of shyness in her voice. "I saw that person running in that direction. I apologize for not apprehending him in time. He escaped." The woman exclaimed furiously, her eyes fixated on the exit, causing Silver to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, another voice called out, "Is that you, Silver? What brings you here?" As Een turned at the sound, an unsettling emotion surged within him. He beheld a girl with raven-black short hair stepping forward. Calling out to him, "Een U0." A wave of panic washed over him, yet she eagerly approached, grasping his hand and shaking it animatedly. The deep cleft in her chest, partially concealed by her towel, appeared and vanished, stirring a flurry of confusion in Een's heart. Hadn't she been as flat as a runway back at school? Suddenly, he felt a rush of heat in his nostrils, as if something fierce were impending. Oh no. In a moment of haste, he broke free from Zero's grasp and retreated, only to find himself slipping on the floor, his shoes betraying him. Behind him lay the steaming hot springs. With a sudden splash, he plunged into the scalding water, his nostrils releasing a torrent of liquid. Although engulfed in this chaotic scene, he dared not surface immediately. Instead, he swiftly wiped away the blood from his nose, battling the scorching heat as he gradually floated to the surface. "Are you all right, Een?" Zero inquired with genuine concern from above. Een inhaled deeply, gazing at the young maiden before him, who was merely draped in a bath towel, half kneeling in front of him, causing another wave of dizziness to wash over him. "Ah, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," Een murmured softly, quickly averting his gaze elsewhere. "Ling, you should hurry and assist. I can manage on my own, but you must help everyone catch that lecher." In a flurry of anxiety, Een clumsily arranged his words to encourage the other to leave swiftly, his porcelain cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. "Well then, be careful yourself and avoid crossing paths with that scoundrel," the young maiden replied, rising to her feet and hastily exiting the bathroom. Een let out a soft sigh before calling out, "Come out, everyone has left." "Ah, little spirit, I am grateful for your assistance in diverting them." However, Jiraiya nonchalantly emerged from the ground, gazing at Een, who was disheveled and immersed in water, his face flushed with an even deeper hue. "You are truly a great beauty," Jiraiya remarked, his expression lecherous as he fixated on Een. "Who is responsible for making me commit such embarrassing and shameful acts? You must compensate me appropriately." "Compensate?" Jiraiya looked at Een in bewilderment. Silver, in a fit of anger, dragged Jiraiya straight home. As soon as they reached the doorstep, Jiraiya's mind was flooded with memories of a familiar visage, and his doubts began to surface. After a flurry of activity, Silver emerged in a fresh set of clothes and entered the living room, only to find Jiraiya at ease, which further fueled Silver's ire. "Hey, we agreed on compensation. And here you are, leisurely enjoying the scenery," Silver exclaimed as he rummaged through the wardrobe in search of something. "How do you intend to compensate?" Jiraiya inquired, intrigued by Silver's elegant silhouette. "Accompany me in my training and teach me ninjutsu," Silver asserted, resolutely tying his hair back with a rope, his dissatisfaction palpable. "You must teach me everything I wish to learn." "Everything? Kid, don't get ahead of yourself. Simply receiving my true teachings is already a privilege," Jiraiya retorted with a hint of exasperation. Silver did not respond, but swiftly tidied himself up and approached Jiraiya. Observing his neat and tidy attire, along with the long silver ponytail cascading down his back, Jiraiya was reminded of a familiar scene, a fleeting vision of an exquisitely beautiful face flashing in his mind. "Young one, who is your teacher?" Jiraiya suddenly inquired, perhaps merely to dispel the illusions swirling in his thoughts. Een was momentarily taken aback, and then stammered in response. "Teacher Hongdo, is something the matter?" "Ah, that disciple of Orochimaru, how intriguing," Jiraiya mused to himself. Silver shyly gazed at him in silence, and finally, he waved his hand, signaling him to approach. However, before he could reach his side, a fierce punch was thrown at him. Silver swiftly reacted, leaping backward as several shurikens shot forth. His opponent effortlessly evaded them, and the shurikens embedded themselves violently into the wall. "What are you doing?" Silver exclaimed, voicing his complaint against the sudden attack. Yet, his adversary regarded him with a serious expression, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Boy, what is your name?" "Silver, Kanagawa Silver." "What is it to you?" Silver replied, a hint of anger in his tone. "Ah, little Silver, you are indeed an amusing child," the man responded, only to be met with Silver's retort. "What is so amusing about you, you lecherous old man?" "Do not call me lecherous. I am Jiraiya, the white-haired sage of Miyaboku Mountain. Do you understand?" he boasted, tossing his unkempt, disheveled white hair. Silver merely stared at him in a daze. "Silver, is it? Do you wish to grow stronger?" he suddenly inquired. Silver, somewhat perplexed, quickly nodded in response. "Indeed, from our earlier encounter, it is evident that your abilities are quite remarkable for a genin. Your taijutsu is impressive. And you even detected my hiding place underground. It seems your earth release technique is no trivial matter, since you have the audacity to request my guidance. I shall honor our agreement and teach you a couple of techniques." He chuckled to himself. Observing the somewhat awkward Silver still glancing around, Jiraiya shook his head. "Hurry up and catch up." With that, he dashed out the window. A few minutes later, Silver sat on the ground, panting heavily. The two had arrived at the waterfall from the previous day, with Jiraiya earnestly standing on a rock, gazing at the rushing waters in the distance. "Rest assured, after yesterday's commotion, it is unlikely any girls will come here to frolic," Silver remarked, seemingly reading his thoughts, dousing him with a splash of cold water. "This is all your fault. You owe me." Jiraiya playfully whined like a child, but Silver paid him no mind. The two fell into silence until Jiraiya broke it. "Let us start with the summoning technique. This way, you can contact me if anything arises. I am not so heartless. Having such a delightful apprentice is certainly not a bad thing," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Is that so? The summoning technique?" Ian pondered silently, mumbling to himself. "It seems acceptable. After all, I do not possess a spirit beast. Prior to mastering the art of spirit summoning, one must forge a contract with a spirit beast. Each spirit beast in the world has its own contractual partner, summoned to their side when aid is required. Let me proceed with the first step," Jiraiya declared, producing a large scroll. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he unfurled a soft shadow, and the immense scroll soared forth, unfurling into the distance. As Ian gazed upon the scroll that gradually expanded, he scanned the intricate array of hand seals and inscriptions, a spectacular sight indeed. Toward the end of the scroll, two familiar names caught his eye, Minato Namikaze and Kagayati. A tremor coursed through his hands, and an inexplicable sorrow welled up within him. Jiraiya inscribed Yin's name at the scroll's conclusion, Shinai Chuanin, then urged him, "Come quickly and sign the contract." However, there was no response for quite some time. Confused, Jiraiya lifted his gaze to the dazed Ian, whose eyes shimmered with a crystalline light, and after a moment of silence, he rose and approached Ian. "What is it? Why the sudden silence?" Jiraiya inquired. "Nothing, let us continue," Ian replied, taking a deep breath and walking forward with enthusiasm. "Come here. Draw some blood and imprint your hand seal." Jiraiya gestured toward the scroll. Ian hesitated but eventually bit his finger. Crimson droplets emerged, transforming into a vivid scarlet that lingered on his thumb. He pressed his hand seal onto the contract, and as Jiraiya rolled up the scroll, he declared, "The contract is complete. Next, we shall imprint the signs of Chun, Wu, Su, Yin, and Mao for the summoning technique." In an instant, a vibrantly adorned green frog materialized before them with a resounding thud. "Who is this?" Yin exclaimed, startled by the garishly made-up frog. "Is there something you need, young Jiraiya?" The frog inquired obsequiously, causing Yin to feel a wave of nausea. Jiraiya's interaction with it only heightened his discomfort. Jiraiya glanced at Yin and said, "I've taught you the seal. The rest is up to you." Silver shook his head and began his solitary training, feeling nauseous at the recent events, as if his stomach were churning violently. After a few moments of respite, he managed to calm himself. "Come on, let's try the summoning technique." He encouraged himself with a deep breath. Suddenly, with a loud pop, a tiny creature resembling a newly emerged frog appeared before him. "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Is this the newly formed frog?" Jiraiya turned his head in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "What can I do? It's my first attempt at summoning, and this is quite commendable." Silver felt a surge of embarrassment and quickly shifted the conversation to divert attention from his predicament. "Is that so? Then you should put in the effort," Jiraiya said, hastily making his way back to the village. Summoning technique? But why do I feel that my chakra is not as abundant as before? Silver suddenly felt more powerless and despondent compared to his former self. But it was merely a fleeting moment before he immersed himself again in the practice of unifying his mind and spirit. Time flew by, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. As Silver contemplated and practiced, Jiraiya returned after completing his errands, having avoided disturbing Silver, who was so intensely focused. "How's it going?" Jiraiya casually inquired, but received no response. Noticing Silver's silence, Jiraiya curiously approached, finding a slightly larger frog joyfully hopping before them. "This?" Jiraiya exclaimed, bewildered. It seemed the chakra was insufficient. He thought, while calling out to Silver, "Let us continue tomorrow. It's getting late. We should head back." "No way. Teacher, you said you were busy. So I must practice diligently to learn more from you. I want to become," Silver declared with determination. "You don't need to push yourself so hard. With your current chakra, you likely lack the strength to utilize this technique effectively," Jiraiya replied with a satisfied smile. "Let us head back for now. Strength is not something that can be acquired overnight. Haste makes waste. Take your time." "Chakra, indeed," Silver murmured, feeling a sense of discouragement wash over him. "Rest assured, no matter how busy I am, I will guide you in mastering this summoning technique. So for today, return home and get some rest." "Good rest is also beneficial for training," Jiraiya concluded, suddenly brimming with energy as he dashed towards the village. "Is he in such a hurry that he has no time to accompany me?" Silver thought, breaking into a cold sweat. Upon returning home, Silver found himself alone in his room, pondering the things he had seen during the contract signing that morning, his confusion deepening. "Sister?" He gently closed her eyes. That night, she dreamt once more of the beautiful and bountiful land, where the vibrant figure of the past lingered in her mind. Yet now, instead of the original silver-clad visage, she beheld dark, lustrous locks. The following morning, Een groggily rose from her slumber. Was it merely a dream? A wave of discomfort washed over her, prompting an involuntary complaint. When suddenly, an urgent knocking at the door shattered her discontent. She hurriedly made her way to the entrance. As she opened the door, a disheveled head of white hair bobbed before her. "Hurry up. I'm pressed for time. We need to start practicing," Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Een paused momentarily, then quickly changed her attire and dashed out of the house. Jiraiya sat some distance away on a stone, observing Een as she fervently practiced by the riverbank, her brush darting swiftly across the surface of her canvas, while his right hand propped up his chin as he leaned thoughtfully to one side. The immense chakra? Goodness! If only there were enough chakra. In a moment of urgency, a ghostly figure flickered through Een's mind, igniting a spark of excitement as she gazed intently at the tranquil river. "The power Lord Danzo spoke of that resides within me. How on earth can I harness it?" At that moment, the fleeting joy began to wither away. "Hey, stop daydreaming and get back to practicing. I don't have all day to waste on you, you little rascal," Jiraiya complained, noting Een's momentary distraction. Silver gazed at the disheveled man, sighing helplessly, bowing his head like a weathered old soul. In that moment, I seemed to lose consciousness, yet simultaneously, something appeared to infiltrate my being. What precisely was it? Silver fell into contemplation, recalling the relentless interrogations from Danzo. With each memory, he became increasingly certain of possessing an extraordinary power. But what could it be? He knelt by the riverbank, lost in thought for half an hour. "Silver, the snacks are gone. Hurry and fetch some." The languid voice of Jiraiya shattered Silver's reverie. With a resigned sigh, he swiftly dashed towards the street. Along the way, he occasionally glanced at his bracelet, which sparkled brilliantly in the radiant sunlight. "Master, why did you entrust my training to Jiraiya-sensei? Knowing his past, do you also have doubts?" Confusion gradually welled up within Silver's heart. "Hey, isn't that Silver? What's up?" Goei murmured beside Hondo, quietly observing his departing figure from afar. "Jiraiya-sensei, I brought the items." Silver stood respectfully at the side, placing the snacks down, yet he did not leave immediately. Instead, he remained there in silence. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Jiraiya teased, noticing Silver still lingering nearby. "I have no tricks to share. This is something you must discover for yourself." "No, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm not inquiring about training. I want to ask if you have heard of the Spirit World Seal?" Silver looked earnestly at Jiraiya. Upon hearing those words, Jiraiya's hand trembled slightly, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face, conjuring memories of his once sharp-witted demeanor. "Where did you hear about this?" Jiraiya set down his pen, fixating a serious gaze on Silver, his furrowed brow causing Silver to feel a twinge of unease. I merely wish to understand what sort of technique it is and its purpose. Is it? Silver inquired with sudden seriousness. I asked where you heard it from. What does the rest concern you? Jiraiya's voice rose, a hint of wavering and unease lacing his words. Needless to ask, this technique was conceived by one of your former disciples, wasn't he it? Silver's unwavering gaze bore into Jiraiya's very soul. In that instant, Jiraiya found himself without any words of rebuttal. Master, please teach me this technique, Silver began, but Jiraiya interrupted sharply, impossible. Although I do not know how you discovered this technique, I cannot and will not teach you, for I do not possess it. It is not my ninjutsu. And I have never mastered it. The air grew heavy, and both remained silent. After an indeterminate period, Jiraiya finally broke the oppressive silence. How do you know about it? Moreover, there are few left alive who are aware of this technique. Silver, who exactly are you? Seeing Jiraiya's sudden change of expression, Silver couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed his master was privy to much more than he let on. Silver contemplated, a knowing smile soon gracing his lips. For I am indeed the one upon whom this technique is cast. With a cheerful demeanor, he gazed at the astonished Jiraiya, his lips continuing to move in an animated fashion. Sister Y is my elder sibling. The shock on Jiraiya's face quickly morphed into an expression of guilt, an inexplicable sadness flooding his heart. The manuscript resting on his knee was swept away by a gentle breeze, leaving both individuals suspended in the stillness of that moment. Why? Is it fate intertwined within the cosmos? The child Jiraiya, lost in thought, gazed at Silver, oblivious to all else. Sensei Jiraiya? Silver inquired, his voice rising in curiosity. How is your ninjutsu practice coming along? Jiraiya suddenly retorted, startling Silver, who hastily diverted the conversation. I wanted to ask you if you truly understand this technique. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Hurry and practice, Jiraiya replied impatiently. Faced with Jiraiya's sudden obstinacy, Silver's subtle tactics proved ineffective, prompting him to lower his head and walk toward the river's end. What is he planning? Jiraiya wondered, observing Silver's retreating figure, which headed toward the precipice of a profound abyss. At this moment, Silver stood at the cliff's edge, intently gazing at the azure sky above. Fear of death consumed his heart. Thus, if the amnesia of that time was a consequence of that power, Silver hastened forward, contemplating a perilous thought, one that he chose to heed. If he were to die once more, he could awaken it. With this notion in mind, Silver suddenly began to sprint toward the cliff, prompting Jiraiya to leap up in alarm. Yet, by then, Silver's silhouette had vanished beyond the horizon. No, Jiraiya exclaimed angrily, racing toward the cliff's edge. Feeling the biting cold wind slicing through his skin as he plummeted, Silver experienced a disorienting sense of weightlessness, the howling wind echoing in his ears. Hey, can you hear me? I need your strength. Come forth. Silver shut his eyes, straining to regain balance amidst the nausea induced by the free fall. Yet before him lay an expanse of darkness, a space where not a single hand could be seen, engulfed in utter blackness. Where am I? Silver suddenly regained his focus, surveying the chaotic void around him, yet perceiving nothing, hearing nothing, feeling nothing, as though nothing existed in this realm. Silence reigned for an eternity, devoid of life. Am I dead? I jumped down recklessly. This must be the bottom of the cliff, Silver surmised, a wave of regret and sorrow washing over him. But just as he began to relinquish everything, a voice emerged, shattering his naive thoughts. Hey, you useless fool. Have you longed to see me this much? It's been 7 years, yet you never seemed to care before. And now, here you are, crying out for my help? The haughty sound of mocking gradually echoed in Yin's ears as he calmly listened to the words of his interlocutor. Although I do not know what you are. If you wish to reside here, surely some interest must be paid, Yin shouted into the void of chaos. Interest? The voice paused for a moment, then laughed arrogantly, exclaiming, on what grounds? Silver fell silent for a moment before responding calmly. Then I shall perish? Would that be agreeable? You have dwelled within my body for 7 years. It seems unlikely that transitioning to a new host would be feasible. You are, after all, a parasitic entity, and the demise of your host may not bode well for you. The little rascal. The other party suddenly muttered in indignation. After a brief silence, a wicked smile flickered across Silver's mind, and he abruptly opened his eyes, a wave of fear and unease surging through his heart. Gazing into the endless abyss below, Silver's teeth ground together audibly. Ha! Wu! You! Shun! Wei! The art of spiritual communication. Silver forcefully struck the air beneath his feet with his right hand, and a faint black substance suddenly materialized, Subsequently, a torrent of intense chakra erupted from his palm, and a pale blue chakra curtain swiftly unfurled beneath him. Moments later, Silver landed safely. What is it, Jiraiya? I was about to have my meal. Why summon me at this hour? A voice suddenly emerged from beneath Silver, and he stared in shock at the colossal figure seated beneath him. Hey, why are we in such a narrow and perilous location? Jiraiya, what is the situation? The other continued to grumble, but upon sensing an unfamiliar aura, the complaints ceased. How could you let this little brat summon me to such a place? I truly do not comprehend how one could contract with a child. Jiraiya, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, it shot a glare at Silver on its back, its enormous eyes widening in surprise at the sight of him. How formidable! Silver couldn't help but swallow hard, pondering to himself. With a powerful push off the ground, Silver was once again greeted by the stunning sunset, casting a vibrant rainbow over the waterfall. Hey, Jiraiya, why did you contract with this little brat? As Silver soared through the air, he overheard the bickering of the giant toad beneath him. Jiraiya looked up, marveling at the sight of the soaring One-Tai. You actually summoned it. Quite impressive. That must have been the power I sensed earlier. Jiraiya, did you hear what I said? Why did One-Tai continue to confront you after landing? Silver remained silent on One-Tai's back. Now, One-Tai, do not be too excited. My new apprentice is rather introverted. Please do not frighten him. Although he is a boy, he is quite adorable, and I am somewhat reluctant to impose overly strict discipline, Jiraiya chattered below, while Silver and One-Tai exchanged exasperated glances. This has nothing to do with me. I am merely inquiring why you would contract with a child and clumsily summon me to this location. One-Tai continued to bicker with Jiraiya, leaving Silver to languish in silence. You must be more accommodating in the future. After all, he is Xiao Yi's younger brother, and he may require your assistance more often, Jiraiya chuckled, stroking his chin. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's name, One-Tai fell silent, eventually vanishing into the evening haze without a word. Silver sat wearily upon the sandy stones, gasping for breath, his damp silver hair glimmering like crystal under the embrace of the setting sun, reflecting the breathtaking cascade bathed in the twilight glow. Jiraiya could not help but lose himself in reverie. How absurd, merely a child. He muttered a few complaints before summoning Silver over. With sluggish steps, Silver approached Jiraiya, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Since you have mastered the summoning technique, come here tomorrow, and I shall teach you more. With a resounding bang, Jiraiya vanished without a trace, leaving only a small frog that hopped leisurely across Silver's path. Once the pang of disappointment subsided, Silver began to make his way home. Oh, I'm utterly exhausted, he lamented, his thoughts drifting more towards the voice he had just heard, as well as the conversation between Jiraiya and One-Tai, which stirred memories of days gone by. In the still of the night, Silver inhaled the crisp air as he walked upon the carpet of crimson, the surrounding cherry blossoms fluttering in the wind. Petals danced about him, sometimes lingering in his vicinity, at other times soaring toward the boundless night sky before cascading downward, drifting towards distant cliffs. Beneath the resplendent canopy of stars, the ancestors of the Leaf Village watched over a quiet corner of the village. At that moment, Silver pondered his past. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall, aside from the memories of that one room, everything else remained shrouded in mystery. Silver? A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He turned abruptly, a graceful figure emerging from the shadows, her white pupils resembling the sun in the night, as she quietly stood beneath the cherry trees, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Go away. Silver's eyes widened at the unexpected visitor. What are you doing here? He inquired, a sense of unease creeping in, as if some secret of his had been unearthed. I saw someone walking alone towards the edge of the village, and curiosity got the better of me, so I followed. Go-Wei explained, extending her arms as if to embrace the dancing petals, her movements full of life. I only recently discovered this beautiful spot myself. Yet it is so late, and you are here alone. Mr. Tai will surely worry, Silver remarked, following Go-Wei's sentiments. It's nothing to fret about. I'm grown up now, and who would dare to bully me? Go-Wei said, as she casually reclined on a large stone, gazing at the myriad stars. A wave of melancholy washed over her. The two said nothing, at that moment, apart from the chilling breeze rustling through the cherry grove. An eerie silence enveloped them. Hey. Go-Wei, Silver suddenly spoke up, causing the girl, lost in her reverie, to sit up hurriedly. What is the matter? She asked, her face a mask of fear as she looked at Silver. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Silver queried, puzzled by Go-Wei's sudden tension, his inquisitive gaze piercing her thoughts. It's nothing, just lost in thought, Go-Wei replied, lowering her head into silence. Silver gazed at her for a long while. And after much contemplation, he took a deep breath. Gaui, may I pose a question to you? Can you answer me truthfully? He fixed his earnest gaze upon her and inquired, why did the enemy retreat this time? What was the reason? Gaui shivered involuntarily. Recalling the Red Bean's admonition, she must never disclose this to Silver or the villagers, for it could endanger his life. Did I not mention that we took advantage of the enemy's distraction to rescue our teacher? Together, we repelled the foe. Is there a problem? Gaui replied, a hint of guilt creeping into her voice, her delicate fingers anxiously twisting the hem of her garment into a series of creases. Observing Gaui's unease, Silver seemed to grasp something unspoken. He quietly sat upon a stone, gazing up at the night sky, his breath forming clouds of vapor in the chill air. They remained silent, yet the girl's inner turmoil escalated, and beads of perspiration began to form at her temples. Gaui, are you familiar with Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto Uzumaki? Gaui looked at Silver in confusion, his silvery hair shimmering even more splendidly under the cloak of night. After a brief silence, she spoke. I've heard that little rascal is quite a troublemaker. My mother warned me to steer clear of him, as many villagers harbor disdain for him. Why do you suddenly bring him up? Disdain, you say? Silver sighed. I believe it is fear, perhaps terror. Fear? Afraid of a little brat? Gaui was taken aback by Silver's words, her confusion deepening. Are you afraid of him? Silver pressed further, but Gaui remained unresponsive. After a moment's reflection, she scoffed, would I? The young lady, fear a mere boy? But Naruto is a perilous individual. 7 years ago, he nearly obliterated the entire Hidden Leaf village in a single night. Countless esteemed ninjas met their demise, and even the fourth Hokage could not escape. Can you still jest about him after that? Silver turned to face her earnestly, and her flushed cheeks paled at the gravity of his words. Impossible. 7 years ago, he was but an infant. How could he have committed murder? How could he have destroyed the village? Gaui challenged, seizing upon the inconsistency in Silver's statement. As she glanced at the peculiar figure beside her, a sense of unease crept into her heart. 7 years prior, the Nine Tails had attacked the Hidden Leaf, and the village's elite, under the Fourth's leadership, fought valiantly to minimize casualties. The Fourth sacrificed his life for the peace of the village and brought the power of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to their defense. Thus, those in the know recognized the Fourth as a hero, and so too is Naruto. He has borne the unbearable trials of existence since the day he was born, making him a hero in his own right. Silver curled up on the stone, cradling his knees and murmuring to himself, while Gaui looked at him with a hint of irritation. Silver, why speak of such things? She nudged him impatiently. Silver fixed his gaze intently upon the girl. The humming of his lips suddenly ceased. His sorrowful eyes quietly regarded the young maiden before him. In the midst of their united mission, the girl found herself at a loss for words, her heart brimming with unease and trepidation as memories of the past surged forth with increasing intensity. She lowered her head in silent contemplation. Silver remained as composed as ever, curled up nearby. At this moment, the girl's reaction provided him with the clearest answer. Hey, go away. If one day I were to lose consciousness and pose a danger to my friends or the villagers, you could. Silver articulated slowly, only to be abruptly interrupted by the girl raising her voice. What are you saying? If one day I become a mindless executioner, please put an end to my life. His deep murmurs slowly reached her ears, exploding in her mind like thunder. Silence enveloped them for a long while, a profound stillness. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the tranquil cherry blossom grove. The girl, trembling, with slightly flushed palms, felt tears uncontrollably seep from the corners of her eyes. Silver silently felt the sting of warmth rising in his cheeks. Her unspoken criticism had already penetrated deep into his heart through her delicate hands. His sorrowful gaze met the self-pitying boy's, and once again, silence fell between them. After a moment, Silver bowed his head and murmured, I'm sorry. Beside him, a faint sobbing continued. Overcome with guilt for his previous actions, he could only sit quietly alongside her. As the moon set and the sun rose, the night faded into day. Golden morning light pleasantly cascaded over the earth, and the crimson petals, bathed in soft sunlight, appeared even more fragrant and vibrant. The melodious chirping of birds occasionally echoed in the serene cherry grove. Beneath a flourishing cherry tree, the silver-haired boy rested his head on the girl's knees, quietly dozing. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to sway gracefully, harmonizing with the intermittent birdsong to create a captivating morning melody. A few mischievous cuckoos boldly perched upon his silvery tresses, their tiny heads bobbing in and out of his blossom-laden hair, their lively chatter resonating playfully in the air. Silver rubbed his sleepy eyes, and as his bright gaze caught sight of the mischievous little ones beside him, the birds startled and took flight like children caught in mischief, dispersing in a flurry. Silver instinctively shielded his eyes from the piercing light, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air, further intoxicating his already dazed senses. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, Silver snapped back to reality, his eyes widening as a fresh and charming face came into view, accompanied by an inexplicable expansion that obscured his line of sight, causing his cheeks to flush momentarily. Along the path, several spirited youths were joyfully traversing the carpet of fallen petals. One girl, slightly weary, lamented, "What's going on? The young lady has tea returned all night. If this gets out." Sighing, another voice interjected, "Well, Lord Hokage has already tracked their whereabouts, claiming they are in this vicinity. We should hurry and find her. This mission is quite formidable." Shioli glanced at the fatigued girl beside him, a hint of reproach in his tone. "Somebody seems rather dispirited this morning. What were you up to last night?" "What do you mean? What was I up to? I simply lost track of time while reading." She hastily defended herself. At that moment, the group sauntered leisurely through the pink-hued grove, while a brown-haired boy playfully leaped around them, dancing in the dappled sunlight. "Gang, could you please settle down? You're making my eyes dizzy," the girl exclaimed suddenly, her energy revitalized as she shouted at the boy. Meanwhile, another boy halted, standing in awe. "How beautiful!" Following his gaze, the sunlight illuminated a cherry blossom tree, beneath which a lovely girl was basking in its warmth, peacefully slumbering. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, which floated serenely in the air, while her chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath. In front of her, another striking figure raised her right hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sun, a languid tranquility emanating from her, as scattered red blossoms danced around, intertwining with the girl's silhouette, creating a picturesque tableau in the morning light. "What is going on here?" the short-haired girl mused softly. "Oh, the goddess's lap is being utilized by the goddess herself. That seems rather wasteful." A voice suddenly reached Silver's ears, followed by a series of snapping sounds. "What's the matter? Is it morning already?" Gawain murmured, her tousled hair radiating a soft, alluring aura as she awoke. "Yes, Gawain, good morning," Silver replied, his face flushed with embarrassment as he lay on the ground, his back prickling uncomfortably, realizing his companions were not far away. "Gawain, how long do you intend to monopolize my silver?" A voice suddenly burst forth, questioning. Groggy, Gawain abruptly perked up, leaping to her feet and shouting at the boy. "What do you mean monopolize, Chioli?" All right, enough with the bickering. Everyone has important tasks today," another deep voice echoed from behind. Kazuki strode forward confidently, his angular face just shedding the remnants of a blush. Surprised by the sudden gathering of their peers, Gawain and Silver exchanged puzzled glances. "What is going on today? Why is everyone together?" "Special mission. The rewards are substantial." The sound suddenly burst forth, elucidating the situation. "A special mission?" The two exchanged bewildered glances at the crowd before them. "However, before proceeding, let me offer a word of caution, Gawain. Your uncle is quite furious about your absence last night," Qianlu stated with utmost seriousness. Instantly, the girl's discontent dissipated, while her inner anxiety began to rise. "Please, do not frighten her. With Lord Hokage's assistance, this trivial matter will surely be forgiven by Uncle Tie. Now, let us discuss our mission," Yin said, her excitement piquing the curiosity of the two, effortlessly dispelling Gawain's awkwardness. "What kind of mission is it?" Yin observed with earnestness. "It's merely a menial task. Rest assured, it's an utterly uncomplicated D-rank mission," Jinjin explained, leaning against a tree, somewhat sullen. "Truly, good morning," Gawain cheerfully greeted him, continuing to inquire. "Wasn't it said that the rewards are substantial? What is the situation? Could someone clarify?" "Time is of the essence. Let us converse while we walk," Cinny urged from the front. The group exchanged wry smiles and followed suit, with Yin and Gawain hastening to join, forming the rear of the party. Jinjin cast hostile glances at Yin, while the girl, sandwiched between the two, excitedly conversed with him. "Hey, why haven't we seen the teacher this time? Are only we few going to carry out the mission?" "Indeed, it's merely a simple assistance task, hence the teachers need not be present. All the rewards this time will be ours," Yin joyfully proclaimed as she rushed from the front, her eyes sparkling with golden radiance. Realism was vividly reflected on her face. "Is it possible that you're already fretting over finances at such a young age?" Yin's perplexity was evident as she regarded her. "How could that be? My parents are around. I needn't worry," she retorted to Yin's inquiry. She is simply a person who is obsessed with money. Jinjin inwardly scoffed as he observed Ian. However, for reasons unknown, this task specifically required at least 3 females and 2 males. Does this imply a form of gender discrimination? Cinny suddenly clenched his fist in indignation. I believe they fear that having too many individuals like you might invite trouble. Jean, who had been silent, suddenly jested, causing Cinny's face to flush with anger. Yet he refrained from retorting. Looking at the 8 companions, Ian curiously interjected, "What about Yuhiko and the others? It seems we are missing members from Class 8 in our cohort." Yuhiko? It appears that the class has yet to return from their other assignments. Thus, we must seize this splendid opportunity to circle around Ian. This has left Gang somewhat dissatisfied. All right, we have arrived at the neighboring town. Let us locate the client. A voice echoed from the front. Ian halted, gazing at the bustling street around him. 2 rows of vendors lined the street, extending neatly toward the horizon, offering a plethora of snacks, daily necessities, and trinkets. Suddenly, a figure darted past, drawing Ian's attention back. Ian swiftly made his way toward a takoyaki stall, while Gang, with a resigned gesture to his forehead, turned to instruct, "Let us proceed without her. She will catch up shortly. The task is of utmost importance. Do not let her delay us." Observing Gang's hurried departure and glancing at Ian, who was indulging in her feast, the group could only sigh and hasten after Gang. Within mere minutes, they arrived at a restaurant, adorned with commonplace decorations and an unremarkable facade. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds at the neighboring establishments, their entrance was eerily quiet, save for the sound of their own breaths. "Are we in the right place?" Xian forced a smile, his awkward expression chilling the hearts of his companions. "Rest assured, we shall not return empty-handed. Come along," Wu declared, striding into the building without looking back. Crossing the ancient threshold, a man in a white lab coat, topped with a tall white hat and adorned with an apron, emerged to greet them. "You must be the ninjas from Konoha. Please, come inside. I will explain the details of this mission." As they observed the middle-aged gentleman, who appeared somewhat eccentric, Gang whispered to Ian and Jean, "I suspect this man is not quite right. There is something amiss." "Is that so? I am indifferent. I will face any challenge that comes my way," Jean replied, his gaze fixed on the man conversing with Wu. "Mr. Wu, could you elaborate on the nature of this task?" Wu inquired directly. The man hesitated, rubbing his broad palms together before responding. "I need your assistance in managing the shop for a few days, serving dishes, welcoming customers, and handling kitchen duties." "So, it's merely a menial task," Xian remarked dismissively. The group sighed, sinking slightly at the prospect of what they had hoped would be a more engaging mission. "I expected something more interesting," Qianlu complained from the side. Observing the disappointed expressions of the young ones, the owner chuckled. "Do not fret. Given the urgency of this task, I have set the compensation quite generously. The difficulty is minimal, merely to manage the shop's business for a few days. Afterward, I will recruit suitable personnel. Until then, I kindly ask you to serve as role models." "Role models? What kind of role models?" In a moment of genuine confusion, I inquired. "I am preparing to open a unique restaurant here, one that not only satiates the hunger of patrons, but also offers a visual feast during their dining experience. Thus, I require everyone to don a slight transformation to serve the guests." The proprietor chuckled at Ian and Gawei, who immediately grasped the implication. Transformation? Could it be? Gawei suddenly glared fiercely at the man, her knuckles cracking ominously as she clenched her hands. Ian, with a wry smile, hurriedly reassured Gawei, "Wait a moment." With that, the proprietor walked over to the counter and retrieved a stack of clothing, placing it before everyone. At that moment, Yan, who had just returned with a flourish, burst in and asked, "What is everyone doing?" Seeing the stunned expressions of the group, Yan eagerly approached the front, where 2 neatly arranged stacks of clothing lay before them, featuring exquisite collars, pristine white shirts, delicate lace trims, and backless skirts. "Oh, these clothes are beautiful. Are they for me?" Yan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the man. The proprietor chuckled in response. "As long as our performance is commendable over the next few days and my idea succeeds, a few sets of clothing are nothing." He paused momentarily, observing Ian and the others, before finally settling his gaze on Ling, clapping his hands as he declared, "We have only prepared 3 maid outfits. So I kindly ask this young lady to wear the gentleman's butler attire. I believe you will surely attract the admiration of the ladies." 3. "Wait, what about me?" Ian abruptly felt a wave of anxiety as she glanced at Ling, who was also struggling to suppress her rising anger. 3. The excitement in Yn's eyes upon hearing that number was indescribable as she fixed her gaze on Yin, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth, causing Gang beside her to shudder involuntarily. All right, everyone, let us prepare quickly. Noon is approaching, and we have little time left. Oh, you must be Kazuki Takashi. Please head to the kitchen at the back to assist. We did not anticipate having someone of your robust stature, so unfortunately, we do not have clothing for you. I sincerely apologize, the proprietor said, lowering his head in regret, prompting Takashi to rush forward and reassure him. It's no trouble at all. Takashi, how could you abandon your brothers and escape alone? Qianlu glared angrily at Kazuki, who had just entered the establishment. Meanwhile, Yin stood frozen in place, the echo of that mysterious number reverberating in his mind, leaving him in a state of shock. Boss, Yin began to speak. But Yin quickly covered his mouth and pulled him into a corner. Yin, since the boss has already made his decision, we should proceed accordingly. After all, Ling will surely look dashing in the butler outfit, so you can accompany us with peace of mind, Yin explained, her expression serious. However, this reasoning did little to alleviate Yin's pride. Observing Yin's staunch opposition, Yin suddenly let out an eerie laugh. Yin, is this truly wise? Letting Gowei discover that someone is taking advantage of their natural advantages to invade the ladies' bath, exposing the naked forms of numerous women. What are you babbling about? Yin shot a glare at the girl behind him. Last time, Ling told me she encountered you in the public bath. And she mentioned you were catching perverts in the men's bath? Did the red water overflow? At this moment, Yin cast an increasingly malevolent gaze at Silver, his soft voice resembling the whispers of a demon that lingered in the young man's ears. Yin, Silver muttered in frustration, while the girl, filled with delight, glanced at Gowei and continued, let everyone know that our Konoha goddess is actually a cross-dressing pervert, who even uses this guise to spy on the women's bathhouse. If this gets out, what do you think? You, Silver, rendered speechless, glared at the girl, observing Gowei chatting and laughing with the others. He sighed in resignation and approached the group. Take it, Yin said with a sly grin, eyeing the dejected Silver, before pulling Gowei and Zero towards the changing room at the back of the shop. A few minutes later, the group of gentlemen emerged from the side hall, their handsome faces radiating with sunny smiles. The exquisite bow ties adorning their chests lent an air of nobility to these fine young men. Yet, the collective gaze of the crowd was captivated, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they fixated on the entrance of the changing room. Before long, 3 stunning figures gracefully stepped out from within. 2 young ladies donned in Gothic-style skirts, shimmering with an enchanting glow, advanced forward, their lace-edged hems swaying gently with their light movements. Sandwiched between them was a charming youth, exuding a hint of allure as he accompanied the 2 girls. Oh, what a feast for the eyes, murmured Gang, as the others unanimously directed their attention to the black-haired maiden with a single ponytail. Gowei. Silver gazed in a trance at the approaching girls. Everyone is ready. Now it's just our Silver left, Yin remarked, pulling the bewildered Silver swiftly towards the changing room, his genuine curiosity fixated on the retreating figures. Isn't Yin fully aware of Silver's situation yet still so brazenly teasing? She whispered a few words into Gowei's ear. Gowei, knowing the girl's penchant for mischief, could only sigh in resignation. Don't worry, it will be fine. Entering the cramped space, Silver appeared as anxious as a captive maiden, large beads of sweat already trickling down his delicate cheeks. Hurry up and change. We're about to open. Yin's playful voice incessantly urged the increasingly flustered Silver, whose mood seemed oddly bright. Has everyone changed? We're about to open, so let us give it our all. Oh, and what about the 2 lovely ladies? Outside, the boss emerged, assigning tasks while scanning the area for Silver and Yin's whereabouts. They're still changing, Gowei replied awkwardly, her mind drifting to some less than innocent thoughts. The boss nodded and continued, I have a small request. If we have a lot of customers, I hope we can greet them better as they arrive. Greet them? How? Zero questioned, staring at the boss with a wry smile. When the gentlemen enter, you can greet them with sir, may I get you something? For the ladies, perhaps madam or miss. Of course. This is merely a suggestion, it's not mandatory. Gowei, visibly irritated, quickly intervened to defuse the situation. As the words hung in the air, several men strode in. Boss, bring us some delectable appetizers and a fine bottle of wine, swiftly, for we are pressed for time. Certainly, coming right up. What drinks would you gentlemen prefer? Chuanlu promptly approached the guests, while the others began to spring into action. Only Gowei remained, fixated on the entrance to the kitchen, motionless. Meanwhile, in the dressing room, Een was being coerced and seduced by a wayward girl, her tightly wrapped outer garments slipping away, revealing her pristine skin unapologetically before the other's gaze. Oh, as a girl myself, I feel utterly embarrassed witnessing this, Een thought, her eyes glued to the alluring figure, a shy smile gracing her lips. Could she be more delicate than I? The girl suddenly darted behind Een, her cool, jade-like hands swiftly wrapping around Een's waist. Een, she exclaimed in shock, her terrified voice eliciting puzzled glances from the crowd outside, who stared at the closed door. Gowei, unable to contain herself, slapped her forehead and began to approach the dressing room. Damn it, she truly is more delicate than me, Een lamented, leaning against the wall. But the object she had unknowingly grasped brought forth a sense of unease as she questioned, "What is this?" The girl raised the object, placing it in Yin's palm, its soft texture sending a jolt through her. "What is this?" Een exclaimed, hastily tossing it back to the girl. At that moment, Gowei's voice called from outside. "Are you done? The guests have arrived. Hurry up and come out." Listening to the fading footsteps, Een sighed gently, while the girl in front of her eagerly brandished a soft silicone pad, playfully measuring it against Een's chest. Returning to the group, Gowei sighed in exasperation before joining the fray of welcoming guests. Meanwhile, the number of incoming patrons had slightly increased, though some unsettling gazes were fixed upon Gowei, making her feel a tad uncomfortable. As the midday bustle began to swell, groups of people on the streets started making plans for their meals. "Hey, I heard there's a restaurant up ahead with a stunning waitress. Let us go check it out." A few rowdy young men teased each other as they walked forward, drawing curious glances from onlookers. "Miss, could I have another serving of tempura over here?" A man called from a corner, directing his attention toward Gowei. "Certainly, please hold on," she replied with a radiant smile, catching the eyes of other males nearby, who were eager to strike up conversations with her. "Hey, bring us some good food and fine wine." A voice rang out from outside. Gowei and Chuanlu quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Gentlemen, this way, please." "Indeed. No exaggeration here. This girl is quite the catch," the leading young man said frivolously, pointing at Gowei with a grin. "Are you two related?" he asked, looking at Gowei and Chuanlu with a cheeky expression. "Yes, this is my cousin. May I inquire what you gentlemen would like?" Gowei replied, her gaze filled with disdain as she scrutinized them. "First, bring us the best food and drink, then you can join us for a toast." As he spoke, a lewd young man swiftly approached Gowei, prompting Qianlu to rush forward, while Gowei instinctively took a step back. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling to accompany me for drinks?" The young man shouted arrogantly at Gowei, "Get out of the way." He shoved Qianlu aside, and others gradually began to converge towards them. The boss, hearing the commotion, stepped out. "Please, everyone take a seat. Our staff only provides tea and water service. We do not offer companionship for drinks. Why not order some food?" Observing the middle-aged man bowing apologetically, Qianlu and the others realized they could not act recklessly, as it would bring considerable trouble for the boss. Gritting her teeth, Gowei swallowed her anger and continued to smile. "Let me serve you some dishes first. Don't leave. Sit here and keep us company. Everyone else, disperse." The arrogant young man gestured dismissively at those around him, while the boss stood awkwardly to the side. "I'm sorry, but as the boss mentioned, we only provide tea and water service. We do not offer companionship for eating and drinking at this time." Gowei gently persuaded, but the young man became more brazen, grabbing Gowei's hand and laughing. "For now, let us set a precedent." As the unruly youth grew increasingly audacious, the anger of a few individuals was on the verge of eruption. The surrounding patrons watched with a mix of indifference. Some were fearful, others sympathetic, while a few eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Just as the girl was about to unleash her pent-up fury, the young man's gaze was suddenly captivated by something in the distance, his eyes fixated ahead. Following his line of sight, they beheld a remarkably intelligent young woman gracefully approaching, with another striking figure shyly trailing behind her. The silver fringes adorned her splendid attire, and the scarf at her chest, contrasted against her snow-white skin, enhanced her elegance. Sunlight danced upon her silver locks, casting a gentle allure, while the knee-length pleated skirt swayed with her steps, revealing glimpses of her fair legs beneath the fluttering hem, her rosy cheeks adding a touch of charm. All eyes were drawn to the silver-haired girl, and patrons who had been dining instinctively paused their activities, the previously raucous clamor fading into silence. "You can leave. Go away." The young man pushed aside Gu Wei and Qianlu, his entranced eyes intently fixed on the sudden apparition. He found himself unconsciously striding towards her. "Beautiful lady, Might I have the pleasure of sharing a drink with you? Seeing the disdainful glares from those around him and the scornful looks from his companions, coupled with the fragmented words she had overheard earlier in the dressing room, Ian surmised the general situation. A thought flashed through her mind, and she transformed her indifferent demeanor, coyly approaching the young man's side. Sure, but companionship for drinks comes at a price. Money is no object. With that, the young man wrapped his arm around Yin's waist, pulling her close to him. Yin took a deep breath, relaxing the tightly clenched fists, and then adorned his face with an alluring smile as he arranged several individuals into their seats. Let me clarify, the payment for companionship is strictly upfront. Credit is not an option. Suddenly, Yin placed both hands around the young man's neck, his bright gaze fixed intently on the lascivious man lost in his own intoxication. This bold maneuver sent a shiver through the group of young men, dimming the image of their goddess in their minds. Beside them, Guwei turned her face away, a wave of revulsion washing over her. In that moment, the young man's hearty laughter erupted, reverberating through the interior, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Silver gracefully lifted the wine cup to his lips with one hand, while his other hand deftly roamed across his companion's back. Before long, a shadow darted past Silver's feet, and Ian felt something brush against her ankle. What could it be? The young girl bent down to retrieve a small pouch, which contained a meager amount of silver coins that had yet to fill the wallet completely. With a knowing glance at Silver in the distance, their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Ian understood the situation. She then approached with the wine jug in hand, saying, "Allow me to assist as well." The several young men regarded the energetic girl with twin ponytails without displaying any signs of disdain. The little sister had deliberately come over to glimpse the handsome gentleman, unaware if they would be gracious enough to entertain her. Before Ian could finish her sentence, another young man eagerly pulled her beside him to sit. "Shall we play a game?" Ian suddenly proposed. The group of young men gazed at her with excitement. Ian continued, "Let us compete to see who can drink from the cup without using our hands, and our mouths must not touch the cup. Whoever finishes the drink first shall be declared the winner, and the loser must grant the winner a single request. It's quite simple, except that no drops may spill, none at all." "All right, you can demonstrate first," a nearby youth chuckled with pride. Ian stood up with utmost respect, saying, "I'm still quite young and cannot indulge in alcohol, so we shall use water instead. I hope you all do not mind." She surveyed the group and, finding no objections, filled her cup to the brim with water. The crowd watched her with curiosity, eager to see her next move. With determination, Ian kicked the table's edge, and the cup soared into the air, its transparent liquid cascading down the inverted walls. Calmly, she raised her head as her cherry lips skillfully caught the falling water, and she swiftly used an empty plate to catch the descending cup. However, at the moment of contact, Silver and the others sensed that Ian had used her chakra to prevent any awkward collisions or losses. The young men beside her were suddenly struck speechless, their earlier arrogance dissipating into awkward silence. Then, Ian spoke again. "It is your turn now. This round doesn't tea count. You didn't drink real alcohol." One of the young men protested playfully, causing Qianlu and the others to step forward. Silver shook his head in response, observing the rising ire within Ian. Silver had a foreboding sense of trouble. "Very well, let us establish the rules. We shall adhere to the previous conditions. I will join you in this game. If I lose, I shall heed one request from you. However, should I win, each of you must give us 100 taels. That seems reasonable, does it not?" As he spoke, Silver quickly grasped a pair of bamboo chopsticks and reached for the cup filled with wine. With an almost imperceptible ding, he lifted the cup brimming with wine, leaving everyone in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Silver raised the cup high above her head, slightly tilting it as the crystal-clear liquor cascaded down, flowing toward her crimson lips. In a mere moment, the cup brimming with white spirits was drained in one swift motion, followed by a crescendo of applause that resonated throughout the hall. Observing Silver's flushed face and slight intoxication, the onlookers were left astonished. A mere underage girl had effortlessly consumed an entire cup of white liquor, leaving several ruffians utterly humiliated. "Now, it's your turn," Silver said, her head spinning as she gazed at the others, her swaying form barely propped against the table. At that moment, several young men, feeling embarrassed, simmered with anger. However, the fervent gaze of the crowd restrained their impulsive tendencies. "You simply want money, right? Here you go." With that, one of the young men stood up triumphantly. Yet after patting himself down, he realized with dismay, "Where is my wallet?" You come to a restaurant without money? Are you planning to dine and dash?" He suddenly raised his voice, confronting his peers. As his words lingered in the air, Whispers began to circulate around them, clearly discussing their predicament. "What's the matter?" "I'm in a good mood. Does it concern you?" The leading young man shouted, his voice trembling as he desperately tried to mask his inner turmoil. "To dine and dash. One must possess some audacity," Silver remarked, her hand bracing against the table as she spoke gravely. "I wonder if you gentlemen can walk out of here unscathed?" With that, her right hand began to weave intricate gestures. "You're ninjas." The group of unruly youths finally grasped the situation and hurriedly made for the exit. Yet, they were no match for the swift execution of her technique. Just as they turned, a torrent of water surged forth from the cup on the table. A fierce water dragon imbued with the fragrance of liquor lunged at the four, enveloping them in a delightful aroma. In an instant, the four figures were hurled through the window, soaring into the sky like brilliant stars, vanishing from the crowd's sight. "Bravo! Truly commendable!" The spectators erupted into joyous applause, their excitement palpable, while the bartender, hearing the commotion, rushed out, bewildered by the lively scene, standing at the counter with a bewildered expression. Ian unsteadily accepted the pouch of coins from Yin's hand and approached the proprietor, saying, "Uncle, this is the payment for the drinks from several patrons who have already departed after their meal. I wonder if this is sufficient." As she spoke, Ian felt increasingly lightheaded, her strength waning to the point where standing became a challenge. Ian, Gawei, and a few others hurried over, and Ian leaned against a shoulder, struggling to catch her breath. "Jinjin," Gawei muttered from behind, somewhat awkwardly complaining, "Next time, don't be so reckless." Without waiting for Ian to respond, Jinjin bent down and lifted the somewhat dejected, inebriated form. "A princess carry?" Observing the intimate interaction between the two, Gawei felt a chill run down her spine, questioning Jinjin's sexual orientation. Noticing the flushed face nestled against him, Jinjin felt his own cheeks heat up involuntarily. "Damn it, how careless!" he scolded himself internally, quickly striding towards the back of the establishment. The restaurant soon returned to a state of calm. Ian and Ling efficiently reassured the remaining guests, while Jinjin, after settling in, swiftly rejoined the serving staff. After a flurry of activity, Gawei awkwardly approached Jinjin, muttering with irritation, "Your Princess Carrie is becoming quite proficient." Hearing the strange remark, Jinjin sighed and chased after the girl towards the kitchen, explaining, "With Ian dressed like that, carrying her would have revealed everything. Besides, we can't just let others assist directly, right? It would tarnish her reputation. And that fellow Ian has yet exposed her secrets. I believe it's best to avoid placing her in an unnecessarily precarious situation. As for your wild fantasies, I think we should steer clear of those." "What do you mean by wild fantasies? Who do you think you are?" Gawei retorted, suddenly angry, only to flush red moments later. Jinjin, reveling in the moment, teased her, "I thought someone was jealous of Ian." "Who?" Gawei glared at Jinjin, hesitating to speak. And soon both were laughing softly, clutching their stomachs. "We must protect her," Jinjin murmured, to which the girl nodded earnestly, and they ambled towards the front hall. That evening, after a long day, Jinjin and his companions slumped comfortably in the guest area after bidding farewell to the last patron. The proprietor emerged from the kitchen, glancing at the time, causing the young ones to spring to their feet in alarm. "Please, sit down. You've worked hard all day and must be exhausted." "I truly appreciate your efforts," the proprietor said as he settled down beside them, addressing Gawei and the others. "Especially you ladies. You've made many sacrifices to align with my vision. I am deeply grateful, though I never anticipated such an incident today. It's truly. There is no need to blame yourself, uncle. Nowadays, all sorts of people exist. Just consider it a lesson for those ruffians," Ian remarked casually. I heard Miss Ian got drunk." The proprietor paused, surveying the group. The heavy footsteps from the back hall drew their attention, and Ian emerged, still unsteady and leaning against the wall, greeting them with a cheerful, "Good morning, everyone." What a sight. It was still evening when Ian, unsteadily, stepped forward, supported by Ian. The crowd gazed at the dazed Ian, their faces a tapestry of expressions. Among the boys, however, aside from authenticity, each emotion was transparently displayed. With flushed cheeks fixated on the fragile maiden. "Here, drink this." The owner urgently offered a glass of orange juice. Ian smiled and downed the drink in one go, subsequently slumping onto the table, her stomach audibly protesting. The gurgling sounds emanating from her direction spread awkwardly throughout the vicinity, causing the little ones to glance at the owner, who promptly emerged from the kitchen with a delectable array of dishes, making everyone's mouths water. "Everyone's exhausted, let us eat." With that command, the previously sullen lambs transformed into ravenous wolves, greedily devouring the feast laid before them. "That's mine," a voice exclaimed, and the chicken leg before Akeda vanished without a trace. Hey, Ini, this hardly seems like the behavior of a young lady, Gong huffed, glaring at the triumphant Anma Ini. The entire dinner unfolded amidst the clamor and competition for food among a few individuals. As night fell, the group, having assigned tasks, dispersed to their respective resting areas. The boys took charge of the kitchen, back hall, and front door, while the girls occupied the spacious dining area, leaving Yin alone, uncertain of her whereabouts. "Where's Yin?" Ling inquired curiously. Wei awkwardly responded, "Perhaps she's wandering somewhere. Let us just rest for now and not worry about her." "All right." Ini hesitated, glancing at Wei, feeling a flutter of nervousness intensify within her. After the girls settled down, Qianlu and Cinny quietly leaned against the wall by the door, while the boys in the backyard sat beneath the eaves, gazing at the dim night sky. On the rooftop of the front yard, a beam of silver light danced freely in the gentle cold breeze, the flowing skirt rustling in the night wind, slender legs exposed to the biting chill. Her graceful figure seated quietly upon the slanted eaves, her vacant gaze fixated on the pitch-black horizon. "Sister, why can't I recall any moments with you?" Yin lamented, lowering her head, her cold cheeks pressed against her slightly flushed knees, unknowingly drifting into slumber. In her dream, Yin found herself wandering beyond the picturesque plains for the first time. Before her appeared a familiar silhouette, silver hair shimmering under the dazzling sunlight. Yin slowly approached the figure, yet it swiftly moved away. Thus, she chased it until she reached a waterfall. Silver gazed upward at the cascading torrents, where the water's spray formed a mist that enveloped the surroundings in a veil of white. Flanking the waterfall were two towering stone statues, each with one hand raised in a gesture of the unformed seal, staring at each other. A figure glided across the surface of the lake and into the waterfall, prompting Silver to pursue it. However, as he took a step forward, a chilling gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mist before him. The town beneath him lay shrouded in the stillness of night, and in that moment, Silver felt his body uncontrollably lean forward. Damn it! Silver suddenly regained awareness, realizing he had been sleepwalking. He struggled to maintain his balance mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, sounds erupted from the backyard. Wu and the others were instantly roused, hastily making their way toward the source of the commotion. There, they beheld a delicate figure sitting on the ground, nursing her ankle. And the sight of her splayed legs ignited their imaginations, rendering her pained expression almost ethereal. "Silver? Are you all right? What happened?" Gong hurried over, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "It's just a twisted ankle. I'll be fine after a moment's rest," Silver replied, forcing himself to stand, the agony etched on his face stirring sympathy among the onlookers. The girls who had come running upon hearing the commotion also gathered around Silver. "What's wrong?" Silver inquired, puzzled. "Nothing, I just accidentally fell from the roof," she replied. And Silver bowed his head apologetically to his awakened companions, as the sky revealed only a faint glimmer of dawn. The group, rubbing their sleepy eyes, hurried to attend to the clumsy Silver. Yin rummaged through her belongings in search of something. Seeing Silver's flushed face and dazed expression, Gowei and Jinjin grew anxious. At this hour, sleeping on the roof? What a foolish thing to do. Yin complained as she approached with an array of medicinal supplies, her adorable face swiftly drawing near to Silver's nose. In the next moment, Silver felt a refreshing coolness on his forehead. "Honestly, you're running a fever. You should take better care of yourself," Yin pouted, her complaints only serving to further daze Silver with her actions. "What's this?" Silver, regaining his composure, stared in astonishment at the girl before him and the small mountain of remedies she held against her chest. Disregarding Silver's protests, Yin swiftly and adeptly applied ointment and bandaged his ankle, while steaming herbal concoctions awaited his lips in her hands. After a flurry of activity, Silver ultimately succumbed to their gentle insistence and obediently rested in the makeshift changing room, where the improvised bed made from benches turned out to be surprisingly comfortable. That silhouette, could it be the Valley of the End Times? Silver lay quietly, his mind desperately piecing together the fragments of his earlier dream. Beside him, a girl with twin ponytails slept against the narrow wall, her right hand tightly clutching a strand of silver hair. With a sigh, Silver closed his heavy eyelids and succumbed to sleep. On the following morning, Gowei and the others began their bustling activities early. After tidying up and cleaning, the dining area was restored to its former glory. Mr. Wuna, the proprietor, cheerfully clutched a rolled piece of paper and strode towards the door. "Hey, where's Yin? Where have all the people gone?" Gong inquired, visibly irritated. Inside, Zero gestured towards the changing room, explaining, looking after Yin. A low murmur of acknowledgement followed. and the little ones dispersed to commence their day's duties. In stark contrast to the previous day, guests gradually began to stream into the restaurant early in the morning. Although breakfast was not served, patrons typically ordered beverages and appetizers, most of whom were men, their keen eyes fixated on the striking young woman with ebony hair. Damn it! Ian is slacking off in there. Gaui fumed, clenching her fists. As the morning unfolded, the staff leisurely attended to Zero's customers, occasionally bustling about, while the boys remained in the back, laboring alongside Will. This boss sure knows how to delegate. Gong grumbled to himself, yet his complaints went unacknowledged by others. Time in the morning seemed to slip away quickly, and soon, the influx of patrons in the dining area increased. Xie Lu and his companions were summoned to the front, and Xin, glancing at the still-closed changing room, expressed his discontent. Hey, why hasn't she come out yet? Is she planning to feign illness to avoid work? Inside, the young girl was lost in thought, gazing at the slumbering face before her. The silver strands danced in her palm as she occasionally twirled the soft locks around her fingertips. Suddenly, the doors swung open, startling her into a jump. Ian, what are you doing? Gaui asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. The girl, feeling guilty, turned her back and replied, I'll be right there. After a quick glance at the sleeping figure beside her, Ian swiftly shut the door. By now, it was midday, and an increasing number of customers flooded into the restaurant, causing it to become uncomfortably crowded. The sounds of ordering and settling bills echoed throughout, leaving Gaui and Ian in a flurry, while Xin and Jinjin scurried between the kitchen and dining area. Amid this tumultuous scene, a group of attractive young women quietly approached the counter. Mr. Mooney curiously regarded the girls and asked, What can I do for you, ladies? Our little establishment has been quite busy lately, and we're momentarily out of seats. The girl shifted awkwardly, remaining silent for a moment, until one long-haired girl finally spoke up. Boss, we're here for interviews. Aren't you hiring? I'd like to know about the salary and... Upon hearing this, Mooney quickly understood and ushered them behind the counter. After a brief inquiry, the girls exclaimed joyfully, Well then, why don't you observe how they work today? Mr. Mooney indicated towards Gaui and her team, and the girls watched intently as Qian Lu and the others busied themselves. Good morning. A bewildered voice emanated from the rear, drawing the curious gazes of those nearby towards the changing room. Soon, the collective attention of the crowd shifted to a state of excitement. Miss Silver. Oh, what an adorable person she is. Suddenly, a female patron dashed over to Silver, linking her arm with his and insistently pulling him to a seat. Still dazed and confused, Silver found himself enveloped by a throng of eager eyes. Observing the audacity of the bold woman, other female patrons also extended their hands towards the handsome Zero, exclaiming, Zero, you're so charming. Do you have another side? Zero, too, was inexplicably besieged by a group of mature women, subjected to a barrage of lively banter and intimate physical contact. All right, everyone, please quiet down. We are here to work, so kindly refrain from causing any disturbances for other guests and Mr. Takeuchi. We would also appreciate it if those who have finished dining could kindly make room for the waiting guests. We sincerely thank you, Silver proclaimed, rising with displeasure to admonish the rowdy girls beside him before hastily retreating to the kitchen. What the heck? Protested the disappointed young women who felt rebuffed, while Zero managed to escape the clutches of the mature women. In the awkward silence that enveloped the dining area for a brief moment, a procession of stunning figures emerged from the back hall, each gracefully carrying a delicate plate to every table. Their silvery hair flowed like an endless ribbon, beautiful and dazzling as it glided in from the courtyard. Everyone stared in astonishment at the group of exquisitely crafted beauties, with male patrons gazing in rapture at this rare sight. This is a special gift prepared by our owner for all of you today, one for each person. As an apology for any shortcomings in our hospitality, one of the figures announced, placing soft, candy-like confections before the astonished guests. With a beaming smile, Silver continued to greet the patrons. Thank you so much, Silver. A chorus of voices echoed, and those who had lingered reluctantly began to rise and exit the restaurant, followed by a steady stream of new guests filling the vacancies. After a long day of bustling activity, it was not until the late hours of the night that a few individuals found respite in the front hall, with Silver leaning dizzily against the wall. Are you all right? Ian rushed over to support the fainting Silver. Qian Lu, standing nearby, remarked, Today was truly a visual feast. Hearing this, the boys nodded in agreement, but Gowei shot an angry glare at Qian Lu. What I meant was, Silver was impressive today, maintaining his shadow doubles for the entire day, and in such numbers. It was truly eye-opening, wasn't it? Qian Lu raised his voice deliberately, casting a glare at the other boys, who, with wry smiles, offered weak affirmations. During their break, Mr. Tucci entered with 4 young women and a robust young man, prompting Silver and the others to rise quickly. Xiaoyin, you and your team exhibited remarkable prowess today, managing to handle such a multitude of visitors throughout the day. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all, Wu Nei expressed repeatedly. The young girls beside him gazed intently at Ling and Qian Lu, while a boy stood transfixed, his gaze fixed on Yin leaning against the wall, a blush creeping onto his face. These are your rewards for this mission, Wu Nei said, handing Qian Lu a heavy pouch. He continued, thanks to your efforts over the past 2 days, my shop has thrived. As a result, we have already begun receiving applicants for interviews. Although we may continue to face bustling days like today, relying on the strength of ninjas is not a sustainable plan. Thus, starting tomorrow, I will employ them to help ease our guests into the new arrangement. Recruitment will persist, but you all must be weary after these past few days. This is your compensation, and I do not wish to burden you further. With that, Mr. Wu Nei bowed deeply, startling the little ones, who quickly stood up, shyly smiling. It was nothing. Early the next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Yin and his companions bid farewell to Mr. Wu Nei, stepping into the morning light. The boys and girls watched their seniors' figures fade away, a fierce determination igniting within their hearts. Once they had exited the town, Yin took his leave from Gu Wei and the others. Is something the matter? Yin asked, noticing the dazed expression on Yin's face. It's nothing. Just a minor oversight from a previous mission that requires my attention at the Valley of the End, Yin replied without elaborating. The others exchanged puzzled glances. What mission? We haven't heard of anyone being dispatched there recently. All right then, we'll head off first, Gu Wei urged with a smile, prompting the group to hurry towards the village, leaving Yin, who was feeling increasingly anxious, behind. After parting ways, Yin swiftly made his way to his destination. Not far behind, a voice complained, he's so fast. I can't keep up. Half an hour later, Yin safely arrived at the base of the waterfall, gazing up at the rushing torrent above. Flanked by imposing stone statues that adorned the weathered cliffs, Yin took a deep breath, his mind troubled by recent dreams. Slowly bending down, he tiptoed, and suddenly, bubbles erupted from the undulating water below, sending waves crashing across the surface. A figure dove into the waterfall, creating a mighty splash. Did you say Yin came to this place? Yin asked, curiously looking at Gu Wei and Zhen Shi. We'll find out once we go in, Zhen Shi replied, wistfully rushing toward the cascading water, but soon a loud thud echoed, and violent currents surged from the lake's depths. What is happening? Gu Wei's eyes widened as he focused on the waterfall. Aside from the solid rock Zhen Shi had collided with, there was no sign of anyone else. How is this possible? Where's Yin? Zhen Shi exclaimed, bewildered, staring at the torrent. Upon plunging into the waterfall, Yin abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a dimly lit path that wound its way into the profound darkness ahead. Yin inhaled deeply and gradually made his way along the path, oblivious to the passage of time and his current whereabouts. He could distinctly sense that the road narrowed as he ventured deeper, ultimately accommodating only a single person to traverse it with difficulty. After an indeterminate period, the constricted space unexpectedly opened up, revealing a realm of clarity. Yin surveyed his surroundings and, not far off, he discerned the faint outlines of numerous scroll-like objects resting upon wooden shelves. Silver gently patted his face. A wave of swelling pain surged through him. This was no dream. Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached, casually picking up a scroll. However, upon unrolling it, he found nothing but incomprehensible symbols, certainly not the words or images that Silver could decipher. He skimmed through several scrolls and books, yet yielded no results. Eventually, he circled around to a central altar-like structure, where he discovered an exquisite scroll. Its obsidian core was entwined with interlaced golden and silver silk, emanating a serene, cold light from beneath. Swallowing hard, he hesitated before extending his hand, torn between curiosity and trepidation, yet he still lifted it. In an instant, a blinding light engulfed Silver, compelling him to shut his eyes tightly, and then he felt nothing at all. Meanwhile, beneath the cascading waterfall, the 3 individuals entangled in reality continued their argument over the recent events. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as a figure burst forth from the waterfall, swiftly catching the fallen form, Silver. The trio fell silent, gazing at the unconscious youth before them. When Silver eventually reopened his eyes, the glaring lights disoriented him, and he felt a perplexing weakness in his limbs. Struggling to sit up, he leaned against the headboard. Beside him, a girl with twin ponytails lay peacefully asleep at the bedside. By the window, Jean and Gouet, having noticed Silver's awakening, excitedly approached, glancing out to witness the twinkling stars joyfully composing an enchanting melody for the night. You're awake? How do you feel? Gouet inquired with concern. Silver merely nodded in confusion, his head still spinning, intermittently swaying back and forth, which alarmed the two and prompted them to gently lay him back down. You should rest. We won't disturb you any longer. With that, Gouet and Jean exchanged worried glances at the slumbering Silver before quietly departing the room. The chilly moonlight softly bathed the dim underground corridor, where a young member of the Umbu knelt silently, bowing his head in the center of the hall. Before him, Danzo was intently examining a report. When did this occur? He suddenly inquired of the Umbu. This happened a week ago. We inadvertently encountered those pursuing ninjas. From their demeanor and words, it was clear they had recently engaged in battle with the Leaf Village, suffering heavy casualties. By the time we arrived, the place was deserted, and we learned from the pursuers that the girl referred to the creature as Silver. I sensed something amiss, so I brought along the man with the dog mask. The Umbu explained. Danzo suppressed his emotions, secretly delighting in the revelation. He had not anticipated that integrating Silver into the squad would so swiftly awaken that power. Have Ding and Hai take turns monitoring Silver. Report immediately upon any unusual activity, Danzo instructed the man before hastily retreating into the shadows. In this solitary night, only Ian remained by Silver's bedside. At that moment, Silver, overwhelmed by the dual fatigue of body and mind, soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Outside the window, the twinkling stars continued to shimmer with a joyful melody. Are you there? A voice called from the threshold of the young girl's chamber. Inside, the dim candlelight faintly illuminated the frail figure of the girl. Is that you, brother? I wish to rest. Can we speak of it tomorrow? She replied weakly. The man sighed, turning away, his voice soft as he said, Then do take care to rest well. Do not overexert yourself. With that, two guards swiftly followed him out of the elegant estate. In the room, a woman clad in a long robe suddenly appeared by the girl's bedside. Sister, the girl exclaimed, sitting up with a hint of excitement. The woman hurriedly approached, supporting her. Lie back. Do not strain yourself. If your health is poor, do not push yourself too hard. It has been a long time since I last visited. How have you been feeling lately? Just the same. As long as my condition does not worsen, I am fine. The girl replied, her smile revealing pearly white teeth, though her pale lips quivered slightly, and her vacant gaze remained fixed on her frostbitten hands, her slender fingers still devoid of color. Little E, I will find a way to save you. Do not worry. The woman said, gently stroking the girl's silvery hair. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing her to sigh in distress. Perhaps this was the last resort. Embracing the fragile body, she leaned against the edge of the bed, lost in sorrow. After lulling the girl to sleep, the woman rose in silence. With a turn, she found herself atop a towering mountain peak, where the biting cold wind howled around her slender form. A man stood quietly behind her. My lady, how may I serve you? He asked respectfully, his right hand pressed against his chest. I have some tasks for you that must be handled personally, the woman stated sternly, her commanding gaze piercing through the white mask she wore. First, seek out someone, whether from the Senju, Uchiha, or Uzumaki clans, find a child possessing this power. Remember, it should preferably be a child whose abilities have just awakened. The man hesitated, mumbling under his breath. Is there a problem? The woman suddenly raised her voice, her chilling tone echoing in his ears. And no, he stammered, lowering his gaze in trepidation. Also, use your power to assist me in granting Kanagawa-jin the abilities of the Uchiha, she calmly articulated. The man stood in shock, momentarily speechless, before asking with utmost seriousness. Why must that little brat also little brat? The woman suddenly smirked. Do not forget, he also harbors your essence within him. Do you still consider him merely a child? The man, as if awakening from a dream, retracted his expression of astonishment. However, the ensuing hesitation elicited a sense of displeasure in the woman. I believe it would be more effective for him to directly experience that fateful night. Your doppelganger knows precisely what to do. Nonetheless, as a precaution, after the task is accomplished, do retrieve a pair from your doppelganger. I am certain he will not refuse. Upon concluding her words, the woman elegantly waved her delicate hand, and her entire figure gradually melded into the frigid, snow-laden landscape, vanishing from sight. Observing the snowflakes beginning to descend before him, the man shook his head in resignation, disappearing amidst the swirling white atop the mountain. The following morning, Silver was roused from slumber by the melodious chirping of birds. As he gazed at the somewhat blurred surroundings, his eyelids felt heavy. A gentle breeze wafted through the hospital room, carrying with it a fragrance of blossoms, intertwined with a distinct aroma that further enchanted the already dazed Silver. However, a subtle sensation emanating from his left hand swiftly jolted him back to lucidity. Silver awoke in a state of alarm, gazing at the girl by his bedside. Two dark ponytails framed her cheeks, while her delicate fingers clutched his left hand, resting against her face. Her steady breaths elicited a gentle tickle on his wrist, prompting him to instinctively withdraw his slightly numb hand. The slumbering girl turned in her sleep, her hands flailing in the air, and Silver hurriedly placed a pillow in her palms, calming the chaotic movements before him. As he beheld her cherubic visage in slumber, a knowing smile crept across Silver's face, and he quietly slipped out of bed. "Silver, why are you so beautiful yet a boy? Why do I, as a girl, find you utterly charming?" The sudden murmur startled Silver, igniting a flutter of unsettling emotions within him. Guilt washed over him as he gazed at her fragile silhouette, and he quietly closed the door behind him. Once outside, Silver swiftly returned home to freshen up. Staring into the mirror, he noted that apart from the flatness of his chest, he could indeed be considered a strikingly beautiful girl in the eyes of others. Memories of laughter and unexpected joy shared with companions stirred a ripple of emotion in his once icy heart, and a familiar figure suddenly clouded his thoughts. "What am I doing?" Silver muttered to himself, lightly patting his flushed cheeks. As the heat dissipated, an inexplicable ache surged within his chest, causing him to collapse onto the floor, beads of sweat erupting on his pale visage. What is happening? Why? Silver clutched his chest, struggling to rise, his mind clouded by sudden, obscure images. Who was that man? Meanwhile, on a tranquil street, two young souls leaned against each other, joy radiating from their expressions, declaring their affection to the world. They ascended the staircase of a building at a leisurely pace. How do we clarify this matter with Silver? Gui, casting a serious glance at the blissful girl by his side, contemplated the predicament. We must speak truthfully. Such matters cannot be muddled. Their playful banter led them to a door, where they paused, their steadfast gazes locked, as if they were a couple bidding farewell, cherishing the beauty of their final moments together. A sudden loud crash jolted them back to reality. "Silver, is that you?" Gui called out, but received no reply. Realizing the urgency, Gui pushed past, stepping back momentarily before executing a powerful roundhouse kick that forced the door open. Upon seeing Silver collapsed on the floor, both rushed forward. "Silver, what happened?" "Silver!" Gui shouted, worry evident in his voice. As Real steadied Silver's disheartened head, he noticed a dark red mark between his collarbones and swiftly reached for Silver's neckline. "What are you doing?" Gaui suddenly cast a look of disdain at Jean, who queried the reality before him. Ignoring the girl's questioning gaze, he solemnly tore open Yin's shirt. The mottled bloodstains, reminiscent of cracked parched earth, sprawled across his chest. The youth gazed in astonishment at the grotesque form before him, an innate fear welling up within him. He swiftly rolled up Yin's sleeves, revealing a myriad of sword scars that marred his fair arms. At this moment, Jean, filled with perplexity yet clinging to the last vestiges of courage, removed Yin's clothing, uncovering a back of exquisite porcelain-like skin, now marred by these ghastly wounds, devoid of any semblance of unblemished flesh. Crimson blood oozed from the darkness, trickling forth. The boy sat on the ground, grappling with an inexplicable sorrow, while the girl beside him could no longer endure the nausea rising within her, covering her mouth as she rushed outside. A few minutes later, in the emergency room of Konoha Hospital, several doctors were busily and skillfully attending to the unconscious Ian in the operating room. Outside, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What is happening? What could possibly be the matter? Xianlu fixed an agitated gaze on the silent Jin and Gaui, while Ian stood in the corridor, equally bewildered. Hongdo, having received the news, hurriedly made her way to the hospital. After a tense morning, the operating room door finally swung open. The crowd surrounded the weary doctor, bombarding him with questions. But he remained mute, at a loss for words. "Doctor," Qianlu interjected, halting him. The doctor sighed helplessly at the sight of the heir of the Hyuga clan. The immediate danger has passed, but it will be exceedingly difficult for him to continue living as he once did. "What do you mean?" Jun murmured to himself, while Qianlu, feeling utterly drained, let go of the doctor's hand, and silence enveloped the group. Inside, the comatose body breathed steadily, the nearby monitor fluctuating in a steady rhythm. At that moment, within the confines of Root, Several Umbu agents knelt quietly behind Danzo, a stifling atmosphere enveloping the entire corridor. Are you saying that Ian has suddenly sustained severe injuries and been admitted to the hospital? Danzo glanced at one of the Umbu behind him. Yes. It is said that when Ian was brought to the hospital, he was covered in blood, his breathing faint, with almost no signs of life. It was only through the full efforts of the medical team that he was saved, responded the Umbu with the head of the hawk. Covered in blood? How is that possible? He has been away from Root for several months now. Those wounds should have healed by now. From what I observed during my last inquiry 3 months ago. Aside from a few scars on his back, he was nearly recovered, at most left with some marks. What could possibly account for these bloodstains? Danzo pondered. A plethora of mysteries flooding his mind. Having assessed the situation, Hongdo promptly arrived at the Hokage's office. The old man, noticing her furious countenance, understood her purpose immediately. Please. Have a seat. The third Hokage kindly gestured towards the nearby sofa. Third Hokage, why is Silver so agitated? Red Bean inquired, but soon halted her words. I will have a proper conversation with Danzo later. As for Silver, it's best for him to rest for now. The old man, pipe in hand, helplessly gazed at the several picture frames adorning the wall, where the radiant smiles of yesteryears resurfaced in his memory. The third Hokage? Red Bean looked at him with curiosity. Rest assured, even with all of Konoha's power, we will ensure Silver's recovery. This is our way of compensating her, the old man remarked, glancing at the faces captured in the photographs, his heart heavy with emotion. Red Bean left the office, a bittersweet ache swelling within her. She looked at the village illuminated by the distant sunset, the warm glow enveloping Konoha, offering a sense of comfort. Yet to her, it felt utterly out of place. In the corridor below, 2 figures leaned against the railing, gazing up at the silhouettes cast by the setting sun. Sensei? Silver clenched his fists. Words inexplicably lodged in his throat. Is it true? Gue? Red Bean observed the two, a sorrowful expression on her face as if questioning everything she knew. Do not worry. The Hokage has assured us that they will do everything possible for Silver's recovery. We can only wait. Red Bean's hesitant words did little to alleviate the uncertainties within them, yet they still managed to smile and nod. Sensei, we will head back now. We have to return to Yuan for some rest. Yuan? Red Bean exclaimed in surprise, her thoughts escaping her lips, followed by a bitter smile. You've truly worked hard. We all hope for Silver's swift recovery. Indeed, they replied, hand in hand, sauntering towards the hospital. Meanwhile, within Konoha's hospital room, the girl with twin tails clung tightly to Silver's hand, tears brimming in her eyes as she sat beside the bed. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor did little to disturb her sorrow. Gazing at Silver, who lay unconscious and battered, her heart ached, and tears streamed silently down her cheeks, falling onto the sheets. Yuan, you should go home and rest. You haven't returned all day, and your uncle and aunt will worry. Gui and Jun pushed open the door, addressing the weeping girl. She merely nodded, remaining motionless. Yuan, you're exhausting yourself like this. Even if Silver recovers, he will feel guilty, Gui consoled her. Please, go back and rest. Come again tomorrow. As she continued to comfort the despondent girl, she walked with her out of the room, leaving Jun alone by Silver's side. I'm sorry, Silver. Jin stood quietly beside the hospital bed, murmuring with heartfelt regret. In the shadows, a voice echoed near his lips, then faded into the depths. Minutes later, he arrived at a serene lakeside where a woman sat quietly, staring at the crimson sky reflected on the water's surface, her restless emotions bubbling forth, protesting fiercely against the heavens. Your Highness, the situation with Kanagawa Silver is rather dire. The deep baritone emerged behind her, pulling her thoughts back. The man knelt silently upon the water's surface. I understand. No. Arrange for him to experience the Blood Night as soon as possible. I will personally handle the matter of finding him. Tonight, I shall heal him. At the stroke of midnight, bring the silver to the residence of the Showa Lord. Do you comprehend? The woman acknowledged with a nod and vanished into the shimmering lake, where the once vibrant surface gradually lost its crimson glow, surrendering to the encroaching silence of the dim night. At this moment, the youth and maiden vigilantly watched over the slumbering Een at the bedside, their expressions laden with concern. Outside, the vast night sky hung a solitary waning moon, while the frigid night wind howled through the dilapidated village. Fragmented walls, ravaged by the cold gale, released tiny stones that struck a few frail children huddled in the corner of a fallen wall. Hey, Brother Shinshur, I'm so cold. A small girl's feeble whimper reached the boy's ears. He gently patted his sister's little head with a sigh of resignation. Gradually, he extended his right hand, and suddenly, a towering tree emerged in the space before him, its lush branches and leaves steadfast against the biting wind, resolutely creating a warm sanctuary for them. Behind the tree, the once shivering little ones gradually ceased their trembling. The true essence of 1,000 hands comes effortlessly. A woman, with a sinister smile, quietly approached the frail children. Who are you? The boy quickly sensed her presence and slowly lifted his gaze to the figure in a flowing white dress, her long hat brim concealing her features, which did not seem to affect them in the least. Brother, the girl continued to murmur in his embrace. Do you wish to escape such a fate? To allow your siblings to live well, free from what? Her gentle voice shone like a comet in the pitch-black night, the fleeting thrill vanishing instantly from his composed heart. The boy indifferently shook his head, leaning against the wall once more. At that moment, the previously drowsy boy suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, his harsh breaths startling him into confusion. The other awakened children also noticed the woman's presence. Who is she, brother? A little girl looked up at the boy, puzzled. Before he could respond, the woman stepped forward, placing her hand on the ailing boy's back. Minutes later, the tortured body began to regain its vitality. Brother Shinsher, the boy whispered, glancing at the youth with tearful eyes. The boy hesitated, looking at the woman, his pale lips parted but silent. A fleeting flash of white light left the little ones momentarily dazed. When they opened their eyes again, the unfamiliar surroundings instilled a sense of fear within them. Dim candlelight flickered in the modest room, illuminating the table, while a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Not far away, a figure lay quietly asleep on the bed, and the little ones, confronted by the strange scenery, couldn't help but feel frightened. What is this place? The youth cried out in terror, while the girl on the bed murmured, Sister, please don't abandon me, don't. The boy glanced at the figure lying on the bed, muttering to himself. As the woman awaited his earnest explanation with a grave expression, how about we make a deal? A deal? The boy's heart tightened involuntarily. Yes, a transaction, 1 life for 7. What do you say? The woman's enchanting voice lingered in his ears, and the sudden proposition left him momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? The boy fixed a serious gaze on the woman, pulling the little ones protectively behind him, fearful of any misfortune befalling them. You likely do not fully comprehend your own power. You possess remarkable vitality, and I require your strength to save someone, a person of great importance, she said, her tone softening unexpectedly. You want me to save her, but what of this 1 life for 7? The boy hesitantly questioned her, observing the anxious youth. The woman approached them with an air of indifference, causing the already terrified little ones to huddle closer together. Do you have the ability to protect them? She gestured toward the small figures behind him and continued. They suffer from hunger, cold, and disease. If not treated, they may not survive. I have a means to save them, and more than that, I can assure their future well-being. While I cannot promise wealth, at the very least, they will lack for nothing. Furthermore, you can save 2 very important lives on the brink of death. 1 life for 7, consider it. The woman watched the 5 trembling children behind him, their innocent and fearful expressions reflecting the primal dread of death. The boy remained silent, and after a moment, he lifted his gaze to the bedside, where a pale face suddenly came into view, delicate hands as still as falling snow. A pang of sorrow surged within him. She is the princess of the kingdom of craftsmen, afflicted by an incurable ailment due to certain circumstances. I have a way to save her, but I require your strength. Thus, the choice lies with you. By saving her, you grant them a chance at life. The princess will not neglect her savior. I assure you she will provide them with a normal existence. So that was the intention, the boy thought. A sense of clarity washing over him as he beheld the frail figure before him, the woman's words echoing in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Master, Kanagawa's silver has arrived. The man quietly laid silver flat on the ground. The boy looked at the striking visage that had just emerged. Puzzled. She is one of those you are to heal. Hence, I assert that your sacrifice holds great value. The choice is yours. Both of them will gain a new lease on life because of you, and they will have the ability to alter the fates of others who, like you, have endured similar hardships. Think it over. Before the woman could finish her sentence, the boy stood up. I accept your terms. The little ones, still unaware of the conversation between their brother and the woman, were led out of the room by the man. Uncle, where are we going, and what about my brother? Why isn't he coming with us? A young girl gazed curiously at the side. He has matters to attend to for the sect leader, so let us wait outside. With that, the group entered a guest room at an inn, which had been prepared earlier that day. Inside, Only the boy, the girl, and the two unconscious individuals remained. At that moment, Een had been laid upon the bed, her beautiful silver hair entwined, while her scarred right hand clutched her cold left hand. The boy, filled with sorrow, approached the bedside, gazing at the two exquisite faces before him, and a bitter smile emerged. "Are you ready?" the girl inquired. To which the boy merely nodded in a daze. Dragon Flame Rebirth. A faint yet radiant light emanated from the boy's chest, and two dark bloodlines swiftly connected him to the bodies of the two. A piercing pain surged through his mind, and he clenched his fists in silence. The consciousness within him gradually fading, even the last remnants of smiling faces slipping away from his sight. At this moment, Een slumbered in her own world. Yet another light within her heart began to clarify. A familiar face drew closer, her silver hair exuding a long-forgotten fragrance. Een murmured as she released her grip on the girl. Before them, a youthful figure began to dissipate, joyfully drifting toward the heavens in the soft, golden morning light. The man nodded and subsequently carried Een away from the room. The girl observed the sleeping maiden, her rosy complexion bringing a sigh of relief, though the pain in her chest made her somewhat flustered. She clutched her chest and swiftly vanished from the silent chamber. Later, in an ordinary cave, the ground was soaked with bloodstains before the woman. Sect leader, Kanagawa Een has been settled. Everything is in place. We merely need to wait quietly, the man stated while standing outside the cave. The woman hurriedly donned a mask and stepped out, revealing a beautiful landscape. Cherry blossoms danced in the air, and a gentle breeze brushed past them. "Let us go and see those little ones," the woman calmly instructed as the man led the way, disappearing into the swirling sea of flowers. Early in the morning, the drowsy Go Wei and Jun rose from their respective sides of the bed, their eyes still half closed. In the midst of it all, the steady rhythm of breathing reverberated in the ears of the two. "Ah, how soundly she sleeps," Gu Wei teased, gazing at the adorable sleeping figure of Een. "Her complexion seems much improved compared to yesterday," Jin remarked, taking the cue to express her relief. Outside, two members of the Umbu leaned against a tree stump, fast asleep, when a sudden rustling noise startled them awake. They exchanged serious glances, observing the interior of the room where the young boy and girl were engaged in cheerful conversation, while the figure on the bed remained as tranquil as ever. "That scared me to death. I thought something had happened," one Umbu member lamented, adorned with a wolf's head. The other, still shaken, echoed, "Why were we both asleep?" This is illogical. As they exchanged uneasy looks, a cold sweat broke out, and despite their efforts, they could not recall what transpired from last night until now. The warm sunlight gradually seeped into the room, bringing with it a gentle ambience. The girl leaned against the window, tenderly gazing at Jun, who sat by the bedside, her smile likely capable of enchanting countless youths. A low murmur escaped, and the two eagerly approached the bed, observing the slightly trembling fingers, the crimson lips moving rhythmically, and the long eyelashes fluttering with the eyelids. A sense of vitality began to permeate the room. "Een," Gu Wei called out anxiously, rushing forward to grasp the cool fingers, the fair skin glistening under the morning light. "What is this?" the girl exclaimed in surprise as she lifted Yin's arm and examined it. "Is something wrong?" Jin inquired, circling around to her side, marveling at the rosy glow of the alabaster skin. Suddenly, the boy impulsively lifted the quilt, reaching towards the unconscious body, only for the girl to swiftly push him against the wall with a firm hand. "Gu Wei?" Jun groaned in confusion, as a figure who had just opened the door stood frozen in place, bewildered. "Jun? You?" The boy stared incredulously at the slumped figure against the wall. As the door swung open, a captivating sight unfolded before the boy's eyes. They beheld the disheveled form sitting dazedly at the head of the bed, her discomfort evident behind her arm, while her smooth, jade-like arms swayed gently as she rubbed her temples. Her alluring legs were crossed, revealing glimpses of pale skin, and a long-haired girl by the window offered a cup of warm water. "Een, you're awake," Qian Lu exclaimed excitedly, with others cheering joyfully behind her. Een, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed into Yin's embrace, choking on her words, "You're finally awake. I thought you." Feeling the girl's tears in his arms, a wave of guilt washed over Een, while the others stared in astonishment at the weeping Qian Lu, momentarily at a loss for words. "Let us hurry and notify the doctor," Wu proposed in the back, prompting immediate action from the others. Qian Lu accompanied Wu towards the front desk, while Ling escorted Jinjin and Go Wei out of the ward. "I will notify the teacher. You all assist Een in preparing some food," Jinjin said as she hurried towards Hokage Rock. Within the ward, only Een and Een remained, silently gazing at each other, the stillness stretching on for quite some time. Soon, the doctor arrived, following Qianlu and the others into the ward. Upon seeing Yin, who had seemingly recovered, the medical staff stared at him in disbelief. The attending physician hastily arranged for Yin to undergo a series of examinations, the results of which astonished them all. He has completely recovered. Everything is normal. The doctor exclaimed in bewilderment. It's a miracle. His vital signs had previously indicated otherwise, yet now not only are his injuries healed, but all his bodily metrics are even superior to before. What on earth happened? Who can explain this? Wonderful. In the ward, everyone rejoiced at Yin's recovery. Is it true? Is he really well? What transpired? The third Hokage, stroking his beard, inquired of the Umbu agent who had come to report, yet the agent remained silent, unable to provide an answer. How could this be? He has truly recovered? Danzo was astonished by Ding and Hai's account. Indeed, at that time, Kondo Jinjin and her group personally summoned the doctor, and multiple examinations confirmed that Kanagawa Yin's injuries had healed, even the old wounds. Hai elaborated, only to suddenly halt mid-sentence. Everyone, you may leave, Danzo muttered, and the two disappeared into the shadows. Having regained his health, Yin, without waiting for the hospital's notification, left the hospital and returned home. Observing the familiar surroundings, sunlight streamed through the window, where cherry blossom petals danced freely, performing a beautiful ballet. A wave of tranquility washed over him. Cherry blossoms. Yin couldn't help but exclaim. After freshening up, he ventured alone into the cherry grove, breathing in the fragrant aroma and listening to the enchanting melodies. The image of a familiar figure from days gone by subtly resurfaced in his mind. Silver strolled along the resplendent crimson carpet, and though the winter chill enveloped the air, the cherry blossoms of Konoha ignited the solitude of the season like a fervent blaze, unveiling their exquisite form in a secluded corner of the village, celebrating the splendor of Konoha. But why was she here? Clearly, it was my sister. Sitting on a stone bench, Silver stared vacantly at her right hand, her bewildered gaze already piercing through the carpet of fallen pink petals. Ah, at last, I have found you. A voice echoed in Silver's ears and in the distance. Two figures approached, bathed in a flurry of swirling petals, a gentle and ambiguous aura wafting towards her. With a subtle nod, Silver smiled. Yet a pang of anguish tightened within his heart, abruptly obstructing the previously buoyant mood. Gowie, this is real. Silver beamed at the two, waves of emotion rippling through him as he suppressed an inexplicable sorrow. His silver hair danced in the wind, carelessly brushing against his strikingly handsome face. What brings you here? This is my secret hideaway. Gowie, how could you bring someone here so casually? Silver complained, directing his grievances towards the blissful girl. Hey, am I just someone else? Genji retorted, pointing at herself with righteous indignation. The girl beside them couldn't help but chuckle, and Silver joined in, patting Genji's back, saying, Indeed, you are Genji. Not just anyone. The trio merrily treaded through the cherry blossom woods on their way home. Although it was midday, the air still held a chill. The girl instinctively shivered, prompting Genji to swiftly remove her jacket and drape it over the girl, who gratefully accepted the warmth. You two chat. I have something else to attend to. Silver suddenly interjected, hastily bidding farewell to Gowie and Genji. As they watched his retreating figure, a wave of guilt washed over them. Genji, you should clarify things with Silver soon, Gowie murmured as she nestled in his embrace, an indescribable entanglement within her heart hindering her progress. Hastily leaving his companions, Silver rushed back home. Leaning against the closed door, his trembling hands pressed against the surface, tears glistening in his eyes, swirling without falling, despite the overwhelming accumulation. He held back, refusing to let a single drop escape. Silver swiftly arrived at the center of the room, faintly recalling the experiences from that day in the cave. As he searched through his memories, he retrieved a scroll from the clean garments. In an effort to divert his mind from distressing thoughts, he compelled himself to focus on the scroll in his hand, adorned with strange symbols: water, wind, peace, and serenity. Why do I comprehend these inscriptions? A sudden wave of fear washed over him, yet as he unfurled the scroll further, he found that aside from the ice release techniques visible before him, the remainder of the scroll remained blank. What could this mean? Holding the scroll, he was engulfed in confusion, yet an impulsive urge drove him to practice, channeling two distinct types of chakra, water and wind, through his left and right hands. This was to reverse engineer the techniques. After a busy afternoon, fatigue set in, and hunger overtook Silver. Time to procure some game. He patted his stomach and, armed with a kunai, headed straight for the nearby woods. After an intense struggle, a hapless wild boar became his feast. Skillfully, he set up a roasting spit and eagerly placed the entire boar upon it. Gazing at the sunset's rays filtering through the trees, he sighed softly as the enticing aroma began to waft through the forest, attracting several hungry onlookers. Minutes later, Silver deftly began to butcher the rear half of the pig, the mouth-watering scent making his mouth water. "It's time to eat," he murmured to himself. Suddenly, he noticed rustling in the nearby bushes. His gaze sharpened toward the sound, and his kunai was poised and ready. A few seconds later, a young boy with yellow hair stealthily approached the roasting spit from behind. With a swift motion, Silver spun around, hurling kunai towards the area surrounding the spit. The little intruder, startled, froze in place, eyes wide in shock as he sat down on the ground, gasping at the sight of the sharp weapons at his feet. "Naruto?" Realizing the identity of the thief, Silver let out a long sigh, while their stomachs simultaneously grumbled in a comical rhythm. Gurgle, gurgle. Silver stood there awkwardly, while Naruto gazed foolishly at the food, drool unabashedly dripping from the corners of his mouth. "Come over. Let's eat together," Silver called out to Naruto, who appeared somewhat reluctant and fidgety. "What's the matter? Aren't you hungry? Your stomach is protesting quite vehemently. Hurry up, I can't finish it all by myself." Silver glanced at Naruto, who remained timid. With a sigh of resignation, Silver tossed a piece of meat towards Naruto and eagerly began to feast. After a moment of exaggerated eating, Naruto, unable to resist the allure of the delectable food and Silver's theatrical dining antics, began to devour it ravenously. Expressing his gratitude through a mouthful of food, "Sister, thank you." Having satisfied his hunger, Silver inadvertently recalled her teacher's words. "Jiraiya-sensei said he wanted to see me tomorrow. I completely forgot," Silver lamented, tapping her forehead. "Naruto, once you're done, please extinguish the fire to prevent a wildfire." "I have to go," Silver instructed Naruto, who was still munching away, before vanishing into the woods. "Sister, thank you," Naruto exclaimed, looking around the warm, sunlit forest while mumbling words of thanks. After a hearty meal, Silver swiftly returned home. Summoning jutsu, Silver instantly conjured a small toad. "Who are you? Why have you summoned me?" the little creature questioned upon appearing. Silver felt a pang of disappointment at the sight of the red and black toad. How could she have it inform Jiraiya-sensei? Shaking her head, Silver inquired, "Is there a way to notify Jiraiya-sensei? Or perhaps have one to relay the message?" "You know my dad," the toad exclaimed, surprised by the mention of one's name. "Yes." Silver nodded. "Could you let your father know to tell Jiraiya-sensei that I am looking for him?" The toad hesitated, gazing intently at Silver. Sensing an opportunity, Silver asked, "What do you want?" "Snacks. Chips, lollipops, shrimp balls, anything delicious," the toad replied without hesitation. Silver slapped her forehead, standing up and heading to the kitchen. These days, even toads are so pragmatic, Silver mused as she opened the fridge, retrieving the last bag of chips and some fruit candies to place before the toad. "Is this enough? Please hurry and inform your father. I urgently need to reach Jiraiya-sensei," Silver instructed firmly. "Understood." The little toad eagerly grabbed the snacks and promptly disappeared. Silver, suppressing her anxiety, sat in the living room as time ticked away. Amidst misty mountains, a mischievous figure nestled in the lush grass, chuckling to itself, candy dancing on its tongue. "Hey, Toad G, what are you doing?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling the little creature and causing a chill to run down its spine. "Toad G, I said Wanta is right behind you." "Dad." As I awaited an explanation, my gaze fell upon the scattered snacks on the floor, and my frustration surged. "You little rascal. From where have you acquired such an abundance of treats? I have already told you that consuming too many of these is detrimental to your health." "No, father. It was given to me by an older sister. She mentioned needing to speak with Jiraiya-sensei about something urgent," Wanta explained. Suddenly, a memory flashed through my mind. She instructed me to inform father to notify Jiraiya that there was a matter of great urgency. That is why I returned. What could be so pressing that it requires contacting Jiraiya? However, to reach him now, one must resort to reverse summoning, which complicates matters, Wanta pondered deeply. As night gradually enveloped the Hidden Leaf Village, Een sat in the living room, boredom causing him to drift into slumber. A gust of chilly wind entered, making him shiver. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he approached the window. The streetlights illuminated the dark night, dispelling the cold and solitude. Turning to close the window, he prepared to take a stroll when the doorbell chimed. Ding dong. Who could it be at this hour? Een mumbled to himself as he walked towards the door. Upon opening it, 3 familiar faces greeted him. Gawei, Een, and Jean. As Ian was about to inquire about their visit, a sudden bang echoed, and he vanished into a puff of smoke before them. What just happened? Where did Ian go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Ian asked anxiously, turning to the others, who stood at the door, equally perplexed. I believe he should be inside, Jean said with a wry smile as he entered Yin's room. In the blink of an eye, the previously confident smile on Yin's face faded as he found himself in an unfamiliar landscape, anxiety creeping in. Where am I? What on earth is this place? Frustration bubbled within him. Ah, Ian, you've arrived. A voice called from behind him. Turning, he was bewildered to see the imposing figure of Wentai. Following Wentai to a building, Ian was not led inside but instead stood in an open area. In the distance, two diminutive, elderly toads hopped toward him. You must be little Ian. What a beauty you are. Your hair shines like that of little E, and your skin is lovely. You truly inherit the genes of your sister's stunning visage. The teasing words of the short figure made Ian's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Let me go, urged Jiraiya, said the other elderly toad before darting inside. Moments later, a familiar voice reached Yin's ears. Lord Shinsaku, what brings you here in such haste? My manuscript is still unfinished, and the editors are pressing me. Observing the respectful demeanor of Jiraiya toward the toad beside him, Ian felt a wave of confusion. Clearly, their relationship was far from ordinary. Yin's gaze shifted between the two elderly toads until Jiraiya approached him. Ian, it's you. What seems to be the matter? Jiraiya glanced at Ian with a hint of impatience. Teacher, he began, last time you told me to find you the next day, but due to a mission, I was unable to do so. I was wondering what it was you wished to discuss. There was an air of anticipation in Yin's gaze, for Jiraiya had promised to impart some knowledge. Oh, you mean the Rasengan? Unfortunately, I am not in a position to teach you at the moment. Let us defer it for a while, Jiraiya evaded, preparing to leave. However, the formidable Lord Shinsaku interjected sternly. Young Jiraiya, since he addresses you as teacher, it is your duty to guide him. I see no harm in putting aside those inappropriate works of yours. Are you not grateful to have such an adorable disciple? Adorable? Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Grasping Yin's wrist, he dashed toward the interior of the house. Shinsaku, I shall take him for training, he declared, and in an instant, the two vanished into the humid air of Miyaboka Mountain. Upon reopening his eyes, Ian found himself in an environment teeming with vibrant lights and an intoxicating atmosphere. The dim lighting cast an alluring glow around them, while the small booth was filled with an overwhelming scent of indulgence. Where's this place? Ian grimaced, covering his nose as he regarded Jiraiya with distaste. A splendid location. But let us not dwell on that. It's time to unwind. Jiraiya grinned lewdly at Ian, sending a chill down his spine. Instinctively, Yin's left hand slipped into his pocket to grasp a kunai. Just then, several heavily made-up women approached, elegantly seating themselves beside Jiraiya and Ian. Do you gentlemen require anything? I hope we aren't interrupting, one lady inquired curiously, glancing at Ian, who seemed hesitant. No, your timing is impeccable. A bottle of wine, a few appetizers, and a bowl of rice, Jiraiya ordered, though his hands wandered indecently around the women's waists and thighs, leaving Ian feeling nauseated, his heart racing in revulsion. Pervert. Ian grumbled internally, yet the delectable dishes had already been served. A woman clad in a purple slit dress took a seat beside Ian and remarked, My dear little sister, are you not afraid that this older gentleman will devour you in such a place? The overpowering scent of perfume permeated the air, making Ian somewhat uncomfortable as he shifted slightly away. Why are you hiding, little sister? The woman suddenly lunged toward Ian, her slender right hand pressing firmly against his thigh. The gentle warmth of her breath was disconcerting, and her crimson lips gradually drew nearer. Feeling cornered, Ian instinctively recoiled, halting just as their lips were about to meet. So it's a little brother. How enviable. Such an adorable little brother. I could just eat you up, she cooed, her right hand gliding over Yin's chest as she boldly straddled his lap, the soft sensation of her form subtly swaying against his thigh through layers of fabric. Her delicate hands entwined around his neck, the alluring cleavage barely concealed, pressing against him, causing him to hastily avert his gaze toward the sky outside. Yet the scent of perfume and her tantalizing touch continued to invade his senses, heightening his anxiety. Jiraiya-sensei, Ian desperately sought help, but the latter was entranced by the rare and provocative scene before him, captivated by Yin's helpless demeanor slumped against the sofa, his tear-streaked face accentuating the allure of the young girl. Yin's silvery hair swirled in the mature woman's palm, stirring an unprecedented inspiration within Jiraiya. What an intriguing theme to explore. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, startling the two women beside him. "What are you doing?" they exclaimed. "Apologies, I just remembered I have matters to attend to." "We must take our leave," Jiraiya announced, beckoning Ain to depart, though the woman beside him still appeared reluctant to let go. "My little brother, what remarkable self-control you possess. Even in my current state, you remain unmoved, devoid of even a hint of excitement. It only makes me want to devour you more," she whispered seductively into his ear, her slender fingers teasingly brushing against his lips, her beguiling breath tickling his ear, rendering him numb inside. Jiraiya, smiling, reassured, "We have urgent matters to attend to. We must leave," as he gently pulled Ain away. Before departing, he murmured to the women, "We have pressing business now. We shall return this evening." With that, he grasped Ain and vanished into thin air. Hope surged within him as he clenched his fists, calling out to the guards beside him. "Why are you not hastening to find someone? Even if we must turn the land of crafts upside down, bring the princess back to me." "Yes," they responded, after a crisp response. The once tranquil residence of the Lord of Showa was suddenly thrown into turmoil, save for the secluded chambers at the back, which remained eerily silent. When he came to her senses again, she found herself within a modest earthen house. The bitter cold wind seeped through the dilapidated door, chilling the air inside. To her right, on a low gray-yellow wall, 6 or 7 clay pots were steaming, exuding a pungent medicinal aroma. Behind a nearby pillar, 5 small figures huddled together, timidly gazing in her direction. "Sister, who are they?" he queried, pointing at the little ones behind the pillar. With a sigh tinged with sorrow, the woman replied, "Orphans. Due to years of warfare, the pressures on the artisan kingdom from various nations have intensified. Beyond the usual arms trade, we have been denied even a semblance of peace, leading to the displacement of countless civilians. Orphans amidst the flames of war are all too common. They are but a flicker in this vast ocean of despair." "Is that so?" he asked, her voice quivering as she approached them. The children recoiled in fear, prompting E to hesitate and stop in her tracks. "That is why I ask you, are you willing to inherit the Lord's position? If so, all that you see here could vanish as you wish." The woman coaxed gently from behind. Yet he remained resolute. "The position of the Lord belongs to my brother. I will not usurp it. As for these orphans, I am more than capable of sheltering them." Taking a deep breath, the girl turned towards the frightened lambs and smiled, her deep dimples enhancing her radiant beauty. Her silver hair shimmered in the light, and her bright eyes fixated on the small boy before her, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. "Sister?" A boy hesitated before speaking up. He immediately stepped forward and embraced him, saying, "I am here. From now on, you shall stay with me at the Lord's residence, where no one will bully you, and you shall not suffer from cold or hunger." The little boy nodded, warmth flooding his cheeks as silent sobs began to echo in the ears of the children. After some time, the medicinal scent had filled the dilapidated house. He hurriedly searched for vessels to hold the medicine, but after a thorough search of her surroundings, she found only a few cracked, curved tiles. The boy, showing his understanding, approached E to assist her. The two, in their eagerness, unwittingly reached for the scalding pot, only to retract their hands in unison, grimacing at the sting. They exchanged a smile, deciding to wait until it cooled. "Let's wait a bit longer," suggested a little girl from behind. "I shall take care of it." The woman suddenly appeared before them, holding a stack of tea bowls, clearly the large bowls commonly used in taverns. She lined up 5 or 6 bowls and, without hesitation, poured the medicine into one. "Sister," with a hint of concern, he called out. But the woman exhibited no sign of awareness as she continued to take another vial and pour out the medicinal concoction. Before long, 5 bowls of pungent medicine were placed before the small group. The 5 children exchanged glances, and with a surge of courage, one boy lifted his bowl and drank it in one go, immediately furrowing his brow as he set it down. Another boy hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit. The remaining 2 girls stared blankly at the trio who had finished their medicine, unable to suppress their own nervous gulp. "Hurry up, Ju. Good medicine is bitter. Once we recover from our ailments, we won't have to suffer anymore," the boy beside them urged, extending the bowl toward the girls. The 2 little ones exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, abruptly closed their eyes, and lifted their bowls, drinking every last drop. Subsequently, all 5 of them turned their earnest gazes toward E, their sincere eyes fixed upon her, creating an indescribable pressure that weighed heavily on her heart. "Very well, from now on, you shall accompany the princess as her attendants to protect her," the woman declared nonchalantly. "Moreover, starting tomorrow, I shall teach you ninjutsu. To serve as the princess of the land of crafts guards, you are utterly unqualified. Yes, Without waiting for her to finish, the three young boys responded in unison, while the two girls shared a smile and rushed to Yi's side, linking their arms with hers. Sister? He looked at the woman in confusion. Enough questions. It's been a while, and I suspect there's quite a commotion back at the estate. We should return promptly, the woman advised. And soon they found themselves in the courtyard. The cold wind rustled the leaves, and the half-open door creaked back and forth. Brother? Yi's heart jolted. She had forgotten to mention it to him. Sister? The little ones timidly gathered around Yi, their eyes darting back and forth as they observed the surroundings. Your Highness. Where have you been? Prince Chi has been looking for you. A rather clumsy guard suddenly burst in from the front courtyard, startling the children who huddled behind her. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Yi raised her voice unexpectedly, causing the guard to freeze in silence. Noticing the guard's trembling fingers, she shook her head and clarified, I went to meet my friend. You can tell my brother the truth. If there are any issues, he can come to me directly. With that, he led the 5 innocent little rascals into her room. A few minutes later, several maids busily moved in and out of the princess's chamber, instantly enlivening the entire courtyard. Despite their careful efforts, the maids still attracted unnecessary trouble. What are you doing? A voice shouted sternly at the maid who had just exited. Brother? It was my idea to have them do this. My friend needs to wash up and change, so I asked them for assistance. If you must be upset. Directed at me. He quickly intervened on behalf of the maid. The maid bowed and nodded, and seeing that she did not object, she hastily exited the doorway. The young man strode into Yi's room, and the girl promptly rushed out to block his path. What are you planning to do, brother? He fixed his gaze upon Chi, his penetrating eyes piercing into the depths of Chi's soul, evoking an unfamiliar chill that suddenly enveloped his heart. It's nothing, really. I should rest early. Chi replied with a bitter smile, waving his sleeve and hastily departing. Inside the room, a few little ones held their breath, intently watching from behind the screen. After a soft click of the closing door, a cascade of silvery hair reappeared before their eyes, prompting the 5 to break into cheerful smiles. 3 unkempt rascals were unabashedly frolicking in the bathtub. Yan, you truly have no shame. Hurry and sit down, exclaimed a girl with short hair, her hands covering her eyes as she rushed towards the screen, followed closely by another girl. Wait for me, Kay. Observing the playful antics of the 5. A wave of sorrow surged within Yi. Brother? He had always been oblivious, and crystalline tears began to cascade down his delicate cheeks, falling to the ground. That girl. Why does she suddenly seem so spirited? What is that murderous intent in her eyes? As Chi made his way back to his room, his confusion deepened. Breathing in the fresh air, Ian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Leaning against the window, he gazed into the distance. Tonight's cool breeze whispered a hint of chill. His heart brimmed with thoughts, the matters concerning his master, Gowei, and his teacher, Jiraiya. His sister was a disciple of Jiraiya. Ian shook his head in frustration, his flowing silver hair becoming disheveled in the gentle wind. His handsome face was soon adorned with a myriad of worries. And under the moonlight, the strands of silver hair accentuated a serene purity. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Ian tapped his forehead and leaped into the room, closing the window behind him. Turning around, he was suddenly met with the familiar long robe and that recognizable presence. Excitement surged within him as he lifted his head. The woman stood there silently. Master! Ian exclaimed, rushing towards her. The woman extended her hand, grasping him, and once again he felt that familiar sensation of weightlessness. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a corner of the village. As he gazed at the cherry blossom spirits dancing in the air, the enchanting fragrance that belonged solely to her filled the atmosphere. Under the moonlight, the melancholy visage of the disheartened youth was illuminated, with 2 ethereal figures gracing the crimson carpet. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Ian to shiver. What is it? The woman inquired, perplexed. Silver quickly shook his head. It's nothing, master. By the way, why do I feel so much better lately? My chest no longer feels constricted. That is because your injuries have healed, the woman replied with an air of nonchalance. Really? Silver exclaimed excitedly, his hands eagerly tapping various parts of his body to confirm her words. After a moment of exhilaration, Silver beamed at the woman. Thank you, master. Do not rejoice too soon. Let me assess your recent progress in ninjutsu, the woman said, gesturing towards a nearby open space. Silver eagerly dashed to the center of the clearing, while the woman leisurely made her way to a stone, observing the excited figure beneath her. Silver assumed a poised stance, swiftly weaving hand signs, snake, horse, monkey, conjuring the fire release, great fireball technique. After a dazzling array of hand seals, a fireball, akin to the size of a blue orb, slowly materialized before Silver's eyes. Once formed, it remained static, only to abruptly vanish moments later. Staring at the sudden phenomenon, Silver found himself at a loss. What transpired? Why did my ninjutsu? His gaze fixated on the woman, who, with a resigned sigh, approached his side. I have warned you not to celebrate prematurely. She replied dispassionately, suggesting, you ought to contemplate your future course of action. What should I do? I cannot even comprehend what has occurred. How can I decide on a course? In a sudden outburst, Silver shouted at the woman, his trembling hand shaking violently with erratic breaths, his head spinning, his vision blurring. Fool! I have yet to finish my words. The woman stepped behind Silver, steadying his faltering form. A soothing fragrance wafted through the cold night breeze, filling Silver's nostrils, prompting him to shudder and regain his composure. Forgive me, master. This is the very reason I sought you out today. The woman turned, hands clasped behind her, gazing up at the resplendent night sky, a fleeting sigh escaping her lips. Although your ailment has subsided, the equilibrium of your spirit and physical energy remains uncoordinated, which is the most troublesome matter. No swift remedy exists. What you require is rest, prolonged and judicious rest. This is the singular path to your recovery. Pausing for a moment, she continued without allowing Silver to interject. For at least the next 3 years, you must diligently arrange your schedule to balance your physical energy, avoid impatience, and refrain from excessive use of chakra. If possible, it is best to utilize this spiritual energy for healing. Avoid any significant external injuries and ensure daily physical activity. Thus, in 2 to 3 years, your body should be restored. Afterward, spend some time consolidating your health, and you shall have the liberty to exert yourself as you wish. Upon hearing this, Silver, who had been engulfed in sorrow, suddenly beamed with joy. Truly, thank you so much, master. I understand it was you who saved me during that time. I am grateful. Eagerly, Silver knelt before the woman, offering a profound gesture of respect. But she swiftly pulled him up. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Do not kneel so casually, the woman said, her voice tinged with impatience. In the future, you should delve deeper into swordsmanship. The integration of physical techniques should suffice for most tasks. This way, you need not constantly worry about your injuries. Nevertheless, do take care not to overexert yourself. Silver nodded eagerly, but a gust of cold wind swept by, causing him to shiver. He rubbed his hands together, attempting to generate warmth. His silvery hair danced gracefully under the moonlight as he moved. The woman chuckled softly, removing her cloak. In an instant, a warm barrier enveloped Silver. As he sensed the woman's presence, he found himself cocooned tightly within the cloak. A rich fragrance, tinged with her lingering warmth, wafted out, stirring a tumult of emotions within Silver. However, the warmth was undeniably comforting. Damn it, how could I? Silver abruptly shook his head, dispelling his fanciful thoughts. What is it? The woman inquired, turning around with a puzzled expression. Under the moonlight, her figure, now free from the long robe, exuded an enchanting aura of purity and allure. Silver felt a rush of heat flood his cheeks, his fair complexion blushing crimson. Nothing, he replied, somewhat sheepishly, turning away and pulling the cloak tighter around himself. Is that so? The woman asked with a hint of disdain. By the way, how is your training in ice release coming along? Ice release. Silver stared at her in astonishment, momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he regretted his overly dramatic reaction. I am still in training. I have only recently managed to freeze a thin layer of ice on a cup of water, so I cannot yet speak of practical application. He answered, his head bowed, filled with guilt. There's no rush. Your previous injuries have hindered your progress. Given your solid foundation and physical techniques, I suggest you focus on honing your swordsmanship in this ice release. It is better to concentrate deeply than to bite off more than you can chew, the woman advised. By the way, our opportunities to meet may diminish in the future, so do take care of yourself. Do not lose your life while on a mission. Yes, I will heed your teachings, master, Silver replied solemnly. Though her lessons were often unyielding, he remained grateful. Tonight's resplendent starry sky was of little concern to him as he gazed with a somber expression. The woman brushed past him, and together they returned to the warmth of the room. Silver exhaled deeply, still clutching his robe tightly. The woman entered silently beside him and said, when we meet next, I hope your spiral sphere will be complete. The spiral sphere. Master, you know about this too? Silver exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at her, who remained composed and unruffled. May I have my robe back now? The young woman gazed at the curled-up figure of Ian, a flicker of irritation crossing her features. Mind your own affairs. Your body will naturally recover with the passage of time. With that, she vanished from the warmth of the room. After her departure, the once drowsy Ian felt a surge of energy, the enchanting silhouette lingering in his mind, refusing to fade. Perhaps I should practice the spiraling sphere, he mused, and began preparing the water sphere. On the morning of the second day, following the third Hokage's instructions, Ian made his way to the hospital for a final examination. Upon entering the ward, he observed the ebb and flow of patients, and could not help but reflect, were it not for my master, I might not fare much better than they do. Lost in trivial thoughts, Ian reached the door of the examination room, where Red Bean had been waiting by the window for quite some time. Red Bean Sensei, Ian called out in confusion as he opened the door, spotting her silhouette at the windowsill. Let's assess your condition. If all is well, you shall proceed with your mission. The attendance rate of Team 7 has been quite concerning. Red Bean sighed as she approached him. Ian offered an awkward smile, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Rest assured, Sensei, I am fully recovered and ready for any task, he replied, thumping his chest with confidence, though a twinge of pain reminded him that he was not entirely unscathed. Ian dutifully underwent all examinations, and after the doctor confirmed his condition, he joyfully followed Hong Do to the mission assignment office. Go Wei and Jun Shi had arrived ahead of them and were waiting in the hall. Upon the sudden entrance of Ian, who brought a sweet atmosphere, the two couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt and awkwardness. The young couple exchanged knowing glances and discreetly moved to Hong Do's side, while Ian, seemingly unfazed, stepped forward. Sandai handed a mission briefing to Hong Do, stating that the task was to protect the Lord of the Takigakure from harm. A noblesse commission. It appeared to be yet another troublesome affair. Hong Do expressed her reluctance with a complaint, to which Sandai cleared his throat slightly and smiled, altering his tone. Just kidding. I merely wish to inquire why Takigakure does not employ its own ninja villages, but instead seeks our assistance from Konoha across such a distance. The client has not divulged any details, and we shall refrain from questioning them. Since there is a commission, we must fulfill it, the Hokage stated solemnly. By the way, Ian, you ought to rest more due to your injuries. Sandai's demeanor shifted from serious to amiable as he continued, do not overexert yourself. Having just recovered from a significant illness, did I not instruct you to take it easy? There is no need to rush into this mission. It's all right, Hokage-sama. My health has improved considerably. If I don't venture out to train a bit, I fear I shall become rusty. Besides, it would be a bit embarrassing to be mocked by my peers for being unable to handle a minor injury. Ian chuckled self-deprecatingly. The elder also smiled calmly in response. Is that so? Then do exercise caution on your journey. Understood, Ian replied and followed Hong Do out of the assignment office. Upon reaching the village entrance, Ian and his companions met with the individuals from Takigakure in preparation for their departure. Just as the group was buzzing with excitement over the long-awaited mission, suddenly, Yin's vision darkened, and his body lurched forward. What's wrong, Ian? Hong Do asked, looking at him in confusion, while Go Wei and Jun Shi hurried to support him. Ian promptly shook his head, assuring, it's nothing. I might not have slept well last night. Is that so? Don't push yourself. If there are issues, they can be resolved now. It will be far more difficult once we step outside, Go Wei suggested with concern. However, before she could finish her thought, Ian swiftly interjected. It's fine. I've already said I didn't sleep well. A short rest later should suffice. With that, he briskly strode ahead, while behind him, Go Wei anxiously watched his slightly swaying figure, her heart weighed down with increasing sorrow. As they journeyed, the group followed the envoy towards the land of waterfalls. Logically, the distance from Konoha to the land of waterfalls would take at least 2 days to traverse. Yet, due to the large number of ordinary workers and servants in their company, the travel time was entirely unpredictable. Given their current pace, it seemed unlikely that they would arrive on schedule. Nonetheless, entrusted with a duty, Ian and his companions could not abandon these individuals and thus patiently continued to lag behind the procession. Throughout the journey, Ian and his companions appeared to be unwelcome. Ian and Jun took the lead, while Hong Do and Go Wei brought up the rear, yet almost everyone else refrained from engaging them in conversation, not even casting a glance in their direction. Only one attendant occasionally exchanged a few words with Ian and his group, clearly a cheerful individual. Meanwhile, Hong Do maintained a stern demeanor, observing their surroundings intently. Hey, Ian, why does the teacher always look so tense? It's merely a protective mission. What's the fuss? Gu Wei inquired, approaching them during a lull in their vigilance. Indeed, close protection tasks could be categorized into levels C to A. with varying degrees of danger depending on the circumstances. Their client had reported a B-level mission, although the compensation was generous. The Hokage's intention behind assigning them this particular B-level task remained unclear. Even though it was classified as a B-level task, confrontations between ninjas were inevitable, and with conflict came the risk of sacrifice. So let us not become too complacent, Jin advised from the side. Hey, Ian, what's bothering you? You seem lost in thought. Jin remarked, tossing a pebble towards him. Ian instinctively dodged, yet he remained distant, leaving Jin feeling awkward. Fully aware that it wouldn't be easy for Ian to regain his composure anytime soon. Ian, focus. Don't isolate yourself in your thoughts. Engage with your companions. Responding to others is a fundamental courtesy and a sign of respect, Hong Do urged, glancing at the still absent Gowei as he quickly moved to the front of the group. Hearing Hong Do's words only deepened Yin's already low spirits. No, we are still on a mission. Silver gently patted his face, regaining his focus as he continued on his journey. However, time waits for no one. Before they had even exited the land of fire, the sun had shyly dipped below the horizon. Consequently, everyone had no choice but to set up camp alongside the escort team for the night, while the others began erecting tents and kindling fires for cooking. Silver and his companions also set to work, adhering to their usual division of labor. Silver and Jinjin were responsible for gathering firewood and food, while Gowei ventured out to forage for edible wild fruits and mushrooms. Before long, the three reconvened at their original spot. Jinjin had caught 2 wild chickens. Silver managed to snag several fish and a substantial bundle of firewood, while Gowei proudly presented a large collection of mushrooms and wild fruits. They began to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, the aroma from the escort team's camp wafted enticingly through the air. Gowei, hurry and wash these items, Hongdo instructed. Jinjin, may I borrow your fire release? She called out. And Jinjin appeared eager to oblige. After a flurry of activity, the group finally sat down to enjoy their dinner, observing the lively trio before him. Hongdo couldn't help but smile, a long mist grin gracing his round face. Once they finished their delightful meal, the group began to discuss their plans for the night watch. At that moment, the man who had previously approached Silver and the others strolled over. Where will you rest tonight? I noticed you don't have tents or anything of the sort, he inquired kindly. Tents are too cumbersome. We won't be needing them. Jinjin casually waved his hand. Hongdo shot him a glance, while Gowei calmly retrieved a simple tent from her backpack and began setting it up, realizing his oversight. Jinjin glanced at Gowei and lowered his head in acknowledgement. We'll manage just fine. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chiya, Hongdo replied with a smile. Seeing this, Mr. Chiya felt it best to retreat to his own camp. The occasional gust of cold wind caused the tent to flap noisily, prompting Jinjin and Gowei to secure it more firmly. Teacher, I need to step away for a moment, Silver announced, clutching his stomach as he hurried off. Hongdo shook his head and joined in the task of organizing their belongings. Whereas Silver, Jinjin stood up and scanned the area, noticing Silver's absence. What's wrong? Missing him already? Gowei teased. Hongdo urged them both. Silver is likely just taking care of business. You two should hurry and help me sort things out. The two obediently approached Hongdo to assist in the preparations. As Silver ventured forth, he established a perceptive barrier around him, albeit small and lacking in strength. Yet, in this circumstance, it proved quite useful. He was grateful for the guidance bestowed upon him by his master over the past 6 months. As he pondered this, he returned to the camp. Though the woman rarely instructed him in ninjutsu, the passage of time had imparted some practical knowledge to him, albeit in small measures. Where have you been for so long? Silver inquired, genuine curiosity etched upon his face. He fabricated a casual excuse to deflect the question and then settled down to rest beside Akane, Jin, and waited the first watch, while Silver and Akane relieved them for the latter half of the night. However, Silver found himself tossing and turning, unable to find solace in slumber. His mind ensnared by recent experiences. What had triggered the sudden onset of my illness? How had I recovered? How did my master heal me? When I have no recollection of it? And that girl, was she real? It felt so vivid, yet was it merely a dream? His heart was heavy with uncertainty as he instinctively raised his right hand, staring blankly at his palm, his thoughts swirling in a cacophony. After this mission, I think I should speak with Silver, Jun reflected, her hands clenched anxiously against her chest. Beside her, Wei replied with a calm demeanor, Silver has long been aware. What difference does it make whether we speak of it or not? His wounds have yet to heal. It might be best not to confront him with this matter directly. You are well aware of his feelings for you. I fear he may find it too overwhelming. The girl leaned silently against him, and within the confines of the tent, Akane let out a resigned sigh, resting her hands beneath her head. Silver, however, remained blissfully unaware, lost in a deep slumber, his steady breaths echoing in the warmth of the tent. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, the moon hung high in the sky. Upon being roused by Jean, Silver awoke in a daze, feeling inexplicably more fatigued than usual, despite having accomplished nothing. After changing shifts with Jin and the others, Silver lingered on the grass between Mr. Chihaya and the rest, while Akane scanned the surroundings from a distant rock. Meanwhile, the envoy from the land of water was tense, seemingly uneasy about Silver and his companions. As the patrolling guards gripped their weapons, their expressions grave. Boredom soon led Silver to wander aimlessly, the cool evening breeze gradually enveloping the area. Mr. Chihaya stoked the campfire, and Silver, finding a rock to sit upon, felt a peculiar heaviness in his chest, as though something was lodged there, stifling his breath. "Hey, why the long face? What is on your mind?" Akane's sudden interjection broke the silence as she appeared beside him. He turned, his expression tinged with melancholy. Yet her visage was absent from his thoughts. With a swift motion, Akane playfully slapped Silver, who did not evade the impact. "What's wrong? You've had that glum expression all day. Jean and Wei are worried about you too. You don't wish to burden them, do you? Some matters, once released, become inconsequential. Certain burdens, when relinquished, lead to liberation. Throughout one's life, it is unnecessary to dwell upon every single issue. Cherishing what one possesses in the present suffices, and living joyfully is paramount." With a self-deprecating smile, Hong Do offered solace to Yin. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in acknowledgement and reclined upon a large stone. Gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, the resplendent night sky alleviated the heaviness within his heart. Breathing in the frigid air, the damp night breeze invigorated the weary souls around him. Silver lay alone upon the cold stone, a vague silhouette gradually occupying his mind. Who could she be? He strained to recall the past, yet found himself at a loss, only to sense an intimate connection between them, just as everyone believed they could safely endure the night. Danger stealthily approached. A group of shadows, taking advantage of the sparse morning light and the advantageous terrain, quietly maneuvered through the forest. The enemy, having grasped the whereabouts of Silver and his companions, launched a nocturnal assault. It was an opportune moment for them, seemingly flawless. However, due to Silver's perceptive barrier, they had unwittingly revealed themselves beneath his vigilant gaze. Silver quietly approached Red Bean and said softly, "Teacher, we are ready for battle." After a moment of silence, Red Bean responded, "Yes," quickly awakened Go Wei and Zhenshi, and informed Mr. Jiyu to be on guard. Yin promptly complied, and as he pulled back the tent, a delicate and charming sleeping face gradually came into his view, captivating him for a moment. A faint, enchanting fragrance began to waft from Go Wei, enveloping the bewildered Yin. Suddenly, Go Wei, still drowsy, opened her eyes and inquired, "What are you doing, Yin? Is it dawn already?" He quickly turned his face away, shaking his head as he replied, "Nothing." "Oh," Go Wei responded, still in a daze. "No." Yin suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "The enemy is attacking. Prepare yourselves, quickly." This startled Zhenshi awake, who asked, "Where are they?" As Go Wei heard this, she swiftly gathered her wits to inform Mr. Zian and the others. The enemy intended to launch a surprise attack at dawn. Yet we were unaware of their strength and numbers, making the situation quite precarious, Zhenshi complained while brandishing his sword and moving towards Hong Do alongside Go Wei. "What's wrong, Zhenshi? Yin, hurry up and prepare. What are you dilly-dallying for?" Hong Do grumbled as they stood there helplessly. Go Wei suddenly rushed over, exclaiming, "Teacher, the enemy is numerous. They are approaching from the southeast, west, and southwest. We are surrounded." Yin thought to himself that a troublesome battle was imminent. Zhenshi arrived. Observing Go Wei calmly reporting the situation, and his heart swelled with pride. Her ability to utilize the Byakugan had indeed improved. Mr. Zian and the others were also gearing up for battle. "What's the matter? Why is everyone so tense?" Mr. Ronji inquired, to which Mr. Zian hastily explained the situation. "What's there to fear? We have ninjas on our side. We hired them precisely for such circumstances." Ronji chuckled proudly, displaying no hint of concern or solace. Zhenshi clenched his fists in frustration, while Go Wei hurriedly restrained the furious Zhenshi. Witnessing Ronji's arrogance as he casually directed those around him to prepare, Zhenshi felt an even greater surge of anger. Who does he think he is? If something happens, he'll be the first to run, Zhenshi muttered angrily. and Hong Do scolded him sternly, "Sure." Before long, Mr. Zian approached to apologize. "It's nothing, just be cautious, as the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. It's likely they won't be able to attend to you, so you should leave here as soon as possible," Hong Do instructed him. While Yin sensed the enemy drawing near, the closest group was less than 50 meters away. "Teacher, you and Gui protect Mr. Zian. Sure, and I will hold them off. We must act swiftly," Yin commanded, as the enemy was already at their gates. "Hurry." Rongji commanded his people to flee as the ninja forces prepared for battle. Without hesitation, Sure charged forward, while Yin, gripping a kunai, calmly said, "Teacher, we leave them to you and Gui. We will delay them. Let us move quickly." "Fool, what are you saying? With such overwhelming numbers, I should be the one to stay behind." Yin promptly interrupted her, asserting, "Do not underestimate us. We shall prevail." He flashed a smile and gave a thumbs up to Hong Do before raising his eyebrows at Sure, signaling him to take action. Sure hesitated for a moment. "No problem, teacher. We will not be defeated by such a foe. Rest assured, you should quickly retreat the guard team. Their presence here would only hinder my abilities." "I will safely escort him back," he assured with a knowing glance at Yin. Gui watched the two with concern, reluctantly following Hong Do and the guard team as they departed. Before the team had moved out of sight, the enemy's vanguard launched an attack. "Hurry. Everyone follow Teacher Hong Do," Gui urged as she and Yin led the guard team northward. Sure charged ahead alone, but the enemy would not sit idly by. A barrage of shurikens flew towards them like a swarm of locusts. In the clash of combat, Sure dashed forward, stirring up a cloud of dust that transformed their assault into a mere breeze, and soon, countless kunai fell from the sky, each one embedding itself firmly in the ground, with not a single one missing its mark. The adversaries glared at Sure in fury. "He is from the bamboo clan of Konoha. Everyone, be cautious," the leader commanded, as the others efficiently surrounded the two. It appeared that the enemy came well prepared, having thoroughly investigated their side. Hong Do cast a wary glance at the leader. "Willow dance." Sure charged forward, unleashing a fierce onslaught, leaving the enemy with little room to counter, forcing them to focus solely on defense. Of course, the enemy did not overlook the presence of others, while Sure engaged in battle. The rest of the foes surged toward Yin. He fought while evading their attacks, managing to hold his ground, yet unable to determine a clear victor. As he battled, Yin observed that, despite the overwhelming number of enemies, the count before him did not match his prior perception. What is happening? It has been a while, logically. They should all be here. Why is there a discrepancy? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. 2 squads had gone to ambush the guard team. This was troublesome. Sure, hurry up and resolve this. The teacher's team is in danger of an ambush." Yin shouted. While fending off opponents, Sure replied, "Do not worry. The teacher is not as helpless as you think. After all, she is a Nin. However, in the past, such a revelation would not have caused Yin to panic. The lives of others held no significance for him. Yet, since joining this class, an inexplicable emotion had gradually melted the icy indifference of his heart. He began to consider the circumstances and feelings of others, even continuing to harmoniously coexist with Sure and the others. At this moment, his concern was solely for the unexpected troubles brought by this particular Nin. "Yin," reality suddenly shouted, and the distracted youth snapped back to attention just as a flurry of shurikens hurtled toward him from all directions, their target alarmingly close. Had it not been for reality's timely intervention, unforeseen consequences might have ensued. Once again, it seems wise to heed the master's words, Silver mused with a contemptuous smile, a self-deprecating chuckle trembling through his frame. Just as the enemy's assault was about to reach him, an inexplicable force abruptly slowed the incoming projectiles, causing the swiftly approaching kunai to decelerate as they neared Silver. Simultaneously, the grass beneath his feet turned pale, the once withered earth transforming dramatically as a chilling breeze swept through, dispersing a white mist. The kunai fell haphazardly around Silver as he nimbly evaded all attacks, each weapon brushing past him as if in slow motion. What is happening? The enemy stood aghast, staring at the scattered weapons, momentarily paralyzed. Reality remained equally perplexed, rooted in place. "Apologies, but we have pressing matters to attend to. We shan't play with you any longer," Silver remarked playfully, his slender fingers swiftly forming seals. Instantly, a multitude of tiny ice needles materialized, hovering in the air, their sharp tips aimed menacingly at the surrounding space. The enemy, sensing an unusual shift, tightened their grip on their weapons, invoking a secret technique, 1,000 kills water dive. In the blink of an eye, the once tense adversaries frantically defended against the seemingly ethereal ice needles hurtling toward them. Reality, still bewildered by the unfolding scene, was whisked away by a gust of wind before he could fully appreciate their frantic display. Silver, what is that? Reality asked, regaining his composure, his cold right hand sending shivers coursing through him. It's freezing, he exclaimed, unable to suppress a shudder. Hurry, there's an ambush waiting for us at the teacher's location, Silver urged, quickening his pace. Damn it, he doesn't resemble someone just recovering from illness at all, Reality grumbled inwardly, breaking free from Silver's grasp to follow closely behind. That little Brad is no ordinary foe. However, the intelligence provided earlier was misleading. Wasn't he supposed to be sickly? The enemy analyzed the situation calmly after managing to dispel the commotion instigated by Silver. It appears we must resort to wits. Upon arriving at the guard team, Silver and Reality found the enemy there had already been subdued. Red Bean, leaning against a tree trunk with a pained expression on his face, clutched his left shoulder and struggled to catch his breath, while Go-Wei tended to the injured nearby. The silent figure caught Silver's attention, prompting him to rush to Red Bean's side. Teacher, are you all right? He inquired, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a coarse cloth bag. Quick, take this. It should help you feel better. Silver opened the bag and offered a few dark brown pills to Red Bean. Are these military rations? Hongdo bitterly smiled as he accepted the pill and swallowed it. Ian, while stowing away the bag, cautioned, Teacher, please refrain from recklessly using your chakra. Out here, we are unable to resolve this issue. For now, you should protect them while we handle the fighting. With a glance at the guard team, Ian rose to his feet. Thank you. Hongdo did not inquire further and continued to lean against the tree to rest. Ian swiftly approached Jinshi and Go-Wei. Jinshi, come here for a moment. Ian took Jinshi's hand and hurried towards a nearby patch of grass. Observing the departing duo, Go-Wei's expression shifted to one of concern. Her hands, which were tending to a wound, unknowingly slowing their pace. Ah, that lad is quite fortunate. Both of his companions are rather striking, Rongji remarked, jesting about Jinshi and Ian after narrowly escaping danger. Go-Wei's hands tightened involuntarily at his words. A short gasp startled her back to reality. Noticing the pained expression of the injured man, she realized she had inadvertently applied too much pressure, causing blood to seep from his wound. I'm sorry. Go-Wei quickly apologized, reapplying the bandage. The injured man managed a wry smile. It's nothing. Coming to a halt, Jinshi looked at Ian with a serious demeanor. What is going on? Jinshi, you and Go-Wei will stay with the teacher to protect the guard team. If anything arises, I will hold them back. Ian innocently proposed. However, before he could finish, Jinshi vehemently countered, What nonsense? Leaving you alone to flee? Is that what this is? And why should you be the one to decide? No, the teacher is injured, and the situation may worsen. Go-Wei alone cannot protect both the guard team and the teacher, so you must. Ian hesitated, attempting to keep Hongdo's condition concealed. Fine. If the teacher cannot be counted as a combatant, then I should be at the front. You're just trying to show off, Jinshi declared resolutely. It's settled then. I'll leave them in your care. Without heeding Ian's protests, Jinshi quickly made his way towards Go-Wei. What happened? Did you argue? Go-Wei, having pieced together the earlier scene, casually inquired as she saw Jinshi's serious expression approaching. Jinshi merely sighed, gripping his sword tightly and crossing his arms. If anything happens, I will face the enemy with you, while Ian and the teacher protect the guard team. I have already discussed this with Ian, Jinshi stated after a moment of silence, glancing at the busy Go-Wei. That fool wants to show off. I'd rather he stay with the teacher. The current situation is not promising, and you might struggle to tend to both the guard team and the teacher. Thus, I believe it is best for Ian to switch places with you. Jinshi paused briefly, and the girl smiled knowingly, tossing a bandage his way. Hurry up and help. Understood. Jinshi transformed his frown into a smile as he approached the injured to assist with their bandaging. Watching the couple banter from a distance, Ian felt a tightening in his chest. Ian, feeling somewhat dispirited, withdrew from the gaze of the crowd. A few minutes later, he returned with water and some wild fruits he had gathered from an unknown source, placing them gently on the ground. He crouched down, cradling a handful of wild fruits, and began to make his way toward Hongdo, carrying a bamboo tube filled with water. A gentle breeze swept through, causing strands of hair to flutter like ribbons of light, inadvertently drawing the attention of the surrounding men. What a fool! Does he not understand the virtue of modesty? An uncomfortable feeling stirred within. Teacher, please have something to eat. Yin said with a smile as he approached Hongdo, extending the offerings toward her. Yet, a hint of sorrow lingered in his expression, escaping the keen gaze of Hongdo. In that moment, she found herself rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. After a brief respite, Rongji called out from the side, "Let us depart. We must quicken our pace to reach Deming Mansion by day's end." With this command, the previously languid movements of the drivers and attendants transformed into a brisk rhythm. True to his words, as twilight approached, the group soon beheld the illuminated market streets. They navigated through the bustling crowd, and within minutes, they halted before a grand entrance. 2 strings of vibrant red lanterns elegantly adorned the entrance, hanging from the junction of the pillars and walls. The attendants swiftly unloaded the goods, transporting them indoors. While Rongji strode confidently into the house, Mr. Ji, however, remained at the entrance, instructing the servants with a calm and orderly demeanor to finish the task at hand. "Mr. Ji certainly has his challenges," Gouwei remarked quietly, observing the bustling scene at the doorway. "Not at all, it is my duty," he replied warmly. "Please, you may all enter and take a rest, Mr. Ji instructed the attendants, who guided Yin and the others to the reception room. As they traversed the ancient wooden corridor and circumnavigated the courtyard, their guide gestured toward a room, and the 4 entered with utmost respect. Once inside, they were left undisturbed for quite some time. It was not until deep into the night that Mr. Ji hurriedly entered the room. "Apologies, esteemed guest from the Wood Leaves. I have been preoccupied with numerous affairs at the mansion. I sincerely apologize on behalf of Deming for the delay," he said, bowing repeatedly. The 4, feeling somewhat restless, smiled in response, assuring him, "Not at all. We understand your responsibilities. However, managing such a vast estate alone must be quite taxing. Mr. Rongji is a distant relative of the Da Ming family, here to assist me," Mr. Ji explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting the others to refrain from probing further. Suddenly, an untimely sound echoed within the room, causing an awkward silence as the 4 exchanged sheepish smiles. "I apologize," one of them stammered. But before the words had fully left their lips, the sound seemed to spread contagiously, enveloping the room in a chorus of stomach protests. "Look at me. How inconsiderate it is to have not arranged a meal for you at this late hour. Come." Mr. Chiya, with a beaming smile, graciously ushered the 4 into the dining hall. At that moment, a few other servants were dining, casting awkward glances in their direction. "Why are you all still standing there? Make some room." Mr. Chiya admonished the servants somewhat sternly, leaving Silver and the others feeling a bit embarrassed. "Mr. Chiya, we are perfectly fine here." Hongdo pointed to a few solitary stools off to the side. Mr. Chiya quickly retorted, "How can we allow our guests to sit in such a place?" Before he could finish his sentence, 2 of the servants exited the dining hall, followed gradually by the others, leaving the vast dining hall with only Silver and his companions standing there in perplexity. After the group enjoyed a delightful dinner, Chiya placed several cups of tea on the table and began to converse across from them. "What you might not know is that although our country, the land of waterfalls, is not a major power and survival among the great nations is challenging, we nonetheless adhere to our own set of principles. Overall, we manage to get by, and we even possess our own ninja village, albeit with the interests of a small nation. Mr. Chiya, please speak plainly. There is no need for beating around the bush." Genji interjected, a hint of impatience in his tone as he glanced at Chiya. Mr. Chiya, feeling awkward, looked at him, while Red Bean chimed in, "Genji, allow Mr. Chiya to finish his statement." "No, the young man is correct. I shall speak candidly. In truth, due to the misalignment between the interests of our small nation and those of our domestic ninja village, a faction has formed a rebellion intending to overthrow the government. This has compelled us to seek assistance from Konoha. Furthermore, the daimyo has mandated absolute confidentiality regarding this matter, so it must not be mentioned to anyone else here." Mr. Chiya added with particular emphasis at the end. "Mr. Chiya, are you implying that the ninja factions within the country have fragmented?" Gouwei asked pointedly. Chiya hesitated for a moment before admitting, "I regret to say that while our domestic forces were hard-won, and we occasionally receive mission assignments, their income pales in comparison to the expenses incurred by a ninja village as large as Konoha. This has inadvertently exacerbated the financial burden on the state. Consequently, the daimyo has recently decided to reduce military forces, leading to escalating tensions over military funding and ultimately resulting in the schism. Our task, then, is to repel the rebels?" Genji queried, resting his chin on his hand with a hint of irritation, the toothpick in his mouth bobbing as he spoke. "Indeed," Chiya replied, lowering his head slightly. Feeling a bit ashamed, after engaging in light conversation for a while longer, the four retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Gawei assisted Red Bean in lying down, while Ian went outside to etch something onto the wall. This is the last part, Ian thought, as he put away his ink and turned to enter the house. At that moment, Gawei and Jinji emerged from within, chatting and laughing. "What are you up to?" Gawei asked, noticing Ian's tense demeanor. "Nothing much. I'll be keeping watch inside," Ian replied somberly, walking into the courtyard and leaping onto the rooftop. As he savored the piercing coolness of the night breeze, Ian gazed out at the brightly lit marketplace in the distance. Although a small nation, the land of waterfalls boasted a lively night market, particularly bustling around the daimyo's residence. "Jinji?" Gawei glanced back at the house with a twinge of guilt, but Jinji shook his head, taking the young woman's hand and hastening toward the marketplace. "Don't follow me. Go your own way." Suddenly, a childish yet arrogant voice jolted Ian from his thoughts. Hearing the commotion below, he sighed in resignation. "Young master, the daimyo has instructed that you must not wander off," one of the female attendants said kindly, but the other party retorted defiantly, "It's always about the grandfather. I have already stated that I am not obliged to report my whereabouts to him. You all may leave me be." The voice of the child burst forth, quickly followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Silver glanced at the fleeting shadow beneath his feet, which soon vanished into the embrace of the night. Serenely, Ian followed the breath to a patch of grass behind the manor. The sound of his father's choked sobs reached his ears. He quietly knelt against the trunk of a tree, observing the distant figure weeping. Nearby, several spectral presences lurked in the shadows, gradually drawing closer to the frail form. "What? Someone is here." Suddenly, Ian sensed a few discordant auras nearby, gripping his kunai tightly, the sweat in his palms freezing in the frigid air of the winter night. He lowered his breath and stealthily approached the little one. "Big brother, that lad is over there. Should we not just take him?" A man gestured towards his own neck with his right hand, only to be met with dissent. "You fool. The most important hostage is lost. And you still speak of a coup." Following the stern rebuke, several shadows vanished into the dense forest. The boy stood dazed on the chilly grass, the howling night wind mercilessly striking his tender cheeks. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, several figures descended from above, encircling him in the clearing, pinning his intended steps firmly to the ground. "Who are they?" The little one clenched his fists, his gaze level with the armored feet before him, the battered surfaces of their armor revealing the wear of countless battles. The rustling of their garments and the cold breeze added an air of dread to the previously tranquil meadow. "Big brother, is this the boy?" A voice emerged from above the small child, causing his legs to tremble in fear. His terrified eyes fixated on the pairs of feet clad in straw sandals, the murmurings of incomprehensible conversation echoing in his ears. "They found the child, but how shall we secure him? He is quite mischievous. Running about could attract unnecessary trouble." "We cannot," a voice trailed off into silence. "Counterattack." Silver silently ascended to the nearby treetop, the faint whispers beneath revealing their intentions. It seemed that the trouble this young lad had stirred was considerable. Silver pondered this with a sense of unease, and just as he prepared to take action, a sudden constriction in his chest left him breathless. He retreated hastily, masking his presence as best he could, yet traces of his passage remained. A man glanced back at the treetop to his right, while another nodded in silent agreement. In an instant, the two figures vanished, leaving the young boy frozen in place, the incessant buzzing in his ears clouding his thoughts. Cursed be this day. Despite exercising caution, it appeared he was still in peril. Silver, perplexed, clutched his chest while struggling to escape, the two pursuers drawing ever closer. Realizing that a direct confrontation was unwise, Silver resolved to halt, surveying his surroundings. He had already fled the estate, and the increasingly dense trees served as a reminder of his dwindling hope. After contemplating for a moment, Silver swiftly began to weave nearly invisible threads around the nearby trunks. In no time, the area within 100 meters was ensnared in a complex web of these barely discernible lines. He concealed himself behind a tree, gasping for breath. "That lad is quite swift," a voice suddenly reached Silver's ears, tightening his grip on the shuriken in his hand, his mind still preoccupied with the boy's safety. It was clear that he could not afford to engage the two any longer. After a moment's thought, he stealthily maneuvered around them. Yet, another figure, emanating a palpable aura of fear, lurked behind a tree, clutching a sharp blade, poised for whatever might transpire. "Stop hiding. Your labored breathing has already betrayed your position," a voice called out. Several shurikens were released like arrows from a bow, but but the adversaries effortlessly evaded the ambush. Is this sort of trick useful to us? Just as the question fell, the two figures appeared beside the elegantly silver-haired figure, illuminated by the cold moonlight, their silhouettes tracing graceful arcs across the tranquil night sky. A woman, scoffed one voice from behind. Wind release, great breakthrough. Silver rapidly formed hand seals mid-air, executing a swift turn as a fierce gust surged toward the two adversaries. Leaves scattered as two wooden stumps fell gently to the ground. You little brat, you think you can contend with us so easily? You're far too naive. A voice echoed behind him, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Before he could react, the beautiful figure was severed in half, her opponent revealing a triumphant grin. The severed form instantly transformed into a cascade of flowing water, scattering across the earth. What? The adversaries froze in disbelief. From behind two nearby trees, two figures leaped out to evade the concealed arrows, for silhouettes now standing back to back, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surrounding darkness. Sighing heavily, Silver's fingers deftly manipulated the threads. Secret technique, celestial silkworm net. With a flurry of movement, an immense, invisible web swiftly ensnared all four within the forest. What is this entity that one individual is frantically tearing at in the air, despite the discomfort coursing through his body as he swiftly yanks at something? Another person gazes at his companion as if he were mad. Before the first words have even faded, the second begins to flail about, their forms seemingly vanishing into thin air. The two absurdly dance amidst the forest, yet the piercing chill that penetrates their skin renders them increasingly tormented. Silver evaded the harassment of the scouts, yet his own situation was far from optimistic. He swiftly returned to the previous clearing, which was now deserted. Damn it, Silver lamented, glancing helplessly at the distant corridor before quietly returning to his room. Where have you been? Zhenshi and Gu Wei inquired, observing Silver's stealthy entrance with curiosity. Nothing. Silver replied evasively as he made his way to the chair, the pain in his chest still persisting, and the doubts in his heart lingered unshakably. The following morning, news of the young master's disappearance spread throughout the estate, causing a pang of guilt within Silver, yet he refrained from disclosing the events of the previous night. Is something wrong, Silver? Redbean, noticing Silver's troubled demeanor, cast a wary glance his way. He merely shook his head in denial. It's nothing, teacher. After breakfast, Mr. Jia hurriedly detailed the situation. In other words, there is an additional task now, Zhenshi complained with dissatisfaction. Zhenshi, Redbean called sternly, prompting him to abandon his nonchalant attitude and stand attentively before Jia. No, I believe this is not merely an additional task, Jia calmly elucidated. I suspect that the young master's disappearance may be linked to the insurgents. Therefore, I implore you to prioritize the rescue of the hostages. Other matters can be addressed later. Does that imply an extension of the mission? Gu Wei remarked disdainfully, realizing why the commission lacked a specified time frame. It seemed they had anticipated unforeseen complications to enlist their assistance. What is the matter? Jia asked, puzzled by Gu Wei's sudden scrutiny. It's nothing. Shouldn't we set out immediately to find the young master? She suggested, pulling Zhenshi to indicate action. Teacher, Gu Wei and I will investigate the whereabouts of the young master. You and Silver. Zhenshi was led straight out the door, their receding voices fading into the distance. Then I entrust this to you all. Jia bowed deeply and exited. Once he was gone, Redbean began to voice his dissatisfaction. Another national dispute. Had I known, I would have never taken on such a troublesome task. Silver gazed at her with curiosity. The teacher is also working hard, clearly injured, yet still striving to protect them. It's not that the teacher is unwilling. It's just that the little rascal, what is he saying? Redbean retorted, and then a silence enveloped the two. Teacher, I saw the young master surrounded in the backyard last night. There should be traces left behind, Silver remarked after a moment of silence. Really? Redbean exclaimed, leaping to her feet. Then why didn't you say anything? You're killing me with suspense. Hurry and take me there. With that, she tugged at Silver, hastening towards the backyard. After a night's dew, the traces on the grass began to fade, and the footprints on the trees were becoming increasingly indistinct. Redbean examined her surroundings carefully and then rushed in the direction where Silver had fled the previous day. This way, Silver followed behind, feeling somewhat guilty. A few minutes later, they spotted two silhouettes. Under the sunlight, the lifeless bodies lay sprawled across a clearing, a sight that tugged at Silver's heart. What fools. If they hadn't struggled, they could have freed themselves in half an hour, Silver lamented internally, while Redbean looked with disgust at the deceased bodies. Following the sun's rays, she noticed the faint, almost invisible threads. What a morbid method of murder, Red Bean muttered, and Silver, seemingly not having heard her, asked in confusion, what is wrong? Teacher, do you have any questions? Nothing, let us go. Red Bean resumed her swift search. After a day of fruitless endeavors, Silver and Red Bean, resigned, returned to the mansion as night fell. At that moment, Gowei and Junshi had also returned to the estate. What is the situation? Let us sort out our thoughts, Red Bean instructed, glancing outside before shutting the door. The three young ones sat quietly around the table. Silver and I searched the backyard and the nearby woods today. Apart from discovering the bodies of two Takigakure ninjas, we found nothing else, Red Bean sighed. Not denying her lack of success that day. And the bodies? Gowei inquired curiously. Oh, I'm not sure if the bodies belong to the rebels. But their deaths were quite peculiar, Red Bean replied, taking a sip of tea. Peculiar in what way? Junshi leaned forward, intrigued. Both bodies were entangled in fine threads, their hands and feet fixed in seemingly random positions. The threads were incredibly resilient. I believe they tried to break free, but instead, they only tightened around them, leading to suffocation. The killer seemed to relish the feeling of their futile struggle more than the act of killing itself. Hence, it's peculiar. Would a killer really leave someone to die in the woods without a fight? I doubt ninjas would make such a basic mistake. Which is why the murderer is so strange, Red Bean explained, revealing her unexpected findings. Meanwhile, Silver's expression grew somewhat uneasy. Peculiar? Despair? I had never intended to drive them to their demise. My sole wish was to confine them. Yet, Silver remained in a daze, staring blankly at the cup before him. Silent. Silver, you seem rather peculiar today. What is the matter? Jun prodded him gently. It's nothing, Silver suddenly exclaimed, casting a nervous glance at the others. I've been following the teacher and have not discovered anything unusual. If there is nothing else, I shall step outside for some fresh air. With that, he rose and exited the room without further ado. As he left, the atmosphere shifted. What about you two? Hongdo inquired. Observing Silver's retreating figure but opting not to press further, redirecting her attention to Zhen and the other. Us? Zhen momentarily paused. Then a look of smug satisfaction spread across his face as he regarded Hongdo. Meanwhile, Silver had wandered into the woods behind. Confronted by the lifeless body that lay there, a wave of guilt washing over him. As he drifted through the trees, lost in thought, a faint rustling from the dense underbrush snapped him back to reality, heightening his senses. He quickly concealed himself behind a tree, his gaze fixated on the source of the sound, his ears straining to catch every nuance. Yet, apart from the enveloping darkness, all he discerned were the subtle crackling of twigs beneath unseen footsteps. Silver held his breath, attentively listening. I wonder if our aimless search is too cumbersome. Wouldn't it be more prudent to inquire directly with the village chief? The land of waterfalls is not vast, so locating a village chief should pose no challenge. As he absorbed the unhurried tones of the conversation, Silver instinctively lowered his breath and drew nearer. The land of waterfalls is indeed small, making our search not particularly troublesome. Moreover, this is merely the inception of our plan. It is not our first endeavor, so a little time wasted is inconsequential. We are merely gathering information without creating unnecessary trouble. Are we not? A steady voice from Kisame interjected, only to be countered by another. But, Mr. Itachi, our Itachi. Silver suddenly recognized this familiar, yet foreign name. The infamous Uchiha fugitive with a substantial bounty on his head had made his way to the land of waterfalls. At that moment, Silver's heart was awash with conflicting emotions. He was uncertain of their intentions, yet the presence of a wanted criminal stirred an inexplicable impulse within him to step forward. Hey, Silver, are you there? A faint voice called from behind, and suddenly, the presence of the two nearby vanished without a trace. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Silver was at a loss, compelled to set aside his thoughts and rendezvous with his companions. The following morning, Team 7 mobilized in full force, dividing into 3 groups to commence their search mission. Akatsuki remained at the daimyo's residence to ensure security, while Silver continued his search along the lines of the previous night's thoughts, with his companions also heading towards a nearby mountain based on their discoveries. Do you think Silver will be alright alone? Goi asked, her concern evident. Real, with a wry smile, reassured her. Nonsense. Silver is more than capable. In terms of strength, he matches me, and in experience, he likely surpasses me. Do you think an ordinary lackey could pose a threat to him? Stop flattering yourself, Goi retorted, laughing as she quickened her pace. Before long, they caught sight of a wisp of smoke, their playful banter subsiding as they approached the mountaintop with seriousness. Upon reaching the backyard, Silver scrutinized the grass for signs of the enemy, but the previous day's activities had obscured many traces, leaving him empty-handed. If this area proves fruitless, then I shall explore here, Silver decided, moving arbitrarily to the right from his previous search direction. After a thorough inspection, he discovered 2 distinct shoe prints on a branch, approximately 200 meters from the grass. These prints indicate a path, Silver exclaimed joyfully, rushing into the depths of the woods. Embracing the gentle breeze and stepping under the dappled sunlight, Silver swiftly navigated through the winding forest trails. Along the way, the faint marks and scratches indicated the correct direction to him. After a prolonged stroll through the woods, as he burst forth from the thicket, Silver was met with an entirely different vista. A tempest of sand and stones danced lonely upon the desolate earth, swirling in the howling cold wind. Fragments of rock lay scattered across the clearing, creating numerous craters of varying sizes, while towering cliffs bore countless fissures that twisted like withered vines along the upright precipice. Gazing up at the solitary peak surrounded by the forest, Silver sensed a vague melancholy wash over him. Just as he prepared to ascend the cliff, a haughty voice nearby halted his steps. "Ah, this has gone remarkably well. I never anticipated those fools would fall for it so easily. Now, it's merely the village chief and his stubborn cohorts left. Seizing the land of Taki will be a trivial matter." A voice flitted through the air as a group of individuals emerged onto the open ground. "No, I've heard that the steward from the Lord's estate has summoned a few ninjas. I think it's wise not to speak so lightly. If the 2 factions join forces, we could be in serious trouble," another baritone warned. "You're mistaken. The real trouble isn't those ninjas, but rather that girl named Fu," a serious voice countered their claims. "No matter how skilled the hired ninjas are, they cannot remain here indefinitely. We have ample time to wear them down. But Fu is different. She is one of the Taki hidden and favored by the village chief. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Hey, let us not act as if we're outsiders. Let us not forget we have resolved to betray the village and follow that man to rebel against the nation. It seems contradictory to feign camaraderie now, and besides, Fu is a rare treasure of Taki hidden. Unless absolutely necessary, we would prefer not to become her adversaries," the man concluded, his tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. It appeared their destination was the Lord's estate. Silver hesitated for a moment, then decided to scout the situation above before regrouping. As the crowd moved away, he dashed upward. Sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds, casting a gentle warmth upon the barren land. A shadow soared upward, rapidly ascending into the sky. In the woods, a few unknown birds joyfully circled above, chattering noisily, while low shrubs intermittently produced melodious chirps, weaving a delightful symphony within the forest. Along the path, a detachment of soldiers, fully equipped, ambled leisurely, their scabbards glinting ominously. Several younger boys were playfully tossing stones and twigs at one another, completely oblivious to the feelings of their fellow companions. "Hey, can you all keep it down?" A voice emerged from the front, causing the 3 little demons behind to quiet down. "Hey, big brother, do you think this time we will succeed? Will the reward from the boss be even more generous?" A diminutive figure with an unseemly appearance scurried to the forefront, attempting to engage the man who had spoken. However, the latter merely gazed at the scruffy visage before him in silence. Feeling rebuffed, the little man retreated in disappointment. At that moment, another group strolled leisurely along the vibrant mountain path at the opposite end. 2 individuals walked in silence, devoid of any exchange of words. As a heavy atmosphere enveloped them, dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, gently cascading onto the winding path. Their dark coats flickered in and out of view within the interplay of light and shadow, while the striking red clouds danced vividly with the movement of their garments. Now, having reached the summit, the 2 figures concealed themselves behind a massive boulder. The cold stone pressed against their backs, yet their faces betrayed no hint of chill. "Look!" Guwei furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the fortress that lay exposed behind her. Atop the mountain, a castle carved in their direction stood resolutely like the cornerstone of a throne, perched on the desolate peak, surveying the surroundings. The only breach in the sheer cliffs was the very path they occupied, where a grand stone gate loomed, flanked by towering guards who patrolled back and forth, weapons glinting ominously in the light, lending an air of authority to the solitary fortress. Through the gate, the highest banners fluttered visibly in the sky. A surprise attack, Guwei assessed, noting 6 guards at the entrance, 6 more in the open behind the gate, and the fortress itself, with 4 levels that narrowed as they ascended. Each level hosted 2 to 3 patrolling sentinels of average strength, likely manageable. Yet, the expansive interior remained obscured from her view. "I can't see any further," she murmured, recounting her observations while her right hand sought a weapon in her satchel. As her words faded, the youth beside her vanished without a trace. Just as she pondered the emptiness next to her, a faint sound reached her ears from behind. Turning swiftly, she glimpsed a figure darting past the towering stone gate, where 6 burly men lay peacefully asleep. With a resigned shake of her head, Go-Wei rushed into the fortress. A radiant figure flashed past the grand entrance, appearing even more enchanting under the sunlight. "We've got trouble." Suddenly, the patrolling personnel above noticed the situation in the open ground and shouted aloud. Luodi, having landed, watched as Zhenshi gently cast aside the enemy in her grasp and dashed toward the interior of the fortress. Others lay scattered on the ground, rolling about, some quietly slumbering, their faces pale. A chill swept through him as he felt a twinge of relief for these individuals, thankful that he had not resorted to deadly force today. Otherwise, who knows how many souls would have been unjustly lost. After a moment's hesitation, the young girl swiftly charged into the fortress, only to be met by a fierce wave of reinforcements surging toward her. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, Go-Wei displayed no signs of fear. She assumed a defensive stance, her sharp gaze fixed intently on the approaching throng. With the technique of soft fist, the 64 palms of Bagua, just as the vanguard of the enemy was about to make contact with her, her agile form darted back and forth. And before they could comprehend the situation, they were ruthlessly sent flying several yards away by a fierce gust of her palm strike. Zhenshi, hurrying to catch up, gazed at the fallen foes with a mixture of delight and disbelief, whistling softly. Go-Wei, urging him to hasten, gestured toward the ceiling. And together they dashed up the side corridors. The echoes of their shouts filled the fortress, and soon only the guards on the roof remained. Before them stood a few scattered warriors, who looked at the intruding youths with trepidation, their swords emitting a faint lament. With a roar, the group charged wildly toward the pair. Sighing in resignation, Go-Wei expressed her exasperation, while Zhenshi spat disdainfully. A gust of wind swept through, and the warriors fell one after another. Exchanging a knowing smile, the duo pressed onward into the enveloping darkness. The crisp sound of their footsteps reverberated through the dim fortress, where the bronze torches flickered with sporadic flames, swaying gently in the breeze. Treading upon the uneven stone-paved steps, they hastily descended along the path, the surroundings growing increasingly murky and indistinct. After a frenzied dash, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead, prompting Zhenshi to quicken his pace toward that beacon. The girl hurriedly followed, her heart aching at the sight before them. On either side, the expanse was neatly enclosed by iron bars, partitioning the space into large cells. In the shadows, scattered lights illuminated every corner of the darkness, and piercing gazes were fixated on the unexpected intruders. Go-Wei swiftly surveyed the entire area. Several cells were sparsely occupied by people, young men and women, frail children, and elderly individuals with graying hair. In an instant, the girl's anger surged to its peak, her slender knuckles cracking as she clenched her fists, her breaths growing heavier under the weight of her suppressed fury. "You have cleverly found a torch," Zhenshi remarked, advancing to inquire. He paused before one of the cells, where a woman and 2 children huddled in the corner, while a gaunt boy glared fiercely at him. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from the right, questioning the 2 individuals. "We are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, dispatched by Lord Takigakure's daimyo to rescue you. You must be the Taki ninjas held captive by the rebel forces." As he spoke, the enigmatic figure approached the door lock, grasping a bone sword. He effortlessly etched several lines against the doorframe. In an instant, ethereal white shadows flickered through the air, and a substantial breach appeared in the once impenetrable iron wall. The others, filled with joy, rushed to the door, gazing at their 2 saviors. The man before them regarded the pair with suspicion and unease, casting a glance at the bone sword in the hands of the mysterious figure, lost in contemplation. He then advanced to the door, addressing the one wielding the sword. "I implore you, young ninja of the leaf, please subdue the rebels." A middle-aged man emerged from the cell, bowing deeply to the enigmatic figure before joining the effort to liberate his comrades. Meanwhile, on the cliffside, a silver-haired youth gazed at the clear sky, watching as a few majestic eagles swiftly soared overhead, heading towards the dense forest behind him. Below, a nimble young boy swiftly incapacitated the guards within the courtyard, while a girl hurriedly made her way to assist. They, too, had found their way here. It seemed this place no longer required his presence. After a moment's hesitation, The silver-haired youth leapt down, racing along the towering rock face, the howling cold wind relentlessly whipping against his body, tangling his silvery locks in disarray. Silver had no time to ponder these matters. He swiftly descended to the ground, racing toward the direction of the earlier group. The swirling sands did nothing to impede his pace. Within mere minutes, Silver had traversed the dense forest from which he had come. Just as he was about to exit the thicket, some figures on the ground caught his attention. To Silver's right, a cluster of warriors and ninjas lay sprawled across the overgrown path, some suspended from the trees, others resting upon stones. Two figures leaned against the trunk of a towering tree, the bark behind them marred by a deep indentation from the impact. A trickle of crimson flowed through the low-lying ground, barely visible amidst the dense foliage. The air was exceptionally humid, with glistening dewdrops clinging to the leaves and blades of grass. Silver swiftly descended to the ground, traversing the muddy path until he reached the vicinity of these individuals. Help! A faint cry echoed in Silver's ears, as if someone had discovered his presence and was pleading for assistance. He scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the voice amidst the heap of lifeless bodies. Not far away, a hand unexpectedly emerged from the ground. Silver rushed over, asking, "What has happened to you?" The man from the hidden leaf spoke in a fragmented manner. "Please, tell the leader to be cautious of those two. They're crimson clouds." As soon as he uttered these words, the man's hand fell limp to the earth. Crimson clouds. A wave of confusion washed over Silver. He yearned to inquire further, yet the man had already succumbed to silence. What transpired? Were they not the same individuals from moments ago? Their conversation hinted at an assault on the Lord's mansion, yet how had they met such a swift demise on this very road? Silver stood up, shrouded in suspicion, when suddenly he sensed a stir behind him. "Come out, there is no need to hide," Silver called out, raising his voice. From the thicket behind him emerged two boys, younger than himself, their faces pale with terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Ian sheathed the kunai and approached them, yet the other party, wary, retreated a few steps, maintaining a cautious distance. "Do you recognize them?" Seeing the situation, Ian hesitated to advance further and merely gestured toward the lifeless body nearby, inquiring. The two remained motionless, lost in indifference, until after a moment, one of them numbly nodded. "Do you know who killed them?" As Ian inquired, he gradually edged closer. But the others mirrored his movements, evading his approach, their kunai trembling in their grip, consistently aimed at him. "The man earlier asked me to inform the boss to be cautious of two individuals. May I ask who that boss is, so I can relay this matter?" Ian sought to alleviate their wariness, yet their response did little to alter the tense atmosphere. "We do not know either. It is Mr. Shinkawa who coordinates with the boss. We merely follow our senior's lead. Whatever he instructs us to do, we comply without question," the boy answered, voice thick with emotion. Suddenly, the other, exercising caution, covered his mouth. "Do not prattle on." Ian observed the two individuals as they continued their patient dialogue. "Did you see the faces of those who attacked you? I am a ninja hired by Mr. Chia, seeking information about certain individuals. By chance, I stumbled upon you, and I wonder if this might be connected. Perhaps our adversaries are the same, and we could assist you," he proposed. "We have nothing to discuss. Farewell." The serious boy tugged at his companion, steering him deeper into the thick forest. Yet, the other hesitated, casting a lingering glance at Ian, who simply watched the pair's retreating figures fade into the woods. "Wait, Fox." Just as Ian prepared to depart, a voice halted his steps. The two youngsters stood awkwardly, the serious boy angrily pulling his companion toward the trees. But he broke free from his grasp. "Please, help us. My brother is imprisoned in a nearby fortress. We were forced to join them in rebelling against the village," he implored. Ian began to piece together the situation. "First, tell me who killed them," he demanded, fixing a serious gaze upon the boys, his gentle expression gradually easing their defenses. It was two men clad in black cloaks. They were terrifying. The one wielding a large sword struck with such ferocity that many were gravely injured. Mr. Nikawa fought him to allow our escape, yet now. He cast a sorrowful glance at a nearby male corpse, his voice choking with grief. "And the other?" Ian pressed for more information, but the other boy grew impatient. "Enough. All ninjas are the same. We have endured that dark existence. There is no need to beg for her assistance," he asserted, resuming his grip on his companion's hand as they moved deeper into the forest. "I do not know about the other," the boy continued. "He never attacked. He simply stood quietly to the side. The one with the sword took down so many at once." Ian felt a tightening in his chest as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, spurred by the presence of those hidden gunmen. Stop asking for her help, the emotional boy exclaimed, but Ian seized him firmly. Where are you headed? It is perilous here. Mind your own business. I am going to rescue him. The little one shouted defiantly at Ian. Is the fortress you speak of located atop the cliff at the forest's end? Ian inquired, crossing his arms and sighing. The boys stared at him in astonishment before nodding. Rest assured, my companions have already arrived there. I believe they will rescue the hostages. You need not worry. I must uncover the reason behind this ordeal. Ian internally chastised himself for his words. They are clearly attacking the Lord's estate. Why should I concern myself with their plight? Really? Then we shall go too. The scruffy boy who had been answering Yin's questions exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Is there nothing else? Silver pointed at the nearby corpse. Eager to glean more information, it appeared that the individual in question was merely someone he had glimpsed while fleeing. The motionless figure possessed peculiar eyes. During the assault by the others, he remained inactive, yet Silver distinctly observed his eyes turning crimson. Subsequently, those who charged forward collapsed silently. Their fates uncertain. Were their eyes originally red, or did they change? The figure had been pulling his hat down, obscuring his visage. But the vivid red of his eyes was unmistakable. Upon hearing the young one utter those words, Silver felt a sudden clarity. Crimson pupils, two individuals, extraordinary strength. Combined with the peculiar encounter from the previous night, caused Silver to adopt a more serious demeanor. What could possibly compel them to unleash such indiscriminate violence here? From the snippets overheard that night, it seemed they were in search of something. But what exactly? We're leaving, the two youngsters called out. Darting into the depths of the forest, Silver hesitated for a moment before continuing his journey toward the Lord's estate. Along the way, he sensed someone trailing him, however. After several stops to survey his surroundings, he found nothing but dense woods and the distant outline of a grassy field. Was it merely an illusion? With a twinge of skepticism, Silver slipped into the Lord's estate. Back so soon. Any discoveries? Upon entering, Red Bean eagerly inquired, breathless with excitement. I found a cliff in the woods behind, atop which stands a fortress built into the mountains. It is quite expansive and heavily guarded. Before Silver could finish, Red Bean sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Let us go. Teacher, there's no need. Gowei and Zhenshur have already discovered that place. We can leave it to them. Silver quickly clarified, noting Red Bean's exuberance. What I intended to discuss is something else. Something else? Red Bean looked at Silver with confusion. Earlier, I encountered a substantial force of rebel troops in the woods, preparing to march here, but they encountered some issues on the way. Silver carefully organized his thoughts, uncertain how to convey the gravity of the situation. How many rebels are there? Red Bean asked, her expression turning serious. Teacher, there's no need for haste. Seeing Red Bean's rising agitation, Silver hurried to reassure her. They won't be coming anymore. What do you mean? Red Bean gazed at Silver, bewildered by his disjointed words. I previously encountered them and grew concerned, but just now I discovered that they have all been either killed or severely injured, lying in the woods not far behind the estate. Additionally, when I arrived, one survivor was still alive. He asked me to relay a message to their leader, to beware of those two individuals. Silver conveyed the man's dying words in a calm tone. Those two individuals? Red Bean sat across from Silver, her confusion deepening. Are you saying that two people defeated an entire ninja battalion? Observing the incredulous expression on Hongdo's face, Ian settled down with a cup of tea and began to recount. I have spoken with two young spirits. They appear to be the sole survivors of this massacre. From their descriptions, it is evident that they were all vanquished by a lone ninja wielding a large blade. Yet, I remain perplexed. Who could this individual be? One person? How could a mere single individual overcome so many? Hongdo, bewildered, pressed for clarification as if she were hearing a fantastical tale. With the addition of the samurai, Ian estimated that there were roughly 50 individuals involved. Understanding the doubts that lingered in her sensei's mind, she continued her explanation without waiting for inquiries. Though I am unaware of the identity of this blade-wielding figure, I am certain of another's identity. Another? So they are a duo? Hongdo pondered, sifting through the previous conversation in her mind. The other one is from our Leaf Village. Thus, sensei, it would be prudent for you to promptly contact the village to dispatch the Umbu for an investigation, Ian teased with a hint of mystery. From the Leaf? A rogue ninja? The Umbu? Hongdo interjected sharply. Which one? In her anxious inquiries, Ian inadvertently noticed the trembling of Hongdo's hands. An overwhelming sense of unease flooded her heart, and the flicker of uncertainty in her gaze only solidified Yin's conviction regarding her thoughts. Sensei? Ian called out, pulling the terrified Hongdo back from her tumultuous reverie. What is it? Hongdo instinctively wiped the cold sweat from her brow, offering a wry smile toward Ian. Silver sighed helplessly and replied, "It is Uchiha Itachi. I overheard their conversation." His companion called out his name. Thus, the rebels are indeed unfortunate to encounter him. Reflecting for a moment, Silver set down his cup and rose to his feet. "We should inform Mr. Chiya about this matter. He has been quite anxious." "Indeed." Akane nodded, watching Silver depart. Upon exiting the room, Silver swiftly made his way to the courtyard where the servants often gathered. "Does anyone know where Mr. Chiya is?" he inquired as soon as he entered. Accompanied by his melodious voice, everyone present turned in unison, staring at Silver with wide eyes. "Excuse me, is anyone?" Silver continued, somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, Mr. Chiya? He seems to have gone to Mr. Agee's room. Just take the left at the end of this corridor. The second room is Mr. Agee's residence." A servant holding a broom replied to Silver's question. As soon as the words left the servant's lips, Silver hurriedly traversed the corridor and paused before a door that was slightly ajar. 3 men were exiting, with Chiya leading the way, instructing the person behind him. "Please go ahead," Chiya advised before turning to approach Silver. "Is there something you need, Miss Silver?" Chiya inquired politely. At that moment, Silver was eager to relay the news about the enemy to the Lord's residence, so he hurriedly expressed his urgent message. Upon hearing him, Chiya couldn't help but exhale a deep sigh. "I see, a breakout, Mr. Chiya?" Silver called out in confusion, to which Chiya nodded and quickly exited the courtyard. An aura of fury erupted the moment he crossed the corridor, his bloodshot eyes fixated menacingly on the ground, his knuckles cracking under the pressure of his grip. After delivering the message, Silver returned to his room, a sense of worry creeping in. Akane, curious, questioned his actions. "Nothing much, just informed Mr. Chiya about the rebels' predicament, so he could prepare," Silver explained calmly. However, as he spoke, he suddenly fell silent, an expression of astonishment gradually appearing on his face. "Silver?" Akane queried, gently nudging his shoulder. "Teacher, it seems we are in trouble," Silver exclaimed, leaving the room in a rush. Silver observed his surroundings with a sense of unease before dashing towards the back mountain, an anxious expression etched on his face. As he swiftly navigated through the woods, he meticulously examined each patch of ground beneath him, yet found no trace of anyone. "This is bad." Silver continued his hurried run towards the cliff, and before he could exit the trees, he spotted 2 figures rushing down from the precipice. It's true. A sense of urgency spurred him to quicken his pace. "Silver!" cried Gawei and Jean, perplexed. Silver came to an abrupt halt beside them. "Gawei, Jean, I need to discuss something important," he began, launching into his discourse while the two listened with reluctant patience. "Why should we assist those who have already been rescued? They are ninjas. This is a trivial matter," Gawei remarked, her confusion deepening with Silver's words. "If my suspicions are correct, among them lies a traitor, the very root of this nation's civil strife. Therefore, you must aid them. As for our side, my teacher and I can handle it. I implore you, the salvation of this nation rests upon your shoulders," Silver declared solemnly before parting ways with them. "Salvation of the nation?" Jin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Let us hurry. Silver's instincts are seldom wrong, and there are bound to be spies among them. We should seek them out first," Gawei said, already stepping forward, in a hurried return to the daimyo's residence. Silver paused momentarily at the entrance, taking a moment to steady his breath before casually entering the courtyard. "Miss Silver, Miss Hongdo is looking for you. She said to find you quickly and head to the guest room." A servant greeted as Silver walked in, but before the servant could finish, Silver vanished down the corridor. "Teacher, is there something urgent?" Silver inquired, rushing into the room. "Urgent matter?" Hongdo looked at the suddenly entered Silver with confusion. "Didn't you send a servant to inform me of something?" Silver asked while shutting the door, but Hongdo merely stared at him, perplexed, and remained silent for a moment. "Teacher, is there something you need to discuss?" Silver pressed on, taking a seat at the table. Just as Hongdo was about to speak, a sound from outside drew her attention, prompting her to rise suspiciously. "Teacher?" Silver was also captivated by Hongdo's reaction and stood up. "Shoo." Hongdo raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, then stealthily approached the door. Before Silver could inquire, Hongdo flung the door open, revealing an eerie silence, with not a single figure in sight. "What is going on?" The two stared in astonishment at the empty threshold, their hearts suddenly tightening. Hongdo swiftly stepped forward, only to be thrust back into the room by an unseen force. "Teacher!" Silver rushed to support Hongdo as a feint, Ethereal purple light flickered before their eyes. A barrier. Hongdo gasped, her eyes wide as she cradled her injured right hand, while Silver stood anxiously beside her. Outside, the radiant sun cascaded through the sparse foliage, bathing the courtyard in its warm embrace. Adjacent to it, the stone bench in the pavilion cast a distinct line of light and shadow, while a gentle atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. An inexplicable sense of dread quietly descended upon the two individuals in the bright midday sun, an eerie and oppressive ambience swiftly rising within their hearts. What is happening? Hongdo gasped, her anger emanating with her slightly hurried breaths. Teacher, are you all right? Yin inquired anxiously, a torrent of thoughts flashing through her mind. A sudden spark illuminated Yin's brain, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips, leaving Hongdo perplexed. Yin. Hongdo murmured suspiciously. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Yin grinned, rising to her feet and moving toward the door, the courtyard remaining eerily silent. Yin. Hongdo suddenly called out, her right hand gripping her kunai tightly. Gazing at the sunlit scenery outside, Yin felt a twinge of helplessness. Come out. There's no need to hide, she called out, raising her voice. Mr. Chia, I have a question for you. Why go to such lengths to summon us here? Chia? Hongdo's heart jolted at Yin's words. That man hadn't waited for her to worry. Just then, Chia appeared with two ninjas in the opposite pavilion. With crisp footsteps, the three figures leisurely emerged from the shadows into the illuminated space, Chia clad in armor, his hair tied high, a long sword swaying at his waist. Shedding his previous weak persona, a chilling aura radiating from the trio. Chia paused in the courtyard, glancing back at his two guards, whose headbands revealed their origins as Takigakure. A deep scar etched across their foreheads like a chasm severing them. Before this, I had intended to ask Miss Yin a question. No, many questions. When did you discover it? I believed we had left no trace along the way. How did you come to know? And how did you manage to eliminate all my men? Chia looked at Yin with a puzzled expression, while Yin found herself at a loss for a response to his final query. How should I put this? Yin crossed her arms, feigning ignorance. Firstly, you led us to believe that the division of the country was related to Mr. Hiroshi. His arrogant demeanor and the timing of our interactions made it instinctive for us to assume he was the mastermind, while you continued to play the role of the Good Samaritan, thus shedding suspicion from yourself. Secondly, his frequent absences from the manor and erratic movements only heightened his suspicion, making him the focal point of any disturbance. Yet, even the most meticulous plans can have their oversights. Oversights? Chia echoed, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he stepped closer to the door. Through an almost imperceptible barrier, the two exchanged indifferent glances. Could it be that those foolish pigs have betrayed us? Jia suddenly clenched his fists, but then relaxed, a haughty laughter echoing throughout the estate. However, it no longer mattered. My objective has been achieved, so you may all meet your demise. With that, Jia swiftly retreated to the courtyard. Simultaneously, a flurry of cold arrows shot forth from four directions above Yin, but the two swiftly maneuvered, quelling the unexpected assault. Jia stood at a distance, triumphantly clapping his hands. On the roof, both individuals felt an ominous aura hovering above them, a stifling atmosphere enveloping the entire room. Teacher Yin approached Hongdo, whispering, "Do you still have any military rations?" Military rations? Hongdo revealed a look of skepticism, and after a moment of silence, she produced a small pouch from her bosom and handed it to Yin. "This is all I have. I usually don't use them, so I brought very few," she explained, while Yin quickly popped several pills into his mouth. "Teacher, we must find an opportunity to break through and call for reinforcements. Gowei and the others should have succeeded. As long as they still have the manpower, they should be able to hold out until the village reinforcements arrive," Yin stated, his movements hastening as he performed the fire release, great fireball technique. A roaring inferno erupted out of thin air, charging toward the invisible wall. Yet, after only a few steps, the fireball was halted, though the flames continued to surge forward with fervor. "Fool, you think a mere fire release can breach our four purple flames formation? How utterly naive." The four above mocked Yin's actions. Yet a puppet-like expression remained fixed on his face, infuriating his adversaries further. "You wretched girl, even at death's door you still put on an act," they exclaimed, as the four on the roof stood, causing a tremor in the barrier at the entrance. At that moment, Hongdo felt a sudden push from behind, and a group of figures swiftly entered the barrier. Yin gripped his cold kunai tightly, a frigid expression settling on his pale face, encircled by the menacing foes. Meanwhile, Hongdo realized she was outside the barrier and quickly broke through the encirclement, fleeing towards the estate's exit, pursued relentlessly by a horde of assailants. Within the barrier, Ian found himself alone, engaged in a fierce skirmish with dozens of ninjas. His nimble agility and the effects of the military rations prevented the enemy from gaining any advantage. Damn it, it's just a blonde girl, yet she's so formidable, one near Ian complained, only to receive a fierce glare from Jia. Before he could reflect on his thoughts, another voiced his concern. What is going on? Why does it feel increasingly cold here? As his words fell, the others began to grow tense, several shivering from the sudden chill. Be careful. Suddenly, a loud voice called down from above, but alas, it was too late. A ghostly figure materialized before a man, who had no time to react before delicate fingers pierced through his chest with a technique known as Mizunozuki kill. The man was instantly seized by a sharp pain in his chest, and in the blink of an eye, his companions, rushing from behind, were felled by a flurry of ethereal white shadows. Countless ice needles erupted from his back like white fireworks, mercilessly striking the figures around him, causing his comrades to collapse to the ground in anguished moans. In his embrace, the right hand, stained crimson with blood, was encased in a thin layer of red crystal. It was the bloodline limit. The four individuals above simultaneously thought of this. Within the barrier, others who had arrived also halted their impulsive advance, standing still as they observed the sudden appearance of the injured at their feet, the echoes of their painful groans reverberating throughout the room. Everyone be cautious. That is ice release, the unique bloodline limit of the Mist Village. Maintain your distance. One person shouted, urging his companions not to act recklessly. The bloodline limit. How could a unique trait of the Mist Village appear in the Leaf Village? Another voice lamented. Everyone quiet down. Let us finish her off quickly. One person from above barked at those below, instilling a sense of trepidation among the remaining members within the barrier. Outside the barrier, others secretly rejoiced at not having rushed in to become part of the trembling, prostrate figures on the ground. Suddenly, Earth release, Earth Stone Dragon. Chia knelt on the courtyard floor, and a massive stone dragon erupted from the ground within the barrier, lunging ferociously towards Silver. Earth release? Silver looked around in confusion as his luminous figure leaped to evade the sudden assault. Meanwhile, his keen gaze caught sight of Chia's actions in the distance. That guy is actually a ninja, Silver exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the courtyard where Chia was located. Go. Don't disgrace Mr. Chia, a brash individual shouted. And everyone within the barrier lunged towards Silver. On the ground, the injured continued to writhe and wail, yet their body language grew increasingly composed. Just as the reckless squad charged towards Silver, they unexpectedly felt their bodies come to an inexplicable halt, hands gripping raised swords and feet straining forward. Everything seemed to freeze in time, as if suspended 5 meters away from Silver. What is happening? Panic swept through the crowd as large beads of sweat cascaded down the faces of the valiant warriors. The onlookers trembled, their weapons emitting a mournful wail that added a haunting melody to the fierce struggle. The mystical technique, the celestial silkworm net, tugged at the icy threads in their hands, casting a faint ethereal glow that flickered before the gathered assembly, regardless of whether they lay incapacitated or were ensnared and motionless. All enemies were inexorably drawn by an invisible force toward a singular focal point, coalescing into a massive orb of flesh at the center of the barrier. Above, the foes on the roof observed the unfolding scene through the shattered debris, their astonishment tempered by composure. The four figures quietly scrutinized Silver's actions, while Silver's breath grew increasingly labored. Damn it, this technique is depleting my chakra too rapidly. His vision began to blur as he shook his head desperately to remain alert. It seemed the adversaries had also taken note of his distress. Clearly, the barrier was no longer necessary. This girl was nearing her limit. The four on the rooftop exchanged glances, with the elder, known for his wild beard, grinning wickedly before nodding. They turned to join the fray. Cursed be it. I must hold out until they arrive. At the very least, I need to deal with these minions. Silver leaned against the massive orb of flesh, a chill emanating from his body as icy air gradually enveloped the surroundings, rising in a white mist from the ground. What? The four above seemed to sense the anomaly beneath them and halted their advance. Mystic art, crystal binding technique. With a forceful gesture of his right hand, the enormous orb was instantly encased in ice. Before they could utter a sound, the entire mass of bodies was solidified into a resilient ice sculpture, standing resolutely at the center. At this moment, Silver slumped against the towering ice ball, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, seemingly indifferent as he awaited the arrival of death. Silvery strands of hair cascaded over shoulders, rising and falling with erratic breaths, while dreamy eyes cast down upon the chaotic battlefield below. The game had come to an end. The farce was to conclude, for figures atop the roof murmured among themselves before stepping down. Not far away, a group of shadows crouched low, attempting to suppress their presence amidst the foliage, with a lookout intently observing every movement within the courtyard. Captain, the girl from Konoha seems on the verge of collapse. Should we send the sentry in the tree? A middle-aged man below raised his hand, signaling for patience, then lifted his right hand holding a telescope, remaining silent. How frustrating. Just a few minutes had passed, yet his limbs had grown numb. It seemed that his master's words left no room for argument. Ian leaned against the cold white wall, gasping for breath as his exhalations formed puffs of white mist in the frigid air. The four encircling him approached unhurriedly, their crisp footsteps echoing ominously like the tolling of a funeral bell, drawing nearer to the dying lamb. The game was over. The enemy advancing from Yin's front wore a triumphant smile, raising a long blade high above his head, its reflected sunlight blinding and obscuring Yin's vision, deepening his disorientation. A dark shadow gradually descended, and in an instant, a flash of white light darted past, causing the figure wielding the blade to suddenly charge into the crumbling ruins. Losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the white light swiftly disappeared into the nearby thicket. Prepare to move, commanded the middle-aged man, and dozens of figures surged forward toward the tranquil estate of the Lord. Witnessing their suddenly incapacitated comrade, Chiya and his companions gazed in astonishment at the thicket, where two figures emerged, dispatching the rebels with deft precision, their bodies falling to the ground amid a cacophony of groans. Chiya sprang to his feet in alarm, only to feel a chill at his neck. A faint hissing sound lingered ominously in his ears. A snake? He caught a glimpse of the long serpent from the corner of his eye, causing a tremor within him. With a swift motion, he swung the longsword backward, severing two segments of the snake's body that fell to the ground. The shadow serpent, Akadam, deftly bound Chiya's movements with a swarm of serpents, retreating nimbly to create distance while the numbness in his right shoulder intensified. In the courtyard, two agile figures danced back and forth, as the realization of a hidden adversary dawned upon the rebels amidst the silent fall of their comrades. Gowei and Jinwei swiftly encircled the massive ice sphere, where faint breaths were still discernible from the opposite side. Without hesitation, Gowei rushed to Yin's side, while Jinwei swung his bone sword to deflect the enemy's projectiles, retreating to take cover behind the ice sphere. The two looked at the unconscious Kanagawa, uncertain of how to proceed. Not far away, Akadam remained entangled with Chiya, unable to escape, while dozens of ninjas continued their relentless assault on the ice sphere. How infuriating! With a sigh of genuine frustration, the wind technique thousand-faced wind suddenly unleashed a barrage of wind balls that spiraled menacingly from all directions, closing in on Jinshi, who gripped his bone sword tightly. Haunted by trepidation, just as the three were about to become sitting ducks with nowhere to escape, Gowei sprang to her feet, positioning herself protectively in front of the two. A gentle breeze began to swirl around her feet, while the dense wind balls loomed ominously close. In the next moment, a swirling wind barrier obstructed Jinshi's view, as the agile girl deftly countered the impending assault. Through the hazy wind barrier, the previously threatening wind balls had vanished without a trace, and the massive ice ball had been propelled a meter away due to the intense centrifugal force. This is outrageous. Ji seethed, gritting his teeth, while the four nearby could not help but marvel. Who would have thought you all possess bloodline limits? Truly enviable. Before Jinshi could ponder further, Gowei suddenly cried out, "We are trapped. It's a barrier." A barrier? That guy feigned death. Jinshi regarded the two before him with suspicion, as he felt the approaching presence of the other two behind him. It seemed they intended to crush them into a pulp. What a twisted sense of humor. He taunted his foes while swiftly forming hand seals for his technique. Iron line flower dance. From the palms of his hands, two white bone spikes shot forth, bracing against the invisible walls on either side. The four outside clearly sensed the resistance within, with both sides straining against one another. Yet, despite Jinshi's utmost efforts, he found himself unable to halt the contraction of the barrier, while the four outside advanced with ease, unperturbed. "Curse it!" Jinshi exclaimed in frustration, as the girl beside him watched with a mix of helplessness and despair at the boy's desperate struggle. Silently, Ian lay in the girl's embrace, his vision dimmed. But through the purplish-red barrier, he noticed an unusual phenomenon in the sky, a tiny black, barely the size of a sesame seed, was plummeting through the sparse canopy at an imperceptible speed. With a thunderous roar, the entire courtyard trembled, and several cracks appeared in the upper barrier where none should exist. The four near the barrier were stunned by the sudden noise and tremor, and soon, a peculiar fragrance began to fill their nostrils. "It's poison," one shouted suddenly, stumbling backward as his hands reluctantly released the crimson wall. The barrier crumbled without a fight, and before the other three could comprehend the situation, several cold long swords had appeared at their throats. The four sat helplessly in place, realizing the identity of their assailant. It was Fu, not far away. Chia gazed in astonishment at the girl descending from the sky, her pair of ethereal, invisible wings vanishing as she touched the ground. "You must be the esteemed members of Kanahagakure. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for apprehending the traitors on behalf of our village," she exclaimed, joyfully rushing towards the trio as her feet landed. Jin and Goei looked at the innocent and carefree girl before them, at a loss for words. "Don't run," Akkad suddenly shouted from the side. Chia, employing her peculiar agility, swiftly eluded Akkad's grasp and darted towards the front courtyard. Just as she leaped over the eaves, disappearing from sight, a loud thud echoed as Chia descended once more, landing precisely where she had been. Several ninja from Takigakure quickly subdued her. "It seems the situation has been satisfactorily resolved." A deep voice resonated from the courtyard. The girl beside Jun hurriedly made her way towards that direction. "What is happening?" Akkad stood perplexed, watching as the subdued rebels knelt on the ground, her previously anxious heart now at ease. "Esteemed members of Kanahagakure, I am Simu, the village chief of Takigakure. I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance to our village. Furthermore, many among them were coerced into becoming rebels, so I must apologize for any offenses caused," the man stated, bowing as he sought to excuse the rebels behind him. Akkad and her companions could only refrain from further inquiries, patiently awaiting the resolution of the situation. After the man skillfully addressed and resolved all pressing issues, two ninjas arrived at the scene, escorting two individuals. One was the familiar and carefree Eiji, while the other girl gradually slid down from the back of another ninja. "Princess, are you unharmed?" Simu asked, hurrying forward to bow deeply, eliciting expressions of bewilderment from those present. Following a lengthy explanation, everyone finally understood the identity of the young master, prompting Akkad and her companions to refrain from further questions. Goei tightly embraced the unconscious figure. Observing this, Sima nodded to a nearby man, who then led the ninja forces in escorting the rebels away from the estate, while the servants returned to their regular duties. The remaining man calmly approached Yin's side. Placing his hand on her forehead, a gentle chakra radiated evenly from his fingertips. Before long, her delicate fingers trembled slightly, and Goei smiled with joy at the sight of Yin regaining consciousness, while Jin anxiously crouched beside her. The man, perplexed, muttered to himself while the two beside him gazed at him anxiously. "Your companion is quite peculiar. His breath is feeble, yet his body appears robust. However, there are multiple accumulations of blood within his organs. His cells have once endured the brink of annihilation, and yet, at some moment, he miraculously restored to his former state. It is simply astonishing how he achieved this, akin to a resurrection." The man excitedly rambled on for a while before handing a vial of medicine to Zhenshi. "This is a remedy for invigorating blood and alleviating bruising. It is all I could bring. It may be of some assistance to her." Zhenshi accepted the vial, and they parted ways. Silver was carried into the guest room by the servants, while Jin stood guard beside him, and Goei attended to the injuries of Hongdo. A blood-stained conspiracy was deftly suppressed in its nascent stage, and the land of Takigawa returned to its usual tranquility. This night, the chaotic sky was adorned with brilliant stars, and the moonless night appeared particularly menacing. A gentle breeze swept across the grass, creating a rustling sound, and causing strands of silvery hair to dance gracefully. Silver swiftly dashed into the woods on the back mountain, a small fireball the size of a marble flickering dimly in his right hand, failing to illuminate even the path beneath his feet. How infuriating! Where could it have gone? I didn't even notice when it fell. I truly am a fool. Silver silently complained as he wandered back and forth through the forest, his left hand, weak and limp, resting beside his left leg. Meanwhile, in the estate of the daimyo, the earnest and impetuous Truth burst into the lady's quarters, only to be met with an unrelenting assault from Goei. A sharp gust from her palm sent him staggering back into the corridor. "Have some respect, Mr. Kondo." Goei glared at him, her sleep attire causing Truth's cheeks to flush as he averted his gaze, his heart racing. Yet, in this moment, he was filled with exhilaration. the only flaw being that he had not witnessed what he ought not to have seen. Is there something you need? Go-Ai inquired seriously. Her playful demeanor vanished. That silver fellow, do you know where he has wandered off to? It's quite late, and I'm a bit worried, Truth asked. Isn't his injury still healing? Go-Ai hesitated, then promptly shut the door, leaving Truth mercilessly outside. A few minutes later, Go-Ai changed her clothes and called for Truth to run out. Alone in the forest, Silver continued to roam in the darkness, guided only by the faint glow of his firelight. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged, stirring unease within him. What a significant catch this time. That little girl is actually a Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Takigakure truly is a hidden gem, a deep voice expressed its sentiments. She is just a little girl, she is not the first. Let her live a little longer, another voice replied. That voice. Itachi. Silver crouched nearby. Desperately suppressing his breath, the fireball extinguished before the situation escalated. Come out. You've been watching us repeatedly. You have quite the audacity. The deep voice suddenly barked. And Silver felt a chilling wind whip past his right side. Secret technique. White shield. Silver reacted swiftly, erecting a sturdy ice wall to fend off the impending attack. A massive blade swung fiercely, sending him hurtling away with tremendous force. The oppressive aura. How formidable. Silver muttered in his heart as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure emerged into Silver's line of sight, despite the darkness. The flickering lights from nearby inns allowed him to discern the dazzling red clouds. Uchiha Itachi. Silver gritted his teeth, murmuring under his breath, his hands tightly gripping the kunai. The hissing sound of wind chakra emanating from the blade persisted steadily, intertwining with the rustling leaves and the whispering grass, composing a unique nocturnal symphony. A single leaf silently brushed against Silver's cheek, and in the next moment, he charged towards Itachi with unyielding resolve. Such audacity to confront Mr. Itachi so boldly. This young girl truly commands respect, a man nearby mused, momentarily stunned. Silver swiftly closed the distance to Itachi, his right hand brandishing the chakra blade. And just as the tip of the sword grazed Itachi, he dissipated into a cloud of black mist. From the spot where he vanished, a flock of crows erupted, scattering in all directions before swooping down fiercely towards Silver. This is bad. Silver felt a sudden panic as he realized the vines at his feet had ensnared him tightly. Damn it. Observing the crow's movements, Silver instinctively redirected his kunai towards himself. A sharp pain surged through his right leg as blood instantly stained the shadowy grass. His vision cleared, revealing Itachi calmly standing across from him, while the man beside him leaned nonchalantly against a tree stump. Oh, he discovered he was trapped in an illusion so quickly. Truly impressive, the man thought to himself, as Itachi remained utterly still. Secret technique. Ice cut. Silver flicked his fingers, causing several invisible threads to instantly entangle Itachi's form. The unseen strands tightened around the cloaked figure. As Silver pulled on the threads, Itachi's body began to expand dramatically, crimson clouds radiating brilliantly with the increase in volume. Before either could react, a thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating Itachi into nothingness. At such a tender age, to wield a bloodline limit with such finesse. The recent youngsters from Konoha are indeed admirable, a voice echoed. Silver stared in disbelief at Itachi, who remained unscathed, his teeth clenched and fury surging within him. At that moment, the man had approached Itachi's side. Mr. Itachi, it is getting late. We should take our leave, he suggested, as Itachi silently donned his hat, the wind chimes tinkling melodically with his movement. Wait, Itachi, you are an S-class criminal. How can you simply walk away as if nothing has happened? Silver shouted, breathless. The man beside him scoffed disdainfully, little girl, if others choose to spare you, do not be ungrateful. Silver cast a fleeting glance at the man shrouded in darkness. Aside from the gleaming forehead protector, everything else was indistinct and unrecognizable. How infuriating. Silver cursed inwardly, then deftly formed the hand seals for the fire release, dragon fire technique. With a powerful leap, he unleashed a roaring inferno beneath him, illuminating the surroundings instantaneously. The man, with lifeless eyes, stood beside a massive weapon, while Itachi, lowering his hat's brim, leaped to a more distant location, his visage obscured above the nose. As the water release, water chaos technique struck the ground, Silver directed his attack towards another foe who had just emerged, the torrent of water surging forth. The man, unfazed, gripped the hilt of his blade. Before the water could reach him, he casually waved his hand, effortlessly dispelling Silver's technique, causing the chakra-infused water to splatter onto the earth. Little girl, It's time to teach you some respect for your elders," he declared, having nullified Silver's water release. In the next instant, he was at Silver's side, the enormous weapon swinging down with tremendous force. The descending blade had not yet landed, yet a palpable aura of malice made Silver's legs tremble. How infuriating! Silver leapt aside with all his might, a gust of wind following as the colossal blade struck the ground beside him. Stunned, Silver could hardly comprehend how he managed to form the hand seals for the fire release, great fireball technique, just as he felt the opportunity for a surprise attack. The fireball that should have erupted merely emitted wisps of smoke from his lips. What is happening? Silver looked anxiously at the hand gripping the hilt, the buzzing sound echoing in his ears. Meanwhile, the man had already raised his great blade once more, the weapon wrapped in white bandages, undulating unnaturally and producing an unsettling crunching noise. The man bore a ghastly visage, further unsettling Silver's already fraying nerves. What a fool! Do you not know? This blade is called Samahata. It thrives on the chakra of others. With that, the man brought the massive sword down. Instinctively, Silver formed a single-handed seal for the earth release, earth pillar technique, and the ground erupted beneath him, propelling him skyward and crashing him into the treetops in the distance. Before gravity pulled him down onto the grass, his blurred vision failing to distinguish the night. Ah, to be so harsh on oneself. It seems you are not without merit. Managing to evade a fatal strike with earth release, commendable indeed. The man jeered as he swiftly charged toward the now unconscious Silver, while Itachi, disinterested, gazed up at the twinkling stars. Minutes earlier, within the estate of the daimyo of the Land of Crafts, a woman clad in a white dress was instructing a man on some matter. Suddenly, a flicker of unease crossed her heart, an inexplicable pain causing her to sense something awry. She halted her speech, her tightly shut eyes growing increasingly restless. A flash of blue light coursed through, awakening her with a start. "Silver, my lady?" In a moment of confusion, the figure beside him muttered. But before he could pursue further inquiries, the woman vanished into the depths of the night. Ian, filled with both perplexity and indignation, clenched his fists tightly. The man wielding the large blade swiftly swept it across the empty space, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Ian, the heavy blade descending mercilessly toward the unconscious lamb. Meanwhile, Itachi remained silently fixated on the boundless night sky. As the blade fell, the man was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a delicate hand before him. Its slender and tender form, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared almost translucent, with fingers as graceful as green shoots lightly grasping the side of the blade. The fabric of her white dress fluttered in the gentle breeze, standing out strikingly against the dark woods, her sinuous figure resembling an angel emerging from the shadows of the night. Her silver hair flowed like a meteor shower, radiant and breathtaking. The man gazed in astonishment at the woman who had materialized before him, his large blade frozen in place. Who is she? Both individuals cautiously regarded the unexpected intruder. Is it a space-time ninjutsu? There was no sign whatsoever. Itachi pondered as he swiftly approached the scene. "Madam, your abrupt interruption is quite discourteous," the man admonished sharply, veins bulging on his right hand as he struggled to retract the blade. Yet it remained firmly held by the woman's fingertips. The power she wielded surpassed that of Kisame. Her space-time ninjutsu was unparalleled, even exceeding that of Obito. Itachi calculated relentlessly in his mind. Furthermore, that silver hair seemed vaguely familiar. While Itachi contemplated, the man named Kisame appeared somewhat flustered. "Damn it! Water style, water shark bomb." Kisame swiftly released his grip on the blade, forming hand seals with haste, and a towering water dragon abruptly manifested before the woman, lunging fiercely toward her. Black flame lightning. "Get out of the way, Kisame!" Itachi suddenly shouted, and the opponent momentarily fell into deep thought, yet his body instinctively reacted, rolling swiftly to the side. Wind style, divine whirlwind. The woman, still gripping the large blade, unleashed a powerful gale that sent chaos swirling around them. The approaching water dragon was instantly obliterated, and her silver hair danced wildly in the fierce wind, while her cold mask unwaveringly gazed ahead. When did she form those seals? Both stood stunned, but soon they distanced themselves from one another. "I apologize, my foolish apprentice seems to have offended you in some way. Might I implore you to overlook his transgressions and grant him mercy?" The woman spoke calmly, while Itachi raised the brim of his hat, fixating on her with a serious expression. His blood-red eyes reflected a hint of unease, while Kisame, standing nearby, regarded her with an air of contempt. If you wish to make a move, it will depend on our mood, Kisame sneered, before unleashing water release, water dragon jutsu, sending a roaring water dragon hurtling towards the woman. Kisame swiftly positioned himself beside her, gripping his sword, Samahata, and channeling chakra into the hilt. With a graceful motion, the woman lifted her left hand and waved it nonchalantly at the approaching water dragon. Just a few meters away, the dragon split in two, dispersing to either side. Kisame tightened his grip on the sword hilt, reveling in the moment, yet the woman remained composed, her right hand still clasping one side of Samahata. What is happening? Why isn't Samahata absorbing her chakra? It's impossible. Could it be that her chakra is more appealing to Samahata? Kisame thought, frustrated. As he clenched the hilt even tighter, yet the massive blade remained unyieldingly held by both. Could it be? Could it be that Samahata cannot absorb her chakra? A chilling thought flickered through Kisame's mind, prompting him to timidly loosen his grip. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame suddenly expelled a torrent of water from beneath him. The deluge cascading like a waterfall, sweeping away everything in its path, the water level rising rapidly to waist height. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the daimyo's residence, two young individuals had just stepped outside, and they immediately heard faint sounds. What was that? The boy asked curiously, glancing at the girl beside him. Before he could continue, the girl, Gei, activated her Byakugan to survey the surroundings. It's coming from the back mountain, Gei exclaimed, scanning the area before dashing off in that direction, with the boy following closely behind. How audacious for a mere woman, Kisame mocked as he leapt from the water's surface, seizing Samahata and swinging it fiercely. Yet, standing nearby, Itachi shouted urgently, "Get back!" Kisame. His own body involuntarily leaped forward, racing towards the direction of Kisame, sending splashes of water erupting wherever he went. The once vivid crimson three-tomo had inexplicably transformed into a spinning pinwheel. Witnessing such frantic movement from Itachi, an inexplicable fear surged within Kisame, causing him to instinctively halt and leap back several meters. Meanwhile, the woman remained coldly standing in the water, her pale fingers slowly reaching out, grasping towards Kisame's direction with a sense of desolation, as if attempting to retain a cherished possession. The woman of the in-release thunder style silently observed the surging waves. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and the once tranquil water boiled over, resembling a vast mirror that illuminated the entire forest. The ethereal blue glow radiated within 100 meters, piercing through all objects in its path with white lightning, causing mountains to crumble and vegetation to snap. While the brilliance continued to spread swiftly. In the distance, the young couple gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary spectacle on the back mountain, unconsciously quickening their pace. Just as the lightning was about to strike Kisame, a wall of black flames abruptly obstructed its path, the contrasting techniques clashing and shifting before Kisame. Itachi? Kisame stared at the suddenly transformed eyes with a hint of exhaustion, excitement bubbling within him. This was the legendary kaleidoscope Sharingan. It could actually withstand in-release. But that woman, how could she wield in-release? Who exactly is she? In the fleeting moment of Kisame's contemplation, the white light had seemingly vanished. Yet the black flames continued to engulf everything around. This is the fabled Amaterasu. Remarkably, it has thwarted my in-release thunder style. Uchiha truly lives up to its reputation. The woman remarked, while Itachi respectfully tipped his hat and bowed. We shall meet again, Miss I. With that, he urged Kisame to depart swiftly. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage in a 2-on-1 situation, Kisame obediently retreated deeper into the darkness, and the forest returned to its usual tranquility. Itachi? Who exactly is she? You seem to know her? As he ran, Kisame seized the opportunity to inquire about Itachi. Itachi rubbed his eyes and sighed, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Kamakami-I, Jiraiya's only female disciple, possesses strength that rivals Uchiha Madara. During the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, she fought alongside the 4th Hokage against both the Nine-Tails and Madara, showcasing her formidable power. After all these years, her current prowess is unfathomable. She can actually contend with that esteemed individual? Kisame expressed his skepticism. By the way, she was once the lover of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. With a mastery of ninjutsu far surpassing his, particularly in space-time ninjutsu, Itachi murmured softly, then quickened his pace towards the borders of the land of waterfalls. The woman remaining in the forest lifted the unconscious In, and in the next moment, they found themselves in a familiar cave. the long-forgotten stone bed still as cold as jade. The woman placed her hand on Yin's forehead, and before long, his fingers began to move. Missy, Uchiha Itachi, this misunderstanding has escalated. She pondered, a bitter smile creeping onto her lips. But perhaps it is for the best. Let them chase that shadow. Outside the cave, the sparse cherry blossom trees resonated with the starry sky, while the frigid air brushed against the woman's delicate frame. She quietly removed her mask, her alabaster skin appearing even more translucent in the biting wind. With her silver eyes gazing longingly at the profound heavens, strands of silver hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, brushing gently against her chest. From her luscious crimson lips escaped wisps of white vapor. It seems necessary to rectify his worldview. Such a good child should not have been tarnished by that old man Danzo. I shall ensure he accounts for this, she mused for a moment. When faint sounds echoed within the cave, the true duo, arriving swiftly in the woods, gazed in confusion at the disheveled surroundings. The scarred ground marred by the remnants of battle, dark flames still quietly burning in the low shrubs. They had clearly sensed a presence here moments ago. What had happened? Gowei, filled with incredulity and anger, noticed the questioning expression on Zhen's face as the dawn began to cast a grayish light across the horizon. In the depths of memory, the hour was late. Let us return and rest, Yin had said. No need to worry. He may come back soon, Zhen reassured while patting Gowei's back. Meanwhile, the sleeping Yin found himself submerged in memories of the past, his taut nerves pulling his thoughts back to days of joy, recalling the crimson shadows of yesteryears. Within the dim underground corridor, a small group of youths playfully frolicked. Two younger boys leapt back and forth along towering wooden posts, while a girl gazed upward. Intrigued by the obscured underworld, the boys around her were eager to join in. Having long forgotten the mocking jests directed at them before their arrival and the indifference of their closest kin. Why are there only two girls this time? Complained one boy, leaning on the railing in boredom. The slightly older boy chuckled softly in response, "You little rascal, we didn't come here to flirt. Does it matter whether there are many or few? At root, it is tough for the girls. We are all in the same plight." Indeed. The boy let out a disinterested sigh and made his way towards the two girls. One girl gazed silently upwards, observing the playful antics of several individuals above, while the other stood beside her, frail hands clutching tightly to the hem of her garment. Two lovely ladies, I am Wei. May I inquire about your names? The boy, known as Wei, struck up a familiar conversation with the girl before him, while the other boys nearby cast him disdainful glances. Above them, a raucous group had unsheathed their weapons, the metallic clanging reverberating in the chilly corridor. Won't the leader be angry with their antics? The girl whispered timidly, tugging at her companion's sleeve. Fear not, it's merely a game of make-believe. How could Lord Danzo possibly be upset over such trivial matters? Wei confidently replied, occasionally stealing glances at a silver-haired girl, her flushed cheeks well concealed in the dimness. Boring, the silver-haired girl muttered, then turned her back and walked towards the end of the corridor. Why are all of Lord Danzo's recent recruits so foolish? She grumbled inwardly. After taking just a few steps, a familiar thumping sound reached her ears. Thud, thud, thud. Lord Danzo. Everyone stood respectfully along the sides of the hallway, and the girl who had been facing away turned to look at Danzo. It is a pleasure to see you all. The future hope of Root. I trust you will experience exceptional growth here. Danzo exchanged pleasantries before stating his purpose. This time, 20 of you will form pairs for the first test. The remaining individuals will undertake the second test tomorrow. Those who pass the second test will become qualified members of Root. Oh, how exhilarating. My heart is racing, one boy exclaimed, while others waved their weapons with enthusiasm. Let us look out for each other today. Another boy greeted a shorter companion, and soon, the surrounding individuals formed alliances, leaving only two girls standing alone at the ends of the corridor. Only two girls left. The onlookers observed with anticipation. The timid girl glanced around nervously, her gaze finally landing on the graceful figure across from her. The silver-haired girl, upon noticing the hesitant demeanor of her counterpart, shook her head in resignation. Come with me, she said, swiftly grabbing the girl's hand and disappearing down the corridor, while the others anxiously watched the dimly lit space, their excitement lingering in the air. She is formidable, they collectively concluded. Today, you and I are paired together, so pay attention. En route, there is no such thing as teamwork. A companion is merely a means to an end, and should the need arise, I will not hesitate to abandon you. The silver-haired girl spoke in a somber tone. It matters not, as long as one can survive, undeterred by the disdain of others, and earn their recognition. Being merely a tool is quite acceptable. The girl responded with enthusiasm, her frail hands grasping the right hand of the silver-haired girl, shaking it back and forth. I am called Rainbow, and my ability is one of healing, enabling me to swiftly restore chakra and aid my companions in their injuries, a rather convenient skill. What is your name? The girl laughed cheerfully. Shinkami Jin. The girl briefly introduced herself, lacking any extraordinary abilities. Shinkami Jin? How peculiar a name. It bears a slight resemblance to that of a boy, the girl mused, tilting her head in contemplation. After a moment's silence, she suddenly tightened her grip on Jin's hand, exclaiming, "Your hair is so beautiful, akin to a radiant star shining in the night sky. Has it always been this way?" Unable to resist, she reached out to touch Jin's silvery locks. "Do not touch my hair." Jin suddenly snapped, her voice sharp. "I am a boy. Do not conflate me with you." The startled girl stood frozen, taken aback not only by the unusual reaction, but also by the revelation of her true gender. Can a boy be so adorable? Rainbow pondered, instinctively caressing her own black tresses, the emptiness and unease lingering in her heart. Fuming, Jin retreated to a basement, pushing open the heavy door. Inside, several brand-new electronic devices displayed steadily fluctuating observation curves, their myriad of wires entwined within the confined space. In one corner, an aluminum lounge chair rested quietly, while overhead, metal devices such as injection needles and heart connectors swayed gently before his eyes. Opposite the chair, a screen connected to the main unit clearly displayed a line of text, 121st observation. This was a record of Jin's routine checks over the years. After a flurry of activity from the technicians, Jin lay quietly on the recliner, closing his eyes. Delicate fingers were affixed with metal clips, and electrodes were placed at his temples. A faint current coursed through his body from his fingertips, and a familiar numbness enveloped him, leading him into a tranquil slumber. At an indeterminate time later, Jin awoke once more, finding the room devoid of life. All the instruments had been powered down, leaving only the tungsten lamp above flickering dimly. Dragging his weary form toward the door, he felt the chill of the doorknob under his fingertips, and a sudden jolt of static electricity invigorated him momentarily. His fluffy silver hair drooping lifelessly beside his pale cheeks. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a commotion echoed in the silent basement. Jin struggled to pull open the door, discovering the dark guards pinning a girl to the ground, her disheveled hair sprawled across the cold floor. "What are you doing here, Rainbow?" As Silver emerged, he recognized familiar figures and approached them, saying, "Esteemed seniors, this is my partner for the test. She has come to find me. Might you release her?" His voice, though faint, resonated with an unexpected intensity. The two members of the Umbu nodded and quietly stationed themselves by the door. On the ground, Rainbow, appearing disheveled, picked herself up and brushed off the dust. She glanced at the untidy Silver and then at the two stoic Umbu behind him, before grasping Silver's hand and dashing out from the depths below. "White Rainbow, what have you done? After just half a day apart, and you present yourself in such a manner. I thought you were different from them, but it seems all boys are the same." Rainbow complained as she rummaged through the medical box. "What do you perceive all boys to be like?" Silver replied weakly, his words seemingly unheard by her as she continued her search. Before long, she sat by the bed with an array of bottles and jars in her arms. After a swift and efficient treatment, Silver barely managed to survive the critical phase. "I apologize for losing my temper earlier," Rainbow murmured, her back turned to Silver. He attempted a wry smile, but suddenly recalled something, sitting up abruptly. However, the pain in his chest forced him back down onto the bed. "What are you doing? With such severe injuries, you mustn't move recklessly," Rainbow exclaimed anxiously, her delicate hand gripping Silver's right hand tightly. "How did the test go?" Silver inquired with concern. "The test? For some reason, Lord Danzo has canceled today's assessment, stating it will be rescheduled for another day, and we should utilize this time for additional practice," Rainbow replied while closing the medical box, having already settled beside Silver. "Is that so?" Silver muttered in a daze. After that, the two engaged in a haphazard conversation, passing the time with trivial matters throughout the day. On the following day, Rainbow accompanied Silver to the end of the corridor they had visited the day before, where the other participants had already gathered. The crowd's piercing gazes fixated intensely upon the two beautiful lambs, an air of unexplainable menace emanating from their stares. "It's too noisy here. Let us practice elsewhere," Silver whispered to Rainbow before swiftly departing the corridor without hesitation. Curious, Rainbow followed Silver into the shadows, and occasionally, he paused before a door. He casually pushed it open, and without a second thought, Rainbow stepped inside. Only for the door to slam shut behind them with a resounding bang, causing her to clutch at Silver's clothing in alarm. Before them swirled a tempest of dust, the yellow sand stinging their eyes. Rainbow quickly covered her eyes and peered through her fingers, observing everything around her. At this moment, Silver had retrieved a shuriken and approached a stone pillar. He pressed against one section, and a hole appeared below. Skillfully, he operated the instruments within, and soon, the ferocity of the wind and sand noticeably diminished. That place can control the environment here, Rainbow exclaimed in surprise as she joined Silver's side. He offered no response but tossed a shuriken to her, then adopted a serious demeanor. This is the underground training facility. Let us commence. Commence? What are we starting? The young girl gazed perplexedly at Silver, who was poised to charge forward. Did you not mention that the test had been postponed? How could one possibly forego the opportunity to enhance one's abilities? As soon as she finished speaking, Silver swiftly dashed towards her. Wait, Hong could not help but exclaim. I am not yet prepared. The silver figure relentlessly launched a fierce assault against the young girl, exhibiting no semblance of tenderness. She struggled to resist, but soon, the once dominant Silver began to slow. At that moment, Rainbow suddenly bent down and delivered a powerful kick to Silver's abdomen, sending him flying like an arrow released from a bow, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground. I'm sorry, I forgot about your injury, Rainbow exclaimed, rushing to Silver's side, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm all right, Silver coughed a few times, his eyes fluttering open to see the girl kneeling beside him, crystalline tears trickling down her cheeks. Wait a moment, I will heal you right now, she declared, positioning herself before Silver, lifting his head onto her lap. With gentle hands resting on his forehead, Silver soon felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Is this your ability? Silver asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. Rainbow, her cheeks flushed, turned her head to the side. My ability is rather insignificant. I can only share a small portion of my chakra to heal others, while most remains within me and used. However, this also allows my own injuries to heal remarkably fast. Look, the wound you inflicted earlier is nearly gone. As she spoke, she waved her hand in front of Silver, revealing her previously bloodied arm now restored to its original fair complexion. What a wonderful ability. Silver straightened his posture, lazily commenting, it smells so good. With that, he leaned closer to the girl. Silver. Rainbow abruptly stood up, pushing Silver away, her cheeks burning even more crimson. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. But it's not a fragrance I particularly like, so rest assured, I want tea. Silver, realizing his indiscretion, hurriedly clarified. Your words are of no consequence. The girl murmured, lowering her head. In a somewhat bewildered manner, inquired, did you just say something? I couldn't quite hear you. If you didn't catch it, then let it be. Hong rebuked sharply, taking a seat beside a stone pillar. Listen, Hong, perhaps you should forfeit this test. Your abilities simply cannot surpass the first hurdle, In remarked unexpectedly, a sorrowful expression creeping onto his visage. In my current state, even a child of 4 or 5 could easily bring me down, yet you seem to struggle so much. Therefore, you should. In paused, gazing at the equally despondent Hong before continuing. Those who come to Jin are mostly extraordinarily gifted. They merely find themselves living here due to various reasons that prevent others from recognizing their potential. Their strength is indisputable, so with your capabilities. What is there to fear? I have my own strategies. Do not underestimate me, Hong retorted promptly. Silver found herself at a loss for words, opting for silence instead. In the ensuing days, the two devoted themselves to rigorous practice, honing their skills as time slipped away gradually, leading them swiftly to their first assessment. On that day, a group of eager participants followed 2 senior members of the Umbu into a subterranean corridor, eyes fixed excitedly on the tightly shut door before them. According to the previously established teams, pairs would enter the room for a day-long trial, with the objective of defeating as many rival groups as possible, thereby ensuring victory for the team that vanquished the highest number of opponents before sunset. With that, the Umbu swung open the door, revealing a lush forest beyond. Let the test commence. With a command, the crowd dispersed in a flurry. As the skirmishes began, Rainbow trailed behind Silver to the banks of a stream, both vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Soon, the sounds of combat reached their ears, prompting Rainbow to anxiously retreat behind Silver. Suddenly, a voice erupted nearby, and 2 figures materialized above them. Before Rainbow could react, a flash of cold steel glinted, and several wooden stakes crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. What? A substitution technique? The two youths stared in astonishment at the wooden remnants before them. Foolishness. Was it really necessary to shout so loudly during a sneak attack? Silver shook her head in exasperation, the kunai in her hand vibrating ominously. That is, the wind chakra blade. The two boys instinctively recoiled. Yet their chests bore the marks of deep cuts. Damn it! A dull thud echoed as they collapsed, consciousness slipping away. In a shadowy corner of the training ground, an Umbu member was swiftly jotting down notes on paper, while a few others stealthily infiltrated the testing grounds to retrieve the two disqualified participants from the forest. That silver-haired girl is quite formidable. We must tread carefully, whispered one of 6 youths who were nestled among the treetops, observing every movement with keen interest. Silver sheathed his weapon and glanced at the stunned Hong, saying, "Let us move on. In this open space, we could easily become targets. We must find a place to conceal ourselves first." As they traversed the dense jungle, Silver grasped the trembling hand of his companion, hastening towards a dark object that had caught his attention. Hong, feeling uneasy, edged closer to Silver. Before long, they found themselves within a shadowy cave. "Let us rest here for a while. We shall venture out later," Silver suggested. Hong, somewhat perplexed, inquired later, "Wouldn't that make us more vulnerable?" Lord Tuanzo said we must defeat our opponents as swiftly as possible. We have 10 teams. We have only dealt with 1, leaving 9 remaining. If others achieve a higher completion rate, we could find ourselves in dire straits. Fear not, Konoha also requires talent, based on past probabilities. Passing the first test with a score of 50 is already a success. With the 1 team we have eliminated, we are within a safe margin, Silver reassured. Leaning against the rocky wall. "By the way, Silver, may I ask you a question?" Hong hesitated, fidgeting nervously. Silver, intrigued, looked at her as she took her time before continuing. "You mentioned that the scent you dislike is not your favorite. What, then, is the fragrance of the girl you admire?" "Of course, I won't tell anyone else. I promise," the girl added, clasping her hands and lowering her head while playfully sticking out her tongue at Silver. "Scent?" Silver pondered, staring at the blushing girl with a bemused expression. It was surprising that she could pose such a question at this moment. After a brief silence, a fleeting image crossed his mind, causing a hint of a fresh smile to grace his otherwise stoic face. The girl, noticing this, sighed in admiration. "You look so beautiful when you smile." Feeling suddenly uneasy under Hong's gaze, Silver retorted, "Hey, beauty is a term reserved for lovely women. I am merely a boy. What are you doing?" "All right, I won't tease you anymore. But judging by your earlier demeanor, you must have been thinking of your beloved," Hong teased, playfully pointing at Silver, her mischief causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "How could you be shy? Tell me what kind of beauty she is," Hong said, triumphantly pulling Silver's hand to sit beside him. "Her? What girl?" Silver exclaimed, flustered. "Weren't you asking about my favorite scent? I can tell you. It's quite ordinary, a faint, delicate fragrance, seemingly sweet yet tinged with a hint of bitterness. It is gentle and elegant, uplifting when caught from afar, yet elusive and faint upon closer inspection." As he spoke, his previously anxious demeanor softened, a blush creeping onto his pale cheeks, and the coldness in his gaze melted away, replaced by an abundance of tenderness. "Is that so? She must be truly beautiful," Hong remarked as she leaped into action, yet a pang of inexplicable jealousy stirred within her heart. Instinctively, her right hand reached into her waist pouch, and Een exchanged a knowing glance with her. With a swift motion, Een unleashed the fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, propelling several bursts of flames toward the cave entrance, while Hong deftly hurled a few shurikens in pursuit. A fleeting shadow narrowly evaded Yin's attack. It was only now that they realized it was too late. A roar erupted, followed by a cacophony of tremors shaking the cavern, as countless fragments of rock plummeted from above. The once bright entrance had mysteriously vanished without a trace, the sounds of quaking and falling debris echoing relentlessly. "Is this an illusion?" Both quickly deduced. Silver swiftly attempted to unravel the illusion, yet after several attempts, the surrounding environment remained tumultuous, with dust clouds billowing around them. "This illusion is remarkably powerful," Hong mused, clutching the hem of Silver's garment and cowering behind him. "Is there truly no way out?" Silver inadvertently called out to the girl beside him. Hong's eyes shimmered as she glanced to the side. "I apologize for my outburst. I shall find a way to lead you out," Silver hurriedly uttered comforting words, though his mind was shrouded in confusion. "Silver?" The girl beside him gazed intently at the flustered Silver, a resolute conviction compelling her to make a choice. With a soft crack, Silver's attention was drawn to Hong, who was quietly observing him, her lips stained with blood. Before Silver could utter a word, her soft lips sealed his mouth, a metallic, slightly sweet liquid seeping into his body drop by drop. Meanwhile, Hong swiftly grasped Silver's right hand and began to form seals, leaving Silver, bewildered, to watch as the frail girl mercilessly claimed his first kiss. Mirage flower, water moon, release. A burst of white light erupted, flooding the observation room screen with dazzling brilliance. In a secluded glade within the forest, 6 individuals sat in a circle as a green barrier shattered, leaving everyone stunned and motionless. Silver stood frozen, witnessing the cataclysmic scene transform into a serene woodland path. Doubt and fear gradually welled within him as the girl, now restored, slowly released her grip on his hand, their lips parting from the entangled embrace. In an instant, both turned away from each other in silence. Isn't your ability healing-based? How could you dispel such a high-level illusion? Who exactly are you? Silver hurriedly questioned. Yes, my power is healing, but it operates by manipulating the flow of the opponent's chakra through illusion to mend wounds. I have not lied, Hong quickly explained, her gentle voice becoming increasingly quiet as their eyes met. Mirage flower, water moon, it's over now. I must thank you for saving me, Silver mumbled awkwardly. Hong shyly replied, no need, it is only natural for companions to assist one another. Oh, Silver responded, somewhat baffled. By the way, you must not speak of what transpired earlier, especially regarding the kiss. As she spoke, Hong's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, her voice dwindling. Kiss. Silver recalled the moment, his face turning crimson as warmth flooded his mind. That was my first kiss, Hong suddenly exclaimed, skipping away towards the side of the path. The sunset cast sweet, dappled light through the dense forest, and the girl danced joyfully ahead. That was also my first kiss, Silver lamented. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Rainbow cheerfully approached Silver, her heart brimming with indescribable joy. Oh, never mind, just pretend I said nothing. Silver sighed and briskly made his way back in the direction they had come. Soon, the two returned to the entrance, where the 8 companions stood quietly against the wall. 2 boys on one side glared angrily at Silver and Rainbow, who were nestled closely together. It appeared that this assessment had yielded promising results. Some individuals demonstrated considerable potential, worthy of commendation. From this day forth, you shall be members of Root, the examiner stated solemnly. I ask you all to remain en route and continue contributing to the prosperity of Konoha. With that, the 8 youths were left in the dimly lit corridor. Members of Root. So we passed. One boy exclaimed joyfully. The group exchanged glances before dispersing. Danzo-sama. An Umbu suddenly approached Danzo. What is it? Danzo inquired, narrowing his eyes without turning. It concerns the recent personnel selection, the Umbu replied, presenting a resume while wearing a dog muzzle mask. Arima hero? Yes, I have heard she is an anomaly within the Arima clan, and she is already 8 years old. The Umbu continued, analyzing the situation. Danzo furrowed his brow at the term anomaly. The Arima clan, known as the breeding ground for genjutsu prodigies, boasted many powerful illusionists. Although they had seen a decline in talent in recent years, they remained an indispensable clan in Konoha. Yet, this Arima hero, born into a clan of genjutsu geniuses, lacked any aptitude for illusions. Her abilities lay in healing, and her combat prowess was mediocre. Consequently, her parents regarded her as an anomaly. However, her uncle held a particularly high regard for his niece and tirelessly recommended her to Root. Thus, I believe her actions today may be related to her abilities, the Umbu concluded, only to be dismissed by Danzo. Arima? Danzo gradually opened his narrowed left eye before vanishing into the profound darkness. Exhausted after the test, Silver returned to his dwelling, with Rainbow closely trailing behind. Hey, why are you still following me? The exam is over. You can stay here, but there's no need to stick with me, Silver exclaimed, a mix of irritation and shyness in his voice. Who is following you? I'm just heading to my room. Rainbow retorted defiantly, casually pulling open the door beside her. I live here. With a glance at the surprised Silver, she closed the door behind her. Silver gazed in astonishment at the door before him, then glanced back at his own room beside him. Here. Alas. With a resigned sigh, Silver quietly retreated to his chamber. Upon returning, Hong did not immediately rest. Instead, she hastily retrieved a pen and paper, spreading them across the worn desk. After a moment of contemplation, she began to write with great fervor. Dear sister, it is I, Hong. Thanks to my uncle's recommendation, I am now residing in an institution known as Root. Though I have only been here for a few days, I have grown accustomed to my surroundings. Here, I am free from the scorn of others and can fully embrace my abilities. Although they are not greatly related to our family and may not be particularly practical, I have made a wonderful friend, a charming and beautiful boy named Kamizuki Silver, who always refers to me as Sister Hong. Tonight, a bright full moon hangs high in the night sky, and a stooped figure strolls leisurely towards the home of the Arima clan. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound echoes within the man's abode as he rises calmly to answer the door. Lord Danzo. Upon opening the door, the man is momentarily taken aback by the figure standing before him, but quickly regains his composure and invites the visitor inside. What brings you to my humble abode at this late hour, Lord Danzo? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I have come to express my gratitude for your recommendation of a prodigy to Root, Danzo said, squinting at the dim light overhead. The man, startled, quickly offered a nervous laugh. I hope my niece has not caused any trouble at Root. I shall promptly discipline her if so. No, she has performed admirably and successfully passed Root's tests, Danzo replied as he lifted a cup of tea to his lips. The man breathed a sigh of relief at Danzo's words. I wish to inquire about a certain matter. Who exactly is this girl named Hong? It is remarkable that such a mere child could unravel the genjutsu barrier set by A.J. Nin. I would like to hear your explanation, Danzo stated, fixing his gaze ahead, awaiting a response. Dragon hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Is something the matter? Danzo inquired with feigned concern. Well, it's just that I am unsure where to begin. Hong is a member of our clan, yet she possesses abilities that do not align with our lineage. Everyone believes she is an anomaly. I am certain you have heard as much, Lord Danzo, Dragon said earnestly, glancing at Danzo before continuing. However, I believe Hong's healing abilities stem from a phenomenon rooted in genjutsu. Healing and genjutsu? Those are two entirely unrelated matters, Danzo retorted, somewhat displeased. True. Yet it is not entirely without merit, Dragon countered, sensing Danzo's growing irritation. The abilities Hong possesses allow her to influence everything around her using her own chakra, without exception. All sensory perceptions, be it sight, sound, or smell, are affected by this technique. Genjutsu that disrupts the five senses? Quite intriguing. Yet I have heard that there is another girl from your clan named Yakumo who possesses similar abilities. Is that not so? Tawanzo's mocking interjection pierced the air. Have you heard about Yakumo? Long stared at Tawanzo in surprise, but quickly realized the impropriety and diverted his gaze, calmly responding, Yakumo's abilities pale in comparison to Hong's. While Yakumo's powers might seem modest, Hong's capabilities extend beyond mere influence over the five senses. She can manipulate them, impacting reality itself, obstructing human perception, memory, and knowledge. It can be said that once ensnared by her technique, all aspects of your being will be governed by her will, an absolute form of hypnosis. Most critically, the implementation of this technique is utterly devoid of any forewarning. The method remains an enigma, and the extent and duration of its effects are unknown. In essence, should Hong desire it, she could plunge the world into an eternal illusion. Complete hypnosis? Tawanzo inquired, curiosity piqued regarding her powers. Long, however, answered truthfully, from my observations. She does not yet fully comprehend her abilities, which raises concerns about her capacity to wield them effectively for the benefit of the village. Is that so? You need not worry about that. She will receive ample training at Root, Tawanzo remarked before rising and exiting the room. The next morning, Ian was awakened by a bright and cheerful female voice. What are you doing? Ian groggily approached the door. Get up quickly. Ian, let us go have breakfast. Hong cheerfully exclaimed as she flung open the door to a nearby room. Before any figure emerged, an intense aura of hostility surged forth. Shoo! Ian hurriedly hushed Hong, pulling her inside. Just then, a figure emerged from the ajar door. Who is making such a racket so early in the morning? A disheveled youth complained as he stumbled into the dim corridor, yet the silence of the hall revealed he was utterly alone, emanating a dissonant malice. Once inside, Hong eavesdropped on the commotion outside. Upon confirming safety, she sighed in relief against the door. Turning her gaze, she was startled to find Ian, half-clad, still rubbing sleep from his eyes. Ian, what are you doing? He grumbled, bemused by the morning's antics, while sluggishly searching for his shirt. After some bustling about, Ian finally completed his morning routine. Hong, having regained her composure, fidgeted in her seat. Aren't we supposed to have breakfast? Let us go, Ian urged. Already positioned at the door, causing Hong to momentarily lose her focus. Is something wrong? Ian raised his voice, snapping Hong back to reality. Silver led the girl's hand, navigating the familiar dark underground corridor with ease, and before long, they emerged onto a bustling street. Where is this? Rainbow inquired, puzzled. Silver raised a finger to indicate silence. This is the village South Main Street. First, we shall find a place to satiate our hunger, and then we will proceed to the training ground. Why? Haven't we already passed the test? Why must we go to such a place? Rainbow expressed her displeasure. Silver, offering no further explanation, strode directly toward a breakfast shop. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from a nearby grocery store, nearly colliding with Rainbow. Wait, Jin, sure, you've gotten into trouble again. The teacher has already come to our home to complain. Stop right there. An elderly lady with graying hair emerged, visibly incensed. The boy who had bumped into Rainbow had already sprinted far away. That rascal seems to have stirred up trouble once more. Truly, he is nothing but a troublemaker. A group of children, roughly Silver's age, stood on the opposite side of the street, one of them grumbling about the boy's earlier antics. Haha. A girl beside the boy couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her wide eyes radiating a dazzling light. And her gentle smile instantly captivated the attention of many boys nearby. Let us go. Rainbow turned, urging the suddenly dazed Silver. After a hearty meal, Silver took Rainbow to the previously mentioned desert training ground. Silver, why are we the only two practicing here? Where are the others? Rainbow curiously fixated on Silver. This training room is exclusively designated for the senior members of the Umbu to cultivate and practice their skills. Thus, without the permission of Lord Danzo, no unauthorized personnel may enter, Silver explained as he placed their lunch beside a nearby pillar. Hey, won't we get punished for being here then? Rainbow became flustered, her hands trembling. I've already received permission to use this training ground, so you need not worry, Silver reassured, tossing a bottle of water to the anxious girl. We must hasten to enhance our abilities to serve Lord Danzo. By the way, could you teach me illusion techniques? I've never learned them before and can only dispel lower-level illusions. If we encounter such situations again, it would be troublesome. I can't always rely on a girl. After all, that would be rather embarrassing. Silver glanced at Rainbow, a hint of guilt mingled with a blush in his demeanor. Is that so? Then you must practice diligently. When I'm not around, who will protect you? Moreover, in the future, you must be the one to protect me. Rainbow replied with a touch of pride. And also, your face is too close. As she spoke, she pushed Silver away with some force. Apologies, Silver began, hesitating. The two fell into a silence, listening to the faint hum of the fan echoing in their ears. What's wrong? Rainbow nudged the suddenly quiet Silver. It's nothing. I'm just glad to know you. Silver unexpectedly smiled at Rainbow, causing the young girl's rosy cheeks to flush with a mix of red and white. What's the matter? Rainbow, slightly displeased, turned her face away. Leaning against the stone pillar behind him, Silver gazed up at the artificially crafted azure sky. Do you know? You are the first friend I have made since coming to Root. The first person with whom I can truly converse, share joy, and recount my past, he murmured, prompting the girl to unconsciously rest her head on his shoulder. I feel the same. Aside from my sister, you are the first friend with whom I can speak so freely. Thank you. Rainbow suddenly leaned closer to Silver, her flushed cheeks returning to their normal temperature as she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Sister? That's family, not quite a friend, is it? Silver teased mischievously, only to receive a sharp tug on his right hand from Rainbow. Ah, Silver yelped in surprise, jumping up as the girl continued to tease him. So what? That's still better than being a little brat. Little brat, Silver exclaimed in indignation, glaring at the girl beside him. After holding back his frustration for a while, he finally broke into a chuckle. All right, no more bickering. But I haven't heard you mention having a sister before. Yes, my sister is very gentle and carefree, always full of life, with a smile as radiant as the sun. No matter what setback she faces, she meets them with a smile. She is the only person I can truly open my heart to. Rainbow's expression softened as she spoke, the traces of melancholy gradually fading from her face. Is that so? Suddenly, a frown crept onto Silver's face, leaving Rainbow momentarily at a loss. What's wrong, Silver? You look like a wilted eggplant all of a sudden. If you have any troubles, you can share them with me. Sister? Little girl, taking advantage of me, aren't you? Silver retorted, refusing to back down. Who are you calling a little girl? Rainbow continued to tease, and he unwittingly fell into her trap. Little girl? I'm talking about you. The moment the words left his mouth, Silver realized he had been outwitted by Rainbow, his expression souring as he sulked in silence. Silver? Rainbow poked him gently on the back, but he remained with his head down, making her feel awkward as she began to tear up. I'm sorry, Silver. It was wrong of me to call you a little girl. Please don't be upset. Just as Rainbow began to comfort the despondent Silver, she suddenly felt herself pushed back, prompting Silver to lunge towards her with a scowl, causing her to scream, "Ah!" Subsequently, a flurry of fierce attacks descended upon the delicate form of the young girl. I won't dare again, Silver. Please stop. I promise I won't do it again. She gasped in a sudden plea for mercy as Silver mischievously tickled her underarms and waist, causing her to writhe on the ground in laughter, begging for reprieve until she finally surrendered. Only then did Silver stand triumphantly by, watching with amusement as she giggled uncontrollably. After a brief respite, the girl lay blushing beside the boy on the sandy ground, the silver tassels of her attire cascading freely over the golden grains, further enhancing her striking appearance. Rainbow pulled one of Silver's hands to rest beneath her head. In the vast desert, the two blushing youths reclined together like a pair of blooming stones amidst the arid expanse, subtly revealing their impending beauty to the world. They remained nestled together until the air turned cool, the sky darkened, and the outside world fell into a tranquil hush with the arrival of night. Awaken, Stone, Karen. You all performed admirably in this test. I now have a task for you to see if you can meet its demands. Tawanzo enthusiastically addressed the group of young boys before him, who returned his fervent gaze. Lord Tawanzo, whatever the task may be, we shall exert our utmost efforts to fulfill it, ensuring you will not be disappointed. One of the boys exclaimed with excitement. Tawanzo merely narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead. After a while, the six received the details of their mission and dispersed into the darkness. That evening, upon returning home, Silver lingered in the pleasant memories of the afternoon. While in the adjacent room, Rainbow hastily opened a letter. Rainbow, as your sister, I must remind you that starting to date at your age is a serious matter. If your parents find out, come to me, and I will teach you how to gauge that boy's true intentions. Only then can I feel secure in entrusting you to that handsome lad in the future. Really, sister, you've told me that already, Rainbow muttered, lost in thought as she stared at the overhead light. Meanwhile, in the dark underground corridor, 6 shadows stealthily advanced towards the living quarters of the next level. Hey, Rainbow. Are you asleep? Silver's voice suddenly echoed from outside, jolting Rainbow from her reverie. Coming, she responded. Listening to the footsteps inside, Silver patiently stood by the door, awaiting her response. As soon as the door opened, both gazes met, and their cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Why are you still awake so late? Rainbow complained restlessly, while Silver scratched the back of his head and apologized. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. I wanted to ask about the technique of the Xia servant you taught me this afternoon. I still don't quite understand it. Seeing Silver's face redden further, Rainbow decided not to tease him any longer. She pulled him to sit beside her on the bed and began to meticulously analyze and explain the technique. Outside the door, several shadows stealthily approached, flanking along the walls until they reached Rainbow's door. One youth gestured with his hand, while another leaned in to eavesdrop on the situation inside. He then raised 2 fingers and pointed at the door, indicating that there was an extra person inside, complicating their plan. At that moment, Silver, having resolved his doubts, was preparing to return to his room. However, Rainbow hurriedly grasped his hand and said, Silver, could you stay with me tonight? With his head bowed, Silver was already flustered, his ears ringing. The group outside was equally taken aback, shivering at the unexpected revelation. What a little vixen, getting involved so early. What are you talking about? Rainbow mumbled awkwardly. We're still young. We shouldn't be doing this so soon. It's already late. Rainbow tightened her grip on Silver's hand, insisting, it's getting late. Just stay with me for a while. I'm afraid I might do something foolish alone. Silver gradually understood the implication behind her words, and unable to resist Rainbow's insistence, he resignedly settled back on the edge of the bed. Silver, let us chat a bit. Tell me about your favorite scents. Rainbow cheerfully reclined along the edge of the bed, resting her head on Silver's lap, her mischievous little hand playfully tugging at the flowing tassels. After a moment of silence, Silver forced a wry smile. Why do I suddenly feel a pang of jealousy? Jealousy? The girl responded with skepticism. Stop being vain. Who would be jealous of you? With that, she playfully launched a flurry of punches and kicks towards Silver's handsome face, compelling him to fall back onto the bed, plunging the room into silence. Hush! Rainbow raised her finger to her lips, glancing at the tightly shut door. Silver, sensing something unusual outside, stealthily crept to the door and cautiously opened it, only to find the dark corridor utterly deserted. They left so quickly? How efficient. Silver inwardly mocked. While in the upstairs corridor, 6 figures stealthily slipped toward the exit. Outside, the waning moon hung high in the sky, casting eerie shadows of trees that played a beguiling melody. On the summit of a towering mountain, thick white snow blanketed the peak. On this colossal spire of the craftsmanship kingdom, the only place to surpass 5,000 meters in altitude, a man trudged upward against the fierce wind and snow, leaving footprints in the icy terrain. Through the veil of snow, he gazed toward the mountaintop, where a small, uncovered ice coffin quietly rested in the scant space available. It had stood there for an unknown duration, enduring the relentless onslaught of wind and snow throughout the years. Inside the coffin, a flawless white mask, devoid of expression, silently observed the celestial tapestry of wind, flowers, snow, and moonlight. Master? The man gazed at the swirling snowflakes approaching him, as the knee-deep snow continued to accumulate relentlessly upon the frail mountain peak. He struggled to ascend, the vast whiteness obscuring the rugged path ahead, rendering the way forward endless and elusive. Suddenly, a discordant cry pierced the stillness, and a sense of unease crept into his heart amidst the tempestuous winds and snow at the mountain's summit. He looked up at the dim sky, where the heavy snow danced wildly with the fierce gales, creating a thick barrier that divided 2 worlds. The man quickened his pace, stumbling towards the peak. Having traversed the howling winds, a dark figure above seemed to dance gracefully against this once-in-a-century blizzard. It soared upward into the dense clouds and then dived swiftly, plunging into the wide expanse below. The alternating black and white feathers flickered in and out of visibility on this stormy night, while its silver eyes keenly observed every movement in the realm beneath. Suddenly, it spotted something unusual below. On the pristine mountaintop lay a white ice coffin, and amidst the desolate whiteness, a discordant writhing caught its attention. It dove swiftly towards the coffin. At that moment, within this immaculate canvas, an elegant white figure began to stir slowly. Her pale fingers reached beyond the confines of the coffin, tugging earnestly towards the heavens. Supported by her limbs, her delicate form gradually rose, and the featureless mask fell silently away the instant she sat upright, her curious gaze scanning the surrounding world cloaked in silver. Suddenly, a mischievous bird gently alighted on her knee. It was a snow griffin. The man, looking up, recognized the source of the earlier sound as it descended rapidly onto the mountaintop. The woman gazed softly at the freshly landed bird, which was preening its ruffled feathers on her lap. As it felt her gaze, it too stared intently at the sudden presence. Their silver eyes locked in mutual observation, and after a moment, she extended her hand to stroke its head. "Are you here to welcome me?" she mused aloud with a smile. Unfazed, the snow griffin leaped from her knee to her shoulder, its fluffy down brushing against her pale cheek, and its soft fur playfully stirred her silvery strands in the biting wind, bringing her delight. "Oh, you little rascal, how mischievous you are." As the two continued their playful interaction, the man's unexpected arrival shattered the harmonious atmosphere. "Your Highness, you have awakened," he said, kneeling on one knee in the open space before her. The woman silently regarded the sudden figure, while the snow griffin turned its head to observe him as well. "Who are you?" she queried, her voice hesitant and filled with confusion. The man nodded silently, then rose respectfully to stand before her, bowing his head. "Your Highness, your memory has not yet fully returned. Please come with me to the Daming Mansion to rest for a few days." Daming Mansion? The woman gazed around, bewildered by the unfamiliar scenery that surrounded her. Aside from the man's name, she could recall nothing about him, yet instinctively, she assured herself that he was someone she could trust. Rising to her feet, she cradled the snow eagle in her arms and began her slow descent down the mountain, the cold wind causing the hem of her dress to flutter. The man cast a glance at the ice coffin in the distance and sighed, hoping that there would be no further need for it in the future. Turning away, he hurried in the direction the woman had taken, his mind racing with thoughts on how to navigate the path ahead. Back inside the dwelling, Ian let out a resigned sigh as he glanced at the nearby Hong. "What is the matter?" Hong asked, puzzled by Ian's despondent demeanor. "It's nothing. Since they have already departed, I suppose I shall return. If you need anything, just call for me. I want to lock my door." "You should get some rest as well," Ian said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "All right then," Hong muttered reluctantly. After bidding Ian farewell, she sat at the now empty table, pen in hand, pouring her emotions onto the page. "Sister, what does it feel like to fall for a beautiful boy? To admire someone more stunning than oneself without a trace of jealousy, sister?" Meanwhile, Ian returned to his room, wordlessly lying on the bed. The conversation had stirred memories from his past, strands of silver hair cascading before him, obscuring his features. He closed his eyes, allowing the tide of emotions to wash over him in silence. The following day, Hong entered Yin's room, creating a commotion as if nothing had transpired. The still sleeping Yin was jolted awake by an overwhelming tickling sensation, only to find Hong playfully tumbling on top of him. "Good morning," she chimed cheerfully. "Hurry up and get up. If we don't practice, others will surpass us," Hong teased, pulling Yin out of the room. After a hearty meal, the two made their way to a nearby stream. "Hey, didn't we say we were going to practice? Why are we dawdling here?" Yin asked, somewhat displeased as he observed Hong's secretive demeanor, which only added to his confusion. As they walked along the riverbank, the surface reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Gentle breezes created ripples across the water. A few fallen leaves danced playfully in the wind. Hong tightly grasped Yin's hand, strolling leisurely by the water's edge. Occasionally, a group of younger children frolicked around them, giggling. "The two big sisters are so pretty." "Big sisters?" Yin shot a disgruntled look at Hong, his expression turning indignant. "Listen here, you little rascals. I am a brother. A boy. Male." Witnessing Yin's cheeks flush with indignation, the children looked on in confusion. One chubby boy smirked and quipped, "If you're a boy, then she must be your girlfriend, right?" "Huh? I can't accept a boy who is prettier than my girlfriend, too soft." Another little girl chimed in, staring at Yin with disdain. Silver clenched his fists tightly, startling the little ones into a hasty retreat, leaving only the chubby boy who had spoken first, bewildered and rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at Silver. "Wait up, you guys." "In no way," the chubby boy exclaimed, panic propelling him towards the direction his companions had fled. "Ha ha." Rainbow laughed at the sight of Silver's reaction. "What's this? Even you?" Silver turned away, somewhat displeased, striding towards the woods near the village. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Don't be angry, Silver sister." Rainbow continued to jest from behind, prompting Silver to dash towards the riverbank in a huff. Seeing that Silver truly seemed upset, Rainbow ceased her playful banter and hurried after him. As she navigated through the dense woods and reached the bank of a nearby river, an unsettling tremor sparked a flicker of confusion within her, but she quickly sprinted towards a distant dark spot. "Come on, don't be mad. I apologize. Is that not enough?" "Silver, please," Rainbow implored, shaking Silver's hand while casting a glance back at the woods. Silver looked at Rainbow, who was inexplicably raising her eyebrows, perplexed and unable to grasp her intent. Just as Rainbow was about to clarify the situation, an abrupt sense of weightlessness enveloped Silver's mind. The once relatively flat riverbank beneath their feet transformed into an unfathomable abyss. Rainbow clutched Silver's left hand tightly while desperately gripping a protruding stone on the mountainside. The smoothness of the rock and the pull of gravity caused her to descend gradually. What on earth is happening? Both were bewildered, scanning their surroundings. Silver noticed nothing amiss, but Rainbow had already begun to suspect the nature of the earlier disturbance. Could it be an illusionary barrier? She pondered, tightening her grip on Silver's hand. If this were indeed an illusion, was the prior occurrence a mere mirage, or was their current predicament the deception? Rainbow's mind raced anxiously, while Silver began to comprehend their dire situation. "Rainbow, let go," he urged. "What nonsense are you speaking? If everything before was an illusion, then letting go now would mean certain death for us." Before Rainbow could continue, Silver chuckled. "Regardless of what is real or false, if you let go now, the illusion will fade. If this is reality, I will ensure your safety." "You truly are a fool," Rainbow murmured, a hint of tears in her voice. Her grip on the stone was beginning to numb, while Silver, swaying precariously below, felt a cool drop of water glide down his cheek. "Hey, Rainbow, can you use that technique from last time?" Silver asked urgently. "Mirror flower, water moon." Without a specific object or target, the success rate isn't very high, Rainbow stammered, her body slipping slightly, which caused Silver to worry and shout, "Are you all right?" "Rainbow, yes, I'm fine," the girl replied, her teeth clenched. The overwhelming realism of her sensations and fear had stripped her of her usual composure and judgment. She could only strive to maintain her grip on the stone wall. "A fool. Aren't there plenty of specific objects around?" Yin erupted in a torrent of invective, suggesting that they should experiment with the technique themselves. However, a sense of dread washed over them as they pondered the potential failure that could irrevocably sever their ties to reality. Shaking her head anxiously, Yin abruptly grasped her hand, and together they lost their final tether, plummeting downward. Just as Hong was about to explode in frustration, she felt someone suddenly encircle her waist, holding her tightly. Gradually, the trembling hands began to calm. "In," she responded, returning the embrace with a measured tranquility. A sharp pain jolted In back to reality, and the two found themselves peacefully sprawled on the sandy riverbank, Hong's face pressed firmly against Yin's chest. "It appears I have triumphed," In declared triumphantly, patting Hong's back. The girl merely murmured in acknowledgement before calling out, "Come forth, everyone. Your illusions have been dispelled. Truly, you are a prodigy of the Anma clan. The intricate layers of this illusion have been effortlessly unraveled by you. I had been exceedingly cautious while weaving this enchantment." A boy with a wolf's head suddenly materialized behind them. "Umbu?" In exclaimed, hurriedly positioning Hong behind her. "Nevertheless, this is a matter between her and me. I implore you not to interfere." As he spoke, the boy hurled several shurikens in their direction. The silver-haired individual smirked disdainfully, effortlessly evading the oncoming blade. However, in an unexpected turn, someone yanked his right hand, causing him to crash heavily onto the girl named Hong. In that fleeting moment of descent, he suddenly realized the perilous position he had been in, as several blades had narrowly sliced through the air, severing strands of silver hair. What? They actually manipulated the perception of time concerning the trajectory of the thrown weapons and shurikens. Remarkable. Both of them couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Had it not been for Hong, I would have been riddled with holes like a beehive. Silver cast a grateful glance at the girl beside him, his heart overflowing with appreciation. Earth escape. Earth spear. The dark-clothed youth suddenly charged towards them, his clenched fist swinging rapidly past Hong's face. His target was Hong. In a panic, Silver pulled Hong close to him, invoking Earth escape. Rock pillar. Silver swiftly erected a barrier of stone pillars between them, thwarting the adversary's advance, while he urged Rainbow to retreat in the opposite direction. Just as they took their first step, a faint chime transported the two into a desolate plateau. Is this an illusion? Silver wondered, his eyes widening as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal earth dragon surged from the valley, charging fiercely toward them. It's real. Silver. Dodge! Rainbow exclaimed, pushing Silver aside. However, the rush of the dragon's head created a shockwave that sent her spiraling away, injuring her right foot in the process. Rainbow! Silver cried out, quickly rolling over to see her fallen form, instinctively lunging toward her. The dragon's head, having missed its target, swung back around for another assault. Silver scooped up the injured Rainbow and leaped to evade the attack. Yet, just as they ascended, the dragon's head beneath them began to vanish, replaced by a ferocious whirlwind overhead. With a sudden shadow leaping down from the tempest, Silver had no choice but to shove Rainbow aside. The wind burst through the space between them, creating a crater upon impact. Rainbow looked at Silver with urgency. Be careful. Silver. It's an illusion. The silver-haired individual became aware of the imposing stone statue that had suddenly appeared behind him. His calloused hands, adorned with scars, and his dust-covered face marred his once handsome features. Before he could react, a cacophony accompanied by a fleeting shadow enveloped the air, and Hong had vanished without a trace. In the distance, two figures were kneeling atop the treetops, disdainfully murmuring, "Is it truly necessary to be so serious with those two mere children? Surely, the task could be accomplished by entrusting it to them. Lord Danzo is far too cautious. Enough of the complaints. The mission is complete, and it is time for us to return and report." One of the figures, donning an eagle mask, signaled to the other, and they promptly vanished into the forest. Hong! The silver-haired one cried out, sensing something amiss. He staggered to the side of the girl lying in a pool of blood, the statue behind him gradually fading away. Cradling the weakly breathing girl, he choked out, "Why? Why you? Why them?" "Silver, I'm sorry." Hong's frail voice articulated each word with great difficulty, her blurred vision unable to discern the handsome face before her. She slowly lifted her blood-stained left hand towards the shimmering cascade of silver. Yet before she could grasp the beauty within her reach, she could no longer sustain consciousness. Nearby, several shadows moved in unison through the thicket, hastening towards a ruin behind a village. At some point, Silver found himself seated at the entrance of the Umbu's emergency room, his vacant gaze fixating on the dimly lit ground, a torrent of confusion swirling within him as he grappled with the inexplicable nature of Hong's tragic fate. The 6 individuals who had arrived at the ruins stood quietly to the side, Danzo silently observing the clear blue sky. "Long from now on, you and the others shall execute missions alongside the wind," he proclaimed, and with that, they departed the ruins in high spirits. Hours later, the operating room door swung open. The doctor, gazing at Silver, who was in a state of shock, sighed helplessly. We have done all we could. There is but a final moment left. If you wish to say something, go in and speak with her. Her parents have yet to arrive, and it seems they do not intend to claim their daughter. Hurry. Go in. The doctor urged the dazed Silver. Pushing open the partially ajar door, Silver beheld the form on the bed. Beside her, the monitor's waveform fluctuated slowly and softly. Hong. He approached the bedside with trepidation. Hong, squinting her eyes, broke into a joyful smile. Silver, I'm fine. You needn't worry. As she spoke, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Silver, and he grasped Hong's cold right hand. Could you do me a favor, Silver? There's a letter that my sister needs. It will be under a stone at the entrance to the village center this evening. Could you fetch it for me? Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Ian dashed out of the ward towards the exit. Inside the room, the young girl quietly closed her heavy eyelids, and beside her, the curve gradually softened and straightened, as the faint sounds diminished, restoring tranquility to the space. Upon reaching the exit, Ian hurriedly searched for the letter that had been pressed against the entrance. Without pausing for a moment, he rushed back to the ward. When he arrived at the door, the doctor was already wheeling out a gurney, the white sheet silently covering the cold body as it slowly disappeared into the darkness, accompanied by the sound of the wheels gliding beneath. Ian Lu stood there in a daze, the letter in his hand reduced to a crumpled mess. The silver-haired figure, lost in thought, entered Hong's room, which at that moment was devoid of anything save for a solitary bed. Slowly, he settled onto the edge of the mattress, trembling hands unfurling the letter he held, its delicate script rendered blurry by the sheen of his tears. Hong, hearing how fond you are of that boy has made me a tad envious. It is a rare treasure to encounter a friend who accepts and accompanies you. Cherish this bond dearly. This matter is one we have not discussed with anyone else, so refrain from mentioning it to our parents, for their disapproval is certain. By the way, when will you bring him to meet me? I am eager to see what a boy even more beautiful than a goddess looks like. As Silver gazed into the distance, his vision gradually blurred. Outside, an unexpected commotion erupted. The operatives of the dark faction began to clear away anything that did not belong. In the distance, the sound of wheels rolling away gradually faded toward the pyre. Beside him, his seniors remained engrossed in their tasks. A heavy weight settled in Silver's heart, prompting him to burst through the door and sprint toward the direction of the disappearing sounds. Rainbow, he silently cried out, his pace quickening. Just as the heavy door was about to close, a deafening crash shattered the tranquility of the underground. Upon rushing into the cremation room, Silver froze at the bedside. A pristine white sheet gently covered the entire bed. His trembling hands rested upon it, speechless, while tears welled up and swirled in his eyes. Rainbow? A nearby operative from the dark faction questioned with confusion. Excuse me, this person is named Shin, a recent failure who has not undergone testing. He is male. You've mistaken him. Shin? Silver gazed doubtfully at the speaker, then abruptly lifted the sheet. A male visage lay quietly on the bed, and he was momentarily paralyzed with shock. Where was Rainbow? At this moment, Silver's mind was devoid of calm or rational thought, his nearly frenzied emotions radiating outward through his cold eyes. A torrent of desperate rage threatening to burst forth. Rainbow? The girl who met with an untimely demise? Murmured another operative, adorned with a pig-headed mask. It seems a female corpse was dispatched to the laboratory by Danzo-sama today. Without waiting to fully comprehend the words, Silver dashed toward the designated laboratory. In no time, Silver arrived at the expansive corridor of the laboratory deep underground. Several operatives rushed past him, hurrying toward the rear. At the entrance of the laboratory stood Danzo, his demeanor grave, while two operatives trembled on their knees before him. Useless trash, you couldn't even keep track of a dead child. It seems. Silver, having gleaned the situation, rudely interrupted Danzo's reprimand and approached the two operatives. Danzo-sama, I wish to inquire about something. Why did you bring Rainbow to the laboratory? What is your purpose? Silver questioned, his eyes fixed on the elder with a furrowed brow. Danzo scoffed dismissively. Silver, my affairs are not for you to question. The handling of a corpse is subject to the rules of root. My decisions embody those rules. Moreover, with the body gone, I must address matters pertaining to the Aburame clan to provide an explanation to others. With that, Danzo departed with the two operatives through another exit, the kneeling operatives being escorted into the darkness by others wielding blades. Rainbow. Silver stood still for a moment, then, in a frenzy, began searching the base for her. Until the moon hung high in the sky, he turned the entire route upside down, finding not a single clue. After a moment of chaotic contemplation, he burst out of the base and commenced a search around the village. Where is Silver? After calming the Onma clan regarding recent events, Danzo's attention turned to the recent actions of Jin. Jin, still outside, responded to a hidden leaf Umbu member near Hero with a brief remark, only to receive Danzo's command. Bring him to me by any means necessary. He must understand the demeanor required for survival with en route. With that, Danzo casually awaited, his mind racing with plans, before ordering his subordinates to take action. Summon Kaze for the second phase of time reversal. Shortly after, 2 Umbu appeared behind Kaze. Lord Danzo, how may I assist you? Kaze inquired earnestly. Soon after, Jin arrived to help perform the second phase of the time reversal technique. The second phase of time reversal, Kaze exclaimed, realizing it could erase the memories that bound him. Nothing to worry about. We merely need to erase Onma Hero from his memory and existence. Danzo clarified before exiting the lounge. Moments later, Jin was carried into the lounge by 2 Umbu, his consciousness fading as a dim light flickered before him, leaving him with no recollection of what transpired. As dawn broke, the tranquil village of Konoha slowly returned to its usual serenity. In a residence within the land of crafts, a woman waited quietly for her first sunrise since her revival. A man appeared silently behind her, stating, "My lady, I have brought you something rare." He then placed a lifeless body beside her. The woman turned to observe the corpse of a young girl. "Who is this child?" she inquired. "She is of the Onma clan, possessing a unique ability that I believe could serve your interests. Her existence could secure your future plans," he explained. "Although she is deceased, your prowess should allow you to harness her ephemeral abilities." With that, the man unveiled the body, revealing a lifeless form stained with dried blood. "Her?" The woman approached the corpse of Hero, her heart heavy with sorrow, while a nimble snow eagle perched on her shoulder, seemingly intrigued. "She has already succumbed. A victim of the world's rulers," the man lamented. The woman knelt, her trembling fingers reaching toward the crimson-stained chest. As her fingertips made contact, a striking, formidable visage flashed before her, a pair of piercing eyes fixated intently upon her. Overcome with fear, she collapsed onto the girl's body, trembling uncontrollably. The man, bewildered, asked, "My lady, what troubles you? What has occurred?" The woman lay motionless for an extended period, while the man, having asked his earlier question, remained inert. And the two of them stood in a state of bewilderment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, quite suddenly, the woman slowly rose to her feet. The terror that once marked her visage had vanished, replaced by a commanding gaze of silver eyes that now looked up at the crimson horizon of the eastern sunrise. The snow griffin perched upon her shoulder, usually mischievous, now sat obediently, sharing her gaze towards the blood-red sky. "Princess?" the man inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "No, you mentioned that this is the renowned estate of the land of artisans, so she must be here," she replied. At that moment, as her piercing gaze turned towards him, an overwhelming surge of warmth flooded his previously despondent heart. "Princess, has your memory returned? I never anticipated that such ephemeral abilities could. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us entomb this girl in the rear mausoleum. She deserves the reverence of the rulers of the land of artisans, and this shall serve as our tribute to her," she declared. And with that, the woman vanished into the fiery dawn of the courtyard. As the sun crested the mountainside, the village of Konoha welcomed a new day. Silver, as usual, swiftly made his way towards the underground corridor. Upon arriving, he found the space utterly deserted, standing quietly in a sunbeam that cascaded from the ceiling, his silvery hair shimmering brilliantly in the morning light. "You have arrived." A deep voice resonated from ahead. Silver respectfully knelt on one knee. "I heard you had a restless night. Are you all right?" Danzo inquired, feigning ignorance. "Thanks to Lord Danzo, all is well," Silver replied with vibrant spirits. "Is that so? Have you forgotten something? I heard you were in a daze all day yesterday, which has me somewhat concerned. If there is anything troubling you, feel free to discuss it with me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you," Danzo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Silver on the ground. "In a daze?" Silver responded in confusion. "Perhaps something is amiss, but I cannot recall what it is. Nevertheless, nothing is more pressing than matters concerning Lord Danzo. May I inquire about today's task?" "No need for that. Today is an exception. You will accompany Senior High on a mission, merely observing from the sidelines," Danzo affirmed before stepping into the shadows. A member of the Umbu with a wolf mask approached Silver's side. "It seems the effects of the second stage of time reversal are quite effective. He has already forgotten about that girl. A bit more observation in the future should suffice," Danzo thought with a surge of joy as he made his way towards the Hokage's office. Silver followed his senior into the darkness. Through the chaotic abyss, Silver sought the lost light, unearthing the cherished memories buried deep within his mind, as tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, tugging at the remnants of bygone sorrows. The morning light gently illuminated the humble cave, and Silver opened his bleary eyes, surveying his surroundings. Beside the stone bed lay a familiar, cold mask, quietly resting at the edge. As Silver quietly rose, he suddenly felt something on his cheek. He gently wiped away the still damp tears, the moisture in his silver hair hanging by his ears sending a chill down his spine. Rainbow, Silver murmured to himself, fingers instinctively reaching towards the soft silver strands beside the bed, as a captivating fragrance wafted in with the cold breeze, invigorating his spirit. "You are awake?" A woman suddenly spoke, causing Silver to retract his right hand in haste, his crimson eyes struggling to contain a new flood of emotions. "Is something wrong?" The woman asked sternly, and Silver, flustered, could only shake his head before leaping from the bed and running outside. The winter cherry grove appeared somewhat desolate, the sparse red tassels painting a vibrant hue against the lonely cold of winter, breathing new life into once pallid memories. "Master, was it you who saved me once more?" Silver whispered, his sorrowful emotions resonating through his words and reaching her ears. The woman offered no response. Instead, after a brief moment of silence, she gently advised, "Ian, depart from the root. It is not a fitting place for you. I was aware that it housed my most cherished memories, and I understood all too well why the rainbow had vanished. It was my fault that she had faded from my recollection." Ian, struggling to contain her emotions, let tears flow freely from the corners of her eyes. "Rainbow? Is that the name of the girl you have been incessantly murmuring about last night?" The woman gazed at Ian with curiosity. Ian merely nodded in silence, her inner feelings intensifying. Observing Yin's unprecedented sorrow, the woman felt an unsettling pang in her heart. She quietly approached and enveloped the weeping figure in her embrace, her fingertips cloaked in a blue substance, gently caressing the silky hair. For the first time, Ian wept unabashedly in the woman's arms. As the pale fingers stroked the silver strands, fragments of sealed memories began to awaken, and the trembling body in her embrace shook more violently. "It seems your emotions have been sealed by this temporal manipulation, causing such distress," the woman murmured softly while brushing away Yin's past sorrows. Amidst the blood-red night, scattered petals occasionally fluttered around them, and the warm sunlight generously bathed the earth. As the woman stroked Yin's silky hair, it sparkled even more vibrantly under the sun. After a cathartic release, Yin gradually regained her composure, though her flushed cheeks appeared striking against the winter sun. "I have resolved to confront Danzo at the root today, to clarify everything I wish to ask, and then determine the course of my future," Yin solemnly declared, gazing at the woman before her. "Is that so?" The woman sighed, turning away. Just as Ian was hastily preparing to head to the root, her steps faltered, and she hesitated, glancing back at the woman, who sensed Yin's unease. "Is something wrong?" The woman inquired kindly. "Master, may I call you sister?" Yin's unexpected question startled the woman, causing her hands to tremble and her heart to waver. A silhouette gradually came into view, accompanied by a cacophony echoing in her ears. "What are you saying? Silly child, if you have matters to attend to, hurry back." The woman sharply rebuked, sensing an ominous shift. Recognizing the woman's tone, Ian turned and dashed back toward the village. "Sister?" The woman stood alone on the tattered red carpet after Ian departed, letting out a quiet sigh. The softly falling petals danced in the gentle breeze, creating a breathtaking scene on the desolate winter day. "Hey, is it truly all right to leave Ian all by herself?" Gawei's persistent questioning from behind revealed her inner anxiety, which had been perceptible to everyone present. "Rest assured, Ian is no longer a child. His survival instincts surpass ours. There is no cause for concern, especially since Lord Hokage has dispatched Umbu to investigate this matter in the Land of Waterfalls. All we can do now is patiently await their findings," Hongdo consoled her. "Well then, Hongdo, please submit your mission report a bit later," the elder remarked, stroking his beard. Jinjin and Gawei bowed in gratitude to the elder, and the three prepared to take their leave. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps accompanied by the abrupt opening of the door surged into the room as Ian rushed to the desk. "Oh, Ian, you're back. We were all worried about you. I even had someone sent out to look for you. What happened?" The elder observed the breathless Ian with calmness, while Hongdo and the others stood awkwardly in place. "Ian, you must not act disrespectfully towards Lord Hokage. Bursting in like this is quite improper," Hongdo began to lecture him. While Jinjin and Gawei could only tease from the sidelines, "It's just good that you're back. No need to make such a fuss. It might startle the flowers and plants outside," and that would affect the aesthetics of the village. Lord Hokage, ignoring the remarks behind him, In fixed his gaze intently on the elder, his steadfast eyes causing the elder to sense something amiss. He straightened in his chair, scrutinizing In. What is it? Lord Hokage, I wish to negotiate with Danzo, and I hope you can assist me. In exclaimed fervently, his trembling hands pressed firmly on the desk to quell his rising emotions. Danzo? Gawei muttered in confusion. Jinjin, casting a dubious glance at the unusually fervent In, pondered. Danzo? Isn't he one of the higher-ups in Konoha? What would you, a mere child, have to discuss with him? Jinjin couldn't help but scoff internally. Hondo, since In has returned, you and the others should leave. I have some matters to discuss with In. The third Hokage gestured to Hondo, indicating she should escort the other two from the office. In. Calm down and tell me what's going on, the elder said, trying to soothe the agitated In as he took a seat on a nearby stool. Outside, birds chirped merrily as they soared across the clear sky towards the vast farmlands in front of the village. Lord Hokage. In steadied his breath and gathered his thoughts before continuing. I have some personal matters to inquire about Lord Danzo. But since it involves the interests of certain clans and village secrets, I fear he may not be forthcoming with the truth. Therefore, I wish to request your assistance in uncovering the facts. Naturally, village secrets must not be disclosed indiscriminately. You should understand that. As for the clan interest you mentioned, which clan are you referring to? The elder asked firmly. The Inuzuka. I wish for Lord Danzo to provide the truth regarding the matter involving Inuzuka Q, In declared, resolutely clenching his fists as he sat on the stool. Inuzuka? Is this about the girl who mysteriously vanished years ago? The third Hokage hesitated for a moment before approaching the table to write a few lines. Soon after, a member of the Umbu appeared in the room to receive a letter. Please deliver this to Danzo. He will know what to do, the old man instructed, and the Umbu vanished. Thank you, Lord Hokage, In said, eagerly yet anxiously awaiting a response. After a day of negotiations, In still remained in the dark regarding Hong's final whereabouts. According to Danzo's orders, the corpse had been stolen midway, and the Umbu responsible for the oversight had been executed, a fact In was well aware of. Now, with no sight of the living or the dead, a wave of guilt washed over him. However, he had attained a considerable degree of freedom, aside from the cursed seal upon his tongue. He was permitted to alternate between Root and Team 7. It appeared that Danzo still coveted that power. The third Hokage sighed resignedly as he watched Yin's figure fade into the distance. Beneath the fading light of sunset, In hurried toward the riverbank, seeking solitude away from the bustling crowd. He thought of the cherry blossom forest, but it was too far from here. He longed to retreat to a tranquil place to escape his past troubles. As he meandered along the river's edge, the throng of people gradually thinned. Children were being taken home for dinner, leaving the streets eerily empty. No, apart from In standing there. Only a scruffy blond boy on the opposite bank was absent-mindedly staring at the ground. Following his gaze, In noticed a figure by the riverbank. Sasuke was quietly contemplating the serene river surface. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed Yin's gaze and looked up, only for both to awkwardly avert their eyes. In, too preoccupied to engage with them, continued to wander aimlessly along the sunset-tinted streets, his mind clouded. The gentle breeze tousled his silver hair, which shimmered with a delicate rosy hue in the evening light. In a daze, In unknowingly wandered to the southern part of the village, where the sun had dipped behind the mountains, leaving a layer of dark clouds on the horizon. Am I straying further away? He pondered, glancing around. This seemed to be the residence of the Uchiha clan. How did I end up in this ruin? The slanting rays of sunset cast a dim light, and his increasingly foggy mind began to blur his vision. Shaking his head did little to alleviate the dizziness. Not far off, a black-haired youth spotted Yin's unsteady figure and curiously observed this unexpected visitor. However, as the stumbling In entered the clan's territory, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The boy hurried inside, only to find that Yin's presence had already dissipated. Gone? Sasuke looked around in confusion, feeling a growing unease as he lingered for a moment before departing. What was that woman about, and why did she come to our clan? Sasuke found himself increasingly suspicious of Yin's countenance. Meanwhile, the dazed In unknowingly wandered into the ruins of the Uchiha clan, where faint sounds from a distance began to penetrate his haze. He gently tapped his forehead, regaining a semblance of awareness, and stealthily advanced with heavy steps. Upon rounding the corner, a horrifying scene sent shivers down the spine of the bewildered In, jolting him into alertness as his eyes fixated on the gruesome sight before him. A group of individuals lay motionless in a pool of blood, their garments adorned with the emblem of a folding fan. What could this possibly mean? Ian, perplexed and anxious, scrutinized the bodies strewn about. Why were there so many Uchiha members? Hadn't they already? As he surveyed the surroundings, the familiar architecture and the lingering essence of Konoha surrounded him, yet he questioned the very nature of this place and the identities of those who lay before him. Just as he wrestled with his confusion, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from nearby. Ian dashed forward, and there, before him, appeared a mask he recognized all too well, Uchiha Obito. Ian, in a state of hysteria, was on the verge of rushing forward, only to realize that the other party was preoccupied with extracting the eyes from a corpse lying in a pool of blood, oblivious to Yin's presence. What was happening? A sense of confusion washed over him. Simultaneously, another figure darted past Yin's right side. The ancient white kimono's sleeve swayed, while a heavy cane thudded rhythmically against the blood-soaked ground. This figure hastily bent down to perform the same gruesome task as Ban. It was none other than Lord Danzo. Yin could scarcely believe his eyes, his frantic heart now at a loss for what to do. At his feet lay several male corpses sprawled in disarray. It felt as though he alone was isolated from the world, able to witness everything around him yet unnoticed by it. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "What an opportunity! Act swiftly." Startled by the sudden voice, Yin fell to the ground, bewildered by the circumstances and unaware of who was speaking. The distant figures of Dan and Tuan concealed themselves, while nearby lay the lifeless bodies of the Uchiha clan. Beyond what his eyes perceived, he was utterly ignorant of the unfolding events. Cautiously, he lowered his head to observe the recently deceased Uchiha, surrounded by a trickling stream of blood that quietly flowed at his feet, a foul stench permeating the air. "Who is speaking? Who?" Yin suddenly shouted, yet received no reply. Gazing at the blood-soaked scene before him, an inappropriate and naive thoughts surged within him. He contemplated investigating the truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation. "You are too naive." Just as this thought crossed his mind, a mocking melody echoed from the distant void. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and Yin lost consciousness. At that moment, a man emerged slowly from the wall beside him. Simultaneously, another thought invaded Yin's mind, seizing control of his unconscious body. He surveyed his surroundings and glanced at the grinning man beside him. "Senior, you're in quite a hurry. You can't monopolize the credit." As he spoke, Yin crouched down, deftly digging out 5 pairs of crimson eyes. "Give me 3 pairs. You can keep the other 2, commanded Wu, extending his hand. 3 pairs? Why? Completing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan requires only 2 pairs. There is no need for an extra." Yin retorted sharply. "This is none of your concern. The palace master has her own intentions. If you feel it's unfair, there are still plenty over there." Wu gestured towards 3 bodies in the corner that seemed untouched. "Very well." Yin generously tossed the 6 eyes to Wu, who accepted them and promptly vanished into the wall. "It seems the palace master's intentions are indeed sound. I must prepare myself as well." The consciousness inhabiting Yin's body pondered, resting his chin against the wall beside the 3 corpses. "It appears I must first utilize this fellow's latent abilities." With that thought, Yin bent down to turn over the 3 fallen individuals. "Humph, only 1 pair. What bad luck," he muttered, stepping into the darkness of the wall. "Let us give it a try," a voice murmured, as a dim crimson light began to emanate. Yin stood before the mirror in his bathroom, his blood-red pupils glaring back at him with ferocity. On this tumultuous night, under a sky sparsely lit by the moon, the howling cold wind had gradually weakened, blowing through the brightly lit marketplace towards a towering peak in the distance. "Princess, it's still a bit chilly. You're rather delicate. Please don't stand out here any longer. Come inside." A young girl, with an innocent demeanor, was offering comforting words to the silver-haired maiden. "I am perfectly fine, Ling. It is a rare opportunity to enjoy some solitude at home. I wish to indulge in a bit of unrestrained fun by myself. Besides, it is merely a breath of fresh air outside. It is quite all right," he said, affectionately stroking the girl's head while casting a playful glance at the 2 boys nearby who were engaged in their spirited antics. "Look out," exclaimed one brown-haired boy as he brandished a wooden stick, charging at a slender boy who did not flinch, raising his own makeshift weapon to fend off the fierce assault. "Princess, I have placed the fruits right here for you." A maid set down a large platter of fruit on the stone table in the courtyard before quietly retreating. Nearby, 2 young girls nestled beside her, watching the boys playfully spar with one another. "Yin has been making remarkable progress lately. I have yet to master the perception of chakra, which is quite concerning," murmured the girl with a ponytail, her eyes fixed on the 2 boys. Just then, Another girl chimed in. "Okay, why are you so anxious? Boys naturally excel in this area, yet we might possess our own unique talents. Let us not compare our weaknesses with other strengths." Yes, but I am not Yu Ling. You have already mastered special ninjutsu, while I have yet to grasp the perception of chakra, the girl lamented, casting a dissatisfied glance at the silver-haired maiden. All right, you too. You are driving me to distraction. I cannot even partake in vigorous activities, so please refrain from flaunting your skills in front of me, he sighed, continuing to stroke their heads while beckoning the boys to come over for a break. Feng, Yan, take a rest. I have prepared some fruit at home. Come join me. Oh, dessert. The brown-haired boy dropped his stick and hurried towards the pavilion, while the slender figure behind him leisurely began tidying up the remnants of their play. Hey, Feng, if you don't hurry, I will eat it all, Yan called out, chewing on a banana, his words slightly muffled. Feng, do come over quickly. It won't be too late to clean up afterward, he urged, rising to her feet when suddenly a chill coursed through her, causing her to shiver. Princess. The attentive sparrow swiftly dashed into the room, clutching a heavy cotton coat, and approached her. The two young girls, with eager hands, wrapped the maiden snugly, allowing themselves to exhale in relief. Oh, you needn't be so dramatic. I am well aware of my own body. You should eat something first. I shall return to my room to rest, she declared, rising from her seat. Next to her, the sparrow, swaying her ponytail, stood up as well, saying, Princess, allow me to accompany you back. Meanwhile, the courtyard was left with three little ones indulging in a hearty feast. After a satisfying meal, the trio relaxed and engaged in conversation. Hey, Feng, why did we only play defense earlier? That was hardly entertaining. Next time, we must take it seriously. Only through improvement can we better protect the princess. This is also a promise to our master, the brown-haired boy remarked with pride. The white-haired girl, however, seemed unconvinced, retorting, if Feng were to get serious, would you even survive? Lin, do not underestimate others. Are you not merely relying on your own talents? Yin exclaimed, let me tell you. I cannot stand your arrogance. I will surpass you one day. Lin remained silent, her hands gripping a teacup that still emitted wisps of steam. Hey, Lin. Feng nudged the girl beside him, feeling a sense of unease. The unusually calm girl exuded a dangerous aura, and unbeknownst to them, the once steaming teacup had transformed into a solid block of iced tea. Hey, Lin, calm down. Yin began, feeling increasingly anxious as the atmosphere grew colder. The two boys, unable to suppress their urge to flee, rose from their seats, observing the silent girl who kept her head lowered. The boys felt a chill as gusts of wind surged from the grasses behind her. The girl remained mute, and the trio faced each other, as if bracing for an impending storm, the surrounding silence palpable. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the eerie tranquility of the courtyard. All three instinctively turned towards the direction of the sound. Princess, the white-haired girl, was the first to rush forward, while the two boys hesitated momentarily before seizing their weapons and sprinting towards the source of the commotion. Inside the room, a fragile girl stood protectively in front of the princess, trembling as she gripped a short dagger that clinked ominously. What is this? Little sister, do you wish to play with your brothers? A voice taunted, directed at the timid sparrow. Beside her, he was coughing incessantly, covering her mouth, as several figures wielding long knives loomed before them. Princess, a voice echoed from the doorway, followed by Feng and Yin, who dashed forward, brandishing wooden sticks to shield the lady against the lurking assailants. What? Just a bunch of kids? A voice scoffed. Do not underestimate us. As he spoke, Yin tightened his grip on the wooden staff and charged forward. A brilliant flash of white light sliced through the air, and the long rod before him was abruptly reduced by more than half, while several strands of hair from his forehead were swept away by a gust of wind. A real blade. Both Yin and Feng anxiously focused on the flickering cold glimmers in the darkness. Hey, this mission is merely an assassination. Do not dawdle. Time is of the essence. If the subordinates arrive, it will be troublesome, a deep voice cautioned, and soon, the luminous swords were drawn from their sheaths. Observing the two frightened young men before them, the adversaries grew increasingly audacious as they approached the beautiful lamb. Just as the foremost figure was about to swing his blade at Yi, both Yin and Feng dashed towards the shadowy figure in a frenzy. Run, princess, they shouted, while the frightened Kay mustered her courage and grasped Yi's hand, pulling her toward the door. Inside the room, the two young men were still entangled with their foes. Leave this to us. You go handle the main task, the leader of the group called out to the rear. The sound of splintering wood echoed, and the room was suddenly devoid of many of its former occupants. Troubling. The two young boys turned anxiously, only to find their escape route blocked. Four towering figures surrounded them, their sharp blades descending mercilessly upon the pair. The girls who had dashed out of the room had barely gotten far when several masked warriors wielding long knives surged in from both sides, encircling them. Kay trembled as she shielded E behind her, her breaths growing faint. Princess? Kay glanced back at the weakened girl with concern. Damn it, where are the guards? Oh. Little sister, quite capable indeed. Thinking you can stop us alone? You best be prepared for this. If you intend to stall, you must possess the skill for it. A mocking voice taunted as one of the men swung his long knife horizontally at the two. Kay instinctively stepped in front of E to block the blow. Kay, hurry and escape. E cried out, her voice hoarse, seemingly mocking her own helplessness. The girl steadied her resolve, gripping her short blade as she faced the oncoming enemy. A sudden gust swept through, and the girl vanished from her spot, replaced by a wide-eye sculpture that trapped the adversary's blade. What? Ice? The man exclaimed, startled as he struggled to free his weapon. At that moment, a white-haired girl appeared between them. Little girl, is this your doing? The humiliated warrior angrily brandished his previously frozen right hand towards Ling, demanding her attention. Submit willingly. The soldiers will arrive shortly, and you cannot escape, Ling admonished sternly. Soldiers? The adversaries hesitated for a moment before roaring. Where? Soldiers? Army? Do not bluff. No one will come to save you today. As they spoke, several warriors charged forward. Furious. The girl spat defiantly, her slender fingers clumsily forming a seal. Ninjutsu. White. The young maiden, with her hands spread apart, swiftly grasped the two descending blades. Her hands, enveloped in a white substance, exerted immense force to press the longswords down onto the ground. Success! A voice exclaimed. Behind E, a long knife sliced through the air, instinctively. The girl beside her lunged forward, pushing the dazed E aside. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, and a sharp pain struck as the wounded figure was hurled to the ground, motionless. Blood seeped from a long gash beneath the tattered clothing, staining her fragile form. Kay! E cried out, but around her loomed several menacing faces, each wielding deadly weapons. The girl to her side was similarly preoccupied, ensnared by other foes. Ah, princess! Our first meeting, yet it seems we must bid farewell, proclaimed the masked warrior, raising his long knife to strike at the weakened figure. Wait! A serious alto voice rang out. He fixed her gaze upon the assailant poised to take her life. I have several questions for you, she declared with righteous fervor. Questions? Facing death, and still you wish to entertain me? At that moment, another warrior dashed into the courtyard, dispatching several approaching maidens in the darkened corridor. The sounds of their falls only heightened Yi's fury, conjuring the visage of a woman in her mind, her words echoing in Yi's ears, as if she were reliving the moment. The position you occupy today not only signifies power and rank, but also embodies the essence of the nation. The country of crafts has transformed beyond recognition. Some matters cannot be ignored or evaded, and not all calamities can be escaped. The sovereign is blameless, yet the jewel bears the guilt. Do not challenge human greed with your kindness. Why do you wish to kill me? I am eager to understand. Regardless of who sent you, I seek the reason. Why would you choose to serve him? He suddenly fixed her piercing gaze upon the warrior with the raised blade, her fierce eyes instilling a profound dread, as if penetrating the very soul. What are you doing? Another warrior rushed forward, shouting at his bewildered comrade. The latter, startled back to reality, gazed in fear at the kneeling E, his inner turmoil barely quelled. What was that? Why do I feel as though I have been pierced? It's as if everything about me has been laid bare by that gaze. The subsequent warrior shoved his companion aside, drawing his blade toward the maiden with a grotesque smile. You can blame your fate on being the princess of this country of crafts. With that, he swung the long, sharp blade down, embedding it into the earth, as Ling rolled with E into a corner. The hollow-eyed warrior glanced fearfully at the weakened princess, recognizing her as a wolf in sheep's clothing, a slumbering monster. Overcome by guilt, he stood and fled toward the wall without a backward glance, while the others looked on in confusion. Capture them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the courtyard as a throng of soldiers surged into the annex. The assassins, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly scaled the walls to make their escape. After a brief tumult, tranquility once again enveloped the yard. Wake up, Kay, came Ling's anxious cry, followed by the hurried entrance of an elderly man. Is everything all right, my little princess? He inquired with evident concern. The young girl nodded, indicating that she was unharmed. Yet her gaze fell sorrowfully upon Kay, who lay on the ground, a tumult of inexplicable anger and grief swirling within her heart. Subsequently, the group busied themselves with tidying up the aftermath. Elder Daka accompanied the young one, escorting Yi into the room, while Kay was lifted onto Yi's bed. Ling, with great effort, managed to staunch the bleeding, while Feng and Yin hurried off with several attendants to the marketplace in search of a physician capable of treating external wounds. Your Highness, it would be inappropriate for me to linger in this chamber any longer. I shall take my leave to seek assistance for the young one's condition, the elder proclaimed. He then approached a nearby guard, instructing, You must swiftly inform the Lord and the Prince. They need to return at once. The soldiers in the city are already few in number. Tell them the princess has been attacked. Immediately. Otherwise, given your lord's nature, he will surely delay. Yes, Master Daka. Two soldiers replied respectfully before hastily exiting, mounting their horses and racing in opposite directions. It seemed another storm of bloodshed was about to sweep through the small town. Daka mused with resignation, before returning to the room to scribble fervently on paper. Inside, Yi and Ling anxiously awaited the arrival of the doctor, but as time stretched on, Kay's pallor grew alarmingly pale, and still, there was no sign of help. Kay. Ling choked back tears, feeling helpless as she could do nothing but staunch the bleeding. Sister? You can surely save her, he suddenly exclaimed, noticing a glimmer of light. Her spirits lifted. But how do I find her? I have never sought her out before. What should I do? She lamented while helplessly pounding her legs, her gaze cast downward as crystalline tears cascaded down, soaking her thin nightgown. A few hours earlier, three men aimlessly wandered in a desolate expanse, the rugged rocks strewn across the jagged mountainside, the cool breeze causing their garments to rustle. Hey, Wu. Didn't you say you would take us to meet the palace master? How did we end up in this wretched place? One inquired in a deep voice. But before Wu could respond, a white figure materialized out of thin air, startling the two into retreat. The palace master stood there, impeccably respectful, while the other two remained frozen in astonishment. When did this happen? One man clenched his fists, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he trembled. What abilities do these two possess? The immaculate mask turned toward the pair, causing a wave of tension to wash over them, rendering them momentarily breathless. The two individuals stood breathlessly in place. The one on the left is Zhudan, whose ability lies within the electromagnetic field. He gestured towards the man on his left and explained. Before anyone else could speak, the enigmatic man immediately introduced himself. Greetings, esteemed palace master, I am Zhudan. And this is Wu Feng, whose power is that of wind, the force of the atmosphere, the man with long, dark green hair said, straining to steady his breath while squinting and pointing at a youth beside him. Sister. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing the woman to clench her fists tightly. Well, you should continue to follow Wu for now. He will inform you of any instructions, she said hurriedly before vanishing into the dust-laden wilderness. In the next moment, the woman had already appeared behind the girl. Sister. He could hardly believe her ears, and upon noticing the familiar white dress in front of her, crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. All right, let me examine Kay's injuries, the woman said as she quickly approached the bedside. While Ling looked on joyfully at the expressionless mask, it appears that the weapon was poisoned. It seems ordinary methods will no longer suffice. With that, she straightened Kay's body. The little ones stood quietly nearby, their eyes fixed on the dying Quebec. The woman calmly placed her hand over the wound, and a trickle of purple blood gradually seeped from the injury, drifting into the air drop by drop. This continued for quite some time until, suddenly, Kay coughed violently. The others nearby sighed in relief. The woman handed Ling a vial of medicine, saying, Take one a day. In about 3 days, the toxins in his body should be completely eliminated. The external injuries are nearly healed. Thank you, master. Ling bowed deeply behind her. Then, he turned to the woman, who murmured to her, Sister, do you have time now? Is there something we should discuss outside? As she spoke, she had already pulled Yi into a grove. Why the urgency? And how did Kay sustain such severe injuries? What exactly happened? The woman, striving to suppress the fury within her, posed a question. Although I am not entirely certain at this moment, I can assert that it was someone close to me who perpetrated this act. During the assassination attempt, their words betrayed their awareness of the vulnerability of the defenses at Daming Mansion tonight, as most of the forces were deployed to safeguard my father and brother. The soldiers stationed at the city were few, their numbers dispersed, thus providing an opportunity for their nefarious endeavor. The whereabouts of my father and brother are known only to myself and a handful of my father's trusted aides. It is inconceivable that others could be privy to this information. Therefore, it is plausible that there are spies among them. As she analyzed this, her slender frame felt a chill in the vastness of the forest, causing her to shiver involuntarily. I have long warned you not to challenge the insatiable greed of others with your naivete. Given your status, you would inevitably face such calamity. The current situation, though unfortunate, is a stroke of luck. Those rascals are still lacking in their training, and it seems that you must exercise greater caution from now on. I, too, have been unable to be by your side for your protection lately. The woman spoke, her tone revealing a hint of sorrow. Upon hearing this, he hastily sought to console her. Sister, I understand you have matters to attend to, but I would like to ask for your assistance, if I may. The woman gazed at the earnest young girl before her, unable to discern her intentions. Speak your mind, whatever it is, if it lies within my power. I shall assist you, the woman said, slowly approaching to embrace the still trembling girl. In an instant, warmth surged through ES' body. I wish to learn ninjutsu. I do not want to be a burden to others by relying on their protection. I have promised to take good care of them. Yet if I cannot even protect myself, what right do I have to call you sister? He expressed, her anxiety prompting her to look up, searching the impassive mask of her sister. Very well, once you have fully recovered, I shall teach you. Your immediate priority is to restore your health. Do not let me or anyone else worry about you. Do you understand? The woman comforted the girl in her arms, her own inner turmoil growing increasingly unsettled. Meanwhile, within the chambers, the young ones rejoiced over their companion's narrow escape from death. Elsewhere, the elder Daka set down his quill, tucked a letter into his bosom, and exited the room. Beneath the dim moonlight, the elder hastily donned his hood and slipped out the back door of the mansion. The glimmering golden pendant at his waist shone conspicuously in the night. Navigating through the silent alleys, the elder briskly made his way to a stable. Welcome, the shopkeeper greeted, weariness evident in his voice. Inside, the dim light cast an eerie ambience over the establishment in the dead of night. The night wind howled outside, a chill seeping in through a slightly ajar window, causing the elder to tremble slightly. Shopkeeper, I require the swiftest horse available and sufficient provisions. I must depart immediately. Daka urgently addressed the drowsy innkeeper. The fastest horse. In the stillness of the night, the shopkeeper, with a hint of impatience, expressed his grievances. Furthermore, news has just emerged from the esteemed capital indicating that the city gates are sealed, preventing anyone from entering or exiting freely. It seems impossible for you to venture out now. Do not concern yourself with that, Mr. Daka insisted. Hurry and prepare the horses and provisions for me, swiftly. As he spoke, he retrieved a large denomination coin from his pocket, instantly invigorating the previously listless shopkeeper. Please wait a moment, sir. I shall check the stables to select the finest horse for you. With agile hands, he tucked the coin into his pocket and offered Mr. Daka a steaming cup of tea. Have a sip to warm yourself while I assess the situation, he added before darting into the back room. A glimmer of light flickered through the crack of the door. After a few minutes of waiting, the old man soon heard the sound of hooves approaching. Mr. Daka swiftly made his way to the rear, where the shopkeeper was leading a magnificent brown steed at the stable's entrance. This is the finest horse we have. A true steed of 1,000 miles. You need not worry about its endurance and strength. However, do exercise caution on your night journey. Once you arrive at your destination, should you no longer require it, merely give 3 taps on its hindquarters, and it will find its way back, the shopkeeper explained, handing the reins to the old man. Receiving the reins, Mr. Daka leaped onto the horse's back, a flash of golden light momentarily dazzling the shopkeeper's eyes. The token of passage from the esteemed capital, he remarked. Thank you. With that, the old man urged the horse forward, galloping swiftly towards the city gates. The following morning, Ian, rubbing his heavy eyes, reluctantly rose from his slumber, his mind still buzzing with drowsiness. Hey, Ian, are you awake? Called a girl from outside, followed by another voice tinged with apology. Hey, Gaway. Is it really considerate to wake Ian at such an early hour? Others have their own lives, you know, a boy interjected, attempting to mediate. What are you all doing? Making such a racket this early? Ian grumbled as he opened the door. Outside, 3 youths were playfully tussling, while several familiar faces leaned against the railing nearby. What day is it today? Ian inquired, puzzled by the gathering of his peers at his doorstep. Below, Ian and Wu waved from across the street. Have you heard the news? Recently, our captain has mysteriously vanished, leaving classes 1, 6, 7, and 8 without leadership. We have received no orders, which raises suspicion. Moreover, Class 1 returned 3 or 4 days ago, yet they have not been assigned any tasks, a situation that seems rather illogical. Mayahiko, stroking his chin, analyzed the situation with a serious expression. Beside him, Chiyu, noticing the disheveled silver hair, couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment. Hey, Silver, as a young lady. It's rather impolite to present yourself in such a disarray. Hurry and freshen up. We'll wait for you outside. Go-ai abruptly scolded Silver, pushing her into the room. Hey, isn't it a bit harsh to tease Silver like that? Real whispered after the door closed, leaning closer to Go-ai. The girl shot a displeased glance at Real and then linked her arm with Zero's, resting her shoulder against him as she fell into contemplation. Do you think our teachers have collectively gone missing due to some conspiracy? The day before yesterday, when I asked Lord Hokage, he didn't provide a straightforward answer. Which makes me feel like the entire village is conspiring against us, Chiyu explained, observing the expressions of those around her. Who knows? I've heard that our recent antics have stirred quite a reaction above. Perhaps we've drawn too much attention, prompting them to target us? Gung mused. Squatting on the armrest, lost in thought. Target us? What benefit would that bring? Go-ai retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. That's not how it works. Our cohort has indeed attracted excessive attention, not to mention the 2 goddesses of Class 7 being in the same group. Our attendance rate is on the verge of breaking historical records. Especially Class 1. They seem perpetually busy, while we've recently seen Chiyu and the others idling about. Mayahiko interjected, continuing the conversation. Who is idling about? Shin angrily questioned, clenching his fist behind him. Mayahiko, unyielding, replied, It's true. You claim your class is exceptional with a high attendance rate. Isn't that commendable? Moreover, Class 1 is gaining more trust. I've heard that your recent A-rank missions have become routine. Is that true? Real exclaimed, eliciting disdainful looks from the others. Come on, Real. No need to be so dramatic. Haven't you noticed that our recent mission levels have all been C and B rank? Our class occasionally receives A-rank missions. And it seems the village has a growing trust in our cohort, generally elevating our mission levels as a form of recognition. Mayahiko proudly stood. Just as the door slowly opened, dressed in a gender-neutral jacket paired with fitted trousers that accentuated her leg curves, Silver entered with her long silver ponytail elegantly swept back, her side bangs framing her fair cheeks. Wow, you look different today, Chiyu shyly remarked, gazing at Silver. Ah, Silver casually responded, taking the cue. What were you all discussing? What forms of acknowledgement exist, and who has received such recognition? No, we are discussing the recent increase in the execution rate of everyone's tasks, which has garnered favorable evaluations from the village. Consequently, the difficulty of these tasks has also escalated, reflecting the village's acknowledgement of the capabilities of our group. Yun freed herself from the constraints imposed by Go-ai and explained this to Ian. Oh, by the way, I heard that your class has some significant news. Mayahiko exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Ian, while the others looked on curiously at Jin and Go-ai. What significant news? The 3 of them gazed at Mayahiko in confusion. I've heard that you have been dubbed the Blood Boundary Team, drawing considerable attention from the village, Mayahiko remarked, gesturing towards Ian. Blood Boundary Team? Qianlu seemed to have an epiphany, pointing at Go-ai and Jean, saying, White Eye, Corpse Bone Pulse. And what does that make Ian? Well, you'll have to ask them, Mayahiko said, looking at Jean and the other 2 with an air of mystery. Is Ian also a wielder of the bloodline limit? Downstairs. Ian overheard and rushed into the corridor, inquiring eagerly. Ah, about that. Jean sighed while proudly draping an arm over Ian's shoulder, grinning. Our Ian is a genius, capable of using ice to confront adversaries. Really? Ian's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Jean, seemingly discovering a new realm. Hey, Jean, what are you doing in front of Go-ai? Qianlu suddenly glared at Jean with an intense seriousness. What do you mean? Jean appeared unaware of the implications, looking back at Qianlu in confusion. Remove your hand from Ian's shoulder. Qianlu, seething with anger, swung a fist towards Jean, who reluctantly withdrew a few steps. I apologize. I couldn't help it. Jean glanced at the innocent-looking Ian and felt a twinge of guilt. Recently, this fellow seems to have become increasingly sociable, unlike before when he was entirely indifferent. Yet, the problem lies in that adorable face, which is so charming it could lead one astray. It's no wonder Qianlu is furious. It seems I must be more cautious in the future and not treat Ian too much like a boy, or else the consequences will be dire. What is wrong, Qianlu? Ian looked at Qianlu, who had suddenly erupted, perplexed. Well, our esteemed Qianlu is feeling jealous. You might want to comfort him a bit more, Gawei chimed in with a mischievous grin. Yin could only sigh helplessly. I said, let us not make such jokes in the future. I've already stated that I have no interest in men. I'm not inclined towards that. He declared firmly at Jun. What does inclined towards that mean? Qianlu's expression soured as he questioned Yin, the twitch of his lips drawing the attention of Gang and Wu. Hey, Yin, what do you mean? Mayahiko suddenly shouted in excitement, a look of horror crossing his face as if he had guessed something. Could it be? Suddenly, Zero exclaimed in surprise. Hey, there's no need for such alarm, she remarked. By the way, Zero, I can't believe you didn't notice this. Your powers of observation leave much to be desired. As a girl, your intuition certainly needs some honing. Gawei leaned closer to Zero and whispered in her ear. The others, who had been left in the dark, began to piece together the mystery. One by one, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them, especially Qianlu, who stood frozen, his face pale as if he had been cut off from the world. Who would have thought? Silver, it's no wonder that the real one shifted his focus so swiftly to pursue our esteemed Gawei. Mian began to tease the couple unabashedly. Silver quickly interjected, now that we have no mission, shouldn't we just ask Lord Hokage what we should do? I'm quite concerned about the collective disappearance of our teachers. Surely something significant has occurred. That's a valid point. For teachers vanishing without a trace, there must be something important happening. Let us go ask Lord Hokage and see if there are any tasks to undertake. Lately, my parents have imposed an economic blockade, and I can hardly endure it. Yin complained, lamenting her parents' authoritarian rule. Hey, Qianlu, we're leaving you behind. Gawei shouted from downstairs at the still-dazed Qianlu, who remained fixated on the pale wall. It seems our Qianlu is quite the romantic, infatuated with Silver, Mian inquired seriously, while the others fell into an uncomfortable silence. I suggest we refrain from mentioning this further. Just because you don't care doesn't mean others don't, and the parties involved are still present, Gawei pointed out. Glancing at Wu and Gang nearby, then at Silver's retreating figure, Mian recognized the gravity of the situation and ceased his teasing. Come on, everyone, let's hurry. Or all the missions will be taken, and what's left will be rather dull. Mian awkwardly shifted the topic with a nervous laugh. At that moment, the group was joyfully approaching noon, having spent a delightful morning exchanging whimsical banter. As they casually made their way toward Hokage Rock, they felt none of the earlier urgency. The villagers around them were beginning to prepare lunch, and the restaurants were gradually bustling with activity. In front of a flower shop by the roadside, a charming girl with long hair was skillfully tending to the vibrant flowers displayed on the ground, her cute hairpin glimmering in the sunlight. These flowers are quite beautiful, Zero remarked, admiring the colorful blooms. Little sister, may I ask about this flower? Real approached the girl, initiating a conversation. Meanwhile, Zero mischievously whispered to Gawei, our Real is quite clever. With just a word from me, he rushes to charm her. It seems you two are quite the couple. If you keep talking, I won't pay you any attention. Gawei blushed and playfully pushed Zero away as they both entered the flower shop. The young girl gazed at the retreating figure before casting a glance at Silver, a subtle air of melancholy lingering around him. Could it be that Silver harbors feelings for Gawei? She found herself lost in thought, fixating on his silvery hair. Hey, let us go inside and take a look. Wai exclaimed to her companions, darting into the store. The boys, shaking their heads in resignation, followed suit. While Silver remained silently observing the cluster of purple flowers arranged in the shadowy corner by the entrance. Hey, what do you think of this flower? The girls began their usual shopping banter, while the boys stood idly by, mere decorations amidst the myriad of vibrant potted plants. Little sister, how much are these flowers? Silver suddenly crouched in a corner, his attention fixed on the purple blooms, not bothering to turn his head. They haven't tea blossomed yet, so they might not be very attractive, a young girl explained as she approached Silver. Moreover, this flower is quite challenging to care for. I advise you to consider others. Oh, Silver has a fondness for these purple flowers. They may not be in bloom yet, but they look decent enough. I wonder if they will appear even more beautiful once they flower? Others, drawn by the girl's words, gathered in the cool shadows near the wall by the door. Who is Silver planning to gift flowers to? Mihiko teased curiously, while the others eagerly awaited his response. Hey, no way. You're buying hydrangeas for someone? A girl nearby suddenly shouted, as if she had stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Little sister, is it inappropriate to give these flowers as a gift? Gawei questioned the girl, while Jinjin merely sought to express her own musings. So, Silver, who are you buying flowers for? Have you secretly started dating someone without us knowing? Fool. Can hydrangeas be given as gifts so casually? Silver retorted sternly to Jinjin. Hey, If you're not giving them to anyone, then why buy flowers? And why can't these flowers be gifted? Jinjin and the other boys gazed at him with curiosity. Because of their floral symbolism, they shouldn't be given lightly. The young girl replied, shaking her head in exasperation as she addressed their inquiries. Floral symbolism? Yin curiously gazed at the enchanting flower bud, momentarily entranced. The language of the hydrangea signifies capriciousness, symbolizing unfaithfulness and betrayal in love. I doubt any girl would cherish the treachery of her beloved. Yin, disdainfully observing the boys around, explained, my home lacks floral adornments. Using this to embellish it would be delightful. I adore the beauty of hydrangeas blooming in the rain, and I am quite indifferent to their meaning. Furthermore, the recent weather has not been favorable, making it quite suitable for planting hydrangeas. And that is all there is to it. Yin, like a girl, seems to understand such matters. Jin, slightly regaining her spirits, teased from the side. And Yin retorted without hesitation, fool. Boys should understand these things better to avoid presenting hydrangeas to girls in confusion. Even if they are not rejected, they would likely endure ridicule and lectures. All right, Yin, cease your teasing of Jun. We should first seek out Lord Hokage. Goei hurriedly intervened to alleviate Jun's discomfort. Yin silently picked up the hydrangea and made her way to the counter, while Yin's expression revealed a hint of sorrow. Let us go. Yuhiko nudged the still-dazed Chialu towards the exit. Once outside, a shadow darted by, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, racing towards Hokage Rock. Help? Is that Mr. Daka? Jin and Goei exclaimed in astonishment. Yin quickly placed the flower into Yin's hands, saying, hold this for me. With that, the three swiftly broke away from the group and dashed towards Hokage Rock. After a frantic run, they finally encountered the elderly gentleman at the corridor entrance. Noticing the urgency and seriousness etched upon his face, they refrained from stopping him to inquire about the cause. The trio hastily followed him to the Hokage's office. The elder rudely pushed open the door, and Yin's group stood in astonishment at the unusual demeanor of Mr. Daka. Across from them, the third Hokage stood up with a warm smile. May I ask, sir, what brings you here? The third Hokage inquired calmly, glancing at Mr. Daka and then at Yin's group. You are the Hokage of Konohagakure. I previously sought assistance from Konoha. My last encounter was at the mission assignment office. Mr. Daka struggled to steady his breath as he continued, therefore, I implore you to aid me. This time, you must help me without fail. His words spilled forth. Overwhelmed by anxiety. Mr. Daka, have you encountered some trouble? Jun asked with concern from behind. Only then did Mr. Daka notice Yin's group. Oh, is that you, Brother Jin? And Miss Goei and Miss Yin. What a long time it's been. However, I now have an urgent matter to discuss with you, Lord Hokage. Mr. Daka, please have a seat. The third Hokage interrupted, gesturing towards a chair nearby, indicating for him to sit and share his concerns at a measured pace. The elder complied and sat down, sipping the tea that Goei had offered. After calming his breath, he recounted the recent events in the land of crafts to those present, articulating each detail with precision. Following his narrative, a profound silence enveloped the room. Daka gazed anxiously at the others, a look of uncertainty etched upon his face. After a considerable pause, the third Hokage finally spoke. Mr. Daka, I comprehend your concerns. However, the pressing issue is the protection of the princess. The village is currently facing some challenges, and our elite shinobi have mostly been dispatched. We are ill-equipped to safeguard Her Highness in this S-rank mission. Furthermore, this matter pertains to the future of the land of crafts and the safety of a nation's heir. We cannot hastily agree to this. Allow me some time to contemplate. The third, troubled, lifted his pipe to his lips, and the rising white smoke veiled the sage's troubled expression. Hey, this is an opportunity. Suddenly, Jinji whispered to Goei and Yin, but was promptly met with Goei's disdainful glance. You fool, this mission concerns the fate of our nation. It is not something to be undertaken lightly. A failure could spell disaster for an entire country. Can you shoulder such responsibility? Sighing at Goei's reprimand, the initially enthusiastic Jinji deflated, his spirits dampened. Lord Hokage? Yin interjected. May I inquire why we have not seen Teacher Hondo lately? Moreover, there have been no sightings of the captains from Class 1, Class 6, and Class 8. Is everything all right? You needn't worry about Hondo and the others. They have recently been assigned a critical mission that may take a considerable amount of time. Consequently, your 4 classes will be executing missions independently for the time being. However, everyone has high expectations for you, so do strive to excel, the third Hokage responded, regaining his composure to address Yin's inquiry. Then I propose that our 4 classes undertake this mission together, Ian suggested unexpectedly. Since we lack captains, let us unite our efforts. Even for an S-rank mission, I am confident in our abilities to accomplish it. Moreover, the princess seems to have been a target of repeated assassination attempts. We cannot afford to delay. I believe that by collectively safeguarding the princess, we can alleviate the crisis facing the land of crafts and also enhance our international relations. The third Hokage regarded the group with hesitation, while Mr. Daka cast a wary glance at Ian. Hey, I ask you, Ian, why are you all rushing so? The noise burst into the office, and upon entering, they were immediately subdued by the heavy and oppressive atmosphere within. Qianlu and his companions soon followed him to the doorway. I apologize, Lord Hokage. We merely wish to inquire about the recent circumstances of our teachers. They respectfully bowed to the third Hokage. Ino and the others are currently on a mission and are not in the village, so you need not worry. I have just explained this to Ian and her team as well. Now, there is a matter that requires your decision, the third Hokage said gravely, observing the vibrant group of young men and women before him. Class Hibi, Class Ino, Class Akane, Class Hachi. The princess of the land of crafts is in danger and needs your assistance. However, the mission is arduous, concerning the fate and survival of a nation. And the situation is exceedingly dire. I wonder if you are willing to accept this challenge? The third Hokage stood up, addressing the elite youth seriously. Yes. They all responded in unison. As he gazed at the youthful and spirited faces, a warm current surged within Mr. Daka. On behalf of the princess, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Given the urgency of the situation, may we depart immediately? Mr. Daka looked at everyone joyfully and bowed deeply, his earlier doubts gradually dissipating. Mr. Daka, please rest here for a moment. We will prepare our gear and join you shortly, they said, as they rushed out the door. Pulling Go-Wei along. Once again, I must trouble Miss Ian. I appreciate your assistance. The elder spoke politely, yet Ian shyly smiled and replied, Uncle Daka. I'm a boy, so please refrain from calling me Miss Ian. Just call me Ian. A boy. Mr. Daka was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. I truly did not see that coming. Such a lovely person turns out to be a boy. Your appearance can surely rival that of our princess. Especially, Uncle, let us return and prepare our things first. We can discuss any issues on the way, Ian hastily interjected, steering the conversation away as he made his exit. The others exchanged glances and gradually returned to pack their belongings, leaving the awkward Mr. Daka and the third Hokage alone in the room. I must admit, it is rather surprising that Ian is a boy, especially with that silver hair. You cannot deny, it resembles our princess to a remarkable degree, soft, radiant. And coupled with that refreshing beauty, they truly appear as if they could be sisters, Mr. Daka mused aloud, teasing Ian, while the third Hokage remained silent. His expression serious as he puffed on his pipe. As Ian exited the office, he swiftly navigated through the bustling streets towards home, with Ian nimbly keeping pace beside him. The hydrangea petals in her hands swaying playfully in the breeze. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. Thank you, Ian. Ian smiled brightly as he accepted the flower pot from her. Oh, it's nothing, just a small gesture. The sound of embarrassment made her turn her face away, an inexplicable flutter igniting a blush upon her cheeks. Damn it, what am I afraid of? It was merely that Ian gradually slowed her pace, distancing herself from Silver. Silver glanced back at Ian in confusion. Hey, Ian, aren't you going to prepare your gear? I already have the flowers. You should head back and get ready. We'll meet shortly. With that, Silver quickened her pace towards home. Ian gradually halted, watching the vanishing silhouette with a sorrowful sigh. After a brief journey of several minutes, a group of elites stood ready at the village entrance. Wu leaned against the tall gatepost with a long staff, while Zero and Ian engaged in lively conversation nearby. Go-Wei and her partner nestled close together atop the stone wall at the village entrance. Beside them, Mr. Daka conversed with the couple. The 3 members of Class 8 keenly observed Silver's approaching figure from afar. Whoosh! Our goddess has made her grand entrance. Mayahiko whistled, teasing Silver. But Qianlu beside him lowered his head in greater despondency. Hey! Lu Yun suddenly slapped Mayahiko, casting a glance at Qianlu to indicate he should take note. But the latter was ensnared in a web of endless sorrow. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. It took me a while to find this guy. Silver approached the group with a wry smile, holding a katana with both hands pressed together in apology. Oh, Silver, when did you start using a sword? Go-Wei asked, puzzled. Gazing at the long sword in Silver's hands. Silver raised the weapon, forcing a smile. I'm utterly inept. It's merely for self-defense. As for swordsmanship, I would greatly appreciate your guidance in the future. He lowered his head in polite exchange, while Jinjin suddenly turned red and pouted, muttering, "Let us first see how skilled you really are." With that, Jinjin stepped forward, heading towards the village outskirts. "Hey, don't get jealous." Hylan suddenly linked arms with Gawei, smiling. "Who are you talking about?" Gawei retorted, pouting. "Come on, Qianlu." Mayahiko called out to the still-dazed Qianlu ahead. Thus, the group embarked on their journey, filled with laughter and banter. Along the way, the gentlemen took turns carrying the elderly Mr. Daka swiftly, while the ladies began to survey their surroundings. The significance of Gawei's sharp tongue and Zero's abilities became increasingly apparent. "I say, Silver, are you sure you want to carry out the mission in that outfit?" Mayahiko awkwardly inquired as they traveled. Following his gaze, the radiant figure darted through the dense foliage, causing the group to chuckle awkwardly. At that moment, Qianliu's eyes suddenly sparkled as he watched ahead, the silvery ponytail dancing in the dappled sunlight, weaving an enchanting melody before him. "Hey, Qianlu, what are you doing?" Gawei suddenly asked as Qianlu reached out impulsively, only to find his footing slip and tumble heavily onto the rugged mountain path. The sound of his fall startled the group. "What happened, Qianlu?" Cinny turned back, perplexed, to gaze at Qianlu, who lay on his back with his legs in the air. Meanwhile, Gawei couldn't help but smirk. "Oh dear. What is our young master Qianlu daydreaming about while staring at Silver's silhouette? What are you saying?" Qianlu retorted, leaping up in a huff towards Gawei perched in the tree. "I knew it. Dressing like that is simply an invitation to trouble." Mayahiko murmured beside Wang Yi and Yin. Suddenly, Yin shot a menacing glare at Mayahiko, causing him to tremble. "What is wrong, Yin? Do you dare speak ill of Silver again?" Yin threatened, raising her right hand and mimicking a slashing motion in the air, instantly silencing the overly talkative Mayahiko. "Hey, Qianlu, we need to move swiftly. We can't waste everyone's time," Silver said anxiously. "The princess is fighting alone in enemy territory. The longer we delay, the greater her peril. We must reach the country of craftsmen by nightfall. Everyone, stay alert. I, along with Wu and Mayahiko, will take turns carrying the old gentleman. The rest should conserve their strength for any unforeseen circumstances." "True, everyone is exhausted. Relying solely on the girls in emergencies would be rather unmanly," Wu replied nonchalantly while carrying Uncle Daka. "Why do I have to carry Mayahiko and Cinny? Wang Yi could do it too." Mayahiko protested sulkily. Silver shot him a disdainful look, causing Mayahiko to sheepishly close his mouth. "You're the most talkative. So let Mayahiko take over now." Gang shouted gleefully from the side. "My apologies, everyone. I'm a burden to you all." Uncle Daka, noticing the commotion, expressed his guilt. "Not at all, sir. Escorting you is part of our duty. Moreover, receiving your acknowledgement on our first S-rank mission is our greatest encouragement. There is no burden to speak of. I'm still not tired. Let us hurry." Wu reassured Daka while encouraging the others to quicken their pace. Before long, the sky gradually darkened, and the group pressed on beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, crossing the border into the country of craftsmen. Witnessed by the last rays of twilight. "Let us take a break." Mayahiko gasped, panting. Yin and Luyun also crouched, out of breath, wiping the sweat from their brows. Silver glanced at Wang Yi, Gang, and Ling, who were equally exhausted and hurriedly took a moment to rest. Mr. Daka, Silver, and Jun spoke in unison. The old man, sensing the group's fatigue, replied with remorse, "Let us find a place to rest tonight. We'll continue after we recuperate. The daimyo's estate still has some guards, so it won't be entirely deserted. We mustn't wear ourselves out." With that, Daka dismounted from Wu's back and retrieved some food from Gang's pack. "Let us take a moment to refresh ourselves with some provisions, for we have now entered the realm of the craftsman's nation. It won't be long before we reach the residence of the esteemed lord," the elders said, distributing food among the group. "Thank you." Guvei and Jinjin expressed their gratitude with fervent nods, while Luyun and the others began to set up a makeshift tent nearby. "Let us deliberate on the rotation for tonight's watch," Wu suggested as he munched on his food. With excitement, Jinjin stepped into the clearing and proclaimed, "We have ample personnel, so the ladies may rest first. The duty of keeping watch shall be entrusted to us gentlemen." "Oh, Jinjin, such a true gentleman," Yin exclaimed, giving him a hearty pat on the back. The others laughed lightly, but only Mahiko, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "Ah, ladies always get the best of everything. They are prioritized in good fortune, yet when trouble arises, it is the men who must step forward. Being a man is quite challenging." Then would you care to join our ranks of ladies? Ian teased, casting a sly glance at Mexico, who promptly leaped to avoid her playful jab. A sudden rush of footsteps heralded the return of Gang and Wong, who had gathered a substantial amount of twigs and leaves for fuel. Fire style, great fireball technique. Jinjin swiftly conjured 2 fires, their flickering flames casting a warm glow amidst the dark woods. Ah, now that we have fire, I feel the urge to cook. Eating this dry rations every day is simply unbearable, Ian lamented, eyeing the biscuits in her hand, while Cinny anxiously nudged her shoulder. What is it, Cinny? Ian questioned, perplexed by the boy's gesture. He subtly indicated for her to be more discreet, glancing at Mr. Daka. Realizing her oversight, the girl quickly covered her mouth. As each person busied themselves with their tasks, the previously gallant Jinjin suddenly called out, "Hey, Ian, what's wrong?" He nudged the sleeping Ian, whose faint breath rendered him almost invisible. "Ian, what is going on?" The others approached with concern, awakening to the commotion. Ian opened his eyes and noticed the anxious expressions of his companions. "What's with all the fuss? Why are you all looking at me so nervously?" he murmured, his pallid cheeks appearing even more ghostly in the firelight. With worry, Jinjin reached out, and the moment his hand touched Ian's forehead, he froze at the fiery heat. "You're burning up, and yet you're fine?" Jinjin exclaimed, and without hesitation, he scooped up the lethargic form and made his way towards the tent they had erected. "Wow, Princess Carrie," Mexico instinctively whistled, prompting the distant Ian to hurriedly rummage through their belongings. As soon as Ian lay down, she began organizing her supplies. "I can barely think clearly. Let him rest for a while," sighed Jun in genuine exasperation as he stepped back. Beside him, Gawei held his hand tightly, casting a melancholic glance at the still figure within the tent. Having carried someone so far without fully recovering, everyone assumed he was fine. Alas, now all we can do is pray for Yin's swift recovery. Jun offered a comforting thought to the group. The sudden situation quickly settled down, while Wu and Lu Yun consoled the elderly Mr. Daka. After a night of rest, everyone regained their spirits. Wu had already assisted Uncle Daka in organizing his belongings early in the morning, while the ladies gradually emerged from the tent, ready to depart. Inside a small tent, Ian lay sleeping beside Ian. "Hush," Gawei whispered, raising a finger to her lips as she observed Ian holding Silver's hand tightly, unable to suppress a dry chuckle. "All right, let us call them in a bit," Gawei said, pulling Jun out of the tent. Meanwhile, the others had finished their morning routines and began preparing their packs. After a flurry of activity, Jun approached the tent to awaken the 2 sleeping beauties. "What's wrong?" Ian mumbled sleepily. "We're leaving. Time to set off," Jun called softly. Silver, lying nearby, slightly moved her fingers and opened her eyes. "Good morning, Ian." "Good morning," the girl replied with a grateful smile as she stood up. The others also assisted in tidying up the final remnants, and after a bustling effort, everyone set forth on the road to the Kingdom of Craftsmen. "I truly apologize for yesterday. I didn't realize Miss Silver was unwell and that you had to carry me such a long distance. I feel genuinely remorseful," Uncle Daka expressed with a look of guilt. "I'm fine now. Uncle, you need not worry. We are almost at the Kingdom of Craftsmen. Once we reach the daimyo's residence, you can rest assured, can't you?" Silver reassured the elderly gentleman, and the group unwittingly slowed their pace along the smooth mountain path. "Should we discuss a strategy? When we meet the princess, we ought to have a plan to tell her what we should do. Being adequately prepared will allow us to execute our mission with peace of mind," Mexico suddenly suggested, plunging the group into thoughtful contemplation. "I have an idea. One of us could disguise ourselves as the princess. After all, the enemy's target is her, so if one of us takes her place, we could avoid a lot of trouble," Mexico exclaimed, his mind racing. The others remained silent, while Jun mocked. "I have a plan specifically for dealing with fools." "Who are you calling a fool?" Mexico shot back, glaring at the smug Jun. "I believe Silver disguising herself as the princess would be quite inconspicuous." Mr. Daka interjected suddenly. The group paused in surprise, and Silver looked at the elderly man in confusion. He then elaborated. "Silver resembles our princess in many ways, most notably her long silvery hair and her demeanor. Even without your so-called transformation techniques, simply changing her attire would deceive many. I believe she is the perfect candidate for this task. Oh, our esteemed princess. What do you think?" Ian, upon catching sight of Ian, unexpectedly burst into a smirk, while Ian, feeling awkward, continued on the path. "Are you upset?" Ian muttered to herself, noticing the situation. At that moment, Ling approached and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Do not fret. Everything will fall into place as it should." "Indeed, I hope so," Yin murmured, her expression turning somber. Everyone, be cautious. Wang Yi suddenly shouted. Several shurikens flew out from the trees on either side, and two figures swiftly passed by, effortlessly knocking the hidden arrows down. Qian Lu and Gu Wei observed their surroundings with grave attention. They fled. Qian Lu exclaimed, surveying the area. It seems they do not wish for us to reach the craftsman's kingdom. Exine pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We should hasten our pace. Their actions suggest the princess's situation is increasingly perilous, and they are growing anxious, Qian Lu assessed. Consequently, the group unconsciously quickened their steps, while Wu resumed the task of carrying the elderly Mr. Daka. With urgency in their hearts, they raced toward the craftsman's kingdom. Before noon had even arrived, Mr. Daka recognized the familiar streets in front of the daimyo's residence. On the opposite side of the street, figures in an closely monitored every movement on the thoroughfare. That old fellow has summoned reinforcements. It seems he is preparing for a showdown with us, a baritone voice lamented. What is there to fear? They are merely a bunch of kids, a disorganized mob. A woman leaned against the window ledge, observing Yin and her companions as they entered the daimyo's estate. That lord desires absolute victory, even against mere children. We must remain vigilant. Better safe than sorry, another man cautioned, followed by a brief silence. At another table in the inn, four individuals sat quietly on stools, sipping tea while casually surveying their surroundings, yet their ears were keenly attuned to the happenings around them. Hey, should we take action first? One man whispered seriously. No, we should not involve ourselves in the nation's internal strife. Our objective is the spirit sword. As long as the little princess and that old man are alive, the rest does not concern us. Moreover, this is not our only plan. If the spirit sword eludes us, we still have Lord Qiming as a contingency. There is no need to oppose the nation and tread down a treacherous path, the man calmly explained. The group entering the daimyo's estate surveyed their surroundings with gravity. From the entrance, all stationed and patrolling soldiers were fully armed, their expressions stern as they observed every movement. It seems the situation is grim, Ling whispered to Lu Yun as she glanced around, and the others felt the tension in the air, refraining from speaking out loud. Excuse me, where is Her Highness the Princess? Mr. Daka inquired, stopping a passing guard. The princess? In the present moment, one would likely find themselves within their own chamber, which is now heavily guarded. The soldier, having promptly answered the elder's inquiry, hurriedly joined his fellow patrol members. Oh, we are to meet Her Highness the Princess directly. How exhilarating. I am indeed curious to see what the renowned beauty who can rival the likes of Jin looks like, Mexico exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Beside him, Gowie let out a sudden disdainful hum. No, let us first proceed to the reception area and wait. It would be rather presumptuous to meet the princess without prior announcement. The elder Daka stated decisively, leading the group towards the lounge on the right. At the entrance, red lanterns adorned either side, while the adjacent windows were decorated with auspicious red characters. In this tense and oppressive atmosphere, the festive aura of red lingered within the elegant residence. Once the group was settled in a spacious parlor, Daka excused himself. The estate of the renowned artisan country is indeed impressive. However, it appears that the arrangements suggest a state of readiness, as if for a military encampment. One small princess seems to inspire such jealousy. It seems she is indeed a headstrong princess. Otherwise, why would there be attempts on her life, creating such turmoil within her household? Mexico began to jest about the princess he had yet to meet. Mexico, could you possibly refrain from such remarks? No one here has wronged you. It might be wise to temper your tongue. Our mission is quite formidable, and should anything go awry, it could lead to dire consequences, Chikyu admonished, seizing Mexico's arm in a teachable moment. Oh, Chikyu, you are quite the level-headed one. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he added. Let us maintain our decorum and not embarrass ourselves before the princess. With that, his gaze shifted towards the door just as Elder Daka returned, accompanied by several young ones. Two young boys were playfully racing ahead, while Daka trailed closely beside a young girl. Two younger girls were assisting the frail girl as they entered the parlor, her weakened form swaying slightly with their support. Is this sickly figure truly the princess? The group exchanged awkward, pained smiles. Your Highness, please take a seat and rest, Elder Daka urged, helping the fragile Ida settle onto a nearby chair. You must be the ninjas from Konoha that Grandpa Daka mentioned. I truly appreciate your presence. But my health has not been well. I apologize, she said, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. Your Highness, you are too kind. Our task is to protect you, Zero calmly reassured her. Might I inquire if you have any leads regarding the identity of those seeking to harm you? I suspect it is those old fools within the estate, emboldened by their long-standing association with the daimyo, who have begun to act so brazenly towards the princess. One of the girls beside I said with clenched teeth, only to be met with a serious reprimand from Ling. Silence. However, Princess Ling looked at Yi with a hint of grievance. The crowd exchanged worried glances, their concern for the frail princess evident. Your Highness, since we have a lead, we should take the initiative, I suggested, my gaze steady as I regarded the ailing Yi. I was aware that our plan had commenced, and I required assistance. Yet, aside from them, I truly had no additional allies. As he spoke, she gently stroked the girl's silvery hair, while Ling anxiously raised her head to look at Yi. Sister, what exactly do you intend to do? Ling asked, bewildered by Yi's frailty. A plan? The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the delicate young woman before them. The assassins were sent by someone close to me. I do not intend to conceal this. You will eventually uncover the truth, since it is someone among us. I wish to unmask the mastermind to prevent future harm to others, he stated, her expression turning serious as she fixed her gaze upon Een and the others, her eyes gradually settling on Een. At that moment, the ever-serious Shen unexpectedly inquired, Pray tell, Your Highness, have we met before? Oh, Shen. Why are you trying to build rapport with Her Highness? Gowei interjected with a teasing smirk. Zhen, undeterred, continued to express her thoughts. Your Highness, did you ever visit the village hidden in the leaves? Konoha? He furrowed her brow, searching her memories. Indeed. You were once bullied by local children in a village within the Land of Fire. You were quite young then, crying and distressed until a boy came and rescued you. Zhen excitedly recounted, while Gowei's expression darkened, her icy gaze piercing into Zhen's very core. Oh, you were that child, he exclaimed, as if recalling a significant memory, clapping her hands and looking at Shen, only to subsequently direct her attention back to Een. Hey, what has the deal with Her Highness fixating on us? Een murmured with a hint of annoyance to Ling. You would make a suitable substitute for me, he remarked, her gaze fixed on Een. Meanwhile, Qianlu impatiently interjected. If you need a stand-in, we have plenty of options. Do not underestimate us ninjas. Are you referring to transformation techniques? I doubt their reliability. He replied with a wry smile. If even she can see through your transformations, how can we continue the charade? As she spoke, she began to mock the group, stroking Ling's head. That child. Yahiko glared defiantly at the little girl beside him. Let us see how it goes. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Ling retorted boldly, her fearless demeanor matching Yahiko's. Meanwhile, Wu and Ling hastily attempted to dissuade him, but he paid no heed to their words. After a flurry of commotion, Yahiko initiated a series of tests. However, after several rounds, all his transformations were promptly uncovered by the girl, named Ling. Yahiko stamped his foot in frustration, declaring, This does not count. You must step outside and refrain from peeking. We shall switch participants for the test. I refuse to believe you can discern anything further. Humph. Who is afraid of whom? Rin, unwilling to be outdone, pouted defiantly before being pulled outside by another girl. This time, it was Gowei's turn to transform. But the seemingly flawless plan was soon unraveled by Rin's keen perception. Switching participants does not count. Yahiko found himself increasingly engaged in a contest with the young girl before him. Despite the rotation of 5 or 6 individuals, she saw through each one. Prompting I to smile wryly, it appears that your ninja skills are not as formidable as one might presume. Gowei and the others stood speechless, caught off guard by the unfolding events. Listen, you should spare yourselves the effort. Our esteemed princess is evidently no fool. She fully grasps the essence of a ninja. So I suggest you abandon the transformation tactics, Een remarked, shaking his head in resignation. However, Yahiko remained obstinate, unwilling to yield to the reality before him. When it was Gowei's turn to speak, Yahiko looked at her with eager anticipation, yet she seemed disinterested, closing her eyes in boredom. Give it up, Yahiko. That little girl has spent all her time with the princess. She knows her every mannerism intimately. To deceive an enemy, one must master not only appearance and demeanor, but also breath, gaze, and behavior, something none of us is likely capable of, Een explained, attempting to soothe the rising tension. After a spirited debate, silence fell over the group, each individual furrowing their brows in frustration. The tension in the air even affected Princess Ai, who coughed delicately, drawing attention. Princess, Rin exclaimed, rushing to her side, her fair cheeks etched with worry. The others instinctively exchanged apologetic glances. We apologize, Your Highness, for causing you concern. Rest assured, we shall protect you, They vowed solemnly, nodding in agreement. May I inquire, Your Highness? Een suddenly asked. We noticed the decorations outside. Is there a celebration in the palace? Tomorrow is our princess's birthday. She is eager to unearth the would-be assassin during the banquet, which is why she has been anxiously awaiting your arrival. Unfortunately, the result has been a gathering of ineffectual individuals. It is truly disheartening. Rin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the group. Who are you calling ineffectual? Yahiko stormed forward, glaring intently at Rin, who met his gaze without flinching. Humph. Little girl, Yahiko muttered in irritation, only to quickly silence himself. Ah, I have a solution, Een suddenly exclaimed, pulling the weary princess toward the door. Hey, Een, what are you doing? The companions looked on in confusion at his abrupt action. Your Highness, I have a plan to help you with this issue, but it requires a private space for just the two of us. Allow me to share my strategy, Een began. But before he could finish, Gawai interjected angrily. Hey, Een, what do you intend to do alone with the princess? What do you mean? Qianlu, suddenly aware of her surroundings, felt her cheeks flush. What are you all thinking? This is the renowned Daming Mansion. What can I do? Silver gazed sternly at the two from Hinata and sighed. Let us wait here for a moment. I will confer with Silver on a strategy. I believe he will not pose any threat to me. With that, he led Silver toward her chamber. Wait for me, princess. The little ones rushed out of the room in unison, leaving Qianlu and her companions bewildered in the living room. Silver's charm with women is unparalleled. How is it that he has already caught the attention of Her Highness? And now they have the chance to be alone together. Jinji couldn't help but tease as he watched their retreating figures, only to be met with an unexpected attack from the deadly spiral gun beside him. Ouch! Gaoi, enough. Stop pulling me. I surrender. Jinji pleaded repeatedly. Shortly after, Silver followed Yi into a room, while the little ones were barred from entering. Ling shot a disdainful glare at Silver, an air of hostility palpable between their exchanged glances, making Silver feel somewhat uneasy. Once the door was closed, he regarded Silver with a serious expression. What is your plan? She inquired curiously. Identity swap. Silver replied earnestly. Swap? Just like that? Or is it once again that so-called transformation technique? Are you jesting with me? Yi's displeasure was evident as she fixed her gaze on Silver, her earlier delicate demeanor vanishing, replaced by an authoritative visage. Swap her? Not simple. Silver admired Yi's striking beauty inwardly, then proceeded to clarify her doubts. Rest assured, Your Highness, my technique is generally undetectable. I merely need to study your behavioral patterns and thought processes to navigate daily situations. I believe I can deceive them. As he spoke, Silver began to weave hand seals for the secret technique, Frost Moon Splendor. Gradually, his handsome visage began to transform, and before long, a face identical to Yi's appeared before him. This is, he exclaimed in astonishment, reaching out to touch the familiar face. Silver watched with pride as Yi's excitement unfolded, a strange flutter igniting within him. Your Highness? Silver chuckled awkwardly, and he paused in surprise. I am truly amazed. I can hardly believe this. It's as if you were molded from the same mold, she said, covering her mouth with her hand, overwhelmed with joy. Well, I must take my leave, Silver said as he stepped closer to Yi, startling her into exclaiming, Ah, Your Highness, is something wrong? The voices outside called out in a flurry. But Silver refrained from continuing, which allowed Yi to relax her guard slightly. Nothing. I just saw a mouse scurry past my feet. It's gone now, all is well. Is that so? Sister, if anything arises, do not hesitate to call upon us. Should that scoundrel harbor ill intentions towards you, I shall ensure he meets a fate most dire, I promise. Ling spoke fiercely at the door, causing Een within the room to tremble with a sudden sense of guilt. That little girl, such a heavy aura of menace. Een thought to herself, casting a wry glance towards the entrance. Een, what is your plan? After regaining her composure, he cast a serious gaze upon Een and inquired. To deceive our enemies, we must first deceive our allies. Thus I need to observe your behavioral patterns. Shortly, I shall employ an illusion to delve into your thought space and extract your memories, allowing me to learn your daily mannerisms. This way, it will be challenging for others to discern any inconsistencies. Een replied nonchalantly, provoking a rather awkward smile from Yi. What is the matter? Een asked, puzzled. As she looked at Yi, extracting memories, does that mean I shall have no privacy whatsoever? He averted her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was then that Een realized and hurriedly explained, Fear not, Your Highness. I shall only access the information you willingly share with me. In a moment, all you need to do is recall some everyday experiences and past events. I want to intrude upon your private matters, rest assured. Furthermore, the memory extraction will be mutual. I shall also reveal my memories to you, and you will simply need to impersonate me. Otherwise, the sudden absence of one could draw the enemy's attention. I see. But I fear I may not portray you well, he said, her voice trailing off in disappointment. Worry not. I am quite easy to impersonate, Yin assured her, tightening her grasp on Yi's arms as she drew closer. Without waiting for a response, Yin pressed her slightly warm forehead against Yi's cool brow, a wave of warmth cascading through their minds. How soothing. He felt a sudden relaxation wash over her, her eyes fluttering shut with a hint of drowsiness. At that moment, a frail figure appeared before Yin, frolicking alone in a courtyard. In the distance, a concerned maid observed the solitary girl at play. She is. Do not approach her carelessly. She is naturally frail and sickly, and any negligence on our part could cost us dearly, a faint voice whispered in Yin's ear. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped her, and a familiar scene materialized before her eyes. This is Konoha Village. Yin gasped with astonishment, witnessing a young girl joyfully running across a grassy expanse, reveling in the wonders of nature. Yet, abruptly, several older boys surrounded her, tugging at her silver hair. What is this? White hair. How peculiar. This little girl appears aged beyond her years. One boy continued to bully the frail figure, tightening Yin's chest with an instinctual urge to reach out and rescue her, only to realize a scruffy hand had already seized the girl's arm, fiercely pulling her away from the unruly children, both racing away as if their lives depended on it. That is real. Yin sighed, continuing to observe the memories of the other. At this juncture, he also entered Yin's recollections. Within the depths of a shadowy underground corridor, the frail figure swayed uncertainly in the darkness. Behind her, two members of the Umbu whispered conspiratorially, "Is she the child of that woman? It has been said that she is indeed a formidable individual, having vanquished formidable foes at such a tender age. Her terrifying power is truly chilling. Were it not for Lord Danzo, I fear she would have long since met her end in the wilderness." A figure lies sprawled on a bench, wailing in agony, while two attendants meticulously record the data displayed on the screen. Still no sign of the black flames that Lord Danzo spoke of, one voice remarked. Is it futile once again? Sighed another, shaking her head in resignation. On the bench, a weary body lay upon a chair adorned with intricate patterns, silver tassels casting a glimmer of purity amidst the dim underground realm. Rain, rain. The young boy cried out frantically as he searched for something, muttering fervently. Have you heard? It seems that Her Highness the Princess intends to contest the title of daimyo with Prince Ki, a female voice expressed with a hint of lamentation. Surely not. That frail one dares to challenge Prince Ki? Another woman scoffed, unable to suppress her laughter. Sister, that person was clearly sent by the prince to kill you. Why let her go? A tiger returned to the mountain spells endless troubles. Sister Ling shouted from the side. Enough, Ling. Do not speak of it. The position of daimyo belongs to my brother. I have no intention of contending for it. I do not wish for father to worry about me. This matter must remain a secret. Do you understand? He stated sternly. Thus, the two continued to butt heads, delving into each other's past memories, until the room fell into a profound silence. Outside, the little ones paced anxiously, with Feng and Yin fretfully wandering the courtyard. Their hearts were weeping, unbeknownst to them. They exchanged warm tears as they reflected on each other's histories, until eventually, they opened their eyes and withdrew from each other's embrace. I'm sorry, Silver said, wiping away the tears from his eyes, while he turned away, shaking her head, the faint sound of her sobs lingering in Silver's ears. After a moment of silence, Silver took the initiative to speak. All right, I now understand the general situation. You just need to impersonate me as if I were ill. This should be rather advantageous for you. Indeed, it is quite easy to portray. I never expected you to be so inept, a boy with such a frail constitution. He mocked, wiping the traces of tears from her cheeks. Silver then began to remove his clothing, startling E, who quickly covered her eyes. Fool, go behind the screen, she shouted, darting behind it. Silver, chuckling awkwardly, tossed his clothes over the screen. After a rustling commotion, he emerged clad in a gender-neutral jacket. Hurry up. The clothes are inside, he said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Silver's pale body. With a flushed face, Silver dashed behind the screen. After a flurry of activity, the fresh and refined princess appeared before E. Oh, you are even more enchanting than I. He flattered, approaching Silver's side. At that moment, The little ones outside could no longer contain their impatience and began to shout loudly, "Her Highness the Princess? At the very least, let Ling accompany us inside." As Feng shouted from outside, "Very well, let us seize this opportunity to test your abilities," Silver remarked with sudden seriousness, turning to the girl beside him. "What? Do you look down upon this princess? Just wait." He grinned as she swung open the door, her enchanting smile flitting across her lips as she stepped out with renewed vigor. "Calm down, princess." Yin and Feng stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing figure. "What is it, Feng?" Yin inquired, regarding the little ones before them with a puzzled expression. "By the way, Ling, where are our guests? Is no one there to greet them?" "I'm sorry, sister. I'll be right there." Ling suddenly remembered Qianlu and the others. "Let us go too, Your Highness." Silver coughed lightly and followed closely behind Yi, occasionally brushing his cheeks as if something was bothering him, his silvery hair swaying gently, releasing faint traces of a delicate fragrance. The two hurried towards the living room, one after the other. In the living room, Yin was examining an exquisite blue and white porcelain vase, while Gang languidly leaned against a chair. Watching her play with the vase, "Yin, that vase looks quite valuable. You might want to be careful not to break it and end up selling yourself into servitude to repay the debt," Mihiko quipped from across the room, drawing Yin's attention back to reality. "Calling crow, why do you meddle?" She retorted. "All right, enough bickering. Have you noticed Silver has been gone for quite some time? Do you think that Princess has devoured him?" Qianlu posed the question to the group. Meanwhile, Genji stood up anxiously, suggesting, "Shall we go take a look?" Now. "You too. What could that sickly princess possibly do to our Silver?" Gawei interjected, urging them to remain patient. "No. Did you not see the way that princess looked at Silver? It was rather peculiar," Qianlu insisted. Suddenly, Yin, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. "I shall go see what the princess and Silver are discussing." With that, she stepped forward toward the door as Mihiko coincidentally whistled. "What is it, Miss Yin?" The sudden appearance of Yi startled Yin, causing her to freeze in place, her right foot suspended in midair, yet to touch the ground. The vase in her trembling hands appeared precariously poised. The others politely rose to their feet, directing their gazes towards the princess. "It's nothing," Yin murmured, her fingers dancing around the vase. "We've been waiting here for quite some time, and I must admit, we are a bit bored." Yi's eyes fixated on the vase swaying back and forth in her grasp, and her complexion paled instantly. "Miss Yin, the item you hold is rather valuable. I suggest you." Yi hastily interjected, a surge of indignation momentarily suppressed. Hearing this, Yin promptly returned the vase to its original position, yet continued to murmur defiantly. "It's just a vase. A princess should not be so stingy." Just as Yin was about to respond, Yin beside her quickly came to her aid, saying, "It's merely a vase. If you wish, I can buy you another one later," she said with a warm smile. "Who said anything about you buying it?" Yin's cheeks flushed crimson as her gaze darted nervously around the room, yet she could not muster the courage to meet Yin's eyes. Yin's heart suddenly brightened with a fleeting thought, and he earnestly inquired of Yin, "Pray tell, what do you intend to do with this exquisite vase? Such a precious item is neither safe nor convenient to carry around. Your fondness for it suggests you have some purpose in mind." "Nothing," she nearly replied, but swallowed her words, her innocent expression failing to escape Yin's keen gaze. "Your Highness, I have a humble request. Might you consider gifting me that vase?" Yin suddenly turned to Yi with a serious demeanor. Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, reflecting on the earlier events. With a resigned smile, she acquiesced. "Very well, I shall give it to you. What you choose to do with it thereafter is no longer my concern." With that, she handed the vase to Yin and turned to face the others in silence. However, Ling cast a disapproving glance at Yin, who had passed the vase to Yin. "Yin," Yin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, while Zhen and Gawei exchanged skeptical looks with Yin. The two of them, puzzled, stared at the smiling Yin as he approached the dazed Yin. "Thank you," Yin murmured, and Yin responded with an enigmatic smile. He then moved to Yi's side and suggested, "Let us hear the plans of your highness." "Huh?" Yi was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. Clearing her throat, she began, "Allow me to outline tomorrow's agenda. During the banquet, I will create some distance from the crowd for a while, making that the moment when my defenses are at their weakest. If I were an enemy, that would be the opportune time to strike. Therefore, I kindly ask you all to be prepared to handle any arising situations discreetly. Additionally, I will do my utmost to ensure that your positions are secure to guarantee the safety of the entire banquet venue. Then let us rest and rejuvenate." Yin yawned as he made his way towards the door. The others exchanged glances, and seeing that he had no further remarks, they gradually departed. The silver-haired girl fixated on the retreating figures. Once Ian and his companions had exited, Ling began to grumble. What were they thinking? Enlisting a bunch of children to protect my sister? And that fellow named Ian had the audacity to offend her. Given the chance, I shall certainly teach him a lesson. He shook her head in exasperation. Ling, we should also take our leave. Tomorrow's banquet will not be so easy. Do be cautious and look after yourselves. He led Ling toward the guest house, while in the distance, Xin and the others were being shown to their accommodations. At this moment, only Ian and Zhen remained in the corridor awaiting arrangements. Hey, is something off with you today? He asked, watching the strands of Yin's silver hair gently sway in the moonlight. Before beckoning Ling closer, you go keep an eye on those two. Those two? Ling skeptically glanced over at Zhen and the others, then broke into a grin. No problem, sister. With that, her small figure darted through the low shrubs of the courtyard, heading towards the towering tree beside the guest room. As the night deepened, Zhen pressed on with her inquiries while closing the door. Ian, seemingly unimpressed, cast a glance at Zhen before coughing twice and heading straight towards the bed. Ian? Zhen persistently probed, yet her companion merely evaded the topic, citing fatigue as an excuse. Hey, Ian, have you truly? Zhen approached the bedside to inquire about her earlier question, only to find Ian had already nestled under the covers, silent and at rest. Ian? Zhen felt a wave of confusion wash over her, and soon the rhythmic sound of steady breathing filled her ears. Has she already fallen asleep? As she gazed upon Yin's unguarded sleeping face, a flush crept up Zhen's cheeks. Damn it, that face is just too adorably enchanting. Frustrated, she spun around and returned to her own bed. Outside, Ling was attentively observing their every movement. Sleep well. Zhen, in a fit of exasperation, flopped onto her bed, disdainfully exhaling as she redirected her attention to the outside. Meanwhile, Yi, feeling somewhat anxious, drifted into a peaceful slumber under the watchful care of Quebec. The little girl did not leave after he lay down. Instead, she drowsily leaned against the side. Noticing her unusual demeanor, he expressed her concern. Kay, you should head back now. Let Phone and Yin return to rest as well. Although most tasks tomorrow will be entrusted to the ninjas of Konoha, we must remain vigilant. Yes, sister, I will send them back to rest, Kay replied, standing up in agreement. Es' tone turned serious as she added, you must also return to rest. Hurry along. Kay hesitated, observing Es' mildly irritated expression, and reluctantly responded, yes, before exiting the room. Moments later, the sound of several footsteps reluctantly departing from the doorway reached Yi's ears, allowing her to finally close her eyes in peace. On the morning of the day before the meeting, a festive atmosphere enveloped the entire daimyo's estate. Servants bustled through the corridors, while patrolling guards maintained a serious demeanor, vigilantly watching every movement around them. As Ian and his companions stepped out of the house, they commenced their daily tasks. Good morning. Ian greeted a few individuals as he passed by, while Yahiko, standing nearby, glared at Ian with discontent and muttered, Ah. So enamored with appearances that we have become mere air. A gust of wind swept through, and Jin stared at the slumped figure of Yahiko by the door, a wry smile forming on his lips. Yahiko, teasing Ian so early in the morning, serves you right. Gong chuckled at Yahiko's misfortune. Yet Jun's expression remained grave as he cast a serious glance toward a corner of the room. Has he already left? When? Jun's suspicious gaze lingered on a corner of the red-tiled roof, his serious demeanor scanning the eaves toward the unknown sky. What's wrong, Jun? You look rather glum this morning. It's not like you, Qianlu remarked, noticing Jun's demeanor as he quickly approached his side. What is the matter? Qianlu whispered into Jun's ear. Nothing, he has already gone. Jun replied flatly, his gaze inadvertently flickering toward Ian, who still appeared rather dazed. Are you all right, Ian? You look unwell. Gawei expressed concern as she approached him, diverting the attention of the group. Ian, feeling anxious, hurried to Yin's side, her slender fingers swiftly pressing against his feverish forehead. Honestly, you're still burning up. Go back and rest. She scolded, her eyes fixed on him, though he swayed precariously. Hey, are you okay, Ian? Jin quickly supported the nearly fainting Ian, a strange sensation igniting a sudden heat within him. What is happening? Sensing Yin's faint breaths beside him, Jin hurriedly escorted him back to the room, with Gawei following closely behind. Wasn't he fine yesterday? Why is he like this today? Jin thought, casting a doubtful glance at Ian's retreating figure. Just then, Yi and Ling approached from the corridor of the other courtyard, their pace quickening as they noticed the commotion. Ling, curious, looked at the agitated figures. Sister? What is wrong with Ian? Is he all right? He asked anxiously, while Jean and Gawei exchanged surprised glances before politely nodding. There's no need for Princess to worry. We shall handle Ines matters. Soon, Gawei urged Jun to enter the room. Ling, go find a doctor immediately. Hurry, he shouted urgently, causing Ling to momentarily freeze before rushing out of the courtyard toward the market. A maid followed Yi into the guest room where Yin lay. Gawei and Jun were hurriedly attending to the already unconscious Yin. How is he? He asked anxiously, while behind him, Yin rushed in with a medicine box, flustered. Gawei awkwardly replied, He is fine. But Yin, in her current flurry, couldn't even locate the fever reducer. Move aside. He gently pushed open the door, her keen gaze sweeping over the modest medicine cabinet. In an instant, she retrieved a bottle of white medicine and approached the silver window. With great care, she supported the unconscious Yin, patiently administering the medicine drop by drop into his mouth. The group of Qianlu, who had hurried over, watched in astonishment at the princess's actions. A princess? This realization left them in a state of awkwardness, yet they did not interrupt Yi's endeavors. It was only after she had ensured that Yin was comfortably resting on the bed that she rose to her feet. At that moment, a maid anxiously entered the room. Your Highness, it is time for you to change. Before the banquet, you need to don a new gown for the upcoming Kagura dance. Everyone else is ready, but... The maid's voice trailed off, the last words unspoken out of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yi sighed in sudden realization. I almost forgot. The doctor will be here shortly. You two just take good care of Yin. Leave the guards to the others, he instructed the couple, before swiftly following the maid out of the tense guest room. After several hours of preparation, Yi stood quietly before the mirror, adorned in magnificent attire. A maid deftly applied the final touches to the princess's appearance, though the expressions on everyone's faces appeared somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, in the grand hall ahead, numerous elegantly dressed women were seated, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter echoing throughout the space. I hear this show a princess is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and dance. They say she has reached the age of 14 or 15, the perfect time for marriage. I wonder which nobleman is fortunate enough to win her heart. One noblewoman jested about the absentee. Hey, over here, Gang whispered to Qianlu, as the two hid behind a pillar, away from the main hall. Come on. We could easily move a bit closer or further back. There's no need to hide like this, like a couple of mice. Qianlu complained, but Mihiko chose not to retort. At that moment, Gawei, Ling, and Luyun also arrived at the seats at the upper end of the hall. Is this where the daimyo and the princess will sit? Gawei wondered, gazing at the three low tables before her. Daimyo? Princess? The game of royal power? How will she navigate this perilous game? With a palpable sense of trepidation, Gove's hands began to tremble. Within the confines of the princess's chamber, several handmaidens stood behind Yi, gracefully holding the train of her gown. The silver tassels were meticulously arranged into grand flower buds at the back of her head. As the commencement of the banquet drew near, less than 10 minutes remained, the banquet hall was already teeming with guests. The previously mentioned noblewomen had settled quietly into their seats, while a few portly gentlemen occupied the right side. A handful of younger men eagerly claimed the seats closest to the entrance, their gazes fixated on the three prominent positions at the front. The Konoha group remained poised in their respective spots, their taut nerves vigilantly observing the movements around them. In the aisle, handmaidens busily traversed back and forth, while the guards stood with an air of solemnity at the sides. At the end of the corridor, several handmaidens followed closely behind Yi, their heads bowed. Under the sunlight, the vibrant kimono accentuated the exquisite details, and the colorful cherry blossom petals swayed gracefully with each step, resembling a delicate pink ribbon that danced through the tranquil corridor, adorning the austere mansion with the first blush of early spring. Meanwhile, Rei and her companions found themselves in a state of quiet resignation within Yi's room, prohibited from wandering freely through the estate on this special day. F and N were visibly disgruntled, simmering with pent-up frustration at the table, their feet occasionally tapping beneath it with a soft thudding sound. Meanwhile, Su sat quietly by the window, engrossed in a book, while only Rei gazed wistfully at the bright azure sky outside, her heart tumultuous with unspoken turmoil. Sister. Rei clenched her fists, standing by the window, her unease intensifying as time progressed. She fervently hoped that the Konoha fools were not merely ornamental. Ling anxiously gazed out of the window, while her companion Kei trembled beside her, rubbing her hands together. Ling, please calm down. You've frozen the tea. How can you drink it now? Kei hurriedly reassured the restless Ling, who quickly recognized her predicament and offered an apology. Sigh. Why does the princess not permit us to? She lamented in confusion. Sister has her own reasons. Let us be patient and wait. If any situation arises, it is not too far for us to rush over. As long as the people of Konoha are not incompetent, the princess will be safe, Ling explained, her gaze wavering around the room, emanating an aura of heightened tension. In the banquet hall, a festive atmosphere enveloped the space, with guests engaged in animated conversations. Suddenly, a servant announced, "The Lord is here, Prince Chi has arrived." Following this, a pale-faced man, supported by a maid, ascended to the highest seat, while a young man took his place to the left. "It is my utmost honor to welcome all of you to my daughter's birthday celebration. Without further ado, please take your seats," the Lord graciously invited the attendees, maintaining a composed demeanor as he exchanged obligatory pleasantries. Meanwhile, the young Prince Chi stood protectively in front of his father, deftly navigating the subtle jabs and innuendos from the dignitaries present. "Sigh, this is so boring," Mihiko muttered reluctantly, while Qianlu observed the surroundings with a serious demeanor, his eyes scanning the hall with unwavering vigilance. At that moment, in a guest room, the unconscious Yin began to stir groggily. His companions, Jin and Guwei, joyfully approached him. "Finally awake. You fainted for no reason, causing quite a stir and preventing us from attending the princess's banquet." "Banquet?" Yin mumbled drowsily, then suddenly sprang to life, exclaiming, "The banquet. Oh no, I forgot," he shouted, staggering out of the room. Jun and Guwei stared at each other in confusion for a moment before regaining their composure and rushing after the unsteady Yin. "Slow down, Yin. Why the rush? It's not too late for us to go now," Jin urged, hastening to keep up with Yin. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, after exchanging pleasantries with the Lord, the star of the day made her grand entrance. Dressed in a vibrant kimono adorned with cherry blossoms, she stepped into the venue. Surrounded by a throng of dancers, her enchanting figure captivated attention even among the professional performers. The previously lively hall fell into an odd silence, and after a brief pause, a voice broke the tranquility, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" As the enchanting figure gracefully stepped into the room, the young gentlemen at the entrance rose in unison, their eyes gleaming with admiration for the breathtaking beauty before them. With an air of elegance and allure, one of the youths, captivated by her retreating silhouette, could not help but exclaim, while his companions nodded in agreement. Behind them, Xian cast a disdainful glance at these dandy youths. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn towards that exquisite figure, following her towards the center of the hall. At that moment, Yin and the others hurriedly made their way from the guest rooms, their anxious expressions not going unnoticed. "Father," he paused at the center of the hall to greet the esteemed guests, then turned to address everyone with polite words. "Today is my birthday, and I am grateful to all the uncles and aunts for gracing my celebration with your presence. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks, and for your enjoyment, I have prepared a divine dance." With that, the dancers dispersed, ready to perform. "Slow down, Yin." An incongruous voice abruptly shattered the harmonious atmosphere, as Jun shouted while chasing after Yin into the solemn banquet hall, drawing the attention of the guests to the entrance where two unruly youths stood. "Oh no." A wave of tension swept over Jin and his companions, with Qianlu standing frozen, eyes vacant, while Yin appeared unfazed, quietly observing the princess across the hall. The oppressive air stifled Guwei, who dared not utter a word. In the hall, Yin remained composed, gazing steadily at Yi. "Where did that impudent child come from?" A young man muttered irritably, wearing a look of schadenfreude as he focused on Yin and his companions. The awkward atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire banquet hall, prompting the dignitary in the upper seat to rise solemnly, while Chi swiftly stepped forward. "Oh no, this is a disaster." The hearts of the guests raced with anxiety, yet Yin maintained an air of indifference, fixated on the princess. "Mr. Yin, you are awake," he exclaimed, having rushed to his side, eliciting astonished glances from the onlookers as the two stood in the center of the hall. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, he discreetly signaled them. "Thank you for your concern, Princess. I am feeling much better," Yin stammered in response. At this moment, Chi surveyed the surrounding guests and then glanced at the two figures, taking a deep breath before gradually retreating to his seat. Observing this, Jun and the others also exhaled in relief, releasing the tension that had gripped their hearts. "You may remain here for now." Why, indicating to the three individuals, stood beside the vacant spot at the top, which was her designated place. Before they could utter a word, she gracefully glided to the center of the hall, her elegant steps accompanied by the resonating music. A multitude of beautiful dancers began to twirl in harmony with the melody, and the three swiftly joined her at her side. At that moment, the entire ambience of the space was captivated by the enchanting dance, as the radiant dancers performed breathtaking scenes to the rhythm. Most captivating among them was the silver-haired maiden at the center, whose presence commanded the attention of all in the hall. Every smile and gesture of hers ensnared the gaze of every man present, her alabaster skin shimmering as her flowing sleeves danced, while the wisps of hair framing her face glimmered with vibrant brilliance. With each graceful movement, the hearts of the young men quickened in response. As the enchanting performance continued, the youths found their eyes fixed upon the beauty in the center, some affluent gentlemen rising inappropriately, their expressions filled with longing as they gazed at Y, their eyes brimming with desire and avarice. Following a mesmerizing dance, the dancers gracefully exited the hall, leaving Y alone on the stage, while the gentlemen stood transfixed, their mouths agape. Unbeknownst to them, a maid had approached Y with a jug of wine, fulfilling the host's obligation to the guests. As the princess made her way towards the esteemed seat, a sudden flurry of cold arrows shot through the open door, aimed directly at her. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding situation, a figure emerged, deftly deflecting the unexpected projectiles, quietly averting a crisis, while the side group swiftly darted out to pursue the assailants. "Princess!" Several anxious youths at the entrance called out, their faces etched with worry. Meanwhile, Y remained unfazed, continuing towards her designated place. "Y, are you all right?" the nobleman inquired with concern. The maiden merely smiled reassuringly and shook her head. "I am fine, my lord. With them here, I feel quite secure." She cast a glance at G and Y, noticing that Y was trembling, clutching G's hand, swaying unsteadily behind her. "Hey, Y, are you all right? You're shaking quite a bit," G exclaimed, her voice laced with worry. R swiftly approached, guiding Y to a seat, while Y hastily set down the jug of wine and rushed to Y's side. "Are you unwell?" Y asked, concern etched across her face as her delicate fingers brushed against Y's pale cheek. Still burning with fever, Y murmured, casting a glance of envy at Y, while the other youths glared angrily at the unconscious figure. "Y, are you all right?" Y, in a state of urgency, rushed through the crowd with a damp towel, arriving at Y's side. Y took the towel from Y's hands and placed it gently on Y's forehead, her frail shoulders supporting the weakened head of Y. With a swift exclamation, she finally reacted, glancing at Gaway before handing the silver to her side. "All right, a minor commotion. There's no need for concern. The esteemed members of Konoha have already pursued the assailants. Let us resume the banquet," said E as she took her seat. Gaway and Jin swiftly escorted Ian back to the guest room to rest. A few words eased the tense atmosphere, and he continued to pour wine for those around her, while the maidens attended to the others. The ambience of the venue gradually returned to tranquility, though not far off. She glared with some annoyance at her younger sister, while nearby young men cast envious glances. Thus concluded a delightful, yet nerve-wracking banquet amidst the laughter and fervent gazes of the attendees. The guests were arranged in the parlor to continue the afternoon's entertainment. The elder gentlemen gathered around the daimyo, exchanging polite banter, while the noble women engaged Chi in amiable conversation. A few young men, feeling somewhat neglected, exchanged awkward glances and, in unison, exited the parlor. "I hear the princess is in her room. Shall we pay her a visit?" suggested one voice, prompting several dubious figures to hastily traverse the corridor. At that moment, a striking figure brushed past them, heading towards the guest room. "Hey!" they exclaimed, excitement flickering in their eyes as the girl passed. E, having changed her attire, arrived at the guest room. Yet a perplexing doubt surged within her. Why do I feel this way towards him? At that moment, Chia Lu and his companions quietly kept in company, and Yi's sudden entrance shattered the previous harmony. "Your Highness." The polite Wu at the door bowed, prompting others in the room to stand and regard her. "How is Ian?" Yi inquired with concern upon entering. Gaway awkwardly responded, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. He is much better now and currently asleep." "Is that so?" He hastened to the bedside, sitting at the head of the bed, while Yin's displeased gaze fixed on the abruptly intruding princess, leaving everyone in an awkward stance. He reached out to touch Yin's forehead, confirming his temperature. It seemed he had passed the critical phase, and a smile of relief graced her lips. "Your Highness? What brings you to this place?" Suddenly, a voice from the doorway drew everyone's attention outside, as several young men swaggered in. Yi disdainfully regarded the four spirited young men before retorting, "I came to see my friend. Is that a problem, friend?" The leader scoffed, scrutinizing Yi, who coldly met their gaze. What is wrong with him being my friend? Yi insisted, focused on the unconscious Ian, while those present regarded her actions with mixed emotions. By the way, there is a banquet tonight. It would be wise for everyone to rest a while. Tonight promises to be a splendid evening. I smiled at the four individuals, yet a discordant curve lingered at the corner of my lips. Mr. Daka hurriedly entered, anxiety etched across his face as he inquired, "Are you all right? I heard someone attempted to assassinate you. Were you harmed?" "Grandfather Daka, you worry too much. With the protection of my comrades from Konoha, I am perfectly fine." I swiftly rose to reassure the elder and guided him to a nearby chair. A few young men stood dumbfounded at the doorway. Feeling foolish and frustrated, they angrily waved their sleeves and departed. Those wretched women, what are they so proud of? If it weren't for my father, I wouldn't lower myself to her level. One young man grumbled after leaving the guest room, while the others hastily urged, "Brother Tong, don't be upset. That little girl is merely seeking to provoke you. Why stoop to her level? The economic lifeblood of this craftsmanship nation rests in your family. So why fear a mere girl?" The young man cast a sly glance at his childhood friend, his mood brightening. He declared boastfully, "Indeed. Why should a man of stature bicker with a girl? Soon enough, she'll be begging me on her knees." The men laughed heartily, joining in his mirth. "Littley, do not hold it against your grandfather for being talkative. Your kindness should be bestowed upon those worthy of your concern. As for those who fail to cherish it, do not waste your gentleness on them. Excessive sympathy for your enemies will only harm you and amplify the worries of others." Daka coughed, leaning against the table. I hurried to comfort the elder. "Grandfather, I understand, but your words are not entirely correct." You stubborn girl, why won't you listen?" Daka's coughing intensified. I rose quickly. "All right, grandfather, please do not be angry. I will heed your advice, but I must follow my own path." The elder remained silent, simply gazing at the figure on the bed. The tranquil sound of breathing echoed softly in the room as Ian lay quietly, a corner of her pillow dampened and discolored from moisture. "I shall not intrude any longer, princess. Please take care," Daka advised earnestly. "Is Ian all right?" Daka asked, looking genuinely concerned. Gawei smiled ruefully. "Yin's health has never been robust. I'm afraid she cannot partake in this mission. But rest assured, Grandfather Daka, we will ensure the princess's safety. Have no worries, Uncle Daka. With us around, those people won't dare harm the princess." Mahachi grinned broadly, only to be abruptly pinched on the arm by Zero, causing him to leap in surprise. "What was that for?" Mahachi puzzled, staring at the indifferent girl beside him, her cold gaze sending shivers down his spine. "I apologize." Miyako murmured a few words before falling silent. The old man took his leave, casting a glance at Yi and then at Ian, who lay on the bed, before slowly exiting the room. Outside the door, several figures, breathing quietly, lurked in the shadows of the bright sunlight, observing every movement within the residence. Guests continued to engage in cheerful conversation in the living room, and a harmonious atmosphere enveloped the surroundings of the esteemed lord. However, she appeared somewhat exasperated in dealing with the advances of the noble women. Ling sat on the stone step outside, gazing up at the azure sky. The stillness of the day rendered it slightly stifling. Within a nearby tavern, 3 men sat by the window, intently watching everything occurring at the lord's estate. It seems there are other mice that have infiltrated today's banquet. But for us, this is fortuitous, one burly man muttered to himself, while the others remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts as they focused on the empty space at the eye of the storm. "Ling, we're leaving." He suddenly emerged, calling out to the dazed Ling. The girl sprang to her feet, her eyes alight with excitement. "Sister, where are we going now?" "Don't ask. Just accompany me for a stroll," he replied somewhat absent-mindedly, without turning back as she made her way down the corridor towards the exit. Ling stumbled behind her, while the remaining individuals in the room exchanged hesitant glances at Ian and Yi. "Leave the princess to us," Wu said, leaning against the doorframe, while Zero and Cinny voluntarily followed Wu out. "Sister, we've already left the estate. Isn't this a bit dangerous?" Ling asked uneasily. He continued to stride ahead, seemingly unfazed, while several shadowy presences hovered around them. Ling unconsciously glanced back before quickening her pace to match Yi's. At that moment, Wu and his companions had just reached the entrance. "The princess moves swiftly. One would hardly guess she is unwell," Cinny remarked casually, prompting Zero to ponder seriously. Upon spotting Yi, the group upstairs quickly vacated the dining table. The 4 of them hastily descended the stairs, following after Yi. "Sister, we've come quite a distance. Is this safe?" Ling stammered, and upon seeing Yi's stern expression, She promptly fell silent. The figures trailing behind remained close, while the four descending the stairs kept their distance, observing every movement ahead. What should we do if that girl is unaware of the spirit sword? A young man asked with conviction. He then scoffed with disdain. What is there to fear? The existence of the spirit sword is not a recent revelation. We are merely gathering intelligence and warning that old fool to remember his place. All right. Shui Hu and I will keep an eye on the Lord's estate. This area is entrusted to you, the man instructed before turning back to the tavern, always giving orders. The youth began to voice his discontent, yet his body continued to move forward involuntarily. Throughout one afternoon, Ling followed Yi in the bustling realm of craftsmen, traversing crowded streets, dense woodlands, and desolate, barren canyons. The footprints of the duo marked much of the capital. Yet Yi persisted in her stroll through the market bathed in the crimson hues of sunset, her pace having significantly slowed. Observing the ebb and flow of passers-by, Yi felt an involuntary tightening in her heart as a torrent of thoughts surged, relentlessly assailing her currently bewildered spirit. Are we home, sister? Ling inquired curiously, standing at the threshold and calling out to Yi, who took a moment to snap back to reality and glance at the little one before her. The silver-hued eyes of Ling earnestly fixated on her, and after a brief hesitation, Yi replied, Ling, let us go. The banquet is about to commence. The two swiftly navigated the dim corridor towards the annex, while behind them, Wu and the others stood at the door, exhaling a sigh of relief as the weight on their hearts lifted. Why did the princess wander aimlessly around her own home this entire afternoon? She didn't seem to accomplish anything, wasting precious time, Xian lamented, exhaling heavily as he sat on the threshold. Ling cast an irritated glance at his retreating figure before continuing her way to the annex. Little Yi, do not blame your grandfather for his nagging. Your compassion should be reserved for those who merit your concern. There is no need to extend your kindness to those who do not cherish it. Nor should you shower excessive sympathy upon your enemies, for that will only inflict harm upon yourself and exacerbate the worries of others. Daka coughed as he leaned against the table. Yi, sitting nearby, hurried to comfort the elder. Grandfather, I understand, but you are not entirely correct. You stubborn girl. Why won't you listen? Daka's cough intensified, prompting Yi to rise hurriedly. All right, grandfather, please do not be angry. I shall heed your words, but I must follow my own path. The elder remained silent, merely observing the figure on the bed, where the gentle sound of peaceful breathing faintly echoed within the room. Silver lay quietly on the bed, the corner of her pillow already dampened and discolored by moisture. Then I shall not intrude any longer, princess. Take care. Daka imparted earnestly. Is Silver all right? Daka inquired with genuine concern. Gawei offered a wry smile. Silver's health has never been robust. It is likely she will not be able to participate in this mission. However, rest assured, Grandfather Daka, we will ensure the princess's safety. Do not worry. With us here, those individuals shall not harm the princess in the slightest. Mayahiko grinned broadly. Suddenly, Ling sharply tugged at his arm, causing him to yelp in surprise. What was that for? He exclaimed, perplexed as he turned to the young girl beside him, whose icy glare sent chills down his spine, making him break into a cold sweat. I apologize. Miyako murmured a few words before falling silent. The old man took his leave, casting a glance at Yi and then at Ian, who lay upon the bed, before slowly exiting the room. Outside the door, several figures, their breaths hushed, lurked in the shadows of the bright sunshine, observing the movements of everyone within the estate. The guests continued to engage in cheerful conversation in the drawing room, the harmonious atmosphere enveloping the prominent family, while Chi appeared somewhat exasperated in dealing with the advances of the noble women. Ling sat on the stone ledge outside, gazing up at the azure sky. The windless day felt rather stifling. Within a nearby tavern, 3 men sat at a table by the window, intently watching the happenings at the estate. Oh, it seems there are other rats infiltrating today's banquet, one burly man mused aloud, while the others remained silent. Their eyes fixed on the vacant space at the storm's center, each lost in their own thoughts. Ling, we're leaving, he suddenly called out, breaking Ling's reverie. The girl joyfully sprang to her feet. Sister, where are we going now? Don't ask, just accompany me for a stroll, he replied absently, not looking back as she passed through the corridor toward the door, with Ling stumbling along behind her. The remaining individuals inside exchanged hesitant glances at Ian and Yi. Leave the princess to us, Wu said, leaning against the doorframe, while Ling and Xian volunteered to follow him outside. Sister? We've already left the estate. Isn't this a bit dangerous? Ling asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. He continued to walk briskly ahead, several ominous presences lingering around them. Ling instinctively glanced back but quickly resumed following Yi, just as Wu and his companions arrived at the entrance. The princess walks quite swiftly. One would hardly guess she is unwell, Xi and Yi remarked casually, prompting Ling to ponder seriously. The group on the upper floor, having spotted Yi, swiftly abandoned their meal and hurried downstairs to follow her. Sister, we've come quite far. Is this really safe? Ling stammered, glancing at Yi's serious demeanor, which prompted her to close her mouth. The figures behind them continued to trail closely, while the four who had rushed down the stairs followed at a distance, keenly observing every movement ahead. What should we do if that girl is unaware of the spirit sword? A young man asked earnestly. He then scoffed. What are we afraid of? The existence of the spirit sword is not a recent revelation. We are merely gathering information and reminding the old fool not to forget his circumstances. All right, Water Tiger, and I will keep watch over the estate. This task is entrusted to you, the man instructed before turning back to the tavern, always ordering people around. The youth began to voice his discontent, yet his body continued to move forward involuntarily. For an entire afternoon, Ling followed Yi through the bustling streets of the artisan district, where the vibrant thoroughfares, dense woods, and desolate canyons left the footprints of their passage imprinted across much of the capital. However, Yi remained steadfast in her journey through the sunset-drenched market, her pace having noticeably slowed. Observing the throng of passers-by, an inexplicable tension gripped Yi's heart, as a torrent of thoughts surged forth, relentlessly assailing her momentarily bewildered spirit. Sister, have we arrived home? Ling inquired curiously from the doorway, prompting Yi to snap back to reality after a prolonged silence. She glanced at the small figure before her, whose silver eyes gazed earnestly into her own. After a brief hesitation, she replied, Ling, let us go. The banquet is about to commence. The two swiftly traversed the dim corridor towards the annex, while behind them, Wu and the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief at the entrance. What was the princess doing wandering about her own home all afternoon? She didn't seem to accomplish anything, just wasting precious time, Xian muttered, breathlessly seated on the threshold. Ling shot him an irritated glance before continuing towards the annex. Upon entering her room, he was startled to find the frail figure of Yin before her. Yin, what are you doing here alone? Aren't you still recovering? He asked with concern, while Ling curiously observed the princess's actions. I have something to discuss with you. Yin coughed twice, fixing her gaze on Yi. After a moment's hesitation, Yi led Yin into the room. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, she turned back to Ling, advising, Please keep an eye on the surroundings of the courtyard. It seems a mouse has slipped in, and we must be vigilant. A mouse? Ling stared in confusion at the retreating figure, lost in thought, as the door gradually closed. At the banquet hall, he asked, What on earth happened today? Why did someone come after me, especially in front of so many people? Her tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, while Yin stood silently beside her, offering no response. You know the intentions and origins of those individuals, don't you? Even those who merely stood by would feel some trepidation in such a scenario, yet you remained remarkably composed. It seems you have some insight into this matter. So, I must ask, who are these people that would resort to such ruthless actions against you? The youth's serious gaze met hers, their bright eyes reflecting a shared understanding. Afterward, the room fell into a profound silence. Mr. Daka's words must pertain to your family, correct? A game of power? The youth inquired, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. At that moment, the young woman fixated on the teacup before her, remaining uncharacteristically silent. As the previously oppressive atmosphere inexplicably dissipated, Do you have siblings? She suddenly posed, her question catching him off guard. Have you ever experienced an assassination attempt from someone so close to you? Living in constant fear yet feigning indifference, unable even to confide in anyone about the matter. Not even one's own parents. As the girl divulged her inner turmoil, the boy could only silently gaze at the cup before him, his frail hands trembling as they peered through the glass. I am an orphan, since the departure of the one who once cared for me most. I have been bereft of kin. The village is my home, and friends are akin to family. Thus I am acutely aware of the anguish that accompanies betrayal. Yet, I must inquire, why do you refuse to accept your father's proposal? With your abilities and reputation, establishing yourself here is not an unattainable dream. However, the boy paused, earnestly fixating on the girl before him. Perhaps, as my sister said, I am too cowardly, extending tolerance to everyone and everything. Yet, I remain at a loss as to how to act without causing harm to my loved ones. To survive in this world, This burdens them, too. With that, the girl let out a resigned sigh, her face betraying a sense of guilt. Sister, you say? The boy murmured to himself, and once again, silence enveloped them. Your Highness, the banquet is about to commence. The prince requests your presence, as the guests have awaited your arrival. A maid's voice pierced the tranquil silence at the door. I came back to my senses, rising to see the slumbering figure before me, and could not help but smile wryly. Awake. It's time for dinner, I called out, nudging Silver's shoulder, who groggily lifted her disheveled hair, taking a few moments before she finally focused on my face and awkwardly smiled. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. All right, the final dinner has arrived. This act must come to a close. You must gather your spirits, I reminded her, inhaling deeply. She merely smiled faintly and followed me out the door. Two dazzling meteors swiftly traversed the dim corridor, arriving at the banquet hall, where the faint candlelight adorned the ancient space. Inside, the dancers had already commenced their splendid performance, and the guests were eagerly watching the magnificent figures at the center of the hall. Her Highness has arrived, with the maid's announcement. All eyes turned to the dimly lit entrance, where two graceful silhouettes entered the hall one after the other. Real and Exion hurriedly approached to inquire about Silver's condition, while I made my way directly to my seat, with the maid dutifully trailing close behind. That brat. A finely dressed young man with dark hair glared at Silver as she entered. The other young man beside him, puzzled, asked, What's wrong, Brother Tom? Nothing. Tong Yachin suppressed his inner fury and quietly took his seat. I hastened to my place, looking at Chi with confusion, and asked, Brother, where's father? Chiku smiled apologetically at the gathered guests, bowing his head slightly. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. My father has not been well lately and is unable to join us for tonight's revelry. I hope you will understand. Not at all. It is indeed an honor for us to be invited to the princess's birthday banquet. We are well aware of your father's condition and hope for his swift recovery. A burly man responded amiably. Chiku merely smiled faintly. Please, continue enjoying yourselves. I am truly grateful for your concern regarding my father. Nevertheless, we must indulge in the festivities. Allow me to raise a toast to all the esteemed uncles and aunts present. With that, he stood and lifted her wine glass, partially concealing it with her sleeve as she downed the contents in one swift motion. The crystalline wine flowed from her slightly parted ruby lips, igniting a wave of warmth in the hearts of the young men present. The princess certainly has a remarkable capacity for drink, exclaimed Tong Yachin, standing up and clapping his hands, his companions quickly joining in to create a lively atmosphere. He cast a disdainful glance toward the entrance, as if nothing had transpired, and continued to pour wine for the elders beside her. The few young scions left behind had no choice but to set down their cups, awkwardly returning to their seats, while Tong Yachin shot a bewildered glare at Ian and his companions across the room. Ian, how are you feeling now? Has your condition improved? A few individuals chattered animatedly around Ian, who stood in a corner, his expression serious as he surveyed the hall, vigilant and alert. I'm perfectly fine now. There is no need for concern. Let us all enjoy tonight's banquet. It's a rare opportunity to celebrate the princess's birthday, so let us make the most of it. Ian said with a forced smile, though the pallor of his complexion belied any semblance of tranquility. All right, everyone, please take your places. The banquet is a prime opportunity for enjoyment, a voice reminded. Ian, allow me to attend to you, said a young woman, approaching Ian to offer her support. With a mischievous grin, Mihiko whistled and sauntered away, while Goei and Jun also awkwardly moved to Yi's side. Wu and Exion exchanged bitter smiles as they headed toward the door, leaving Qian Lu rooted to his spot. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, the guests continued to indulge in rare freedom. After several rounds of drinks, a short-haired youth at the entrance began to tease Yi without restraint. Today is the princess's birthday. Allow me to propose a toast to you, he declared, wobbling slightly as he lifted his glass and made his way to the center of the hall. Weaving past the enchanting dancers, he stood before Yi's table, his gaze fixated hungrily on her striking visage, while Yin's silver eyes remained coolly fixed on the distasteful face before him. A peculiar smile played on Yi's lips. Thank you, Yi replied, raising her glass in return. The other young men, seeing this, were eager to join in, while Jin and Goei maintained a vigilant demeanor, scanning their surroundings. Come, join me for a drink. Suddenly, he shouted at the two individuals, leaving everyone else momentarily stunned in their tracks. The two stood awkwardly at a loss for words. They are hired bodyguards. If anything were to happen to you, they could not bear the consequences. Drinking can lead to trouble, so please do not press them, Jian, standing nearby, warned her seriously. Jin quickly intervened, saying, Indeed, Your Highness, the mission is of utmost importance, and we are still minors. Perhaps it would be best to forego the alcohol. Jun offered a wry smile and glanced at Gui, as the two harmoniously comforted the princess, which rendered Yi hesitant to say more. Within the grand estate during the late hours of the night, cheerful conversations filled the air, accompanied by melodious songs. And the harmonious sounds of strings and flutes created a lively atmosphere. The gathering, celebrating the princess's birthday, served as a means for various factions to forge connections. Although the land of artisans was a small nation, a modest craftsman village within it held a critical grip on the military supplies of the 5 great nations, making it a coveted prize for many. Outside, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars in the vast sky. The profound darkness established a natural barrier for the clandestine figures roaming in the shadows, as faint silhouettes occasionally flitted past the weathered walls of the courtyard. Slipping toward a secluded area, the patrolling guards, weary, began to yawn, some leaning against nearby pillars or walls, dozing off. Hey, stay awake. We cannot afford any mistakes tonight. A guard shouted to his companion, rousing him from slumber. The latter, bleary-eyed, surveyed the dim courtyard, his mind still buzzing. Hey, boss. What do you think those fellows are up to? They've mobilized such a force to assassinate a mere girl, and I've heard they strike lethally. What if that girl gets caught up in our affairs? The youth inquired anxiously. The silent figure beside him remained still atop the quiet rooftop, the cool night breeze carrying a hint of chill as it danced through the tranquil streets. Rest assured, the little ones from Mai are not to be underestimated. We merely await the opportunity to reap the benefits, the man mused, leaping down from the eaves and heading toward the rear entrance of the estate. After a hearty meal, the guests within the hall began to grow lax. Qi and the wealthy merchants engaged in more familiar conversation, moving to a side chamber for in-depth discussions, while a group of young people stood outside, helplessly watching the rather dull dance performance. Brother Tong, what do you think of Prince Qi? A young companion of Tong Yichen remarked, glancing at the side chamber. Tong Yichen raised his hand to signal him to be quiet, then approached Yi as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Gui and her companions were engaged in lively conversation with her. Your Highness, I believe. Tong Yichen eagerly approached Yi, who felt somewhat uneasy and glanced at him. Before he could finish his thought, the hall suddenly brightened, and a flurry of vibrant snowflakes began to cascade around them, accompanied by a subtle chill rising from the ground. This is an illusion. The reality of the situation quickly dawned upon Zhen Shi, who promptly prepared to confront the impending threat. Qian Lu and Yin rushed towards the door with great haste. In an instant, the silhouettes of the two vanished amidst the vast expanse of white snow. Meanwhile, Zhen Shi and Tong Yichen found themselves amidst a landscape of pristine, snow-covered mountains. As they gazed upon the wintry scene before them, Tong Yichen felt a surge of panic, his fingers trembling slightly. Beside him, however, his small companion was so frightened that he sank to the ground. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned to day? And where on earth are we? Just moments ago, we were watching a dance, and now it is all white. The young man sat bewildered on the ground, while Tong Yichen maintained a semblance of composure, standing still and surveying the surroundings. Do not fear, princess, regardless of the specters that may arise. With me by your side, they shall not harm you in the slightest, Tong Yichen proclaimed confidently. Yet, Zhen Shi and Gui were on high alert, attentively observing their surroundings. Your Highness, might I trouble you to look after Yin? Gui raised her gaze to Yi, noting that Yin's breathing was still faint. Yi, glancing at Yin, immediately took hold of him and attempted to flee towards the rear. However, the blinding whiteness rendered her incapable of discerning direction, hesitating in her heart. Her feet had already moved forward, but after just a few steps, both were tripped and fell to the ground, experiencing the soft touch of snow and the biting cold. What on earth is happening? He wondered as she scrambled to her feet. Tong Yichen swiftly lifted Yin and hurried forward. Princess, are you all right? We must hurry, he said, while assisting a maid in supporting Yin. A faint, lingering fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing him to pause momentarily. Isn't this individual supposed to be male? This scent does not seem to belong to a maid, he mused, but after a brief moment of contemplation, the trio pressed on, although Yi's unease deepened. Her senses felt disoriented, yet the landscape remained unchanged. The earlier fall must have been at the threshold. It was uncertain whether they were inside or outside the dwelling. The young man pondered, while Tong Yichen's attention was distractedly drawn to Yin. Gui swiftly directed Zhen Shi to manage their immediate circumstances. though endowed with the Byakugan. Gilwei could only perceive the enemy's presence at the moment of attack due to the adversary's techniques. Regrettably, a task that was once manageable alone now necessitated the cooperation of two. "Ian, are you all right?" He inquired with concern as she approached him, her mind swirling with questions. Why was all hostility directed towards them? Among so many nobility present, if it were a struggle for power, it would not be so quiet. If there were plans for rebellion, the other occupants of the manor would also be aware. Yet, the current atmosphere suggested a singular target. What could possibly be happening? "Your Highness, why have we stopped? I must hasten to leave this place." Tong Yechen shouted anxiously ahead, while his small companion panted heavily, leaning on his knees. "Damn it! How did it suddenly come to this? I thought tonight would offer some delightful entertainment, yet here we are, wandering aimlessly in this wretched place. It's infuriating. Had I known, I might as well have stayed home to play games." Listening to his complaints, Tong Yechen coughed in irritation, startling him into silence. Meanwhile, he stood frozen as if awakening from a dream, her silver eyes gazing at the desolate earth, yet her heart was burdened with an indescribable sorrow. "A game? Is that the simple reason for this?" he murmured anxiously, her lips moving restlessly. Silver's eyes brightened with melancholy as he looked at E, seemingly wishing to offer her comfort and discourage her from excessive sorrow. "Silver, please take the princess and the others away quickly. This is within your capability, I assent it," he instructed, grappling with the hidden foes around them. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Silver rushed to ES side as Tong Yechen supported him. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Silver inquired with genuine concern. Tong Yechen also cast a worried glance her way, while the small companion intended to interject but was silenced by a sudden, violent noise. The ground trembled as if the mountains themselves were collapsing, and the once pristine, white world began to disintegrate. In the distance, a boulder gradually morphed into a pillar, while the snow beneath their feet melted away, revealing ancient tiles. The once radiant white realm was slowly engulfed by encroaching darkness, losing its sacred glow. "What is happening?" Tong Yechen exclaimed in astonishment at the stark contrast of black and white. A gust of wind swept by, and 3 azure dragons tightly bound E, yanking her abruptly from the room. Outside, the white scenery continued to fade, dissipating within the visible range, as the grand estate gradually reclaimed its former essence. "Your Highness," Tong Yechen shouted anxiously, but he stared in sheer terror at the transforming landscape behind them, her expression one of utter disbelief. "It's him." The youth caught sight of the fleeting visage amidst the peculiar scenery, his doubts suddenly clarified, yet the ensuing worry deepened his unease. What will happen next? "I can aid her for a moment, but not for a lifetime." "Your Highness," the others exclaimed, realizing ES distress. On a distant rooftop, 4 figures watched the chaos below with an air of nonchalance. "We've succeeded. It's time to retreat." The youth triumphantly hoisted the approaching figure onto his shoulder, and the other 3 glanced at the situation in the courtyard before vanishing one by one. The remaining individuals momentarily stood stunned, yet soon regained their composure to confront the enemy's assault. Outside, Yin and Qianlu were still entangled with a multitude of assassins in a corner of the courtyard. At this moment, only Mayahiko and Lu Yun's group skillfully countered the attack from the sidelines. "Mayahiko, the princess is entrusted to you," Qianlu shouted loudly, immediately dashing towards their vicinity to divert the enemy's attention, allowing the 3 to leap over the enclosing walls. At that moment, the abducted princess lay in a daze upon the shoulder of a young man, as their group swiftly traversed the dark, silent streets towards a towering mountain. "What if this girl is unaware of the secret of the spirit sword? What then?" questioned a female voice with a mezzo-soprano tone, to which another male voice sighed in resignation. "The North Star Sky Wolf Blade is our last hope. Isn't it Lord Chiming in the end?" The young man suddenly found himself straining and slowed his pace, prompting his companions to halt as well. "What's wrong?" The woman glanced at him with an air of arrogance. "My chakra has been excessively depleted," he gritted out, word by word. The others stood in silence, a burly man taking the unconscious princess from the young man's grasp. "The spirit sword is ours to obtain, otherwise, the prolonged use of this incomplete ninja tool will severely deplete our vitality. The rate at which chakra is consumed is beyond human control," he stated while shouldering the princess. "I've heard rumors of the Sky Wolf Blade near the land of waterfalls. In a few days, we can inquire there. Who knows if this information is true?" The woman scoffed, spitting contemptuously. "What is the spirit sword? What is the North Star Sky Wolf Blade?" A voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the 4. The young man retorted irritably. The North Star Sky Wolf Blade is the spirit sword. You fool. Who goes there? The man carrying the unconscious girl scanned the pitch-black surroundings, yet found no trace of anyone. The four remained tense, their gaze fixed on the silent grass, an inexplicable fear welling up within them. After a moment of stillness, the only sound was the rustling of the night breeze through the treetops. Even their breaths seemed to fade into the background. Counterattack. Water Tiger. Get away from that woman. Drop the princess on your shoulder. The long-haired man suddenly shouted at the giant. Before he could react, a white object unfurled from behind him, enveloping him like a wall. What? The other three stared in astonishment at the ice sculpture before them, a round hemisphere swiftly encasing the bulky figure, his breath weakening significantly. At that moment, a lithe silhouette emerged slowly from behind the ice orb. The girl gazed triumphantly at the three before her, a devilish grin unsettlingly plastered across her fair cheeks. Princess? Who exactly are you? The woman demanded sharply. Why don't you take a guess? The girl replied with a sly smile, fixing her gaze on the three. You're that girl from Konoha. The leading man exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, while the other two cautiously gripped their sword hilts, directing their attention towards her. It seems you are not in league with them, which has left me empty-handed. However, from what I gathered from Mr. Daka last time, the spirit sword must be an extraordinary weapon. The North Star Sky Wolf Blade? It seems there are many matters to consult with Grandpa Daka. As she spoke, the figure of the girl gradually twisted and dissipated, her voice fading away. Did she escape? The boy muttered irritably while the others exchanged glances of confusion. Nearby, a massive ice ball erupted with a thunderous crash, and a hulking figure emerged from the shattered ice. Realizing that the princess had been abducted, Mihiko and his companions hurriedly split up and raced towards the direction where she had vanished. However, as soon as they exited the courtyard walls, a swarm of shadows surrounded them. With no choice but to fight back, Mihiko and the others braced themselves for confrontation. Within the courtyard, the shattered illusion restored the backyard to its former state, revealing a multitude of lurking assassins and warriors clad in dark garb, concealed in the shadows. Lanterns that had been knocked down ignited the nearby grass, illuminating the courtyard. Cursed be the enemy. They grumbled in frustration, as they too retaliated with a flurry of strikes. In an instant, the clang of blades and the clash of weapons echoed throughout the courtyard. Bagua Kongzong. Qianlu executed a backflip to evade an attack from behind, successfully toppling the assailant who had aimed for Een. What is this? Een, supported by a maid, gazed in terror at the fallen figure behind him. A sense of unease enveloping his mind as a cacophony of chaos thundered in his ears. This time we have failed. What will happen next? He worriedly glanced at the unconscious form beside him. In the distance, faint cries grew ever nearer. The wind, along with a few small companions, disregarded Yi's orders and dashed out of the house. The samurai at the entrance were swiftly turned into ice sculptures by Ling, standing sentry at the door. Yin and Feng picked up the fallen swords of the samurai, exchanging serious glances. For the princess. The two boys shared a brief moment of understanding before following the girl towards the living room. Along the way, shadows emerging from the dark were swiftly dispatched by the boys, collapsing into pools of blood on the ground. Ahead, the girl coldly and swiftly sprinted towards the living room, leaving a trail of pristine white in her wake, a chilling aura gradually encroaching upon the now fiery courtyard. The princess had been abducted, yet they remained remarkably composed. Why? At that moment, did her expression reflect such astonishment, not fear? A ninja clad in black stealthily lurked in the nearby shrubbery, observing everything within the courtyard. After a considerable time, a thought flashed through his mind. So it was you. Suddenly, his vision sharpened as several shurikens swiftly encircled and flew towards the dazed Een. Een, what are you daydreaming about? Reel called out urgently from nearby, snapping Een back to reality just as the attack was upon him. In a corner of the courtyard, a swarm of dark objects surged toward Yin's back, enveloping him in an overwhelming black net, isolating him from the world. Saved, Gowei exclaimed in astonishment, as the enemy altered their strategy and momentarily eased their onslaught. That little girl from Konoha is the princess. They have exchanged identities. Capture her. The earlier assailant shouted. And in an instant, multiple groups of shadows surged from outside the lord's estate, racing toward the courtyard. This is bad. The princess is in danger. The trio quickened their pace, swiftly incapacitating the foes they encountered along their path. Surely this is a deception. There are so many of them. And Silver is Her Highness the Princess. What shall we do? The crowd cast anxious glances at the ominous shadow in the center, while the assassins surrounding it grinned wickedly, tightening their grips on their weapons. A gentle breeze swept past, and several kunai, armed with explosive tags, hurtled toward Silver. A muffled explosion ensued, sending dust swirling around. Qianlu and Gowei anxiously observed the unfolding scene, noting two figures standing resolutely amidst the chaos, the surrounding corpses of insects littering the ground around them. Ling glared at the distant assassins, her clenched fists trembling uncontrollably with rage. Before the group could catch their breath, the shadows began their assault, racing toward their target, the cold glint of their weapons stark against the night. "Sister!" Ling shouted from the corridor, dashing forth like an arrow, only to be halted by the enemy mere meters from her goal. The young girl hastened toward Yi, but the killers seemed to hold the advantage. The foremost sword already grazing the silver tassels. "Your Highness!" A maid beside Yi suddenly tackled her to the ground, narrowly avoiding an ambush from the right. Witnessing this, Ling quickened her steps, reaching the center of the open area where the frost crystal formation, Xianbing, awaited. In an instant, ice erupted beneath Ling's feet, freezing the courtyard at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The warriors and ninjas surrounding her were caught off guard, rapidly encased within a colossal ice flower. Their resolute spirits still struggling against their frosty prison, glaring furiously at the young girl before them. "We are saved." Both Ling and Gowei sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. The girl's sudden appearance had caught their adversaries unprepared, yet the overwhelming numbers of assassins continued to surge forward. "What was that sound?" Daimyo inquired, eyeing the maid beside him with suspicion. She lowered her gaze and murmured, "Today is the princess's birthday." Prince Qi expressed his desire to celebrate it with great fanfare. He is likely watching the fireworks at this very moment. The maid calmly regarded the middle-aged man lying in bed, her short blade now gripped firmly within her sleeve. "Is that so? Qi is quite thoughtful, indeed. He has sacrificed much for this family. Please inform them to keep the noise down. We wouldn't want to disturb the neighbors." With that, the daimyo turned away and resumed his slumber. Behind him, the maid quietly exited the room, and as the door closed, she exchanged a serious glance with the two ninjas nearby. A gap appeared in the wall constructed of purple light, and she leisurely made her way toward the other courtyard. Having narrowly escaped the attack, he remained stunned, while the maid pressed closely beside her, her trembling fingers gradually steadying under the weight of her resolve. Taking a deep breath, she smiled at Yi and said, "Your Highness, let us follow Ling's sister. Hurry this way." As Ling pushed Yi into the corner, Feng and Yin hurriedly defended against the onslaught of their adversaries. A ninja employing the technique of the underworld swamp stood off to the side, striking the ground with both hands. In an instant, the entire courtyard transformed into a quagmire, causing those standing upon it to begin sinking, while the frozen ice sculptures also succumbed to the muddy earth. "How deep?" Jin, observing the scene from the nearby wall, couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy as the swamp expanded, ultimately halting at the corner of the wall. Qianlu and Gowei perched on a tree trunk. Surveying the situation, most of the enemies were immobilized by this technique. However, in a nearby corner, Xian and Gang struggled helplessly in the mud, unable to extricate themselves anytime soon. The sudden reversal of circumstances caught both sides off guard, as the Leaf Village ninjas stood silently, awaiting the next move of their opponents, who were equally still. The ninja who had cast the underworld swamp knelt on the ground beside the courtyard, grinning sinisterly at Jun and the others in the tree. Qianlu, perplexed, gazed back at him. "What is so amusing?" he inquired, tightening his fists, readying his chakra. "It appears this time we have emerged victorious." The sound of a boisterous laugh suddenly echoed throughout the courtyard, just as everyone was bewildered. The ice sculpture that had not yet been submerged began to vanish with a series of sharp bangs, revealing a group of figures emerging from the muddy mire, slowly advancing toward the disheveled courtyard. "What?" Xian exclaimed in shock at the unexpected emergence of the crowd. The brown sludge gradually fell away, unveiling neat attire, with long samurai swords drawn, gleaming ominously. Impossible. Could it be that the earlier figures were mere shadow clones? Frustrated, Qianlu struck the nearby tree, causing a thick branch to crash to the ground. At that moment, the enemies looked down with triumph at the beleaguered leaf ninjas and burst into laughter, declaring, "The little brats of the Leaf Village remain just that, little brats." Infuriated, Qianlu glared at the figures beneath him, while the others dared not make a move, remaining frozen in place. Suddenly, an array of ice needles shot in from outside the courtyard, raining down like arrows, difficult to perceive with the naked eye. Though the enemies reacted swiftly, some turning to confront the oncoming barrage, an unsettling sensation rendered them immobile. What is happening? They gazed in confusion at the approaching ice needles. Fear etched on their faces. Silver, grinning from atop the wall, bared his teeth at the crowd, while beside him, a girl with twin tails squatted, sighing in resignation. What is this? Qianlu marveled at the vast swamp that had suddenly appeared beneath him, the once illusory technique now firmly binding all shadows on the ground. Impossible. What on earth is happening? The enemy troops stared in panic at the muddy marsh surrounding them. At the courtyard's edge, the ninja who had been casting jutsu was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. What is happening? Can someone clarify? Yahiko stumbled in, appearing disoriented, as it seemed that the external situation had been subdued much like here. You should sincerely thank Ino. Had she not conjured such an extensive illusion? How could we have captured them all at once? Silver gazed triumphantly at the real group across from him. Illusions? Are all of these mere phantoms? Gaoi looked around in confusion, while Ino, a bit bashful, crouched down with her head lowered. However, Chiyu quickly grasped the situation. Everything that had transpired earlier was a result of the enemy's illusion. So this Earth-style technique is your masterpiece, Silver? Well, thanks to Ino, I could leisurely create such a vast jutsu. This marsh must be quite deep, comparable to that of the gentleman from earlier, Silver mused, casting a proud look at the assassin crouching in the distance, while the little ones sprawled on the ground. Hey Ray, what's wrong? Wind rushed over to support the faltering Ray, while I and the maid hurried to their side. Sister, are you all right? Ray asked with concern, glancing at I, who wore silver attire. I nodded tearfully, and seeing this, Zero hurried to check on Ray's condition. It's nothing, just excessive chakra consumption. A few days of rest will set it right, Zero explained, holding Ray's hand. The other little ones breathed a sigh of relief, wiping away tears from their eyes. Yen? A boy crying like a baby. How shameless. Ray teased weakly, while Yen could only offer a silent rebuttal, urging her to recover quickly. Win chimed in as well, advising her to stay quiet, as an unusual commotion gradually subsided with the arrival of dawn. Everyone relaxed, letting out a collective breath. Yahiko and his group approached the corner to help Shin and the others to their feet, all displaying expressions of joy at the success of their mission. Suddenly, Zero lunged towards Ai, who was holding Ray, as several kunai struck true, embedding themselves in Ai's back. Crimson blood trickled down her pale arms, staining the grass beneath. Zero. Everyone gasped in shock, even Silver and Ino, momentarily thrown into disarray as they stumbled off the wall, only to find cold blades pressed against their necks. What is happening? Chiyu and the others on the tree stood bewildered, as countless shadows began to encircle them. Yahiko's group in the corner was also subdued without resistance. Your illusion is nothing but trivial. A melodic female voice echoed from afar, accompanied by soft footsteps advancing along the dim corridor. A graceful figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Clad in ancient attire that defied imagination, an ordinary maid dressed in coarse fabric, devoid of any trace of powder, despite her seemingly unremarkable appearance. Akin to dust fallen to the ground, she radiated an undeniable allure. It's you. I stared furiously at the newcomer, while the woman cast a disdainful glance in my direction before striding over to the group of ninjas, her demeanor haughty as she regarded the subdued Qianlu and his companions. You little pests are quite bothersome, especially you. How audacious to devise such a scheme to deceive us. Just moments ago, we were completely oblivious, she taunted. Her sultry smile directed at Ian, her icy fingers brazenly tracing his cheek. Courting death, she exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to his right cheek. The blood-inflamed skin instantly swelling to reveal a distinct handprint. Ian, they cried out in desperation, but the adversaries showed no mercy. The ninja holding Gawei pressed her down with increasing force, while Jinjin found himself bound by chains. Infuriating. If it weren't for my concern for the princess's safety, I would have dealt with you already, Mayahiko spat at the woman. Several figures approached Ai with deliberate calmness, while Ling, lying beside her, twitched his fingers, his consciousness gradually fading. Get up, a voice bellowed, as Tong Yichin and his small companion, along with the unconscious Ling, were brought to the location of Qianlu and his group. The little ones gripped their long knives tightly, standing defiantly beside Ai, while the swaying Ling still attempted to stand upright. Enough of the stalemate. Ling, you and Feng should step aside. There is no need to shield me, I choked out. Her icy gaze fixated on the woman. The little ones, undeterred, continued to resist. Enough. I cannot hide behind you forever. Sooner or later, I must confront this reality. What difference does it make whether it is sooner or later? I declared, swaying as she rose to approach the woman, Ling's faint voice failing to halt her advance. Your Highness, have you come to a realization? The woman inquired with a mocking smile. Do you not fear that I might devour you? Coming here all alone without knowing my intentions? Elder Sister Yuyi, I hope you do not find the way I address you distasteful, I replied calmly, advancing toward her. What is the current status of your relationship with my brother? How has it progressed? Prince Chi, what are you talking about? Yui suddenly trembled, but quickly regained her composure. Looking at her with icy arrogance. I recall that you were the head maid responsible for caring for my father's daily needs, a veteran among the servants. Our family has treated you well. Why this attitude? I observed her steadily. Why this attitude? It is your lineage that condemns you, being the daughter of a renowned lord, a princess of the land of craftsmen, a descendant of this nefarious family. The blood of a murderer courses through your veins, and thus, you must meet your demise. The woman screamed hysterically, yet the tremor in her hands did not escape her own notice. The war was instigated by foreign nations. The Lord merely retaliated as required. And by the time our troops arrived, my sister's village had already suffered. The maid behind her defended her, but before she could finish her words, a sharp rebuke silenced her. This is not your place to speak. You must be acutely aware of the nature of this society, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, where survival of the fittest prevails. Power reigns supreme. Be it in armies, wealth, or intelligence, anything that can be wielded to constrain others into servitude, even emotions, can be ruthlessly exploited. Would you not agree, Your Highness? Yui gazed at Yi with a beguiling smile. I understand. I truly do. I merely find it incomprehensible, he whispered in response. Incomprehensible? Incomprehensible that I would seek to kill you? Yui regarded Yi with disdain. I simply do not grasp how you can so callously suffocate your own feelings. How you can so nonchalantly indulge a traitor. Can love indeed be so grand? He turned away, her tear-filled eyes sternly fixed on the woman, as if demanding to unearth her innermost thoughts. What nonsense are you spouting? Yui shouted suddenly, yet he showed no sign of halting. If he truly loves you, would he allow you to harm the ones you hold dear? Would he burden you with such a sin for the rest of your life? He is utterly unworthy of your love. Silence. Yui swiftly approached Yi and struck her fiercely across the face, blood trickling down from the corner of her mouth onto the grass. Do you truly think I would hesitate to act? Yui glared at Yi with fury, while behind her, two warriors remained tense, their eyes scanning the surroundings. I shall demonstrate my resolve. With that, Yui seized a warrior's sword and advanced toward Yin. Before anyone could react, the gleaming blade pierced through Yin's chest. Yin, a desperate howl erupted, and beside her, Gawei was rendered speechless by tears. Crimson blood dripped from the white blade, and the figure crumpled to the ground, trembling with each feeble breath, the diminishing cadence foretelling the fall of a star. The air around them grew as frigid as a winter's end, enveloping them in an apocalyptic chill. Yui, in her rage, trampled upon the silver tassels. As the blood-soaked sakura hue seeped from her hair, transforming the pristine world into a hellish inferno. Yin cried out desperately, struggling to break free from the enemy's bindings. Yet the sturdy iron chains held them fast, rendering their flesh and blood powerless. The others knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably, while the woman's grotesque visage appeared even more terrifying under the dim light of dawn. He stood resolutely, fists clenched, as behind her, the maid tended to the unconscious Ling, her trembling lips whispering softly. Feng and Yin stood unwaveringly by their side, the long sword in hand, emitting faint tremors from time to time. You foul wench. Yin erupted in fury, her pent-up anger bursting forth as she charged towards the woman, knocking down two warriors in her path. Despite being bound, she moved with the swiftness of a lithe panther, darting past the enemy's obstruction to reach Yui. Before she could touch Yui, a heavy punch was swung towards her, and a gust of wind swept by, leaving her lying motionless on the ground a distance away. Yin, Mia, and the others called out weakly, their attendant tightening the chains that pressed them to the ground. Damn it. Qianli clenched his fists, the dense chakra pooling in his palms, yet at this distance and position, he could inflict no harm upon the enemy. Silence enveloped the courtyard, the one-sided stalemate continuing as the beautiful princess stood frozen, lost in thought. Have you had enough of this? He is hardly worthy of your trust, is he? You hold him as the most important person, but does he truly care for you? He suddenly choked back a sob, her gaze downcast upon the grass beneath her feet, her weak voice fading like a kite on the verge of losing its string. This is none of your concern. Yui shouted in a fit of rage, igniting the previously silent courtyard with her fury. Her reddened eyes glared at Yi like a wolf. At that moment, Yi stood calmly, her heart burdened with a tempest of sorrow and anger threatening to overflow. Is this truly what you desire? Is this what you wish to see? Can your kindness truly elicit gentleness from others? Or is it merely a one-sided dream? He continued to murmur softly in the courtyard, her words seemingly devoid of an audience or direction, as if she were confiding her innermost thoughts to the surroundings, her murmurs resembling the ramblings of a dreamer. Crazy girl, even on the brink of death, you remain obstinate. You cannot shake my resolve, just wait quietly for your demise. Yui spoke fiercely and then strode towards the nearby pavilion, her longsword dripping with fresh blood, painting a delicate crimson line on the ground. I am unaware of your innermost thoughts, yet I am certain that those who follow you do so in belief. They trust that you can provide them with a stable home and put an end to their tragic fates from past lives. Both grandfather and father harbor hopes for your fortitude. Wai, with a choked voice, glanced back at the maidservants and the little ones. Feng and Yin looked on, perplexed. At the suddenly tearful princess, whose once bright eyes were now clouded with sorrow, the crimson shadow around them blurred by tears. Princess? Feng and Yin exchanged bewildered glances at the silently weeping Wai. Has she been struck too hard? Has she lost her sanity? Yui muttered, the pain in her heart intensifying. You are the future hope of the kingdom of craftsmen, are you not? Wai cast her gaze aside, while the maidservant, clutching Ling, trembled in the embrace of Feng and Yin, her silent sobs manifesting as tears cascaded down. The quivering lips of the maidservant spoke of her distress. What are you murmuring about? Yui questioned, bewildered. In a word, are you willing to forsake your feudal compassion for the sake of this nation and confront the harsh realities of society? Wai suddenly cried out, yet in the courtyard. Apart from her soliloquy, only the faint sound of weeping lingered. You are quite verbose, Yui shouted, prompting the two nearby warriors to approach Wai. Princess. Mayahiko and the others grew increasingly anxious, their taut nerves fraying, causing a chaotic scramble, yet the enemy's restraints tightened further. Sister. Ling, in a panic, leaped away from the maidservant, but her weakened body staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. As the curtain fell, Feng rushed forward to support her. What is your answer? Wai slowly turned her gaze towards the trembling figure behind her. Meanwhile, from a shadowy corner of the residence, a whisper suddenly reached the ears of the assassins lurking beside the courtyard. Act now, eliminate them all. My maidservant knelt nearby, mumbling, as the warriors cautiously approached the dazed Wai. However, before she could respond, another untimely sound pierced the air. What? Gowei gazed in terror and confusion at Yui, who had been pierced by a long sword in the courtyard. The ninja, who had previously collapsed by the pavilion, now stood behind her, gripping the blade, its cold edge penetrating her chest. Yui turned her face, bewildered, to the assassin behind her, her vacant gaze fixed on the satisfied expression before her. Yui's sister. The maidservant cried out, her heart-wrenching scream echoing throughout the courtyard. Yui. Wai clenched her fists, the knuckles cracking, yet her inner fury was subdued in an instant. Will you continue to show him mercy? Yipping inquired with a serious tone. To her right, two warriors swiftly rushed towards her. Princess. Xianlu shouted desperately. On one side, Feng and Yin could no longer restrain themselves and charged forward, gripping their long swords tightly, but their frail figures were no match for the robust prowess of the warriors. Sister. The maid, cradling Ling, stretched out her hand towards Yipping, yearning to intervene, but as soon as she raised her hand, it fell weakly. Please give me time to gather my thoughts, will you? The maid, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at the gasping Yui sprawled in a pool of blood, her trembling body gradually calming down after the earlier outcry, becoming serene and silent. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Yipping took a deep breath, and the verdant grass beneath her feet abruptly turned white, spreading outward at an astonishing speed. The temperature and humidity in the air plummeted, and her silver eyes coldly fixed upon the approaching warriors. What is happening? Everyone looked in bewilderment at the delicate figure. A flash of silver light passed by, and several nearby assassins silently collapsed onto the silver grass. Who are you? You are not the princess, questioned the ninja, clutching a sharp sword, a hint of fear creeping into his voice, though his murderous intent remained undiminished. That is not for you to know. Secret technique, celestial silkworm web formation, bind. Yipping gracefully moved her slender fingers in the void, her indifferent gaze locked on to the isolated figure before her. With a slight backward motion of her hand, the individual revealed an indescribable expression of agony, contorted in pain. With a clang, the sword in the enemy's hand fell silently to the ground. "You are Yin," Jin realized with sudden clarity, while those around him had yet to comprehend the situation when the enemies behind them tightened their ropes, threatening, "Be quiet, or else." Before the warrior behind Jin could finish his warning, he suddenly loosened his grip on the chain, frantically tearing at it around his neck, his burly body seemingly possessed, flailing wildly towards the sky. Shortly thereafter, the surrounding enemies, too, were bound by unseen forces, dropping their weapons and frantically floating upwards in chaotic disarray. Following the elegant dance of silver. "What is this?" Jin, freed from his predicament, gazed at the extraordinary scene unfolding before him, marveling. When did Yin? The liberated individuals looked uneasily at the enemies around them, each being drawn upward by invisible threads. Qianlu keenly focused on one enemy's neck. Before his eyes, an invisible fine line tightened around the enemy's throat, interwoven with a massive net in the air, extending outward to the horizon. "What is this?" Qianlu stood dumbfounded, while Zhen and Gowei, freed from their bonds, looked in confusion at the bewildered Qianlu. Meanwhile, Yin continued to execute her graceful movements, accompanied by the increasingly bright morning light. Her cherry blossom sleeves swaying in the breeze, creating dazzling trails of brilliance in the air. Secret technique, crystal binding technique. Silver danced gracefully, her form poised in a forward stride, and in an instant, the surrounding assassins, flitting about, were encased in ice sculptures, frozen as if caught in a silent melody. The cluster of ice figures, each the size of a person, seemed compelled to converge towards a singular point in the sky. How remarkable! Xian gazed upward in astonishment at the ever-growing mass of ice sculptures, unable to contain his admiration. Silver, with Yihiko still entangled in the fray, began to chatter animatedly. Xian, shaking off the dirt from his body, stared blankly at the sky. Secret technique, shattering ice. Silver clenched her fists, releasing a surge of chakra into the space around her, but as soon as the seal was formed, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. The massive ice orb above her falling silent. "Silver!" Qianlu, sensing something amiss, called out urgently, while Yin and Jun rushed to her side. Silver's fragile form, like a kite severed from its string, gently succumbed to slumber upon a delicate shoulder. "Silver!" The others murmured in sorrow, with Xian kneeling beside Zero, calling her name. Yin stood motionless, staring vacantly at the ravaged courtyard, her heart aching with the pain of loss. "Fear not, it is merely an overexertion of chakra. A brief rest will suffice," Gowei reassured, glancing at Silver on her shoulder. Qianlu, upon hearing this, exhaled slowly in relief. Yin moved slowly to Zero's side, her gaze drawn to the bloodstained shirt, the dark crimson marks piercing her heart. "Why did you execute this plan without consulting us? How infuriating!" A feeble voice emerged quietly in the courtyard. "I must complete the task entrusted to me by the master." The man resolutely stood, his sword calm yet eerie in his grip, shrouded in darkness as he stealthily approached the beautiful lamb, while the others remained lost in a post-battle relaxation. "Die!" A heart-wrenching cry shattered the stillness as a shadow lunged rapidly towards the kneeling, dazed maid. "Princess!" Yin suddenly shouted, sensing the anomaly, but at that moment, the chilling glint of death loomed perilously close. With no warning, she faced the specter of mortality once more. In Yi's mind, a void persisted. Her emotions shattered like fragile glass, the once clear world stained with blood on this seemingly joyous day, the echoes of laughter fading away into the distance. "Brother!" She shut her eyes tightly, breathing in the blood-soaked, frigid air, the acrid stench filling her heart, reminding her of her precarious position in this game of power. "Damn it!" Feng and Yin stood up in frustration, but everything had unfolded so suddenly, they had no time to react sensibly. What the hell? Are there still enemies? As a multitude of individuals rushed towards lamenting their own shortcomings, one could not help but ponder how isolated and defenseless, would navigate this unforeseen crisis. Before her loomed a shadowy figure, and sharp shurikens swiftly approached her. "Princess!" The crowd cried out in alarm. Overwhelmed with despair, clenched her fists, her inner turmoil of anxiety and rage simmering without respite. Nearby, the long sword she wielded as a guise for Yin now lay at her feet. "Sister?" Yi's heart cried out desperately. With her eyes tightly shut, she grasped an object beside her and swung it forward with all her might. Moments passed, yet she remained seated on the ground, seemingly unscathed. At either end of the sword sheath, several sharp darts lodged themselves within. while the fallen shuriken lay askew upon the grass. The crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. As the danger ebbed, icy tears cascaded down her cheeks, silent sobs accompanying the sorrowful flow of her tears. Suddenly, a familiar, ethereal melody echoed in her ears, striking at her tumultuous heart. "Sister, Hong?" He gazed at the assassin in confusion, a voice within her heart resonating alongside Yi's murmurs. "Hong, I am so sorry. I couldn't save you. Forgive me." Yin trembled and knelt beside Zero, her whispered words inciting concern in Exin, who stood nearby. "Sister," he cried out weakly, yet the familiar figure, the white shadow who had always aided her in times of peril, was nowhere to be found. "Sister?" He clutched her sword tightly, curling her body in despair as she awaited the inevitable. "Princess." Although Feng and Yin were closest to Yi, what could they possibly do? They dashed forward, feeling powerless as the sword's edge threatened to pierce Yi. A strange sensation compelled them to approach the assassin wielding the deadly blade. Everything around them seemed frozen in that critical moment. Two figures whirled past Yi, and at the instant the sword tip was about to reach her, the hand that gripped the blade fell to the ground with a thud, the sound ringing out clearly. Along with it, a head filled with bewilderment tumbled down, blood splattering across the chests and faces of the two young men. What just happened? The crowd gazed in disbelief at Feng and Yin, who were now holding the sword. Between them, the headless body gradually collapsed onto the grass, motionless. Yin suddenly knelt, coughing violently, while Gang, having just escaped peril, rushed to her side, disregarding his own injuries. "Fool, how could you use that technique? Do you want to throw your life away?" Gang shouted in fury. "What was that just now?" Wu and Qialu asked in unison, both taken aback, while Feng and Yin looked in confusion at the lifeless body beside them. "Hey!" Yin Gong vigorously shook the already unconscious Yin's body, but at that moment, she lay there, devoid of awareness, allowing Gong to jostle her violently. "What has happened to Yin? What is going on?" Jun, filled with urgency, glanced anxiously at the unconscious Yin and Silver, then looked at the dazed Yi, who was kneeling in the courtyard. That technique? Was it performed by Yin just now? Qian Lu and Jin exchanged dubious glances, surveying the desolate courtyard as the morning sun gradually rose above the horizon, illuminating the sorrowful city. "What is happening?" A stern voice suddenly pierced the air as Qi rushed into the courtyard accompanied by two guards, followed closely by Mr. Daka, who appeared flustered. "What is going on, Mr.?" Daka inquired, observing Yi, who sat dazed on the ground, and then glancing at the disheveled group from Mai, a sense of understanding dawning upon him. What has happened to these people? Why are there so many cloaked figures at Yi's banquet? Qi, perplexed, surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a figure near the pavilion. "Yui? Yui?" Qi hurriedly rushed towards her, cradling her despondent body, the now cold arms signifying the fading of a life. "Yui." Qi, striving to suppress the anguish in his heart, knelt beside her. Not far away, Yi's cold gaze was fixed upon Qi, who was now weeping. "I'm sorry." A faint voice emerged slowly from her pale lips, quietly fading in the final moment. "Yui," Qi murmured, tightening his embrace around her figure. "Who are you?" The two guards accompanying Qi instinctively positioned themselves in front of him, their icy weapons directed at Yi, who was clad as a maid. Daka also regarded the despondent girl with confusion. He walked forward in a daze, while Feng and Yin, filled with indignation, shouted at the two guards, "Are you tired of living, daring to threaten the princess with weapons?" The guards hesitated as they beheld Yi approaching slowly, the menace in their weapons diminishing. "Brother, how is father?" He calmly inquired as she approached Qi. He is still asleep, I suppose." Qi had now regained his composure, tightly holding the sleeping beauty in his arms, though his expression was devoid of emotion, his dark eyes staring blankly ahead. "Someone, clear this place immediately and find a doctor to treat the princess, quickly," Qi commanded the guards beside him. "Yes." Several guards swiftly exited the courtyard, while others began to clear every corner as per Qi's instructions. He himself, cradling the increasingly cold body, moved towards the outer gate, two figures slowly fading from Yi's line of sight. Silver. Jun and Gui hurried to Silver's side, the exquisite gown elegantly cascading upon the pale green grass. As the sun ascended higher into the sky, its gentle rays illuminated the cherry blossom-hued sleeves, while the silvery tassels adorned one side of the skirt with perfect grace. Gui cradled the slumbering head, her fair cheek resting peacefully upon her lap. What method has Silver employed to remain unchanged until now? Is it a disguise technique? When did he acquire such remarkable skills? Yahiko mused, brushing off the dust from his attire as he gazed at the sleeping Silver. Well, it matters not, let us first ensure they are settled. Jun spoke gravely, lifting Silver into his arms. The young girl looked on in confusion at his actions, crystalline tears beginning to dance freely in her eyes. It's all right, go away. Silver will recover. Let us first take care of Silver and Zero, and then swiftly contact the village to handle the aftermath. This is not a matter we can decide lightly, Jun declared as he rose. Silver's hair cascading like a waterfall beside his arm. Let us head to my room. At that moment, the dazed E regained a semblance of composure and addressed Jun. Take them to my chamber first. When the doctor arrives, we can bring them directly there. He turned to the guards behind him and issued the command. Yin quickly followed E toward the private quarters, while Feng gently guided Ling to accompany Yahiko and the others as they made their way to the princess's room. Exiting the manor, Qi, with his beloved in tow, arrived at the foot of Shuejin Mountain, the highest peak of the Artisan Kingdom. The mountainside was perpetually cloaked in snow, particularly on the side facing the capital, which remained shrouded in shadow. The white snow line was distinctly visible upon raising one's gaze. She glanced at the thick layer of snow and began to ascend the winding path. With each step forward, the air grew noticeably colder. Grayish stones interspersed with glistening frost lining the sides of the path. She treaded carefully upon the stone-paved road, which meandered through the sparse forest and extended toward the clouds. Time passed without notice, and sunlight bathed the entire capital, revealing a scene of tranquility and prosperity that enveloped every corner of the city. At this moment, Qi was oblivious to the beauty of his surroundings. He quickened his pace toward the snow-laden realm ahead. The knee-deep snow made his movements increasingly arduous, yet it did not deter his resolve. As the sun reached its zenith, a towering black iron gate materialized before him. In a small hollow on the mountainside, dozens of soldiers stood stoically along the road, extending in a line toward the iron gate. The pale stone path stretched out from the gate, ultimately merging into the icy expanse. Upon noticing the unexpected visitor's arrival, the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, their piercing gazes fixed intently on the approaching Qi. Who goes there? In the distance, a guard called out to Qi, but he paid no heed to the inquiry and continued his advance. Observing this, the others drew their long swords and stood at attention along the path. Moments later, as Qi stepped onto the alternating